white man who killed him. You know, a black person done it now, you would have seen what they would have done. They reached their final form. These demons, these racist people. How the racist people? You might want to be careful. Mm-hmm. People, wake up, y'all. Wake up. I was watching this video, so I figured I'd watch the video with you guys, okay? Make a video out of it. Yo, you guys are getting a lot of content from me. Chad, let me tell you. I was like, I wonder if this is how Esther felt. Like, when Haman perished, you know, after all the evil things he was trying to do to the people, I wonder if this is how Esther felt. Like, oh my gosh, like, Lord, the man is gone. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Okay, let's watch the video, you guys.
Charlie Kirk. Okay, so they want me to talk about this boy.
They want me to talk about this boy. He really is a little boy. He's so damn stupid. Can you imagine being in your 30s and being a professional troll? Like, you're 30. Like, go raise your son. How lame. How lame.
Charlie Kirk, who got shot in Utah. Him getting shot in Utah makes him, I believe, American number 18,533 who got shot in the U.S. this year, shot and killed.
Wow.
And I think that there were 3 more people who were killed, shot and killed in Colorado, just over the mountains, within hours of his shooting. And all the flags in America are going to fly half-mast, not for those 18,335 other victims, but they're going to fly half-mast for Charlie Kirk. That's just an observation. You can do with it what you will. I'll be honest. When I first heard that he had been shot, I made a joke about it on X. Because frankly, I'm just as used to theatrics coming out of America as I am used to gun violence coming out of America. And I thought that theatrics seemed more likely in this case. But when I did learn that he died, I deleted my post. I deleted it out of respect, not for him, but for the severity and for the solemnity of the judgment that he has now proceeded to. Because everything that he ever said and everything that he ever did that harmed anyone, well, he's going to answer for that. He's going to answer for that right now in his meeting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the heaviness of that meeting is disturbing to any of us who believe in it. But we'll talk about it. Let's start with the obvious, okay? First, I'm not going to feign grief or feign mourning for this person.
Exactly.
I know that's a hypocrisy that social etiquette demands at a moment like this. But we all know that he would certainly not grieve for us.
Yep.
He certainly would not mourn for us.
Yep.
Just as he never grieved and he never mourned for the wanton slaughter of the Palestinians in Gaza. He never grieved for that.
Nope.
And for myself personally, as a Muslim and as a critic of Western so-called civilization, I know that Charlie Kirk himself would most likely have officially anyway considered me to be his enemy.
Exactly.
And as far as I'm concerned, any man whose enemy mourns him when he dies, well, he wasn't doing his job. And I don't think it can be said about Charlie Kirk that he didn't do his job, which is to say that he never did anything and he never said anything in his public life that would make me mourn his passing, just as I hope that I will never say or do anything in my public life that would make my enemies grieve for my passing. They should be happy when I die. Enemies are disturbed by each other's presence, not by each other's absence. But let me also be crystal clear about this. It doesn't make me happy either.
He said your enemy should be disturbed by your presence, not your absence. It's like, I mean, technically he's right. If you're my enemy, yeah, I'm glad you're gone. You know what I mean? Like, this dude, he was an enemy of black people. He didn't like black people. Like, he just didn't like black people. His vision of America was an America with just white people. I'm sure even his vision for the world is like, it's a world that's just ran, owned, maintained, sustained by just white people only. So I'm like, he doesn't like people. He doesn't like black people. So why would any black person be sad? This is, I'm like, imagine Charlie 10 years from now, right? And if when you realize that they were trying to get this man to maybe one day be president, can you imagine such a hateful human being being in the White House? Can you imagine? Oh no. Oh, that's like, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? God did his big one. Okay? People are crazy. People are so crazy. This man hated black people. He died talking about black people. Always obsessed about black people. This is just bizarre. This is so bizarre. This is so bizarre. And I'm sure wherever he is, he's still talking about black people. I'm sure wherever he is, he's not even crying for his children. He's probably like, damn, why couldn't a black person have shot me? Okay, so that way it would have furthered like his whole narrative. Like he would have been a real martyr. How much you want to bet wherever he is, he's probably upset that a black person was not the one to take his life. That's how obsessed he is with black people, right? You know he big mad. He big mad. He was around a bunch of white people, surrounded by a bunch of white people in the whitest state in America, and he got killed by a white person. How much do you want to bet wherever he is, he's mad? Not even asking about his kids. This dude is worried about black people in the afterlife. This dude is crazy. He's really crazy. Bye, Charlie. See you next time.
I neither mourn nor celebrate. Neither of those reactions is appropriate, in my opinion. Whoever pulled that trigger didn't do it for me, and they didn't do it for you.
Exactly.
I don't even see them as being on two different sides. They didn't silence Charlie Kirk. They amplified Charlie Kirk. The power structure never cared about that boy.
Yeah.
They used him.
Yep.
And he's more useful to them now than he was the day before.
Yep.
He's more useful to them dead than he was alive.
Yeah. Just like rappers. Rappers are more useful to record labels when they're dead. That's why oh my gosh, what is it? No. Oh my gosh, what's this one record label with PNB Rock? Oh my gosh, RCA Records. RCA Records, when they sign you, they take life insurance on your ass. Okay, so many record labels now, like when they sign rappers, they automatically take out a life insurance. You know, because then also when you die, you sell more records when you're dead. Right? But I already told you all this. I said that boy getting smoked. It's an inside job. Trump, all them people, they was in on it. Okay, that shot was too damn clean. That shot was too damn clean. This is a professional hit. Okay, that boy, they want that boy dead. It's giving Goodfellas. Like his own people smoked his ass. His own people did that shit. It is not a trans person. It's not a leftist. No, it's La Familia. Okay, his people. Okay, smoked his ass. They don't care about that boy. They never did. He was a useful fool. That's it.
Listen,
it's so funny how he got Trump elected, and then not even a year within like Trump getting elected, the boy's gone. Man, these people are dangerous.
Don't defeat someone like this, someone like a Charlie Kirk, a tool like him, by letting that tool mold you into exactly what they want you to be. That killer didn't deliver justice. If you think they did, he didn't. He delivered to the power structure an even more enhanced weapon. He made a mediocre, but dangerous and polarizing figure, Charlie Kirk,
he's mediocre,
into now an impeachable icon for the very fan base that he most likely despises. And he made criticism of Charlie Kirk's ideas. Now it's disrespect for the dead. This is not resistance. This is a gift. This is a gift to the very security state that he probably thought he was attacking. Now it's stupidity. Or maybe, as the conspiracy theories are already speculating, what actually happened was just a purge of an expendable asset to create a more powerful symbol. Well, they'll use his death. Oh, how they will use it. They will use his death to paint every dissenting voice, every cry for a more just world. They'll paint it with the same bloody brush. They're going to use his death to avoid once again ever having to look in the mirror. They're going to hold Charlie Kirk's body up as a shield against any examination of the society that created him.
Yep, white people.
And the society that created his killer. The society that they made and that they rule. And you didn't do anything now but strengthen their hold on that society. They're going to use his corpse as a pulpit to preach from. And you just validated all the lies that they're going to be preaching. You understand me? Because listen, the truth is the Charlie Kirks of the world are not the enemy. The enemy is the society, it's the system, it's the power structure, it's the so-called civilization that creates boys like Charlie Kirk. I call him a boy because that's what he is to me. I'm 54 years old. That's what he is to me, or that's what he was. And also because he presented a childish, simplistic cartoon portrait of America.
Like, can you imagine a grown-ass man with children going to college campuses every day? He just sits on campuses, debate me, Good. Do you want to debate me? Let's debate. Let's debate. A woman can't be a man. A man can. Because fam, what? Who the fuck does that shit? Like, can you imagine? Imagine me, a 40-year-old, just going on college campuses, trying to slim dunk on these kids. Like, what the fuck I look like? Like, are you kidding me? That's all he did all day. He sat on college campuses all day trying to get kids to debate him. Sir, what? This is weird. This is really weird. I'm like, he's a clown. He was childish. He was a clown. I'm gonna show you his channel too. I was like, look at the titles on his channel. Look at the content on his channel. This dude is a non-serious person. He's a non-intellectual. He is a clown. He is a clown. Content farming, playing with his life. Okay? Like, please, like, this makes no sense to me. You're a grown-ass man. Even like, the more I think about it, I'm like, yo, the baby was only 1. You got a 1-year-old and you want to go on tour, college campus tour, to talk to these goofy-ass kids? You're not going to spend time with your baby? These dumb kids, who cares? They're stupid kids. One day, they're going to grow out of that. It's part of life, right? Maybe sometimes you got to think wrong to get to a process, like a whole journey of enlightenment, right? Let these young people come of age. Because a lot of times, too, like when you're young and you don't have kids, you're more likely to be like really progressive and shit like that. But when you start having children, you want something a bit more traditional, right? Let these young people be. You dropped out of school. Why are you here? Dropped out of school just so he can come back to the college campuses and troll these kids. It's giving bitter. It's giving jealous. Like, you wish your parents had money for your college tuition. What is going on? Fucking weirdo. What a freaking weirdo. And now you're fucking gone.
That only a young boy could ever believe in.
Exactly.
He presented an America without complexity, without guilt, without the burden of their terrible history.
Exactly.
Well, that's a seductive product.
Yeah.
And America has always been an eager market for that sort of a product.
Yeah.
He existed because of supply and demand.
Yes.
You demand and the power structure supplies.
Actually,
the killer and the killed are the products of the same sick society.
Yeah.
Kirk and his killer, and the other 18,535 victims and their killers. And wallahi, if you don't clock this reality, if you don't understand this reality, and if you let yourself get swept up in all the narratives and all the counter narratives, then you might just end up being like one of them, on one side or the other side of that gun, because the machine is already spinning. The machine, that same machine that Charlie Kirk served so faithfully. They're spinning the narrative now. They're going to label him as a martyr for free speech, a victim of left-wing extremism. And they're going to use his death. They're going to use it to demand more surveillance, more censorship, more policing, more militarization of the police against their opponents, you know, more police powers. They're going to use his blood to sanitize his ideology and to legitimize every poisonous thing that he ever said. And some of you are out here cheering about what happened. Well, you're fools. Why, when you celebrate, all you do is elevate and strengthen their narrative. Charlie Kirk was not an outlier. He was a product. He was the logical output of a system that's designed to generate exactly what he was. Like I said, he didn't create the demand. The demand was already there. He just exploited it. He sold a fantasy, like I say, a fantasy where all of the problems of modern America, economic decay, economic despair, cultural displacement, and cultural unrest, political powerlessness, these are all not the inevitable results of late-stage capitalism in a dying empire. No, it's all the fault of immigrants. It's all the fault of minorities, of wokeism, some internal enemy that's not in power. Well, now he's been killed, and his death is going to be used to service that same system. The security state benefits, the politicians that he supported benefit, the media benefits because they get endless hours now of content, of debate, of fear-mongering, of polarization mining. You understand me? The entire apparatus of control gets a massive boost. His killing was not an attack on the system. It was a gift to the system. You didn't extinguish a fire, you just scattered the embers and made it more dangerous. The individual who pulled that trigger, their motives are irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they saw themselves as a revolutionary or they saw themselves as a vigilante. Their actions serve a deeply counter-revolutionary purpose. You understand me? You didn't help Muslims. You didn't help so-called minorities. You didn't help immigrants. You didn't help women. You didn't help anyone. All you did was exactly what they created Charlie Kirk to goad you into doing. Please understand me. You contributed now. Whoever did this contributed to exactly the climate that they created Charlie Kirk to create. No, they're both servants of chaos. The killer and the killed. No, you don't need a bullet. You need a brain. You need a mind that can't be manipulated. You need an inflammable heart, a heart that can stay calm, cool, and collected when everything around you is in flames. That's what you need. And wallahi, you can't let the hatred of a people cause you to act unjustly, or to advocate or to endorse injustice, or to celebrate injustice. Don't let that boy's enmity towards us and ours towards him make you think that his murderer is our ally. No, you don't answer words with bullets. You know, back in the day, back in the time of the Sahaba, when the Muslims would fight against the Kuffar, well, the Kuffar, they would bring their drummers and they would bring their singing girls to egg them on. Nobody ever killed them. Well, that's what Charlie Kirk was. You don't win a war by targeting the singing girls and the drummers of your enemy. That's no strategy. I've said many, many times, you have to erect your partitions around your discourse, around your people, around what you let into your mind, or you're going to lose your focus and you're going to lose your purpose and you're going to get confused and you're going to make bad decisions. You're going to make wrong decisions, unjust decisions, immoral decisions, because you let yourself get provoked. No, for me personally, I didn't care about Charlie Kirk yesterday, the day before, and I don't care about him now. I don't mourn and I don't celebrate. That's strategic indifference. And I don't respect anyone who tries to tell me that I'm supposed to grieve. And I don't respect anyone who tells me that I'm supposed to be happy. What is he to me or me to him? He certainly isn't more important to me than the most likely hundreds of thousands of my brothers and sisters that you cut down in Gaza. You didn't mourn any of them, and I didn't tell you to, because I already know how you are. I already know that your performance of mourning over Charlie Kirk has nothing whatsoever to do with respect for human life. He was just a vessel for an ideology that you hold sacred. And it's an ideology that dehumanizes people. It's an ideology that disregards the sanctity of life. And we've seen that on full display for the last 2 years. So no, obviously not. I'm not the leader.
Like you said, because everything you talked about is about dehumanizing people. So if you see any white person, including these white-skinned Latinos, because they sure do love to think they're white, tell you, oh, you know, Charlie Kirk is dead. It doesn't matter that he died. You know, his words don't matter. You know, like, who cares what he said, right? Then you understand that that's a racist, because words matter. His words were dehumanizing. He meddled in the commerce of dehumanizing people of color. That's all he did. That's what he meddled in. That was his commerce, his content, his presence, his speeches, his booking fee, everything he did, his college tours, commerce of dehumanizing people of color. And what he's saying, I like, Shahid, that's my dude. Okay. That's my dude right there. Because what he's saying is absolutely correct. The problem we have with white America is that they don't want to look inward. Like, that's what I thought it's so funny, because Nick Fuentes said Black people are ethnic narcissists. I'm like, yeah, because they behave like white Americans. Okay, it starts with white people. When do most white Americans ever look inward and say, you know what, it might have to start with us. We might have to do better. Of course not. They are completely in charge. They've always been in charge, by the way, right? America was founded like, 400 years ago? They've only had one Black president. To this day, there has never been a Black speaker of the House. I guess, I don't think, what's his name? What's that man's name? Hakeem Jeffries was, right? I don't think so, right? Supreme Court justices, over like 111 Supreme Court justices, only 3 have been Black, right? When it comes to Treasury, it's always been a white person, usually a Jew, right? When it comes to the Fed, usually it's Jews or sit as the chairman of the Fed, right? They're in charge of this country. The most powerful banks in America are run by white men, right? Wall Street is run by white people, okay? Like, they do a poor job. They're horrible. They haven't managed the money well. They haven't balanced the budget. They have not done a great job tending to this country and the natural resources and the resources of this nation. 25 years dedicated to just killing Arabs. What has that done for America? 25 years, $14 trillion just killing people. All they do is kill people. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. Going to foreign countries and just blowing people up. They're sick as fuck. And they want you to believe it's the black gangs you have to fear. White people are a fucking gang. White people are thugs. White Americans by far are thugs. White men are mostly thugs. They have a gang-like mentality. Kill people you don't like. Shoot their asses up. Dehumanize people. Pick on people that are weaker than you. Go kill people that don't have no money. People that, like, you got people out here who make like $1 a day. They're going to use a weapon that's like $250,000 to go kill someone that only makes $1 a day. A poor man, a poor lady with her donkey trying to go to the farm to feed her babies. They're going to shoot her ass. They're going to drone her ass. When they could have given her a business loan. Hell the fuck no. They thrive killing people. They love to kill people. Right? That's all they do. Kill people, kill people, kill people, and steal your shit and rape your daughters. That's all they do. It's a thugging ass people. They're a bunch of thugs. They're a bunch of thugs. They are the biggest thugs I've ever met. But what they do is they get you to focus on these low-level black criminals, right? While they're over here doing big crimes, stealing big money, killing millions of people, starving millions of people. White Americans starve people. I think the people of Gaza, they haven't had food since like 2 Octobers. In 2 years, there's barely any food. This is what white Americans are about. They don't want to have to look inward. And like I said, using Charlie Kirk's death, like, oh, as a shield, like, oh no, Charlie Kirk, shut up. Shut up. And I hope that then again, they're so godless, right? But I do hope that a cluster of these people will realize that God is real. And with this life, everything you do in this life, you will have to answer for the shit. Wherever he is, he's having to answer for his shit and the stuff he said about people and the things he did in front of the cameras and behind the scenes. Because Charlie Kirk is not just what he said when the cameras were rolling. It's the stuff he did behind the scenes. And he was involved in some shiesty shit. Low down boy. He's a mediocre ass little white boy. Mediocre ass white boy who realized with his broke ass that his people are so damn hateful and his people hate accountability so much that if he could help them to see or to scapegoat someone else, minorities, black people, right? They wouldn't have to take any of this guilt. They wouldn't have to take any responsibility for the current state of America. America is failing, you guys. This nation is failing financially, academically, the birth rates, you name it. This country's stuck. Like I said, we're just stuck. There's no innovation. So when they can't create nothing new, they're going to go back to their old ways, be hateful. That's all they want. Imagine 10 more years of Charlie Kirk. That shit is crazy. Nope. Gotta go.
Least bit interested in accommodating your weaponization of selective compassion and selective sympathy. Now, if you want to paint my indifference, if you want to spin my indifference as if it is approval of the crime that was committed, well, okay, I already know that you never do anything but lie anyway. And I know that you are from exactly the same manipulated, mutated, mutilated, and maladjusted population that created the demand that the power structure met by giving you Charlie Kirk and that gave you his killer. Meaning you're just part of that mob in America.
Yeah.
That same collective monster that's responsible for the American genocide of the indigenous people.
Yeah.
That's responsible for genocides in Guatemala, genocides in Bangladesh, in Iraq, in Cambodia, in East Timor, in West Papua, and in Gaza. And you're the same collective monster that's responsible for every atrocity, every heinous crime that your country has ever committed. As far as I'm concerned, you poisoned Charlie Kirk's mind before he could even have a chance at a decent life, a moral life. And you poisoned the mind of the one who took the life that Charlie Kirk had.
Yeah.
So spare me your counterfeit moralizing. No, you turned your country into a psychological and a spiritual torture chamber. And then your country turned the global South into a physical and an economic torture chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And now that system, that same system that you're serving, is turning inwards on you now. I told you that political violence, division, and terrorism, and civil unrest and turmoil, I told you all this was going to be coming home.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because that's your business model.
Yeah.
That's your business model.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the only market left to vanquish.
Yeah.
And the more you give yourself up to all these twisted, polarizing, hateful narratives,
Yeah.
well, all you're doing is playing along with your own demolition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is
the assassination of U.S. political.
This is his page.
Okay, so they want me to talk about this boy.
His name is Shahid Bolsen. Okay, so if you look him up, Shahid Bolsen, okay, then you'll see his videos. I'm like, yep, I agree. I really do agree. Okay, this country's sick, and this country's sick because white Americans are sick. Mm-hmm. White Americans are sick. Okay, white Americans are sick. Nah, it's a sick people. It's a really, really sick people. Hold on. Oh, let's watch this one. They're so fake.
Yes, I've said that many times. Westerners can't tell the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about how and why they can't tell the truth. I've said it many times. Westerners are incapable of honesty.
Yeah, white people.
They're incapable of telling the truth.
Yeah.
I've explained many times. I'm not saying it's deliberate. It's not necessarily on purpose. No. You know, that would be literally like saying someone who has no legs is on purpose not playing basketball. You understand? I'm talking about incapability, not deliberate, intentional dishonesty. I mean, obviously, there are plenty of people who are just straight up liars out of the West and everywhere else, but I'm not talking about them.
Mm.
I'm saying that honesty is not their language in the West.
Yeah.
Truth is not a dialect that they speak. They don't know how to speak that language.
Mm-hmm.
I know people get mad when I say that, but understand, I'm actually telling you something that has been done to you. I'm telling you something that you have been deprived of. You understand? I'm telling you something that you're a victim of by your culture, by your so-called civilization. They victimized you in this way. This is the most graphic and the most literal form of kufr, of kufar, covering up, concealing, burying the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all they do. It's the only language they know. Truly, this is the only language they know. And this is why everyone around the world is quickly coming to the conclusion that you simply can't be engaged with. The Westerners simply can't be engaged with. It's just not productive. It's not productive. It's not useful in any way whatsoever to engage with you. Like I've said before, in these interactions, no communication ever actually takes place when we talk to you, when people in the global South talk to you, when Muslims talk to you. And that's a shame. It's a shame what has been done to you, but it has been done to you. It's a shame what you've been deprived of as a human being. This dysfunction that has infected, intergenerational dysfunction that has been inflicted on your culture. Now, of course, some of what I'm talking about could be dismissed as their ignorance or their misunderstanding, you know, or some sort of a personality disorder, like you can't pay attention, you have ADHD or what have you, or you're aggressive, you have a problem with your temper and so forth. And this is why you can't be engaged with, or why there can't be productive, normal, healthy, rational conversations with you. But for me, I characterize all of these behaviors under the overarching label of dishonesty, because that's how it pans out. That's the practical impact. That's the practical outcome. You know, you inject falsehood, you muddy the waters of discourse, you distract, you derail, you deny, you deflect, you sidestep. You know, you bring in irrelevancies into the conversation. You bring in fake issues. You do anything and everything. Wallahi, you do anything and everything to try to stop honest discussion. You always try to obscure reality by hook or by crook. And so the practical impact of all of that, that all comes out to the same practical impact as if you were just lying. I mean, it goes much deeper than just false narratives. It's deeper than propaganda. We're actually talking about a culturally ingrained reflex against truth. A culturally ingrained reflex against true and honest discourse. This is a civilizational pathology. And in fact, it comes down to foundational morality, you see, because you have that insistence on moral relativism. which is nothing but nihilism for beginners. It means ambiguity, moral ambiguity. They're morally agnostic. You understand? That's the heart of their dishonesty. Because honesty, truthfulness, it's not just about words. This isn't just about what you say or what you don't say. Dishonesty isn't just calculated lying or deception. You know, honesty is not actually fundamentally an intellectual, or it doesn't originate in the intellectual sphere, if you understand what I mean. Because before you choose to distort reality through deception, you know, before you string together words to speak a lie or to obscure the truth, you have in your heart already rejected reality and in fact the creator of reality,
they're godless,
and your inevitable meeting with that creator, when you will be held account for whatever you say and what you don't say. You have imagined in your heart that you can actually weave an alternative reality. You can create your own fictional world, and that this fictional world is possible for you to somehow superimpose that upon the objective truth of the real world, and then you get to operate in your own version of the world according to your own rules, and you think that you can get away with it. You have internally convinced yourself that truth doesn't matter. So lies aren't lies. They're just equally valid alternative versions of reality. But existence is not a narrative. I said it's a civilizational reflex because it's both ingrained in the culture, and because I think you can trace it back. You can trace how it grew out of the conditions, like I've talked about many times in Europe, in the West. You know, centuries of hard winters, thin soil, volatile harvests, recurrent scarcity. That trained whole societies to survive first and justify later. Dishonesty is a trademark of being completely dunya-centric, or what you can call materialistic, meaning that you are inordinately concerned with material things, with material survival, with accumulating resources, and so on. Very Western. When material well-being feels threatened, then truth just becomes negotiable. You start to make up the rules as you go. You know, to get what you want.
Just like, oh, you shouldn't die for your opinions. No, nobody deserves to be killed for their opinions. Meanwhile, they have slaughtered thousands of people for their opinions. They have killed countless world leaders for their opinions. They have killed countless civil rights activists for their opinions. They are always killing people because they don't like what they say. But when it comes to them, oh, nobody should die for having a difference of opinion. Nobody should die for that. Nobody should. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. If you fear being killed for your opinions, make sure you just have the right opinions. That's it. Don't say shit that people don't like. It's not that hard, is it? Huh? Right? No, but they want the privilege, not the right. White people want the privilege of being offensive and not facing any consequences. No, it's not going to work like that. Right? They have killed countless people because of their opinions, because it made them feel unsafe, because it threatened their sovereignty, it threatened America's hegemony, whatever the fuck it is. Okay? You have killed countless of people because you didn't like what they said. You've asked for countless people to get canceled on both sides. Because now it's funny how a lot of conservatives that used to say things like, oh, I hate cancel culture, we should stop canceling people. Now all of a sudden they want to cancel people too. They're fake. They're all the same. White people is all the same people. So it's just one big happy family. Okay? That's it. That is it. They're made of the same material. It's the same people. Don't ever sit here and allow yourself to be fooled by white people playing another episode of Family Feud. It's the same people. If something bad was to happen and they could only save either a black person or a white person, and it was actually a white liberal, okay, I promise you a white conservative will save a white liberal before they actually saved your black ass. Doesn't matter if they agree with you and they like, yeah, like we think the same. Yeah, no, they are tribal. White people are tribal. Never let these people deceive you. They made the world tribal. They're the ones who lump people up based on the color of their skin because they're tribal. That's their frame of reference. They don't understand that people are individuals. They look at your skin. They look at your hair. Well, y'all got the same skin color, so that's it. Y'all black. Okay, you brown, you yellow, you whatever. We're white. This is what they do. It's a tribal people. They're inherently tribal. So no matter how much a white conservative likes you, especially a white Christian conservative, okay? No matter how much they like you, if they could only save one person, a white liberal or a black conservative They're going to save their kinfolk. They're going to save the white liberal because they need more white. In order to have more white people, you need white people. So why will he let his person die, right? Because they have a difference of opinion? No, they're still white. They can make more babies and create more white people. He can't do shit with your black ass. So he's going to let you die. Okay? You don't have allies or friends with white people. Okay? These people are fair weather friends. Like he said, it's all about their survival, and it's all about them being able to accumulate wealth. That's it. They don't care about you. Just like I said, the same thing with Charlie Kirk. The fact that he was a broke ass person and he had to do all this dehumanizing rhetoric for him to become a multimillionaire, right? It's all about survival. Candace, she was broke. So she went on with this white boy because she figured he had a plan to put some money in her pocket, right? But ultimately, when he reached his goal, they fell apart. She went on her way. He went about his business. Okay, that's how it goes. You don't have friends with you. Don't have a friend with these people. They can be friendly because they need your goofy ass. When they no longer need you, they're done with you because you were never a friend. Okay, like people got to stop thinking, oh my gosh, stop. It's their culture. This is who they are. White people are not capable of like meaningful relationships, even amongst themselves. Look at their rate of divorce. They'll divorce for anything. Okay? They don't care. They'll let their parents die in a nursing home. Won't even go see these fuckers. Okay? This is who they are. It's not a long-suffering people. Oh, I love you. I'm going to stay with you. I'm going to honor my word. I got your back. Da, da, da. No, they're just not those kinds of people. They're going to say it because it sounds good. And it makes you trust them. Anything they consider you, for you to trust them and things like that, for them to have your money, for them to have your loyalty, for them to have your love, they're going to say it. Like he said, because for them, it's not lying. It's a necessity. I need this person to walk with me. So what do I have to say? They'll say whatever it takes. That's how they process shit. Like this is who they are. And you have to understand that is their culture. You ain't your goofy black stuff. Oh, he said he loved me. Oh, he said we were friends. Yeah, of course he said that. Because that was the way to get your trust. And as long as you trust him, you're going to blindly follow this white man. And he's going to send you straight to the gulags. That's it. They only like their own people. They don't like other people. And you have to understand that. I think a lot of people too, like a lot of minorities also really have to stop wanting white people to not be racist. I think at some point, you just have to accept people, right? They're racist. I can't say, oh, it's okay, but it's a fact of life, right? And that's fine. Call me bitter. Doesn't matter. At least I'm alive. Dead people can't emote, right? Makes sense? Did you get me right? Like, don't do that to yourself. They are not capable of meaningful relationships. They're just not capable. In their mind, they have to survive. They have to survive. That's it. Black people, in your mind, you want to be loved. We don't share the same common values, right? They don't care. I even feel like at large with white people, especially like white Americans, the afterlife is an afterthought. Okay, for a lot of minorities, the afterlife is a present thought. Like they think about a lot. Oh, what if I die? What if I have to meet God and stuff like that? What about Judgment Day? They think about that shit a lot. White people don't. Okay, for them, God is not even real. So who cares? And because who cares, they'll do whatever it takes for them to survive. You're an afterthought. They don't care about you. And they have never cared about people. When white people came from Europe, especially came from England, right? This land, America is 381 million square miles. I'm like, this place is fucking big, right? When they came here to the States, you had about like 11.5 to 12 million Native American. Today, you only have 500,000, which means these Europeans killed 11 million people. That's just Native American people alone. That's not even the whole African slave trade stuff. Just Native American people alone. In order to have this land, they did it. They did it. They killed these people. It wasn't a war. They intentionally gave people blankets and shit that had disease on them. This the kind of people they are. They can kill children. It's not a problem. And I think a lot of people, especially when I see like black girls like her, okay, a lot of black people out here, they don't study American history. They're a bunch of clowns. They grew up watching Hannah Montana. They grew up watching the Disney Channel, right? They grew up to what's the name? Miley Cyrus. Or what's the redhead? What's the redhead's name? What's the name? The one Lindsay Lohan and shit, right? What's the other one? Oh my gosh, Hannah Montana. Oh my gosh, I can see her face. Like all these Disney girls, right? So many black children grew up the Disney Channel, right? Selena Gomez, all that bullshit. So they really think, oh, white people are nice because all they've ever seen is white nice children on TV, right? Nickelodeon, right? All them goofy ass shows. A lot of black people, even minorities, they don't really fully comprehend the history of this nation. There was 11, I guess because they called the people tribes, okay? There was 11.5 to 12 million Native American people. Today, you only have 500,000, which means they killed 12 million people. No, not Ariana Grande. The other girl, she's blonde. Hannah Montana. No, my gosh, what is her name? I can see her face. She has a sister as well. Oh my gosh, what's her name? But anyways, right? All these goofy ass white girls on the Disney Channel, right? So they think growing up, all I've ever seen are nice white people on TV, right? Because so many black people grew up. Not Lindsay Lohan, y'all. You know her. She blonde. And she had like a little cartoon, like inside her show, like they had a little cartoon of her. Oh my gosh, what is her name? Oh my God, I can see her facial. I see her face. I can't think of her name. Hannah Montana, Lindsay Lohan. Oh my gosh, I can see her face. I can think of her name, right? But anyways, Lizzie McGuire. There you go, right? So many black girls grew up watching that shit. So they really believe that white people are nice. White girls are friendly. White girls are it. No, they're not. They don't like your ass. They don't like you, right? Stop begging these white people. Hey, Gigi, stop begging these white people to embrace you. They will never embrace your ass. They're going to give you a blanket with influenza, okay? They don't like other people. And the sad part is, I feel like even me, I kind of have empathy for white people a little bit because it's like people keep trying to force white people to be contra nature. It is not in their nature to be embracing of other people. It is not in their nature to be respectful of other people. It is not in their nature to be compassionate. Like we keep trying to force white people to be contra nature. Just let them be. Let them be. They want to be racist. Like that's their factory setting. Like they are built like that. I guess they do well like that. Let these fuckers be. Because in all honesty, you don't even need white people. You can have an amazing life without ever even talking to white people. You don't need these people, right? Oh, white people be nice to me. White people, let me sit next to you. White people, let me be in your store. Why? Let them be. It's a people who they're just not, it's not a friendly people. They want to stay to themselves. Let them fucking be. Who cares? They all kill themselves anyways, right? But I'm like, there's so much pressure on white people to be fake. And that they're all performing. Liberals are performative. Conservatives are performative. They're all performative. Because we're forcing these people to say things, to do things, to sit around people where they don't want to be. They don't want to sit next to you. They don't want to live next to you. They don't want to be in school with you. Let these people be. Let them be. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I'm like, me, seriously? Like, who gives a fuck? Me, I'm like Toni Morrison. I don't give a fuck about white people. I don't need white people to be alive. I don't need white people to thrive. I don't need white people to validate me. I don't give a damn. Because I know that me and white people, we don't share common values. It's a godless people. They never repent. They don't pray for nobody. They don't never ask for forgiveness. They never take accountability. All they do is blame people, shame people, dehumanize people, deflect unto others, project unto others, steal, rob, kill, destroy. And the Bible says that's the devil. That's the devil. What kind of people is this that can never say, you know what? Maybe for this right here, I'm responsible. They're responsible for nothing. If something happens to you, yet they make the laws. But they don't know how black fathers are not in the home. Well, I don't know why the black father's not here. How come the black father's not here? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Like, just shut up. Right? It's a fake ass people. They're fake as fuck. Stop begging people who hate your ass to love you. It triggers them. And I feel also like to you as well, it's not fair because you're forcing these white people to be performative. They don't like black people. And that's okay. You don't need white people to like you to feel important. You should know that you're important. You should know God loves you. There are plenty of people who love you. Why are you acting as if, oh my gosh, I'm not complete until white people embrace me? Who the fuck are they? Why do you need to be embraced by white people? Why? I'm like, it's so crazy to me. Why do you need white people to validate your existence? Why do you need white people to tell you you matter? Why do you need white people to tell you you belong? You should know that for yourself. You should know that for yourself, right? And the more you know you belong is because you prove to yourself that you belong. Work hard. Focus on yourself. Be the best human being you can be. But realize that you don't need to be embraced by white people to be somebody. Who the fuck are they? What's their legacy? Murder, pillage, rape, killing, slaughtering, stealing money, insider trading, lying, drug dealing, prostitution, sex work, pornography, child pornography, pederasty. What's their legacy? Right? Like, what have white people, these Europeans, what have they done collectively to make the world a better place? Today, we have more young girls in America becoming sex workers than they're enrolling in college. We live in a world today where most women don't feel any kind of way about being sex workers, about being prostitutes, because this is what white people do. They tell you everything's about money. Everything is about assets and this and this. Be materialistic. Love materialism. That's all you have to care about. Not your values, not the fear of God. It's a godless people. And the more you seek to be embraced by white people, you're going to lose your soul. You're going to lose yourself. Look at Charlie Kirk. He's gone. Right? Because it mattered so much to him to be embraced by racist people. He's only 31 years old. So much hatred at such a young age because he was trying to cater to a hateful people. And the only way you can thrive amongst white people is if you agree to be hateful. You have to hate people to win when it comes to white people. Even all these black conservatives. You think if they made comment ever holding white people accountable, they would have a white fan base? They would have white subscribers? No. They have all these white people in their comment section because every video delivers on a promise of dehumanizing, blaming, shaming black people and minorities. That's it. That's all they want to hear. Tell me how bad your people are. Tell me how cursed your people are. Tell me I'm right to hate these people. Tell me I'm right to despise these people. Tell me I'm right to have my noose ready against these people. That is all they care about. It is a hateful people. There are hateful, hateful people. And it pains my heart when I see how many black people continuously put white people on a pedestal. They will never like you. They will never embrace you. It is not possible. It's not in their DNA. It's not in their meat. It's just not in them. They're not capable of doing that. They're not capable. And people keep forcing people to do something that's against their nature. It is not in their nature to embrace people that do not look like them. White people went above and beyond to make sure they didn't have to embrace other people. They came up with a whole social construct called race to separate themselves from other people. And here you are trying to force these people to be with people they don't want to be next to. That's sick. Let these people be. They don't like people. Let them be. Like, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
And not feel that you've done anything wrong. You want to be able to get what you want and not feel that you did anything wrong in doing so. Europe went for long stretches of history inside that sort of pressure cooker, environmental pressure cooker, low fertility soils in the north, repeated food crises and so forth. Literally centuries of bad weather. This isn't folklore. This is the climatic and agrarian record of Europe from the Little Ice Age and its, the agricultural shocks of that, to the grim sequence of famines from 1315 and onwards, rotted crops, starving livestock, and so forth. They had a rough existence. I'm not kidding.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, they resented that.
Mm-hmm.
Under those conditions, a pattern set in mentally,
mm-hmm.
spiritually.
Mm-hmm.
First, normalize getting by through extraction.
Mm-hmm.
If the crops fail, then you raid the next village.
Yeah.
You pivot to raiding, pivot to external predation. This wasn't born out of adventurism. Scholars of European history describe all of the pressures that they were under, the resource limits, demographic problems, political opportunities. That catalyzed the Viking turn to organized acquisition abroad. That's what made them do that. The method was violence, but the ethic was necessity, their version of necessity. The narrative was glory. See, that template, the template of basically externalizing the solutions to internal scarcity, this became a very durable habit, and it became your culture. You even did it. There was even a domestic version of extraction, enclosing the commons. They were fenced off. Customary rights were dissolved, and it was all done according to the language or the rhetoric of improvement. They laundered the dispossession of the people with the rhetoric of productivity and efficiency. It was a new moral grammar in which legality could sanctify harm, and policy language, or the language of policy, could bury the truth. Case histories from England show how communal governance of the land was completely dismantled, and peasant rights were extinguished under these banners of productivity and efficiency and order, and so on. Once that moral software was written at home, well, they exported it. Mercantilism that framed the whole world as a finite treasure chest to be seized and to be hoarded.
Yeah.
The point was not reciprocity, it was extraction. Yeah. Extraction justified as national strength. This is the textbook doctrine of early modern Europe. Monopolize trade, bar rivals, drain the peripheries, and called all of that prosperity. And language did the heavy lifting on that, recoding seizure as commerce and subjugation as civilization. Oh, they've been lying for a long, long time. Yeah. They've been lying for a long time. And they've been dishonest before they could even write it down. And they never got honest. This is what I'm telling you. If you move on to the modern era, well, obviously you have the emergence of what we know today as propaganda. During the First World War, America, they built a whole system. They built a whole government department for shaping public opinion. It was called the Committee on Public Information. And they pioneered methods of propaganda. They pioneered methods of indoctrination, really of brainwashing. That would later even be used by the Nazis. Okay, so this was sort of the, you can say, the official beginning in the US of state corporate orchestration of public sentiment. Out of that milieu came someone like Edward Bernays and the concept of engineering consent. He understood that mass psychology could supersede public deliberation of individuals. And then you had someone like Walter Lippmann, who suggested that slogans could replace actual thinking processes. The technique matured, not only to sell products, but to sell versions of reality. If you don't know about Edward Bernays, you should look him up. He was quite ingenious. He was the epitome of an evil genius, diabolical. By the 1980s, you created what they called in academia the incredulity towards meta-narratives, which is just a sophisticated way of saying that there is no binding story. There's no final account. There's no objective truth. There's no overarching reality. There's only language games and power. But if truth is just a contest over framing, the framing of narratives, then what's conscience? Conscience has lost any coherent meaning in that worldview. You have intellectualized a rationalization for just being the way that you've always been. It's just like shoot first and ask questions later, right? Act first, then after you've acted, weave your rationale afterwards. But what I'm saying is truth does exist. Reality exists. Yep. The real world exists. The action is what it is in reality. And no narrative is ever going to be able to change the nature of that action, nor the consequences of that action, because the truth is real. But the point is, you've been doing this for centuries. You've been doing it for millennia, and it has become a pathology. That pathology has become your culture until you no longer know how to interact. You don't know how to engage with the truth. You don't know how to be honest. Because again, as I say, truth is not just about the words you say. It's a posture of your soul itself. Truth begins long before your tongue ever moves, before the mind ever starts assembling the words to say. Honesty is a covenant inside your heart. It's a willingness to face reality as it is, because you know that you will eventually face the one who made reality.
Yeah.
And when that covenant is broken, the lies that you speak, that's just the leakage. That's why the problem isn't just propaganda. Propaganda is just a tool. It's an outgrowth of an already existing dishonest culture, of a culture that already does not value the truth or even recognize that there is such a thing. The deeper disease is a moral habit. It's a moral habit that trains a person to treat reality as optional. Moral relativism, you know. It sounds academic. Like I said, it's beginner level nihilism. Nothing matters. And that creates a sort of safe house of ambiguity where nothing is actually binding. No truth is strong enough to actually restrain your urges and instincts and appetites. No meaning is heavy enough to cause you to submit and discipline yourself. So in that fog, deception doesn't feel like deception anymore. It's just an alternative perspective. That's the confusion they create. And accountability, again, just becomes another word game, a point-scoring debate. You dodge and deflect and evade, you know, you throw counter punches, you throw curveballs, or what have you. Anything that you can do, if you can obscure the truth, if you can make the point of a discussion get lost in the quagmire of all your, you know, non sequiturs, your red herrings, your straw men, then you win. If you do that, you win. You actually believe in a form of engagement in which it is possible to win against the truth, against reality. You think if you can dazzle and you can distract and you can confuse until the truth gets sidelined, that means you win. And if you win, then that means that whatever you said to win is true. You're validated when your lie wins an argument, as if winning an argument makes what you said true, makes it not a lie. Do you understand? But that's how you think. That's how the West thinks. This is how estranged and alienated and disconnected you are from reality, how disconnected your culture has made you from reality. I mean, look at the sequence. Before anyone crafts a false argument, something inside them has already decided that the outcome matters more than the truth, meaning winning the argument by hook or by crook, that matters more than what's actually real and what's actually true. Reflect on that. You know how dangerous that is? Do you know how dangerous of a position that is to take? That's a theological position. You think that you're living in a reality where you will not be audited. You understand? This dismisses the day of judgment when speech and silence are both going to be evidence for you or against you. Listen, this is why I've talked about how we in this life, Muslims in this life, have to be witnesses, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us. We have to be witnesses in this world with integrity. Because you're going to face the bare bones reality, the absolute truth on the day of judgment. Everything is going to be audited. Everything that you said, everything that you did, everything that you didn't say and didn't do. There are no alternative versions of reality on that day. No narratives. And there's no moral relativism on that day. You understand? So if you construct an internal fiction, a private universe, where cause and effect can be defied or distorted, where you can repaint facts, where you're the arbiter of the truth, then you're denying the day of judgment. You are denying the day of judgment. Look, you know the story of Cain and Abel, right? Christians have that story. And so do Muslims, Qabil and Habil. So Cain offered a lackluster sacrifice, an offering, and it was rejected. But he spun a narrative that his offering was only rejected because God was unfairly biased against him and unfairly preferential to Abel, to Habil. Well, that's the story of the West. Because it was never about the material substance of Cain's offering. It was the deficiency of his intention. The deficiency of his...
You know, like, you know, when you say whites will choose race over religion and politics, the only reason why white people even consider themselves Christians, because they believe Christ is white. They believe he's white. So because they believe he's white, by identifying as a Christian, I can't be wrong. Whatever I feel, whatever I say must be right because I look like Christ. They really believe that this dude was born in Sweden. He was born in Norway. He was born in France. He was born. They don't realize he's a Semite. Or maybe when they look at the Jews from Europe, they think, oh, well, he looks like these people, so he must look white. They really think, do you think if white people really, if they had read the passage in Isaiah, that's why I say they don't read the Bible. You think if white people had read the passage in Isaiah, when Isaiah describes what this man looks like, these fools would say, oh yeah, oh shit, I'm a Christian? Hell the fuck no. A black leader or a Semitic leader, they ain't gonna go down for that shit. He looks like the very people they kill every single day. But this is how obtuse they are. That's why you say they struggle with reality. They're not in reality. The boy was born in Bethlehem. He was born in the Middle East. Then the angel said, grab your family. The angel said to Joseph, grab your family, move into Egypt. But then again, most white people believe that Egypt was ran by white people. That, it's in Africa, but they're not Africans. Like, what? Yeah, they're not. They're from Macedonia. You see, like, they really struggle with reality. Like, this is why even when you see or you hear a white conservative try to bully a white trans person, it's kind of funny to me because I'm like, y'all got the same mental disorder. The white trans, right? He suffers because if it's a boy and he thinks he can be a woman, he's suffering because he despises reality. He's born a boy, and that brings him torment because he wished he was born a girl. Instead of just accepting reality, they can't do it. When you look at a white conservative as well, right? They live in alternate reality. They live in a world where white people are so nice. White people are these amazing Christians. White people do nothing wrong. All they've ever wanted to do was be pro-life and save babies in the womb, right? They didn't kill Native Americans. Native American people just gave them the land, okay? America is their birthright. America is their land. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. All they've ever done was to be nice. Even plantation owners, they were nice. These Africans were naked in Africa. They had no food. We gave them something to do. I'm like, they both mentally ill. So imagine you crazy, he crazy, but you think you have more sanity than him. Oh no, I'm more sane because I like my body. Yeah, but you despise your reality. You are the descendant of white colonizers. You're not a good person. They are both trans, like the trans woman and the trans Christian, okay? They're not dealing with reality. They're all mentally ill. White people struggle with who they truly are. The fact that so many white Americans don't even want to admit they had at least one family member that was part of some Ku Klux Klan bullshit is crazy to me. They take no accountability. They don't want to claim none of them people. A lot of white people had people that were evil. Like even that girl, what's her name? Jillian Michaels, right? That goofy ass white lesbian trainer. When she said, right, that, only 3% of white people had slaves. I'm like, you see how dumb you are, Jillian? You like, because she thought she ate, like, trying to say, we didn't all have slaves, because in her mind, if only 3% of white people own slaves, then the rest of the white people who didn't own slaves are good people. I'm like, these people are so fucking mediocre. If only 3% of the population of white people owned slaves and 97% did not, then why did slavery last so long? Right? If you have 1,000 people, 970 people don't have slaves, 30 people have slaves, then why did the 970 people dismantle slavery a lot sooner? So it goes to show you only had 3% of white people owning slaves, not because inherently white people saw slavery as wrong. No, they didn't have the means to partake in slavery. You think if the 97% had more money, okay, they themselves wouldn't have bought the damn slaves. These bitches was broke. They were fucking broke. So the reason why it was only 3% of white Americans or white people here who had slaves, because that is the small minority of wealthy Europeans who left England, who left France, who left Denmark and Germany to come here. So it shows that the vast majority of these goofy ass white Americans, white immigrants, were poor. America had an invasion of poor, sickly, dirty ass, poorly educated white people. Right? Because it's shameful. It is shameful. Slavery is a crime against humanity. So if you're telling me that 97% of white people did not own slaves, then why the fuck did it last for so fucking long? It lasted almost 200 years. So the majority of white people were perfectly fine with 200 years of human enslavement. These are not good people, Jillian. But she doesn't get it because she's fucking slow. That's what he's saying. They struggle with shit. Because anything that makes them look bad, anything that makes them look bad, makes them uncomfortable. And the truth makes white people so uncomfortable. That's why they need the likes of Charlie Kirk. It's like crack cocaine. It allows them not to be able to cope with reality. They want to get high off the shit. All they care about are narratives. Tell me I'm a good person. Tell me I'm a good person. Instead of really trying to be a good person. They're sick as fuck. They're really sick. I'm like, you really think these 97% people, they didn't have slaves because they didn't want to have slaves? Nah, bitch, they was fucking broke. They didn't have the money because slaves ain't free. Even back then, $500 is a lot of money. Even back then, $100 was a lot of money. They didn't have the fucking money. So it's not because oh my God, slavery is so bad, I want no parts of that shit. If they really felt like slavery was bad, because they're the majority, they should have dismantled slavery a lot sooner. So what that shows is that white people inherently are evil. They will not do anything. Hey, Kevin, they wouldn't do anything in the presence of evil, just like in Palestine. They will sit there and watch people get killed. They will sit there and watch human beings be sold. This is the kind of people they are. They are actively witnessing a genocide in Palestine. They're not stopping it. They're not stopping it. They actively witnessed slavery for 200 plus years. They didn't stop it. Meanwhile, you're telling me that the majority, right? Exactly. You see? So they didn't have the money. It's not because, oh my gosh, I'm white and I don't see myself doing this. Like, this is against my religion and God would really hate for me to have a slave. Nah, that was not their mindset. The bitches was broke. They didn't have the money. So that's why a lot more white people didn't have slaves, because the vast majority of white people who came to America was some broke ass bitches. And they also came here illegally, by the way. So let's just say that, okay? Your ancestors came here illegally, broke as fuck, sick as fuck, drinking water full of fecal matter, okay? Go sit your goofy ass down. Number two, the reason why it went on for 200 years, even though 97% of white people did not own slaves, because they all benefited from slavery. They probably, I can't own the slave, right? But I can be the police officer against the slave. I can be the attendant of the slave, right? Slavery created an economy. It created jobs. So indirectly, they made money from slave owners. They benefited from slavery. You're dumb as fuck. You are really stupid. Even the breast milk that most white women took from black women is a benefit from slavery. White people benefited from slavery, whether it was directly or indirectly. They benefited. Are you kidding me? You're dumbass. Go play with somebody's phone. Lord Jesus. Oh my God. These people be triggering me. Okay? You sound dumb as fuck, Jillian. You sound so damn stupid. And you think because you went to a third world country like Haiti and you adopted a black girl that somehow that makes you a good person. They're so fucking performative. You're so fucking sick. She wants to have a black girl in her house, call her mommy, tell her she's a great white woman, tell her how awesome she is, right? So they go and find the poorest black children, adopt those children, and raise them in a racist environment where the black child constantly validates her in her goofy shit. Bitch, go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Like you're crazy as hell. You are crazy as hell. Imagine a world where 97% of people, right, can actually do something about something evil. And they don't do shit for 200 years. And now, when it even came to the Civil War, it's a bunch of white people who did not own slaves who still fought to keep people enslaved. Bitch, you're dumb. Bitch, you're a dumb bitch. You are so damn stupid, right? Because why did the Civil War happen? If most white people didn't own slaves, didn't care about slavery, wanted nothing to do with slavery, then why the fuck did they fight in the Civil War? Oh, you know what? Hey, I don't care about slavery anyways. I don't got no damn slaves, so I don't care what happens. But it was the non-having slave-ass white people who were fighting in the Civil War to keep black people enslaved. So miss me with the bullshit. They didn't have slaves because they couldn't afford to have slaves. Not because they had this great moral compass, this incredible moral north. Like, you know what? As a Christian, the Bible says, no. White people don't give a fuck about the Bible. And we know this for a fact. White people don't give a fuck about Jesus. Don't give a fuck about God. Because to most white people, they are God. They believe they're God. If white people truly fear God, the world wouldn't look like this. Go sit your ass down somewhere. If most white people really believed in God, the world wouldn't look like this. You wouldn't even have a war. They would not be starving children in Palestine. America would not be the number one country in the world. This is the number one country in the world to have the most people in prison. This is not a Christian country. These are not Christian people. It's a military state. This right here is a concentration camp for people of color. Are you kidding me? When you live in America, you live here just so you can pay taxes. That's it. What the fuck do you get? Like, you think about this shit. When you're an American citizen, even if you have a green card, from permanent resident to being a U.S. citizen, what are your benefits? What do you actually get to do? You get to live, wake up, work, pay taxes. And if you don't pay the taxes, they put your ass in prison. That's it. This place is not a fluffy place. Oh my gosh, look at me. I'm a citizen. Okay, to pay taxes. The moment you're born, they give you a number. They give you an ID number. They call that's your inmate number. They call that your social security number. They will track you down for the rest of your life. Every penny you make, every dollar you make, they will track you down. This is a goofy ass plantation. And then sometimes they dope you up with entertainment, pornography, all kinds of sex bullshit. That's all they do. Alcohol, liquor, sex, prostitution, drugs. That's it. People here are a bunch of zombies, right? Nobody's out here really living life, a healthy life, a meaningful life. Most people in America do not have meaning to their life. They just work to pay taxes. And whatever money's left over, they indulge in fuckery, gambling, OnlyFans, fuckery. Then they start back on Monday. You get to live just so you can pay taxes, and these white people can be rich as fuck and do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's it. So, like, they're fucking crazy. I'm like, they're fucking psychotic. Yeah, she's a fucking idiot. She's a fucking idiot. I'm like, what do you get? Because by the time you retire, Medicare gonna be gone. Okay? Your Social Security gonna be gone. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. They ain't got the fucking money. They don't have the money. What do you get? You send your kids to school, then you get a bad product. They make your kids dumber and dumber every single day. They don't make these kids smarter. They don't teach these people how to think critically. These are not good people. Right? You get to be here so you can pay taxes. It's all about taxation. It's all about taxation. You live here so you can pay taxes, and they can do whatever the fuck they want to do with the money. You have no say so. If they want to send $300 billion to Ukraine, they'll do it. And there's nothing you can do. If they want to send your money to freaking Israel to kill a bunch of children with your money, they'll fucking do it. There's nothing you can say. Yeah, that's all they do. Dope you up on some bullshit. All they do is give you drugs, all kinds of drugs, pornography drugs, sex drugs, you name it. And then you got to pay taxes. But you better pay taxes or you're going to prison. All they do is lock people up. That's all they do. They just lock people up. This place is not a good place. It is just not a good place. And that's why it's hard for people here to have meaningful relationships, because everybody's just surviving. The average American is in survivor mode. They're not thriving. Everything is so competitive. Who can I screw over to get ahead? Who can I take advantage of to get ahead? This is the culture they've created. It's sick. It's really sick. It's so damn sick. It's so sick. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, it's like, we're the fucking slaves. You work they just want you to breathe, work, pay taxes, and then become some kind of addict. Have some kind of addiction so that one day they can either lock you up or do something else to your ass, or y'all lock you up because you gamble, you might get arrested. You become an alcoholic, you might get arrested. You become a drug addict, you might get arrested. It's a very violent ass society that there's no reprieve. Like, there's no moment for people to actually breathe. Your money hits your account, it's gone. And imagine this, before you even get paid, the government takes money out your check. That's so out of order. They should wait for you first. Okay, let me pay you first. No, they pay themselves. Out of your paycheck, they pay themselves every 2 weeks. They don't miss a beat. But when it comes to what you need, you can get in touch with these people. Congress, they're always on vacation. Okay? They're always on Helen. Like, they're always on vacation. They're always in recess. They work for 1 week, vacation for 2 weeks. They work for 1 week, vacation for 2 weeks. What the fuck is this bullshit? White people, they're mediocre. And they run a mediocre ass, they run this country in such a mediocre fashion. They're mediocre. And that's why they need the likes of Charlie Kirk. So that way they can distract people from their mediocre stewardship. This country is poorly ran. There's so many infrastructure that are falling apart. This country is poorly ran. But you know, the average white American is so damn poor, so uneducated, with no damn passport. Because if they could actually travel and go abroad, they'd be like, what the fuck? We're so far behind. This country is poorly ran. It is poorly managed. The mere fact that America, a country as powerful, a country with so much money like America, does not even have a wealth fund is crazy to me. And yet it's a country that's always ran by Ivy League people. Right? What's their stream of income? Besides taxation, how else do they bring in income? Tariffs? Yeah, the fuck right. How long is that going to last for? Right? Or what? Going to war, killing Arabs and stealing their oil? This is poor management. These people are bad. They're horrible at their job. They're mediocre. But as long as you have the likes of Charlie Kirk, who can keep playing the small violin, black people bad, okay, that's all they care about. Because the average white American doesn't even give a fuck about the well-being of his nation. If you're a white American and you really believe that the reason why this nation is not where it's supposed to be is because of black people, you're just fucking stupid. You're just fucking remedial. Like, just be gone. Like, just, child, let me not even say it. You're stupid as hell, right? You think America is not, if America is not where it should be compared to China, it's because of black people. If children are not performing well on their math scores, their reading scores across the nation, it's because of black people. Right? If they can't balance the budget, it's because of black people. Right? If you can't make your $9 trillion interest payment, it's because of black people. The interest rate is because of black people. Right? Bunch of dumbasses. They're so fucking dumb. Right? Like, this is crazy. I ain't never seen this in my life. Imagine being in charge of a country and then the country's not performing the way that it should, and then you're mad at people who don't have power. Trying to look for a scapegoat. Nah, get your bitch ass up and get to fucking work. Fix the shit, okay? And they all involved in it. White people, Democrat, Republicans, because they did the shit. Fix the budget, okay? Fix the federal government. Fix the budget, okay? It's your job, bitch. Get to fucking work. Get to fucking work. All this black shit is nothing but some distraction. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, okay? They're so incompetent. They're so fucking lazy. They're so fucking lazy. Okay? I'm like, this is so damn stupid. What is this?
Sincerity. And he became envious of his brother, and he became angry at God, and he killed his brother in an act of envy and resentment. Well, that's literally the whole history of Western so-called civilization. Their history with the global South. That's the history of colonization. Envy and jealousy about the abundance of their resources in the global South, interpreted in the Western mind as an unfair preference by God, and then a centuries-long campaign of violence and extraction and acquisition and pillage and plunder out of resentment, out of jealousy, out of spite, and out of a total misunderstanding of the purpose of existence. You understand me? Because it's not like Europeans were the only ones on Earth who were living in harsh conditions. It's not like they were the only ones who were precarious, whose survival was precarious, but they reacted to their conditions the way they did, and that's unique to them. It's peculiar to them. So you rejected the reality that you were living in on the basis of a wrong interpretation about it, because you felt that you were being unfairly deprived by God. And then you decided to act out. You decided to lash out and to prioritize material acquisition above and beyond anything and everything else, until morality and truth became afterthoughts. You see the chronology of this pathology in the Western mind? You form this view that you can weave your own system of reality that makes anything and everything you do, anything and everything that you do to win.
Yeah.
That is the definition of what is right and true and moral. But notice what this habit does to language. You know, words stop pointing to realities and they start serving your own appetites and urges and what you and your nefs. Mm-hmm. And any sort of precision in speech and any sort of fact checking is always treated as hostility or arrogance. Clarity is accused of being cruel. The aim of speech shifts from illumination to pacification and to justification. You can always tell when you're in that sort of a discourse environment, when every fact is greeted with deflection and evasion. You know, it's complicated. It's nuanced. There's many sides. I mean, of course, complexity exists, obviously, but complexity is not a permit to abandon the truth. Complexity should sharpen your honesty, not sabotage your honesty. I mean, what does this do to a person? Well, it splits you. You're forced to live in two different worlds at once. The real world that keeps intruding with consequences, and then the invented world of your own mind, of the Western mind, where the consequences are denied or pretended they either don't exist or pretend they're happening for other reasons. But your own nervous system knows the difference. Anxiety spikes because your soul is conscripted into a permanent cleanup operation, damage control operation. You have to seal up all the leaks in your alternative reality, patching up the holes in your fiction, explaining away the obvious. You're in a constant defensive posture. That's why so many people in the West.
That's why I get really like, that's why I sometimes I get pissed off. Sometimes I get amused when they say things like, oh, you know, it's your people who sold you into slavery. Oh, Africans were selling other Africans into slavery. I'm like, who in the right mind would ever trust anything that comes out the mouth of a white person? Like, seriously. First of all, do you have a purchase order? Do you have a receipt with a letterhead? Like, go sit down somewhere. Right? Africans were selling Africans into slavery. Purchase order. Need an invoice. All right. Number two, even if Africans were selling other Africans, you had to buy the people. Right? You just couldn't help yourself. I mean, right? So you don't have a moral compass yourself? So if somebody sold you a child, if you sold a child today to a white person, they would just buy the person since the child is being sold. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? What the fuck are we even talking about? But then again, white people are still trafficking children to this day. Every year, every day, every week, a white man's getting arrested for trying to purchase a child for sex. So maybe, I don't know, right? But just because someone says, hey, buy my brother, buy my sister, you can't say, I don't buy people. I don't buy human beings. You couldn't help yourself. You had to buy the people, right? They're a bunch of clowns. They're a bunch of clowns, right? I mean, I will never put any stock into anything that comes out the mouth of a white person. White people, as soon as their lips are moving, I know they're lying. That is their frequency. They just lie. They can't help themselves. It is so natural to them to just lie. And, oh, yeah, there goes a lie, right? There goes a lie. Anything a white person tells you, you need to go double check, triple check, quadruple check. Go double check for yourself. You never trust a white person. Are you slow? Are you actually slow? You can't be this remedial. All they do is lie. Their history books, bunch of lies. This right here is nothing but propaganda. This is not the real history. This is what they want you to believe in. Believe that shit. But that's not what really happened, is it? Because in the history books, you never hear from the victims of white atrocity, right? You never hear. It's white people trying to tell you how the people they hurt felt about being hurt. Go sit your ass down somewhere. because that's what they do. When you are a victim to white terrorism, they silence you. You will never be heard. You can never give an account of what happened. You can't talk about your feelings because everything revolves around white people and their feelings, right? And nobody has the right to hurt white people's feelings because their feelings are so sacred. No, they're sick as hell. That's why I say there are no white liberals, white conservative, it's the same people. Go tell a white trans person they can't go into a woman's bathroom. They're going to shoot your ass, right? Go tell a white conservative you don't give two shit about his feelings. He going to shoot your ass. They're the same people. They are the same. And because they're all narcissists, they can't even say, you know what, you kind of remind me of me. There you go, right? Otherwise, they would see it, right? This is who we are. We're a bunch of narcs. You can't tell us not to do something. Otherwise, we get violent. They all do it. And they really think they can just use labels and somehow that really separates them at their core. Oh, I'm a liberal. Oh, I'm a conservative. Okay, you're white. Y'all come from the same household, the same culture, the same Europe, you have the same traditions. You aren't the same people. You only have a difference of opinions. And you have, I guess you want to go about it differently, but ultimately you have the same psychology. A white conservative, a white liberal is the same people. It's the same people. It's the same culture. It's the same bloodline. It's the same household, right? It's the same mode of operandi. Like, this is who you are. And they really think they're better. Oh, no, I have black friends. Who gives a fuck? You have black pawns. These people are accessories to you because you want to believe that you are a better white person. So you use people of color, right, as accessories to prove to yourself that you're a better person. You're not a better person. It's the same people. It's the same genetics. It's the same lineage. It's the same people. You just have it's different jerseys, but who cares? It's another day of white people playing Family Feud. That's it, right? So it's like, be quiet. Okay? So I'm like, y'all the same people. The same people. You got the same psychology. This girl's like, oh, Marlene, you're spreading the same hate as Charlie Kirk. I said, okay. Anything else? I don't care. And I'm like, you see, white people. For them, hatred is you hurt my feelings. If a white person's feelings are hurt, they call it hatred. They're so damn stupid. Okay? But when they actually do hateful shit, they will tell you, oh, I'm doing it for your own good. Oh, it's just me being a truth teller, right? When Charlie Kirk says like, oh, black people or black women are intellectually inferior as a human people, that's not hatred to them. That's just him telling the truth. If you tell a white person you ain't shit, oh my gosh, that's hateful. No, your feelings are hurt. I'm not hateful. I don't give a fuck about you. See, I don't care about white people like that. I really don't. I don't care. Because to me, for as long as I've lived, and I have looked at white society, white culture, these Europeans, I realized a long time ago that these people are ungodly. Like, they are ungodly people. Just like when Daniel gets kidnapped and he's taken to Babylon, he realizes that him and these Babylonians have nothing in common. We don't worship the same God. We don't eat the same food. We don't have the same culture, right? It just comes down to the fact that because white people have pillaged the world at large, they have most of the resources. So if you want to make some kind of money, you got to have proximity to white people because that's the world they design. They pillage everything and everyone. Right? That's it. You are just next to white people to make money. Nothing else, nothing more. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you to call me beautiful. I don't need to be around you. I don't need your friendship. I don't need you. I don't care. I really do not care. Right? But a long time ago, I realized that white people, especially white Americans, it's a very dishonest people. It's a very deplorable people. They're very, very dishonest. They're not capable of keeping their word. They're not capable of being loyal. They're not capable of being honorable. It's not a godly people. Everything that comes out of their mouth is usually a lie. It's most of the time, like maybe like 95% of the time, right? They're lying. They always lie. You know, that's why I Shahid, that's my dude. Like the way he sees these people, that's how I see these people. They are incredibly dishonest. And I don't like dishonest people. So therefore, I can't really fuck with white people like that. Like, listen, right? You will never be my people because you're lying people. My people don't lie. And doesn't mean they have to be black, but the people that I can attach myself to are honest people and they're God-fearing people. White people are not a God-fearing people. It's a vengeful people. They love revenge. They love to kill, and they love revenge as if they're not the initial aggressor. So they start shit with people. They antagonize people. They provoke people. They kill people. But then when you respond, they want to play victim. Right? This is what they do. They love to antagonize people, kill people, bully people, lie on people, steal from people. Right? And then the moment you react, because it's normal to react, they start playing victim. Because gaslighting is their ministry. Right? So I don't fuck people like that. Like, you're a fucking liability. Okay? White people to me, a fucking liability. I don't fuck with people like that. You're not a good people. So I stay the fuck away from you. And kindly stay the fuck away from me. Right? Nobody needs to be around white people to have a good life. Even in America, you can live in America, not engage with white people and have a great life. They're not centripetal to your orbit. It's like white people are not it's not the white people is not another name for oxygen, right? They're not a life source. You don't need them to breathe. Okay? You don't need white people. A lot of people have lived great lives without ever catering or caring about white people. They're not that important. Okay? They're obviously not that important to themselves. Look at how they gun each other down. Okay? They're always doing mass shootings and shit. Okay? So obviously, their own lives don't matter much to these people. Okay? That's it. That's that. That's it. That's that. Right? But I feel like in life, you have to study people and you got to get to a point where you say to yourself, hey, these people, this is who they are. Right? They're always sitting here trying to study black people. I think black people also need to study white people and realize, like, yeah, thank you. I'm going to abstain. Just like drugs, just like fentanyl. I will abstain. Thank you. Not fucking with that shit. Like, you're crazy. I don't want none of that. Okay? They're too fucking toxic. They're just too toxic.
They're exhausted. It takes immense energy to keep the false world standing. You know, it can't bear the weight of the world, the real world. Your house of cards mentality, your house of cards worldview, your house of cards paradigm isn't strong enough to hold the weight of the real world, and it's being crushed. I mean, the cognitive dissonance alone, the cognitive dissonance is torture. People start crashing out. You see it all the time. And then, of course, you add to all this the fact that the West, and especially America, has deliberately, completely sabotaged people's thought processes, you know, their capacity for independent thought, for critical thought, and so on. Mm-hmm. Because again, you need that. You need that as a so-called civilization. You need people to be that way. You need uniformity. You don't want any leaks in the system. It's already hard enough to keep the leaks from flooding, from reality flooding through the already existing cracks in your system. You don't want people to themselves become leaks. You understand? So you need uniformity. So then people become predictable. Mm-hmm. Because everyone is programmed. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, in any given video that I do, and probably in response to this video, you'll see it in the comment section. You'll see the recitation of all the same trite arguments, the attempted rebuttals. Exactly. And I'm sure that the people who are writing these comments actually believe that they thought of these comments.
Exactly. But and you always say, like, oh, why no black fathers in the home? Oh, you're a monkey. Oh, you're a baboon. Or you're a welfare queen. Like you said, it's the same old trite comments, same trite arguments. All they do is just repeat shit because white people have been programmed to be hateful. Okay? They've never seen the shit they talk about. They have never experienced the shit they talk about, right? They repeat the same thing. Oh, what? Offended by everything, ashamed of nothing. I'm like, the lack of self-awareness. Like, when I see white people write that shit, I just scream, right? The lack of self-awareness, like the calls coming from inside the house. What are white people ashamed of? The countless genocides they perpetrated. Do they have any shame for that? Of course not. Right? When are white people not offended? When do white people not expect you to kiss their ass and say, oh my gosh, thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for that. Oh my gosh, white man, thank you. Oh my gosh, white people, thank you. Right? You are so fucking stupid. Right? But once again, they think they're such a grateful people. They're such an honorable people. They're such a hardworking people. Everything they have because they worked so hard to get it, and they were so honest in the process, and they never commit any infractions. They always have the highest moral continence. Like, go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. You are living on stolen land, and you have no shame. Okay? You celebrate Thanksgiving, right? In memory of what? All these Indians who helped you out when you couldn't even feed yourself, and then you slaughtered those people, right? Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. What are you proud of? What are you ashamed of? Nothing, right? Most of your daughters on OnlyFans selling box, okay, for a $5 subscription. Most white girls today is sex workers, okay? Have no shame. Do you have any shame? Do white people have any shame? Walk around naked all the damn time, thinking that people want to see your bodies. You go to the store, it's a bunch of white girls in booty shorts with their booty meat hanging out. Do you have any shame? Who told you we want to see that shit, right? Make it make sense. Going to school, shooting up your classmates. Do you have any shame? Of course not. Of course not. When are white people ever ashamed of their bad behavior? When are they ever ashamed of their bad behavior, right? You're not ashamed. If anything, you take your shame and you turn that into a brand, keeping up with the Kardashians. Okay? From sex tapes to I guess $1 billion brand. There's no shame, right? Pamela Anderson, a whole sex worker. Did she have any shame? No, because all that matters is that she made money, not how she made the money. Right? Madonna, does she have any shame? Of course not. When do white women have any shame? They're the most shameful women I've ever met. When do these women express any kind of shame? Right? I'm like, go sit down somewhere, just repeating all kinds of bullshit without having any sort of critical thinking skills for yourself. Because if you really thought about the fuck you're about to write, like, you know what? I can see how my people do that too. Right? Please move along. Like, they're so fucking annoying.
They didn't. These are programmed responses. Like, for example, if the West is so bad, why does everyone want to come here? Or, yes, the West has done bad things, but everyone else has done the same.
You're right.
Well, you're using a computer, aren't you? You're using Western technology. Aren't you being a hypocrite? Or my favorite, why are you wearing a suit and tie if you don't like the West? And of course, you got just the blanket dismissal. Oh, you just hate the West. You see what I mean? Truth doesn't matter. This is not honest engagement. The substance of the arguments that are made in the posts or in the videos that they're responding to are never acknowledged, never processed. There's just this reflexive deflection, diversion, misdirection, and so on. Any of these attempted program rebuttals can obviously easily be answered. They can easily be answered, but that would mean diverting off the path of the original point in the video and creating just busy work as a tactic of distraction. That's all this is. Cover up an actual issue, cover up an actual argument, cover up an actual point with a pile of non-issues, a pile of misdirections. And this whole process obscures and it covers up and it distracts and it enforces moral relativism or reality relativism. I mean, like conflating, for example, an actively ongoing Western genocide in Gaza with the alleged crime of hypocritically using a computer. It's absolute nonsense. What are you saying? You don't even know what you're saying. And another version of this is something that happened the other day on the Middle Nation Telegram discussion group. Okay, we had someone who decided to rant his outrage about the Israelis, how evil the Israelis are, how anyone even trying to deal with them within the framework of legality, well, they're just a fool. They're a coward. You know, he talked about how the Israelis are just wicked and how they steal children's organs and how all they want to do is to destroy Islam and so on and so forth. Okay. And he was basically inferring that the only proper way of dealing with them is what? Violent annihilation, I suppose. He didn't really have a point except to delegitimize the strategies that are being employed by necessity by the Arab states and by the Muslim world. This was all being said in response to the Israeli strike in Doha. Okay, this was an emotional outburst. But we don't do emotional outbursts in our discussion because that's self-indulgent. It's time wasting. You are literally putting yourself and your feelings at the center of everything, and I can't stand that. Stating the obvious, okay, is not analysis. Shock and outrage are not strategies. And performing your despair and your anger more loudly than anyone else does not make you more virtuous. And it does not mean that you feel it more than the rest of us. And it doesn't make you right in your conclusions. And so when this person got pushback, as inevitably he did, he immediately reverted to, well, that was hurtful. You're not being nice. You see the manipulation? They can't engage honestly. And of course, this person is American. Obviously, it goes without saying. Everyone in the discussion already knew that this was an American before he was identified as such, because he self-identified as such by his manner of discussion. I'm loud and I'm passionate and I'm histrionic in my outrage. And therefore, I'm wise. Therefore, I'm right. Therefore, my views should be respected. Because in the West, performance is everything.
Yes.
It trumps truth and reality. Performance is everything.
Yeah.
No, this is dishonest. This is dishonest. It's a dishonest approach to discourse. I've said it many, many times. If you form and voice and argue your opinion, while it is not a knowledge-based opinion, it's not based on facts, and it's not based on any sound thinking, then you are identical to a liar, in my opinion. You are someone for whom the truth does not matter. So you won't even benefit by being told the truth. Because if you did care about the truth at all, you would have already researched facts. You would have already researched information before forming your opinion, much less before voicing it, and much less before arguing your opinion in public with other people. No, you don't care about the truth. You care about validation, and you care about recognition. You care about being regarded as moral more than you care about being moral. And this is the essence of so-called Western civilization. Okay? Say what you mean and mean what you say. We all know that. We all understand that idea. But meaning what you say is not about feeling passionately about what you're saying. That's not what that means. No, meaning what you say is about the soundness of what you are saying and that you are convinced of that. That you're saying what is true because you know it is true based on sound reasoning, not based on passion and emotion. Like I said, this is something that has been done to you. You have been deprived of honesty. And wallahi, it's a catastrophe. But this is something that has to be understood both by the Muslim world, by the people in the global south and so on, but also by Westerners themselves. Obviously, for us, for Muslims and for people in the global south, we have to know that we cannot deal with you the way that we would deal with honest people. But for Westerners, you have to know this so that maybe you can actually become honest people. Again, I've explained it many times before, but I'm not just talking about lying. Understand me, I'm not just talking about lying. Because plenty of you don't deliberately lie, but you're still dishonest. You still cannot communicate with others in an honest manner. You can't stay on topic. You can't engage with the points being made. You can't restrain your impulse to deflect and to subject change or to throw in false equivalencies or to divert or evade or start ad hominem attacks or be contrarian for purely defensive tactical reasons. You can't stop yourself from cherry picking or relativizing or. You have a tremendous amount of rehabilitation that you have to do before you can even start being honest, I'm telling you. Because look, again, honesty is also about saying what you yourself think, what you yourself thought of, ideas and perspectives that you independently built in your own mind, you know, and using expressions that are unique to you, unique to your own mind. And your society has almost completely destroyed your ability to do that. I mean, it's unwise for me to do this, for me to point this out. And I don't mean to offend anyone in my comment section. I don't mean to offend anyone who supports Middle Nation and who appreciates our content, but let's be honest. You can look at even the positive comments in my comment section and you'll see what I'm talking about. Where's the lie? Protect this man. Let him cook. Truth bombs. No lies told. You talk in memes. You talk in received slogans from a menu of quips. I mean, I appreciate the support, don't get me wrong, but you do understand what I'm saying. right? You understand what I'm saying? Use your own words, use your own thoughts, but they have bankrupted your ability to express yourself. They depleted your lexicon. All of this is poisonous to real honesty. And of course, for the Muslim world and for the global South, generally, we have to know this. We have to know this about the West and about Westerners, because it also means that the West cannot offer us any ideas, any systems, any theories that are going to be genuinely useful for us. Because you never believed in any of them yourselves in the first place.
Yeah.
You just come up with these things as packaging.
And these, yeah. The stuff they tell y'all, they're just like, it's just marketing. They don't believe in that shit themselves. When they say things like, oh, nobody should be getting killed for their opinions, they don't believe that shit. Because like I said, I told y'all yesterday, who haven't they not killed for their opinions? Like, why did MLK die? Why was MLK assassinated? Why was Malcolm X assassinated? Right? Why was like Huey Newton assassinated? Like, child, there's so many people, right? Hugo Chavez, they just kill people when they don't like your opinion. White Americans have no problem killing you because they don't like what you said. If they can't kill you, they might dox you, right? If they can dox you, they'll do cancel culture. If they can't do cancel culture, they'll try to get you to be banned or things like that. They're not capable of allowing people to disagree with them. White people want to be the only ones that have the privilege of being disagreeable. I can be as offensive as a skunk, right? But somehow nobody should make me feel a certain type of way. No, absolutely not. If you say a thing, you should ask yourself, would it make me feel good if somebody said that shit to me? But of course not, because they're sociopaths. They're fucking narcissists. They don't have any empathy in their being. Because you would say to yourself, if somebody said that I was intellectually inferior, how would that make me feel? If somebody always talked about everything that's wrong with me or was perpetually shaming me, how would that make me feel? No, they don't care. Because they think, I'm just telling you the truth, though. Facts don't care about your feelings. But it's funny how they never care about their own facts. They never care about their own statistics. Why is that? Because the truth hurts, huh? Understand? If white people truly believe that facts don't care about feelings, feelings don't matter like that, we have to stay focused on the facts. They will be so busy fixing their own shit. They'd be so busy keeping their kids safe, because most white children are more likely to be sexually assaulted by a white man than any other child in America. It's not a joke, right? They have a problem with abusing children sexually. They have an issue with child pornography. They are always molesting children. Most of sexual assaults in this nation, especially as it pertains to kids, it's always a white man. If you ever hear that somebody got caught with child pornography on their phone, on their computer, you already know it's a white man. When you hear about mass shootings, schools, clubs, grocery stores, universities, you already know it's a white person, right? But why is it that white Americans are not concerned with the facts about who the fuck they are and the bullshit that they do? But they're always concerned about other people because they seek to hurt feelings, right? But you don't have the right to make a white person uncomfortable, because the moment you make a white person uncomfortable because you spoke facts, the same facts they told you, the facts of the facts, numbers don't lie. They love that shit, right? But go tell a white man about his own facts and the kind of crimes that be festering in the white community, especially a white woman. She won't think you're so hateful. No, I'm not hateful. I don't hate you. You don't matter to me. You're just cursed. Like, you are the brave group of people. You will not ascend on Judgment Day. You're not a good people. So I don't need to hate you. You hate yourself. And that's why you hate God. Right? I'm indifferent towards you. I just analyze you and I see you for what you are. And I'm like, yeah, these are not good people. That's it. I don't hate you. You don't matter to me. Right? But because you keep talking about me, I'm going to keep talking about your ass. But I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you. Because anybody who needs to lie this much, obviously, something ain't right. Right? And one thing about white people, you're not mentally resilient. The vast majority of white people are on some kind of medication. Xanax, antidepressant, you name it. They're not able to cope with life with some kind of drug. They always need drugs. It's sad. It's really sad. They're all doped up. They're all drugged up. You should look at their medicine cabinet full of all kinds of pills. Like it's like they wake up at like 4, 5, 6, 8 in the morning. By 9 o'clock, they already ingested like 20 different pills just so they can make it through the day. They can't make it without some kind of drug. Like, this is not normal. Like what the fuck is this shit? Right? So it's like, no. But it's really easy to hide behind, oh, I'm just speaking facts. Oh, I'm just telling facts. I'm just telling you statistics. Okay, then keep going. What about your statistics? But you'll never do that. Because the truth is something that you have a hard time with. Because you need to believe that as a white person, your image is pristine. Anything to do with white people always has to be good. Anything having to do with white people always has to give angelic. Anything dealing with white people always has to be top tier. You're not a top tier people. You're ratchet people. And the vast majority of white Americans are descendant of goofy ass rednecks from England. You don't have the pedigree you think you have. You're a bunch of ratchet people. And you don't want to accept your lineage. That's so fucking crazy to me. That is so damn crazy to me. But no, they will say to you, oh my gosh, nobody should die for their opinions. You have killed and slaughtered a bunch of people because you were threatened by their opinions. You are always killing people that disagree with you. You're going to kill them emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, career-wise, you name it. You're always silencing the opposition. You don't allow for free commerce of ideas. You don't allow for people to really disagree with you and be okay. You're not okay with anybody who threatens the image that you have forged for yourself. That's it. That's what it means to be white in America. It's not about the honesty of being white in America. It's about the narrative of being white in America. And anybody who attacks your perceived identity of self, you hurt those people. So to me, a white conservative is no different than a white trans. You all have the same mental illness. You're all sick. But instead of trying to get better, you worry about the trans person. No, worry about yourself. Because maybe once you start treating your mental illness, then the trans person gonna be inspired by your courage to finally seek treatment, and then they might get some help. You're a bunch of hypocrites. And that's exactly what Christ talked about. You see the mental flaw in the white trans, but you don't see a mental flaw in your ass? Seriously? Go on like they go all over the place, scream from every rooftop, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. And all you ever want is revenge. All you ever want is to hurt people. All you ever do is shame people. All you ever do is hate on people. You're mentally ill. You're a trans Christian. You don't know Christ. And I don't even think most of these people will ever be Christians. You are not capable of this level of selflessness. You are not capable of this level of love. Like, you cannot walk in the shoes of Christ. You just can't do it. Imagine you not reacting, especially trying to kill somebody when you're triggered. That is so anti-white. Because to be white, I hurt people I don't like. I punish people I don't like. I smear people I don't like. Right? You can't do what Christ did. You can't go around forgiving people. You can't go around even ask to be forgiven. What? A white American asking for forgiveness? Yeah, the fuck right. That don't even seem right. It's like, are you sure you're not going to kill me? Right? You're prideful. You're arrogant. You're mean. You're a bunch of bullies. You're a bullying ass people. You bully people. All you do is bully people. You're so fucking mean. People don't come around you because they like you. They have a necessity to be around you because you took all the money. You took all the natural resources. You're not a friendly people. You're not a friendly people. Okay? You made people hate themselves so badly. You made people have so much self-hate that they end up needing you to feel good about themselves. You have destroyed people. All you do is destroy people. All you do is wreak havoc inside of people's mind and their self-esteem. You ruin people's self-esteem. Do you think it's normal to enslave people and then the same people you tortured come around and say, oh, I want to be your friend? You think that's normal? You think that's normal? If somebody had enslaved you or fed your baby to an alligator or killed your child without due process just because he happens to be black and a person lied on your baby, okay? Well, do you see yourself being friends with such a people? Do you see yourself want to marry such a people? Do you see yourself want to carry children for such a people? This is what you do. You brutalize people. You're such brutes. You're a bunch of barbarians. You're so fucking mean to people. You starve people of human decency. You starve people of self-respect. All you do is starve people of their God-given rights. And then they turn around thinking that you're the God that they need to feel good about themselves. You are a people of idolaters. You're so full of idolatry. You're a wicked people. You're such a wicked people. And that's why your 31-year-old son is now dead. Because he had to be wicked in order to impress you people. He had to have hatred for everybody for y'all to see him. You're sick as hell. You're sick as hell. If Charlie Kirk was going around being nice to people, truly being a Christian, and really praying for people, y'all wouldn't have supported that man. You wouldn't have supported him. You supported him because he was just like you wanted him to be. He is 31 years old. This boy was born in 1993. He's my brother's age. Nobody born in the 90s should be this hateful. But this is what you have to do to get your white kinfolk to be on your side. This is what you got to do to get white people to give you some kind of money. You're such a hateful people, right? There are a bunch of white children who are really Christians who go around and they minister, they show love, they learn. You don't support these kids because that is not what you have in your head for what a white man should be. A white man should be a bully. He should use the Bible to beat the shit out of people. That's your understanding of the Bible because you don't see the Bible as a holy book. You see the Bible as a weapon that you use and you beat the shit out of people with the Bible into submission, right? You don't actually open the Bible and read the Bible. It's a weapon to you. Okay, because if you could, you use a pistol, but you don't want to go to jail. So you grab the Bible and just beat the shit out of people with the damn Bible. You're so fucking evil. I mean, they're so damn evil. But we all know damn well, if Charlie Kirk was not doing all this trolling shit, this grifting shit, this hyper polarizing shit, these white people would not have supported that boy. You got that boy killed. Y'all did that shit. Go sit the fuck down somewhere trying to gaslight somebody into thinking, oh, he died because of his opinion. No, he died trying to please white Americans. He died trying to please a bunch of racist white folks. That's it. This shit never had to go this far. It never had to go this far. This boy was so committed to his grift that he died talking about black people. Make it make sense. Not even, how many times do you even hear Charlie Kirk talk about his son? I didn't even know the baby was 1. The boy is 1, and you want to go on tour across America to bash black people? Are you kidding me? You don't want to be home, even take a whole year off, enjoy your baby. No, because white people need their supply of black hatred. And of course, he's a dope man, right? That's all he was. He's a drug dealer of hate. That boy is a dope man. And y'all a bunch of fiends. You're a bunch of hateful fiends. You will have to get your supply. You had to get it. Okay? Bunch of crackheads. You're a bunch of dope heads. That's all you care about. Come to my city and tell me how bad black people are. Fuck your kids. Come to my city and tell me how bad black people are. Are you okay? No, of course you're not. Doped up. Okay? Bunch of crazy bitches. Y'all some psychotic ass fucking people. You're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. You radicalize your children. They're all fucking crazy. All white kids are so radicalized. All these white kids, all these white boys are a bunch of extremists. Bunch of fucking incels, bunch of fucking racists, bunch of weirdos, bunch of school shooters, bunch of fentanyl heads. Why are so many white boys radicalized like this? This is crazy. Because getting love from your people, getting love from your community should never cost you your life. 31 years old. Think about the number, millions of people who hate this boy. There are more people who hate this boy than are actually praising this boy. People rejoicing that he's dead. Can you imagine? But that's what y'all do. It's your legacy. It's your legacy. And a bunch of people could have sat Charlie down, like, boy, calm down. Like, stop messing with them people. Like, it's okay. No, y'all wanted him to have a fever pitch with this bullshit. That's because y'all want to be entertained. You don't give a fuck. You want to be entertained. You're batshit crazy. You didn't even care about his fucking safety. None of y'all taught this boy, you need to stop. You have kids now. Think about your kids. Because you never know. It's a lot of crazies out there. Of course not. Bunch of crazy people. They're a bunch of crazy people. Now you want to sit here and gaslight people. Oh, you're rejoicing. No, I ain't rejoicing my shit. Because this was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. But ultimately, it's sad indeed because he's 31 years old. He never had to be this hateful, but this is what you got to do. If you want to be embraced by white America, you got to be a racist person. Okay? Oh, please, you can call me as vile as you want. I don't give a fuck. See, that's what the man says, deflection. Oh, she's a vile person. She's not a vile where. I don't give a fuck. You can call me whatever you want. Okay? You can call me whatever the fuck you want. Right? You're white. You're a narcissist. You will never be capable of self-introspection. You're not capable of that. You don't even know what vile is. Right? Because if you did, you will say, damn, the shit that Charlie Kirk was saying is vile. But you see nothing wrong with what he said. You have a problem with what I'm saying because it makes you uncomfortable. Right? Just because you're uncomfortable doesn't make me vile. You understand? You're not an arbiter of my reality. Right? And that's the thing with you white people. You're so wicked. Your words are wicked because you are a lying ass people. You are not an arbiter of my reality. You don't know me, right? You came in, you heard a thing, it didn't make you feel good. So now you want to deflect. We ain't deflecting shit, homeboy. We staying right on topic. You don't know my ass. But if you actually cared about what being vile meant, you would never support Charlie Kirk. You wouldn't support the stuff he said. Public execution. Oh, yeah, let's bring back public execution. You don't find that to be vile? Right? You don't find it vile to say that all Black people are intellectually inferior. That's not vile to you. Right? You don't find it vile to say right after a school shooting, there's a mass shooting. I think it was the Valde people. For him to say, while parents have yet to bury their kids, oh, you know what? Having a few people die of gun violence is the price we must pay in order to have the Second Amendment. You don't find that to be vile. When Charlie Kirk was out here saying that if Zohran Madani became the mayor of New York City, that all of a sudden New York will be full of Muslims who will start pooping in the streets, you didn't find that to be vile, right? Because of course, anything that dehumanizes people of color, I'm sure you see it as being factual, right? White boy, don't nobody give two shits. No one gives a shit what you think, right? No one gives a fuck. You're nobody to me. And like I said, you're not the arbiter of my reality. You understand me, right? Candace Owens, she has a channel. Officer Tatum got a channel. April, there are a bunch of self-hating Black coons on this YouTube. Go find them people. You looking for a house nigga. You're not going to find one over here. Okay? Right? I don't give a fuck who it is. You are looking for a house nigga. You're not going to find one. Go find Candace Owens. Y'all fucking crazy. I will never be your house nigga. I will never be your field nigga. It's not going to happen. Go find you what? Candace outside. Candace is out there. Candace is out there, right? Candace is out there. Officer Tatum, Anthony Brown, April Chapman, the Black Conservative Perspective, Brandon, whatever the fuck his name is, the Devery Darkin, the fuck his name is. They're a bunch of self-hating blacks who are always out here trying to lick the wounds of white people. Go find your favorite house nigga. Go consume their fucking content. Okay? Don't nobody give a fuck. If you see me in person, bitch, you ain't gonna do shit. And that's the reality. You don't scare me. You don't scare me at all. If you see me in person, white boy, you ain't gonna do shit. You ain't finna do shit. I told you I'm not your house nigga. You ain't gonna do shit, white man. You better pray that if I see you in person, I don't handle your ass. You ain't gonna do shit. Y'all some clownish ass people. We saw how y'all ran and left that boy behind. White people some pussies. That's why most of y'all get cheated on by your white wives. They be in the shower extra long, masturbating with the shower head. Y'all some weak ass dudes. You got your mama's clitoris. Half of you white men don't even have a penis past 3 inches. Okay? You small dick motherfuckers. You're a bunch of small dick bitches. You ain't got no damn dick. You barely make enough testosterone. Have you seen y'all's chest? You fuckers can't even get big without steroids. You're weak as fuck. You ain't finna do shit, white man. You ain't finna do shit, bitch. If I see you, I'm throwing Enivar at your bitch ass. I'm throwing Ren at your bitch ass so you can finally grow a man's chest, bitch, and deepen your voice, bitch. You ain't finna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't finna do shit, bitch. Matter of fact, I might even feed you a meal because I'm sure your mama never cooked. You processed eating ass food, motherfucker, right? You grew up eating Spam, bitch. You grew up eating canned food, bitch, right? So pray that when you meet me, I cook that day. I'm going to give you the best meal of your life, bitch. Right? You come from a non-cooking ass family, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Probably have all kinds of lead in your brain. You a dumb bitch. You a dumb motherfucker. Stop thinking that people are scared of y'all. We saw you people run for your life. It was only one shot. All you white folks started running because you don't want to die. You are scared people. You're a bitch ass people. You're nothing but a bitch ass people. The only reason why you got away with slavery and lynching and Jim Crow because you tied the hands of black people. You tied the hands of black people. Motherfucker, my hands are free. My feet are free. My mouth is free. Find me outside, bitch. Find me outside, bitch. With your dumb ass. With your dumb ass. Okay? I don't give a fuck. You got good hair? You got good hair with your lice having ass. With your limp having ass hair. You got good hair? With your wet dog looking ass. You got good hair? You got good hair. Bitch, you're zinc deficient. Most of you white folks, you vitamin D deficient. You iron deficient. You're zinc deficient. You got good hair, bitch? You got good hair? Please show me a picture. Show me a picture. Most of y'all got hair like wet dogs. Don't nobody give a fuck. Don't nobody give a fuck. Exactly. Dog fur. Don't nobody give a fuck. You got good hair, bitch? You got good hair. Most of you white folks, you iron deficient, you're vitamin D deficient, you're zinc deficient. All of y'all balding. White woman, white man, receding hairlines by the time you're 25. Y'all don't have good genes. Don't do it. Don't do it. I told you I'm not your house nigga. I'll hurt your feelings. Don't do it, cracker. Don't you dare do it, cracker boy. You ain't gonna like it, cracker boy. Don't play with me. I told you, go find Candace. Go find Candace. Go find Officer Tatum. Go find Greg. Go find Brandon. Go find Devery. Go find April. Go find all them goofy ass 20-point coons. Go find them people. Go play with something safe. I ain't what you want. Go play with something safe. This is not what you want. Okay? Your weak ass people like this. We saw you people just run for the hills. One bullet. Bunch of white dudes with the big ass, fake ass muscles that you get from Rand, Enivar, and Tretinoid. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, please. He ain't saying shit. He ain't saying shit. He ain't saying shit. They ain't got shit to say. Like he said, it's the same old trite arguments. They ain't saying shit. One thing about white people, they don't know how to roast. That's why all their reads are on repeat. That's all they do is just repetition. There's nothing they say that's original because they don't know how to roast. They don't know how to roast worth a damn. Ain't nobody afraid of a white person. Nobody cares. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. Child, nobody cares. Alopecia, no pecia. Bitch, a bitch is breathing, bitch. Okay, stick to what matters. Does she have a pulse? Okay, alopecia, no pecia. A bitch got a fucking pulse. Can Charlie Kirk say the same? Okay, get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. Your feelings are hurt, and you're not equipped for a crazy motherfucker like myself. You're not equipped. You are not equipped. Mentally, you're not equipped. Physically, you're not equipped. Your heart ain't made for this. You don't have what it takes. Everybody scream, brave heart, brave heart. You don't have what it takes, white boy. I will snatch your heart out. I will make you cry. Don't do it. I promise you, don't. I don't like you people. Don't do it. You better back the fuck up. Don't do it. Okay? Alopecia, no pecia, a bitch got a fucking pulse. Okay? She got a fucking pulse. Can Charlie Kirk say the same? Move the fuck on. Your feelings are hurt. Wonky wonk wonk. Don't give a fuck. Okay? Nobody wants to be white. You people are ugly. You people look, you age like cottage cheese and you smell bad. No one wants to be white. Even white people don't want to be white. From the Botox to the tanning, the self-tanning, the plastic surgery, the facelift, the boob jobs, the BBLs, the extensions. Even white people don't want to be white. Most white girls trying to marry a black man because even they don't want to have black children. They don't want white children. They want biracial children. Even white people don't want to be white. Nobody wants to be white. It's not cute. It ages badly. Okay? Y'all start to age at 25. Have you seen most broads that are white and 30? Like, what the fuck? She's 30? Look like then she's damn 70. Bunch of mummies walking out here. No one wants to age like cottage cheese. I don't want to be white. Thank you. I don't want to have the breath of a wet dog. Thank you. I don't want to be white. I'm telling you, stop doing it. Stop playing with me. Okay? I will hurt your feelings. I'm glad you love being white. It suits you well. Evil should always come in white packaging so that other people can know to stay the fuck away from you. So yes, I am glad that you want to be white. You're evil. You should come in white packaging. You should come in white skin, okay, with white hair, right? So that other people know what to look out for. The Antichrist. Stay the fuck away from me. I rebuke you, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody has fake nails, boo-boo. No one has fake nails. Here are my nails. I don't wear fake nails. I don't wear makeup. This is my natural hair. So carry the fuck on. This is not the one fake hair wear, bitch. Right? This is my natural hair. These are my nails. These are my lips. You would pay like what, $2,500, $5,000 for this shit? There you go. Naturally full. Right? Your mother wish she had my lips. Your sister wish she had my lips. Maybe your bitch also wish she had my lips. Maybe you wish your bitch had my lips so she give you better blowjobs, right? But I guess she'll never know, bitch, right? I don't want to look nothing like you. I don't want to wear makeup. I don't want to wear that shit because God gave me flawless skin, bitch. Okay? I was born with a bunch of melanin. You were born what? Deficient? Yeah, you wish you looked like me. Your ugly ass. But your ugly ass. Okay? And I'm sure most white women, yeah, nobody wants monkey lips. Bitch, better have monkey lips than no fucking lips, bitch. Okay? Okay? Do you have lips? Huh? You have lips? You critter looking thing? Do you people have lips? Do you have lips? No. That's why you pay Botox people, right? Get injected with all kinds of poison because you don't have shit. You unattractive beast, right? You unattractive beast, right? With your no lip having ass. We know y'all don't have lips. I'd rather have my monkey lips than no fucking lips. Don't nobody want a white person's lips. That's why I told you, most white women don't want your sperm no more. They out here hunting, begging, and crying for some black penis because they want to have biracial babies. Because they want their babies to have lips. There you go. There you go, bitch. Okay? There you go, bitch. Okay? Bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? They age horribly. They age horribly. They don't age well. And that's why you see nowadays all these white girls want to have some black penis so they can have biracial babies. Because they know. They know. Most white girls today do not want to have white children. They want to have biracial children because it looks better. It looks better. Yeah, they're so fucking stupid. They're really stupid. They are so dumb and they're so bored. They're so bored. Oh, exactly. Black men prefer white women and they bust their guts. They put their big ass penises in their tiny ass faces, okay? Good for them. Good for them. I'm really happy when I see most black guys sleep with white girls. Yes, have sex with the plantation owner's daughter, right? Make our ancestors proud. Make that white woman carry them black babies. There you go. Put a black baby in her gut. Okay, there you go. There you go. Like, they're so damn stupid. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? They found the shooter. They find the shooter. Who the fuck cares? Okay? Who the fuck cares? On to the next shooting, because I'm telling you, within a week or so, they're going to go kill somebody else. Within a week or so, they're going to go kill someone else. That's what they do. They bunch of killers. They're a bunch of mass killers, and they're a bunch of mass shooters with their no lip having answers. With their no lip having answers. Okay? And I even think sometimes that the reason why white men love guns so much because they ain't got a dick. They got their mama's clitoris. They got these small penises, and they can't do much with these penises. So their third leg is a gun. That's the only time they feel powerful. Yeah, they can't help themselves. They're a bunch of killers. They're dangerous people. It's a dangerous people. It's an evil people. Stay away from them. They're fucking evil. They're fucking evil. Even amongst themselves, they're not safe. Like, everybody started running like it was just one bullet. They all started running like, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. They're so scared. It's a scared people. They get scared so easily. They're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of punks. They're a bunch of cowards. You will never see a white man come up to you with his fist. No, he got to use a gun. He got to use a gun. They always have to use a gun because they're a bunch of cowards. They're so afraid of hand-to-hand contact. They're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. You open the dictionary, if you can see a picture next to the word coward, there goes a white man. There goes a white man with no lips, okay? With their no lip having ass. Go sit down somewhere, you clown, you bozo, you stupid ass.
Understand me. Your theories, your ideologies, your systems are all dishonest, false, fake, and hypocritical. You just want to do what you want to do. And then you wrap all of that in a package to make it look better, to make it look pretty. Because what you want to do is ugly. That's why I say it doesn't matter. Capitalism or communism. Right or left, okay? Socialism, Marxism, what have you. I don't care. Understand, they are all driven by an irresistible, overwhelming driver, which is to cover up truth and fortify falsehood.
Yeah.
You know, you think that the leftists are the ones who care about the poor and who care about workers because they talk about, for example, income inequality, wealth disparity, and so on, wealth redistribution. No. Look, I'll admit that you all had me fooled about that myself for a long time when I was younger. You fooled me about that. But the fact of the matter is, both of these Western economic theories are just bookends holding up a whole monetary and economic system that we don't have to accept in the first place. You know, by giving us these divergent views of the same system, they fool you into thinking that that system is the only one there is.
Nope.
And it's just a question of how we're going to tweak it, how we're going to implement it. Listen, before colonization, maybe 70% of the people on this earth did not operate in a money-based economy. They weren't poor until your money system made them poor.
Exactly.
You know, you can talk about places where people only earn $2 a day, and it's a shame and it's a pity and so forth. And, you know, it's capitalism's fault and communism can fix it. You say that they're in poverty, but you have no idea how much of their sustenance, how much of their provision, how much of their daily needs are met outside the framework of money. But you decided that money is the exclusive measurement of wealth and well-being. It's the exclusive way for anyone to have access to goods and services. So then the only discussion can ever be within this framework. Well, that's dishonest. There are other ways to run an economy. There are other ways to run a society. There are other ways to govern and so on. There's indigenous ways. There are ways that most of humanity used throughout most of human history, right up until just yesterday, historically speaking. No, communism and capitalism is just like Coke and Pepsi, as far as I'm concerned. Meanwhile, we grow our own fruits and we can squeeze those fruits to make our own beverages. We don't need Coke and Pepsi because nothing that you're selling ultimately is any good for us. I mean, it's just like Coke and Pepsi, honestly, because we've been able to actually watch you consume Coke and Pepsi for decades and we can see the outcome and it's not good. Neither one of those is good for you, and certainly not going to be good for us. No, thank you. So the dishonesty, the civilizational pathology of dishonesty in the West, as I say, originates from, in my opinion, a deep and resentful, spiteful take on reality. According to their worldview, they were less than. So they invented an alternative narrative about reality in which they could be superior.
Exactly.
And this again is based on a foundational, fundamental.
Yeah, you see? Because in their society, they were less than. They create a fake reality where they're superior and they make other people believe that you're less than. This is why white people have invested so much money, I guess like over $1 trillion, for example, making black people believe that, you know what I mean? You're unattractive. You're not beautiful. Something is wrong with your natural hair. There's something wrong with your lips, or you have monkey lips, wumpty wump wump. And then have you not noticed everything they demonize about you? They'll run to a doctor and get it done, right? Oh, your lips are big. You have monkey lips. Then they go get Botox and ask to have all kinds of shit poured into their lips, right? Oh, you have dark skin. They call you the N-word because your skin is dark. They'll stay outside for hours to self-tan. They tan so much they get skin cancer, right? Right? They talk about, oh, remember that? So, oh my gosh, black girls have big butts. Oh my gosh, Becky, look at her butt. Now, all these white girls out here doing small BBLs, medium BBLs, tiny BBLs, invisible BBLs, wumpty wump. No, don't ever let white people play you out your spot. They want to be you. They want to be you. Even Charlie Kirk, all this shit he was talking about just for him to be out here listening to R. Kelly. I'm like, you listen to R. Kelly? Of course he did. Now make it clap. Okay? They like big booty bitches. They like everything they see about black people. They love your swag. They love your confidence. They love the way you speak. They love your vernacular. They love your confidence. They love your muscles. They also love your penis. They love everything about black people. And that right there creates this jealousy. Like they get so damn triggered. And the whole time when they're by themselves, when they're in their car, oh, it's R. Kelly's. Okay, but then there's the remix to Ignition. What did Charlie Kirk know about Ignition? And the remix, he was like bounce, 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 bounce. Let me play the video. I was like, what? He's so damn obsessed with these boys from Chicago, like from the Kanye to the R. Kelly's to the Common to the Chief Keef. Okay, that dude wanted to be black. He wanted to be embraced by black people. That's all they want. You see, just like this guy right here, American Pie. They love to be in black spaces. They don't know how to not be around black people. They know everything about black people, don't know nothing about themselves. This is a weird-ass obsession. These people is fans. These people are a bunch of Stan little girls. They're fans. We need to start signing autographs. Like, what the fuck? Do you want my autograph? Like, what the fuck is this? Okay? This is what they do. It's a people who don't love themselves. They don't love themselves. They don't feel good about themselves. They feel inferior. So now they want to project those feelings onto you to make you feel like there's something wrong with you. There ain't nothing wrong with me. Ain't nothing wrong with me. They used to shame like black African women for putting babies on their backs. Then they went and stole the technology and then they created Baby Bjork. Okay? They're always copying somebody. They're always copying somebody. There is nothing original with these people. Even when they try to shade you, roast you, they all repeat the same old bullshit. Oh, EBT, as if white women don't have EBT. As if white women are not on welfare. Like, they're so damn stupid. They think of course they have great genes. Of course. And that girl, what's her name? Sweeney girl. She's pretty. She got pretty eyes. For me, it's not a problem. Everybody should be proud of being themselves. But you see, I'm like, yo, ass, she's not disrespectful. She keep her mouth shut. She do her little modeling shit. Good for her. She has great genes. Her eyes are really pretty. I think she has pretty eyes. She doesn't bother me. You see, I'm not. You see, you don't want to be hateful. She don't bother me. I'm confident in myself. I love myself. So therefore, I think every woman should love herself. She looks really good. She's very pretty. More power to her. And yes, American Eagle has great genes. I'm not going to buy any, but shout out to them. It don't bother me. People should be proud of being themselves. That's the problem, is that white people make black people feel bad about being born black, something they couldn't help. That's it. We don't have a problem with white people being white people, right? The problem is that you have demonized the way people of color look, and that's fucked up. Because you're saying, oh, the way we look is superior. Like, no, you're not superior. It looks good, but you're not superior. You're not. Right? Nobody should be getting shamed for how they look. Right? But a fucker like you will say to a black person, oh, you got monkey lips. You see what I'm saying? Because you're a racist ass little bastard. You're a little bastard ass cracker. Right? So that's how you raised. Because you were raised by fucking wolves. You ain't shit. Ain't never been shit. You a broke ass motherfucker. You ain't shit. Right? Even in the hierarchy of whiteness, you ain't shit. You're a bitch ass little dude. Right? That's it. Because otherwise, there's nothing wrong with how people look. We look different. Diversity should be embraced. It's only white fuckers like you who demonize diversity and try to make people feel a certain way about how they look. Because you're a little bitch. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. And the only thing about me is I'm not going to take no shit from you. So you say some shit to me, I'm going to say right back to your ass. Because the thing about white people, you guys are so accustomed to bullying people and nobody ever claps back at your ass. So you think you're cute. See, me, I clap back. Because I told you I'm not your house nigga. You talk to me crazy, I'll cut your ass out. So you can know how it feels. Because if you want to be disrespectful, I'll disrespect your bitch ass. I will violate your DNA. Or shut the fuck up. Right? And then when you learn to respect me, I'll show you respect. It's not that hard. But you white people, you lack civility. You're not a civil people. You are a violent people. Anytime your feelings are hurt, you resort to violence. You don't know how to peacefully disagree. You could have even came in there and said, oh, you know what, Marlene? You know, when you talk like that, it makes me feel away. You could have came at me with more class, but you ain't got no class because you're a fucking redneck. You a low-class, typical white American. You ain't shit. You ain't got no fucking class, right? So you come in here disrespectfully, respectfully, you're going to get disrespected. That's it. It's a choice. But y'all need to know what it feels like to talk to people crazy. White people, y'all need to be bullied the same way y'all bully people. And the day you realize, oh shit, it don't feel good, you're going to start being better people. You don't get bullied enough. That's the problem. You don't have enough people clapping back at your ass and putting you in your fucking place. Because the day you start seeing people put your goofy ass in your fucking place, you're not going to like it. You're going to be mindful how you talk to people. It's not that hard. But the problem with white people, you don't think that you have to check your tone. I can talk to people any way I want, however I want, and there are no consequences. Over here, there are consequences. Fuck with me and find out, because that's my fucking job, checking your ass. And look, I'm at work, and I'm doing a great job. Fuck with me and find out. You're crazy. They're really crazy. These people are really crazy.
Dismissal of truth and reality. And it grew into this pathology that makes them allergic to honesty.
Yes.
So they poison every discussion that they're in. They poison every interaction. They poison every communication.
Like that.
And then they build whole systems. They built whole systems, whole theories, whole ideologies, and a whole culture whose primary function is to prevent truth from ever being acknowledged, from ever being known, from ever being understood, and from ever being accepted. Okay, this was done to you. And because of that, you did all manner of atrocious things to us, just like Cain did to Abel.
Yeah.
And because of that, like I say, the rest of the world is rapidly coming to the conclusion that you have nothing whatsoever to actually contribute.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah. What you mean to people? Like, what is this, you guys? Now, some of y'all, y'all were asleep last night, so let me do this, because some of y'all were asleep last night. Let me play this video for y'all. Hold on. Let me play this video for y'all. Amanda is crazy.
Now, I know y'all not in my comments
They are.
talking about empathy. That can't be y'all. That can't be y'all.
They're really crazy.
I know
They're crazy.
y'all not in my comments talking about we don't have to be like them, you guys. Who is we? Whom? Stop including me in your we.
Amanda, you're crazy.
Stop.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Y'all be acting like starting to be like them starts today. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy.
Yes.
He said it's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's some new age made up shit.
Mm-hmm.
He also said people got to be sacrificed
Mm-hmm.
in order to protect. Okay. Now, if he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy.
Mm-hmm.
But this white on white violence, he died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast. Let's see. Did he die? Someone in the comments said he died. They ain't say he did yet.
Girl, you crazy.
Listen. He gone?
I don't care.
Wow.
I don't care. Your standards mean nothing to me.
That's a tough break, bruh.
What the fuck?
That's a tough break.
Okay.
What did he think was going to happen
Exactly.
when he got up there telling all these people secrets? What did he think was going to happen? That man said, I'm going to tell y'all all the tea. That was like the other day.
That makes me so stupid.
That was like the other day. But that man was on there and said, this person was with Epstein and that person. And I promise you. Hold on, let me block this fool.
Block the fool.
All of that was probably over some capitalist bullshit. Like they didn't give him a job that he wanted or something. That's it. So, what are y'all talking about? Oh, that was Ben Shapiro doing that? Damn. I don't even, to be very honest, they're all the same person to me. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, they're all the same person to me. I don't.
Whatever.
Well, dang. They're all the same person to me. Because at the end of the day, they all serve the same master.
You are just so crazy.
Why would you feel bad about it?
Exactly.
You know, the thing about empathy is that it requires energy. It requires connectivity, right? And, you know, some people think empathy and sympathy are the same thing, and they're not the same thing. So sympathy is the little performance that y'all do on here where you feel bad because it looks good to you to feel bad. That's sympathy. It's an act of acting. You don't actually feel bad, but it like looks good to feel bad in your opinion, so you feel bad. That's sympathy. Empathy is when you are literally feeling what the other person is feeling. That's empathy. When you put yourself in their shoes. I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk because I cannot be in his shoes. I have no frame of reference for that. I have no cognizance for that.
Mm-hmm.
There literally is nothing about his existence that I can relate to.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have any empathy because I have no connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
I have more connectivity to someone who is a complete stranger that dies of a overdose than I do to someone like Charlie Kirk, because life is hard. And I understand that, because it takes very little for someone to end up committing themselves to an existence of numbness. I understand that. You know, some people think that they are an elevated being for having compassion for those that have none. And I don't see myself or measure myself against that. I don't imagine my soul within the context of this this bullshit realm. At the end of the day, there are people, humans, if you will, who are incredibly harmful.
Yes. Yes.
Who want to see you harmed.
Yes. Yes.
And if having compassion for them makes you feel good, well, baby, I'm not gonna stop you.
Exactly. You do it.
But I'll be damned if you're gonna be in my comments talking about, have we lost all compassion? No, we have not. We have not lost all compassion. I have incredible compassion. Massive amounts. Enormous.
So now they're saying that they found the person. So let's see this one.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that.
Yeah.
JD Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which was very nice of you. Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape. And he's in custody.
Be careful about these names, so we want to wait until we hear this from multiple people. But the name that we are hearing is Tyler Robinson from Utah. Tyler Robinson is the suspect in this case. We're expecting authorities to say that name momentarily here at this news conference as we look at this live picture right now in Orem, Utah, which is not far from the site of the tragic shooting that took Charlie Kirk's life just a couple of days ago. So again, Tyler Robinson is the name we are hearing, and hopefully we will get more details about how he was turned in, how Tyler Robinson came to the U.S. Marshals, and if he said anything to authorities. Maybe they won't get into that kind of detail, but certainly authorities are confident that Tyler Robinson is the person that they are looking for.
All right, Marlene, personally, you guys, I think it's an inside job. I think Trump was involved in it. I think the FBI was involved in it. I think the CIA was involved in it. I think the ZZs, the Zionists were involved in it, right? So it's like, it's fake. Me, I don't trust the American media. I don't trust these people. Everything they do is fake. They killed that boy. They smoked that boy. It was played. You got Trump elected, they got him the fuck up out of here. Okay? That's it. That's that. And they kind of weird that Trump was the one who announced that he was dead. I'm like, you weren't there. You weren't at the hospital. So how do you know he was dead? Like, what? Why are you the one announcing it? Like, he has an actual family. He has a natural family. You don't have to go anywhere, American Pie. You obviously like it here. You're white. White people love to be around black people. Like, it's a fact. You ain't got to go nowhere. You're spiraling in the comments, right? Because you're triggered. You're a white person. You're really triggered. You're full of yourself. You're entitled. You're self-righteous. You're extremely privileged. You're a racist, right? So you think wherever you go on the internet, the world is your oyster. So you owe me to make me feel good. I know you're not going anywhere. Y'all like it. I'll tell y'all, the thing about you people, white people, I know y'all so well. If anybody wants to be friends with you, and to some extent, they got to stand up for themselves, right? You love people who stand up for themselves. Loki Hikey, you're glad I roasted you, right? I don't back down from nobody, right? Like, you're triggered, like you're big mad because it's like you've never met someone with my kind of energy, right? You never met me. I'm stupid. I'm crazy. So, alopecia, dandruff, lice, wumpty wump wump, EBT. That's all you got, right? I know you're going to stay. Where's you going to go? You like it here. I'm black. Okay? You like it here. Duh. So we know you're not going anywhere. Okay? But the thing is, like me, I really think like they killed this boy. I think it was an inside job. Now, what they want to do is make people believe, oh, it's a trans person. It's a leftist. No. This is a trained assassin. Like, the gun, it's a manual gun. It was one bullet and you didn't miss, and you went right there for his neck like that. Nah, you a professional. That is a professional. Okay? My head is itching. My head is itching. Even if my head was itching, and then what? How does that change your life? Like, you see, that's all you have. You're sensitive. I told you, you're not about that life. Like, you're not real gully. Like, you're sensitive. If your best roast is like, oh, your head is itching, what the fuck? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? At least I'm alive. I can scratch my head. Can Charlie do the same? Okay, like, go somewhere. Yeah, like, he's shit. He ain't saying shit. He's just big man. That's it. Trigger
guys. So we have some really big news. President Trump has just announced that Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin has been captured. Now, we don't know.
And it's funny is, so Trump announced that he was dead. Trump announced that they found the murderer. Like, Trump knows a lot, right? So everything comes to Trump. You guys, this is giving Goodfellas. This is giving the mob. Yeah, that person is trained, Terry. This is crazy. Like, it's a non-automatic rifle. And it was just one bullet. It's not like he shot multiple times. Like, no. He was on top of the roof. He had one bullet. That motherfucker didn't miss. And he didn't go for his chest. He didn't go for his arm. No, he went right there, like this, right there, where you got like this major vein. That motherfucker was like, yep, I'm in that spot. And he got that spot. No one else got hurt. One bullet. Like, he knew what the fuck he was doing. Right? And it's so funny. So now y'all know how to get on the rooftops. Y'all know how to scour the land. They could have done that shit before he showed up. They set that boy up to get smoked. These people is thugs. You know the thing about white people? The biggest white thugs wear suits. And nobody more thuggish than a white politician. These people are diabolical. Like, anybody live in D.C., some of the biggest criminals are from Washington, D.C., and nobody a bigger thug than a white politician. These people are demons. They are demons. The call out to murder Charlie Kirk came from inside the house. It is so bizarre. Trump announces that he's dead. Trump announces they found the killer. Like, is he a reporter or is he a president? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Right? Was it that hard for these people to scour the land before he showed up? Knowing how polarizing he is, knowing how hateful he is, knowing how divisive he is. You mean to tell me this boy, they didn't have the money? They didn't have enough police officers? He's worth $12 million. And nobody protected all these rooftops after somebody tried to kill Trump from a rooftop. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit the fuck down somewhere. They killed that boy. Okay? They did that shit. Okay, that's how they move. This is the fucking mob. This is the mob. This is like Goodfellas. Anybody who watched Goodfellas, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. It'd be your own people setting you up because you're too big. It makes them uncomfortable. Be your own fucking people. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. They're all involved in it. So I'm telling y'all, something happened behind the scenes. Something happened behind the scenes, and they said this boy got to go. Charlie Kirk has said so many crazy shit. No one ever tried to take his life. This boy's been rambling, saying all his bullshit for the past 13 years or so. No one ever tried to take his life. There has never been any assassination attempt on his life. He has said some crazy shit. This is not a joke. This boy said some crazy shit, and no one tried to take his life. Then recently, he starts taking money from AIPAC. He starts taking money from the Zionist people, and within a few months, he's dead. Suspicious. Somebody called Dr. Umar. Don't you find that suspicious? Don't you find that suspicious? Oh, Lexi said Trump was happy at the Yankee game. He wasn't grieving. The FBI posted 100,000 reward yesterday was wild. Okay? He knew where to position himself in order to make that shot. Trained as well. It was all a setup. That boy walked into the gulags. That boy walked into a setup. And the thing about Charlie, because he's such a racist, he really felt like, oh, I'm white, I'm invincible, I'm amongst my people, we're going to talk our shit, we're going to talk our big shit, be big racist the whole time. He was walking into a setup. Motherfucker sitting there like he Julius Caesar or some shit, right? Shot his ass, dead. His own people killed him because these people's thugs. They are a bunch of thugs. And nobody more criminal, and nobody more thuggish, and nobody more gangster, more violent, more mobbish than a white politician in a suit from Washington, D.C. The real killers out here. The neocons, they live out here. Okay? The real murderers, they live here. That's how they get rich, killing people. But now all of a sudden, oh, now we're going to look at security cameras. Now we're going to get on the rooftop. Now we're going to scout. They could have done that shit. They could have canvassed that place before he came that day. They didn't care. They wanted that little boy dead. Go somewhere. Okay? American Pie, shut the fuck up. Okay? Yeah, they said, yeah, they say no. And also because, child, I think it has something to do with the Zionists. Oh, my Lord. Oh my gosh, like what the fuck?
For certain, but the president says that they're fairly confident that this is the guy that they want. And apparently they had some help getting him.
Suspicion was that he was radical left. And now you have more information.
Look at Trump. Look at
what can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. Yeah.
You see, you guys, I'm telling you, something is suspicious about Trump. Something is suspicious. When a guy said leftist, he was like, if only you knew. He a Gemini. From one air sign to another, I know when they're being fake. He's being fake. He's being fake. You guys, seriously, like the way Charlie Kirk campaigned for this man. If you have the heart of a father, right? Anybody who saw that tape, anybody who saw any version of Charlie Kirk getting shot, that shit is fucking traumatic. That shit is fucking traumatic, especially for him, the fact that he almost got shot. And it's funny how he don't have PTSD, or he doesn't say things like, you know what, after going what I've gone through, this shit don't set me back. Because if I almost got shot from some goofy ass white man on a rooftop, and then you see your little boy, Charlie Kirk, your little nephew, he also gets shot from a rooftop, I'm going to have PTSD. I'm going to have PTSD. Matter of fact, I'm going to sign executive order. No more rooftops. Like, no, it's enough. Right? This dude is sitting here. He doesn't see himself in the shoes of Charlie. I'm like, sir, they almost tried to kill your ass in the Pennsylvania or the Delaware from a rooftop. There was a gunman on a rooftop and he clipped your ear. I'm like, Trump had Trump not moved his head a little bit, because he moved his head. I'm like, motherfucker, like he moved his head. And so the bullet grazed his ear. But if that man had stayed steady, that shit would have gone into his neck as well. Right? So I'm like, to me, if you see Charlie Kirk, he went through exactly what you went through. You got lucky and you moved your head within like a millisecond, because that bullet was coming straight for your neck. But Trump, like, you were shook. So I'm saying I'm sure he saw the tape because we all saw the tape. We all saw the tape, right? Me, I saw it twice. Like the way they killed Charlie Kirk, that shit not a joke. Because you hear bah, and then he goes like this, and then he just falls back. This shit is crazy. This shit is fucking crazy. But you see, me, nobody ever tried to shoot my ass. But Trump, he's been through it. So what I'm saying is, look at his body language, and ask yourself: is this the normal body language of somebody who's watching his nephew get on the live in a way that he also could have been murdered? This is bizarre. And the man is asking you a question about, oh, is it a leftist? And now he wants to make a joke. He wants to pat his knees. He's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. And it's always the motherfuckers that get you killed, that show up at your funeral, that do the most fucking talking. What's the DJ? Oh my gosh, what's the one from Run DMC? What's his name again? Funk Master. What's his name? Funk Master Flex, is that his name? Right? Remember how when he got killed, the boy had an entire mural. There was a boy who went out of his way to paint an entire mural, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. What? No, that's not. Oh, yeah, Jam Master Jay. I was like, what the heck? Okay. Hold on. Right? All right. Okay. Y'all remember this? When Jam Master Jay got killed, there you go. When he got murdered, there's a kid that went out of his way to do a whole mural and shit. He was always crying on social media. He was making posts every day on social media. He was making stories every day on Instagram. Oh my gosh, I miss him so much. He was a real one. One thing. It's like it took about a year. I think it took 2-3 years. They pieced it all together. He did that shit. It was the person talking the most, crying the most, doing the most that was the murderer the entire time. He killed him. And I think that was his nephew, no? If I'm not mistaken. Be your own people. Killed this man, went to the funeral, crying, doing the very most, being so performative on social media the entire time he was the shooter. Killed his uncle over some money, over some drug shit. Right? But I'm like, Trump right now, you're not even moving like a president, doing too much because you're trying to convince people that you feel sad. And the thing, and if you ever watch these shows, they have the shows where they take people to the station and shit like that, because I like to watch that kind of stuff when they have interrogations, right? It's really hard to fake it's really hard to fake being in distress when you have something to do with it. Right? People don't know how to properly react because you're faking it. But think about this. You almost lost your life in the same way that Charlie was unalive. Me, Marlene, it would give me PTSD. Don't cry. He's not sad, but he's always the one announcing stuff. Why is he as the president announcing that Charlie Kirk is dead? How's that his place? He wasn't even there. You were not there. You were not at the hospital, but you're the first one to announce it. Did his parents even know he was officially dead? No, this dude ran to Twitter to tell the people, y'all, this is bizarre. Then he made his whole speech in the Oval Office. It was weird. It was just bizarre. Then now you're on the TV. You come to Fox News to talk about, oh yeah, I think we got the guy. He wants us to believe the narrative. Something is suspicious. The guy asking you question, now you won't start cracking jokes. Somebody is dead, sir. Someone is dead. Answer the damn question. Oh, I told you you'll do good. Deflection. And the man said, white Americans are not capable of being truthful. This dude is lying. The first time I did my video, towards the end of the live, something started happening on the inside of me. I said, I feel like Trump has something to do with this. It's not possible. Someone this big can't get murdered on American soil, and you want me to believe that the FBI didn't know. Our phones, they spy on us, y'all. We are under surveillance. Let's not lie to ourselves. Eric Snowden told us everything. Our phones are listening to us. We are under surveillance. Your cameras, it doesn't matter. Everything you have, your fucking Alexa. We are constantly under surveillance. We are being surveilled. We live in a military-ass state. Our phones listen to us. And you want me to believe the NSA didn't hear the shit. Since the Patriot Act, we haven't had privacy. Since the Patriot Act, we have not had privacy. Okay? They have all kinds of algorithms. They have all kinds of meta crawlers. They have all kinds, y'all, these people have all kinds of software. They scan through everything. Even me right now, as I'm talking on YouTube, right? They scan every single thing that I say. That's why they don't tell you if you can monetize or you can't monetize a video, because they scan everything you say on the video. They scan everything. We are living in a military state. Don't lie to yourself. Our freedoms are perceived freedoms. We ain't free. We are not free at all. This ain't no different than China. And you want me to believe that somebody as big as Charlie Kirk, these people did not hear any murmur that something was about to go down in Utah. I don't believe this bullshit. Go feed that shit to the birds. That boy was sacrificed. He did it. He's involved in that shit. This Gemini right here, he's involved in that shit because he's weird. He's moving weird. Because I'm telling you, anybody would have had PTSD. The way Trump looked, the day he looked when that man almost killed his ass, you saw the fear in his eyes. He was so afraid. He was under the thing just hiding. He was scared. He was scared to die. Right? So my thing is, we're sitting here now, and then it happens that Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, he got killed. The bullet went through his fucking neck. He didn't get as lucky as you. Right? Because Trump was trying to point to a board because he had some kind of poster. So he was trying to point there. So he moved his head like this. So the bullet grazed his ear. But had he not moved, if he was looking straight ahead like Charlie, right? That bullet would have gone into his head, his neck, God knows where. So I'm saying, after having gone what you've been through, because nobody else has that experience but him, you'll be a little shooken up. Like, you know what? After what I've been through, this is crazy. Even having some kind of executive orders or something. No. He wants to sit here like he's Wendy Williams and he wants to let us know every detail and spill all the tea. Sir, you are president. This is not very presidential if you ask me. Like, what is going on? And I'm saying it gives Goodfellas. Okay? The call came from inside the house. They agreed to take Charlie's life. This is not a joke. And they got to stop trying to blame the trans people. And that's why he himself is like, because he knows the truth, though. He knows. He knows. My nostrils can flare. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Okay, your nostrils are flaring. Okay, and bitch, your butt cheeks are flaring. You dumb piece of shit. Didn't you get, child, let me not even say it. Your butt cheeks are flaring. Okay, and go figure out why. Dumbass. Stupid bitch. Anyways.
I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to win.
Of course. Yeah, can't call me a liar weird. That's not possible. Hey, P, call me a liar for what? Your nostrils are flaring. Your butt cheeks are flaring. You're a white American child. So 1 + 1 makes 2. Okay, child, please. I'm not going to do what Nene did. Hey, P, what's up? He's very uncomfortable. And my thing is like, oh, so a friend turned him in. Okay, usually when people plan to do dumb shit, they tell their friends. Remember the white boy who dismembered the black girl, right? He had told his friend that he was going to kill her. Okay, so my thing is, if he has friends, if this person happens to have friends, he would have told his friends that he planned to kill Charlie. So why did his friend tell other people? This doesn't make any sense. So now you want to turn him in. Oh, his friend just happened to turn him in. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay? All right? Yeah. Okay? That white boy, when he met her, he told his friends, or at least one friend, that he was planning to cut her into pieces. He was going to kill her. And that's why he was charged with first-degree murder, because he had planned to kill her and dismember her. Right? Because people like that, they usually tell other people. Exactly. They usually tell other people. Right? But I feel like also this whole rooftop thing, type of trying to shoot people, I think right now we have some kind of like, I don't know, there's some kind of program in America where a bunch of goofy ass white boys are getting recruited to be assassins. Because remember too, with what's that boy's name, Luigi Mangione, the one who shot the CEO person, right? He went missing for months. Like he was not talking to his family for months. Nobody knew where he was for months. And then he comes back. Now he wants to kill people with a I guess a Fenton gun, whatever it is, like a 3D printed gun, right? But I'm like, I feel like there's a program that's recruiting these kids. They disappear and they, God knows what they do to these kids, but they're like a bunch of copycats. But there's something seriously ominous going on. There's something really dark brewing in America with these white boys. But I really do feel like whether it's Roblox, Minecraft, Discord, Telegraph, I don't know. But I feel like these kids are getting recruited from the dark web and they're being taken places and they're being brainwashed and then they're let out to do this crazy shit. Because this is weird. This is seriously weird. It is so damn weird. Okay? Yeah. Sometimes it's Minecraft. You have crazy people in Minecraft. There's a lot of child predators on Minecraft, bunch of white boys. They're on Minecraft. They're inside of Roblox. They're on Discord. They're on Telegram, right? And they recruit these very lonely white boys. You know, a lot of white boys are very lonely. They have a hard time making friends, like Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk growing up, he was socially awkward. You know, they don't know how to make friends. They only know how to insult people, and they're just fucking awkward. It's an awkward ass people. So I do believe that they target a particular group of white boys that are more sustained, like they're more inclined to be radicalized because they're loners. Right? Loneliness is not good, y'all. It really isn't. Right? But these white boys with no social life, nobody cares for them. They don't have girlfriends. Nobody loves them. Like American Pie, them kind of motherfuckers, right? They're the type of people to get selected for this shit, right? And be brainwashed and radicalized. And then they're released onto society and they're given a target. You know, because it's really sad. Yeah. It's like, and you see, the thing about Nick Fuentes, he's also socially awkward. He doesn't come outside. Nick is inside the basement all day, every day. He doesn't have friends. He doesn't have a social life. He's very lonely. So in that case, oh, let him be quiet. Who cares? He's bored. Okay. Like, who the fuck? Oh, yeah, because I told him his butt cheeks were fluttering. Maybe I triggered him. My Lord. American Pie, if you were molested, I'm sorry, okay? If you, because I mean, you are white. So if you were indeed molested, I'm sorry. All right. Because that got you real quiet. So who knows? Because a lot of you white kids, you know, shit, you've been to the gigs. Okay. And I feel sorry for you.
Announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned and, you know, they said, whoa, it's interesting. Where we had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and brought him to a U.S. Marshal who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but you know, I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley.
Right.
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very.
You see, someone died. Y'all hear this? Y'all hear this? Not he wants to say, oh, you got the news now. You're going to have better ratings. You see, do you see what he concerns himself with? Is this normal behavior? Do you hear this? He said, oh, you got breaking news. I mean, I could have gone to Sean, but I came to you instead with this news. Who the fuck does that shit? Someone is dead. And he's worried about who has the breakout news first. Can you make sense? Right? Okay. Like, y'all, this dude is crazy. Did you hear what he said? He was like, oh, well, at least you got the scoop. I gave it to you, huh? I could have gone over there, but I brought it to you. This is not normal behavior. He's worried about ratings. He's worried about who got to have the news first. Like, this is weird. This dude is weird. This is weird, y'all. I'm telling y'all, these people is guilty as fuck. Okay? These people are crazy as fuck. Right? Listen again to what he said. Listen, this is not normal. He said, oh, so you have breaking news, huh? I gave you breaking news. Like, this is commerce for you? This dude is sick. This dude is sick. Hold on.
You have breaking news, don't you, huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley.
Right.
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very thankful and appreciative of the
I think
police
so.
officers that got this
I
guy.
think they did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way. People don't know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Could I ask you just some questions?
Pam Bondi is incredible. What the fuck? Oh, you got breaking news. I gave you breaking news. I could have gone over there instead. This is weird. Okay? Like, this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Not even, oh, this is sad. We have a problem with gun violence in America. Like, we have a problem. You know, people like, no, you have breaking news, huh? Yeah. Pam Bondi is a star, you know. She's a real star. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Cardi B is Dominican. So blame her hygiene and the stink of her butt on her people. That's her culture. All right. I'm not Dominican. The fuck? I am not Dominican. Okay. Cardi B is Latina. There you go. She's Dominican. I know black. Okay. I know black. You people are stupid. Don't tell the Dominicans are not black people. Okay. They'll tell you that. Okay. This dude is weird. He is seriously weird. Look at his face, you guys. Does this look like the face of somebody who cares? This looks like the face of evil. Look at this face, you guys. Look at this face. You guys, I swear, the way I know my Gemini people, Trump knows something. He knows something. Look at this. Look at this face. This is crazy. No, it's really disturbing. Look at his face. Like, look at his face.
Clarification. So a pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way.
What?
And his good friend is a top U.S. Marshal.
What?
And they took it from there, and then
Have you ever heard of a minister that is friends with law enforcement? A minister whose best friend is a U.S. Marshal. How the fuck they meet? How the fuck they became friends? What are the odds of that? A minister that is friends with law enforcement? A minister. He said the minister's bestie is is a marshal, a U.S. Marshal. How often have you heard that U.S. Marshals and pastors and ministers is besties? Trump is lying on the spot. Baby boy, call me stupid, call me whatever. But if I'm so damn stupid, you've been here for almost an hour. What the fuck does that make you? Right? So that's how you spend your time. You just listen to stupid people for an hour. Then you're stupider. You're a dumb ass. You're so damn dumb. You're a stupid ass. Okay? Like, this is bizarre. We don't know what he's talking about later. This dude is weird. A minister is besties with a U.S. Marshal. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Okay, are most ministers sworn to secrecy during confessions? Trump is lying on the spot. Trump is just making shit up. This dude lying. This dude is just lying. This makes no fucking sense. Ministers are besties with law enforcement. a minister is besties with a U.S. Marshal. Yo, my head hurts. Like the man said, white people are not capable of being honest. Like they're so damn sick. They're so sick. They cannot not lie. They just have to lie. Queen Brittany, this man is crazy. Hold on, you guys. Let me play this part for Brittany so she can tell me what she thinks. Listen to this, Brittany. Tell me what you think. Listen, okay?
Walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley.
Right.
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be. You see how sick that is? A boy is dead, and he said, "Oh, you know, Sean. I'm sure Sean is disappointed. Somebody is dead. No, he's worried about ratings. Who has breaking news? Oh, I'm sure Sean. So Sean is going to be mad because he didn't break out the story first. Not that Charlie is dead. These people are crazy. Where even the girl, she's like the lady right there. She seems very uneasy. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, please do. Go listen to Candace. Go listen to Megan. There you go. Go listen to your pretty woman. Go ahead. Go listen to your bulimic queens. Okay, go over there with the eating disorder people. Okay, Megan Kelly and her eating disorder and her bulimia. Please go watch your almond milk drinking moms. Please go to your people. I'm sick and tired of you. Bore me. Go to your people and their eating disorders. Anyways, do you hear the shit? Is this normal behavior? Y'all, seriously, he's 31 years old, right? Oh, he's 31. He's a father. He has 2 kids. Okay. Do you hear this man and what he's concerned about? Breaking news. Who got the story first? Oh, I'm sure Sean's going to be upset. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shyla, I don't give a fuck. Who the fuck are you, Shyla? Like, who the fuck are you? But I do appreciate you saying I'm sorry. So at least you try to be a little polite, right? So I can give you credit for that. But Shyla, I don't give a fuck. I'm a grown adult. Did you go around telling Charlie Kirk that his titles were offensive? Right? Like, you people are a bunch of hypocrites. You white Americans and your subjective morality, you're so funny, right? What's his name again? Charlie Kirk, right? Here's his YouTube channel. You're so fucking fake. You white people, you want people to believe that you're so classy, you're so this, you're so whatever, right? So here's Charlie Kirk's channel. Here are his titles, right? No, yeah, sure. Here are his title. Here's Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk sends Van Jones into a mental breakdown. Israel bombs Qatar. Ben joins the Charlie Kirk show. Okay? Brutal story, every fake news outlet. Okay? I am safer in Korea than in America. Why do Democrat women want to die alone? Okay? Charlie Kirk versus the Washington State woke mob. Gay men saved by Christ after 10 years of homosexual lifestyle. The best immigration debate on the second Trump term, okay? Charlie Kirk crushes woke lies in Michigan State. Student confirmed just how bad the college brainwashing machine is. Charlie Kirk schools college atheists with the harsh truth. Should women go to jail for having abortions? Okay? Utah's electoral system under attack. Trump sends narco-terrorists to meet their maker. There you go. There's a huge China problem that will affect generations to come. Okay? The argument for Trump to take over Chicago. Okay? Huge Einstein bombshell. Charlie Kirk versus the wokies at the University of Tennessee. Okay? Do we need a salary cap for baseball professionals? The ultimate birthright citizenship debate. Charlie Kirk goes full Oppenheimer and drops a nuke on what? What's the title of this one?
But your patriotic value.
Okay, what's the title over here? Y'all love this shit. Okay, y'all love this shit. You white people you're so fucking fake. Charlie Kirk goes full Oppenheimer. And not a nuclear bomb. Oppenheimer, Manhattan Project. There you go. Charlie Kirk goes full Oppenheimer and drops a nuke on pro-choice nonsense. So it's okay for him to have titles like this, right? It's okay. Let's actually look at some of his most popular videos. Y'all miss me with your fake woke shit. You white people and your fake sense of sensibilities. Oh my gosh, this title. Oh my gosh. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay? Did a hater try to flash Charlie Kirk to get him banned on YouTube? Okay? Woman almost dies Okay, Charlie Kirk versus a liberal, the scam exposed, snobby commie wants to hijack the election system, right? Lib claims MAGA is a cult. Charlie Kirk schools white dudes. This is what your children become when you send them to college. Like this is it. Okay, Hamas sympathizers start yelling facts. CBS talks to voters in Nevada and instantly regrets it, right? This is what he does. Every title is bullshit, right? Woke student learns her ideology is racist. MS-13 gang defender gets destroyed by Charlie Kirk. I almost feel bad for telling them the truth. The Lib student embarrassed after trying to fact check Charlie Kirk. College girl says ID cards are racist. Affirmative action is great, right? This is all he does. These are his titles. These are his titles. Always trying to trigger people. Always trying to trigger people, shame people, insult people. All his titles, for the most part, his titles are incendiary, right? Charlie Kirk makes it look easy to deal with Kamala voters, right? That's all he does. Okay, that's all he does. Or I'm gonna drop a nuke on your ass, or I'm about to smoke your ass, or I'm gonna shame your ass, or I'm gonna tell you how. Okay, socialite hippie gets slapped with the facts, right? Have you ever seen this dude's title? Have you ever read his titles? Of course you have. Right, but because you're a racist, Shyla, because you're a racist, right? Because you're a racist, you're a polite racist, right? You only mind a title when it doesn't make you feel comfortable. Don't nobody write more crazy titles than fucking Charlie Kirk. When I saw his titles yesterday, what the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? All he does is pick on people. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's look at the trans stuff. Hold on. Let me see. Does he have any title about trans people? There you go. Okay. Candace Owens strikes again. Okay, violence. Rainbow-clad trans activists won't stop yelling nonsense at me. Okay, trans shooter plus antichrist hate crime confirmed. Charlie Kirk hands out a huge L at University of California. Charlie Kirk, whatever, trans war on language, abortion. You see, this is what he does. This is what he does. Candace Owens melts a snowflake, calling white people snowflakes. Detransitioner tells story on TikTok. Like all kinds of bullshit. College queer is all talk, no facts. You see this? 1.2 million views. This is what he does. This is what he does. So mess me with the bullshit. Mess me with the bullshit about my fucking title. Mess me with the bullshit. Mess me with the bullshit. This dude was out here writing titles to antagonize people, to shame people, dehumanize people. Did you go on his channel and tell him about his title? Of course the fuck you did not. Miss me, white girl. Go sit your goofy white ass somewhere. Go cry somewhere else. Go find Megyn Kelly and her dumb ass, her racist ass, and go tell her about how you feel. Over here, I don't give a fuck. It never gave Oprah Winfrey. My channel, nothing about me gives Oprah Winfrey. Okay? I am not a black woman. I'm not a mammy who sits there and just coddles the feelings of white idiots. Because don't nobody on this YouTube have more disgusting titles than Charlie Kirk. He made a living trolling people. He made millions of dollars writing what's called titles like this for clickbait. That's all he did. So that's it. Leave me alone. You weirdos. They're a bunch of weirdos. Exactly. Exactly. You see? There you go. Oh, but you see? Of course you're going to leave. Why? Because the truth is not convenient to these goofy ass racist white people. They are a bunch of cowards. The truth is always inconvenient. The moment you start showing white people facts about themselves, they run for the hills. Just like when Charlie Kirk got shot, they ran for their lives. They're a bunch of cowards. Yeah, you're a fucking hateful bitch. You're a hateful bitch and you're a dumb bitch and you're an exposed bitch, right? Go practice your self-righteousness somewhere else. Okay, talk about my title. His entire channel is full of title to shame people. You're a dumb, racist white bitch. Get the fuck on. Okay, and you're very ignorant. You are very ignorant your damn self. You're a fucking racist. Because if you were not ignorant, you would not support Charlie Kirk. If you were not ignorant, you would have known his titles were disgusting. Right? But you don't care about his titles because you like the way he dehumanizes people that you don't like because you a racist white bitch. There you go. Get the fuck on. Go find Candace Owens. Go find Megyn Kelly. No one cares about you people. Exactly. They're so damn stupid. Okay? Like he's so damn stupid. No, he don't love that young man because that young man was disposable. That young man was a tool. He's a fucking idiot. Charlie Kirk was an idiot. Charlie Kirk was a pawn. They used this boy. He's a fucking idiot. And now that he got that man elected, they smoked this boy. He gone. Now get the fuck out of here. Exactly. He put here manifesting violence on YouTube titles and somehow doesn't get banned. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna drop a nuke on her. I'm about to shame her. This snowflake, this trans, this rainbow clad trans. Do you see how he's always antagonizing trans people? Him and Matt Walsh, that's all they do is antagonize trans people on this app. That's all they do. That is all they do is antagonize trans people. That's all they do. But you don't see these white people say, okay, Charlie, like, kind of like pipe down with your titles a little bit. No, they love it when he's disrespectful. They love it when he dehumanizes people. But they want to come over here and clutch their pearls like, oh, I'm sorry, bitch, your title. Bitch, fuck you, bitch. My title is my title, bitch. If my title made you feel away, you didn't have to click on this video. You're a dumbass. No, she wants to act as if she's going to use her politeness and try to make me feel bad. Feel bad for what, bitch? Turn down for what? Turn down for what? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Okay? Like, they're so damn stupid. Exactly. No, he don't care about no damn family. This is what he did. I told you he's a professional troll who chased clout and the algorithm to the point that it took his ass to the damn grave. Messing with some dangerous ass people. Okay? All right? Like, go sit down somewhere. Right? Like, this is crazy. Like, that's all his channel is about. Rainbow this, trans this. He's always antagonizing these trans people. Leave them alone. You know damn well they're not mentally well and they take hormones. Stop picking on these people. No, he's a fucking punk because most likely he's a closeted gay himself. That boy is gay. He was gay. He's a closet gay. He's a gay ass dude. What kind of straight man? What kind of straight man is that consumed with what people do, like with all these gay people shit? Why do you care so much about homosexuals? Why do you care so much? If you're so confident in your manhood and your heterosexual Christendom, why do you care about these gay people? Why do you care about these trans people? He's obsessed with these people because most likely he's gay as well. He's just mad. He hates them because that's who he is. Self-hate man. He ain't shit. My girl, Trump is weird. Go fuck yourself, dumbass. Don't play with me.
Very thankful and appreciative of the police officers that got this guy.
They did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way. People don't know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Could I ask you just some clarification? So a pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way. And his good friend is a top U.S. Marshal. And they took it from there. And then it was a father got involved, namely his father, and said, we got to go in. And they, so I understand it. And again, subject to change. But, the facts are the facts. We have the person that we think is the person we're looking for. But they drove into the police headquarters, and he's there now.
Wow. If this is true, again, big if, right? As of right now, big if. Thank God. Thank you.
So they want you to believe that this person killed Charlie Kirk, and then somebody, a friend, y'all, this sounds so damn crazy. So here's the shit, right? Let's hear these mediocre white people. A white man killed Charlie Kirk. Then somehow they arrested 2 people wrongfully. Let's start there. 2 people were wrongfully accused, and they had their pictures out there destroying these people's names because they're mediocre, right? So this white man, it wasn't him. Then they arrested another white man. They arrested 2 elderly white people. They had nothing to do with that shit. That's how mediocre they are. Then they say, oh, there's a man on the rooftop. Okay, cool. Then they say, oh, here's his picture. Then they say a friend recognized him. And then the friend does not go to the police. The friend goes to his dad, the guy's father. Then the guy's father goes to a minister. The minister happens to be besties with a U.S. Marshal. So now the U.S. Marshal doesn't pick him up. But the dad, the minister, they drive the young man to the police station so the young man can just surrender himself. Does that even make sense to y'all? Does that make any sense to you? Like, seriously. So you killed the man. You're getting away with it. But somehow your daddy and a minister told you to turn yourself in. So you just like a little sheep, a little well-domesticated animal, a little cute little puppy, you get into the car and then you allow your daddy and the minister to drive you to the police station and turn yourself in. Seriously? Seriously? The same way they want you to believe that Jeffrey Epstein died in that prison cell. Sure. Absolutely. Of course. The man is currently in Israel with plastic surgery and burnt fingertips. Okay, all his fingerprints gone. Okay, yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Why would someone who almost got away with the crime go turn himself in? Right? What are you even talking about, brother? You listen. You my elder, so I gotta be respectful. What are you even talking about? Who's talking about? Who, like right now? Who's talking about free speech? Damn. Like my people can be so embarrassing. Right now, who's discussing free speech? No one is discussing free speech, right? And also, when it comes to the matter of free speech, when you say things like, oh, if his free speech isn't protected, neither is yours. Well, duh, nobody's free speech is protected. Have you been on YouTube? You've been on Instagram? Been on TikTok? Say something. Oh, community guideline violation. Why is Eric Snowden in Russia? Right? Why is Eric Snowden in Russia? Nobody's freedom of speech is protected. We haven't even been free to speak since the Patriot Act. What the fuck are you talking about? Y'all really believe that this freedom of speech is a real thing? It's not. It's make-believe. We're not free to speak. We are only free to repeat what they want us to repeat. That's about it. You can't think for yourself. Okay? We all went through COVID. Were you free to say, I disagree? Were you free to say it? Of course not. You're going to be called all kinds of heretic, crazy, science denier, We don't have free speech. We have the illusion of free speech. Free speech requires critical thinking skills. If you just repeat whatever shit you're told, you're a fucking parent. It's not about free speech. That's what I'm trying to say. You yourself are not a critical thinker, right? Did somebody in the audience shoot him? No. Nobody in the audience shot this man. Right? Charlie Kirk has had multiple conversations, goofy ass conversations, if I may say so myself, with a multitude of college students at college campuses. No one has tried to take his life. Nobody ever tried to kill Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, at your big age, you should understand that this is not a problem of, this is not an issue of, oh, he got killed for what he said. They want you to believe that he was killed for what he said. No. You did not even talk to the killer. Do you know the killer? And the killer told you he killed him because of what he said? You sound crazy. You're just repeating bullshit. And that's the problem with so many Black people. You don't like to use your fucking brain. You're like fucking parrots. The only way for you to know he was killed for his opinion is for you to talk to the killer. If you don't know the killer, you haven't talked to the killer, how can you say he was killed for his opinion? You don't know why the fuck he was killed. Do you know about his dealing with Israel? You know what kind of money he took? You know what he was saying behind the scenes about Jeffrey Epstein and the files and people on that list, right? Like, because I can, because I don't think like everybody else. I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not your typical Black person. I'm not like you. You're a typical Black person. You repeat whatever you hear on the media. That's the problem with you people. You're so damn slow. You are so slow. How can you know he was killed for his opinion? You talk to the killer? You know the killer, or are you the killer? You actually Black? Let these white people tell it. Maybe you did it because you're Black. You sound crazy. If you have not talked to the killer, how do you know the motives? How do you know why he was killed? We don't know why he was killed. There is more to Charlie Kirk than his opinion. This boy has been doing his goofy ass crash out with these kids for the past 13 years. Why now is he getting assassinated? In the past 13 years, have you ever heard that anybody tried to kill Charlie Kirk? All the stuff he does, all the poking. You don't know that. You're an idiot. You don't know that. You're old and you're dumb. You're stupid, like most older Black your age. You're stupid. You don't know why he was killed. You are presuming he was killed because of his opinion. You spent all days with Charlie Kirk. You know him privately. You know his business dealings. You've seen his bank account. You know who he takes money from. You had a look at his text messages. You don't know this man. You only know the public figure. And yes, he's polarizing. But there's more to Charlie than his opinion. He's also a businessman. He has donors. He's involved in politics. This man has a lot of ops. But my point is, he's been doing college campus tours for over 13 years. Not once has anybody tried to kill this boy. But in the past year or so, he started messing with Benjamin Netanyahu and these goofy-ass Zionists. So why don't you consider that it could possibly have something to do with the Epstein file and also what's going on in Israel? Yes, you're very stupid. That's why I'm telling you to your face, you're an idiot. Did I fucking stutter? Like, do you see me stuttering? You don't have critical thinking skills. You just repeat what you're told, like the typical average-ass Black person. Y'all are so afraid to think for yourself. Nobody in the audience shot Charlie Kirk. Nobody did. So obviously you can't say that's his opinion. If somebody asked him a question and then he responded to the question and then the person who asked the question shot his ass, then you can say, yes, he was killed because of his opinion. A man asked him a question, the man didn't like the answer, and the man shot his ass. But nobody in the audience shot the man. It was heated, but nobody shot nobody. This dude was on the rooftop. He was not even part of the crowd. So how can you say he was killed because of his opinion? That sounds crazy to me. We don't even know if they have the real shooter. Nobody has talked to the shooter yet. Nobody knows the motives for real. Okay? They want to position Charlie Kirk as a martyr of free speech. That's not the case. He did not get shot because he answered the question wrong. No. There's more to this fucker than we know. So we have to wait. But how can you say that? If at least you hear from the killer, if at least you have a manifesto from the killer, then you can say, based on what the killer said, or based on the manifesto, then yes, he was killed because of his opinion. No, I am not jumping out the window. I ain't jumping nowhere. Shut up. I'm not jumping anywhere. You're not worth me jumping nowhere. I ain't jumping no fucking where. I'm right here. I'm seated right there. I ain't jumping nowhere. What I'm telling you, you're silly. You're a silly old man. You are a predictable old man. You don't think for yourself. You're like a parrot. You don't need a fucking brain, right? You're like, your brain is a fucking waste. Think for yourself. Think for a second. If you have not talked to the killer, then how do you know he was killed because of his opinion? How do you know this? We don't even know if they have the right person. They arrested 2 people wrongfully yesterday, or like the day before yesterday. Now they claim they have the killer. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see why he said he killed a man. Let's wait and see if they have a manifesto. Because you cannot say, oh, he was killed because of his opinion. How do you know this? How do you know this? You're just stipulating. You're just repeating what these goofy-ass white people want you to repeat. Because they want you to believe that Charlie Kirk was not a racist, but he was a man who was out here fighting for the freedom of speech. No, the fuck he was not. You don't have the right to degrade people. You don't have the right to poke fun at people and their sexuality and call them all kinds of rainbow-clad trans this and trans that. That is just insulting people. And there's a reason why you can get sued for defamation. There's a reason why libel and slander are not covered by the First Amendment. You can't just say all kinds of crazy shit about people. You don't have the right to be disrespectful. And when you need to disrespect people to convey your ideas, then we know you're fucking mediocre. And maybe that's why he dropped out of college, because he just didn't have it. He didn't have it because you're a goofy ass little bitch. So for me, why you got me triggered, you got me triggered because as a Black person, you should know better. You should definitely know better. You should know better. Okay, we can definitely say Dr. King got killed because he expressed himself. Because what the fuck? But this boy, he was doing way more than college tours. Charlie Kirk was doing way more. You don't know his private life. You don't know who he took money from. You don't even know his donors. You have no fucking clue who the fuck he was involved in. And you are going along with these racist white people to try to sanitize the image of a white racist. He's not a purveyor of free speech. He's not a man who lived and died fighting for free speech. You on college campuses trying to defame and slander black people. What the fuck is that? This dude died talking about black people. Make it make sense. Like, that makes no sense. Yeah, I am disrespecting you because you're my fucking nerves. Like, what the fuck? What the hell? Like, you sound damn crazy. Like, stop saying bullshit. Like, how the fuck you know he died because of his opinion? Like, you talked to the killer? You talked to the killer? No, you have not. Go sit down somewhere. It's fucking annoying. Anyways, you guys, let's move on. It pisses me off. But let me tell you this. I saw this video yesterday. Let me show y'all this video, okay?
So
let me show y'all this video. Watch this real quick. So damn stupid.
I came across this information. I was going to try to put it into a video, but I wanted to get it out in real time as fast as possible because the more information we have out there, the faster we can solve what actually happened to Charlie Kirk. How was this planned out? Who is actually behind it? So I came across this on InfoWars with Alex Jones. We're going to listen to it, and then I'm going to take you through. People are posting more information that they're finding.
So look, you guys, look, can you see this? There was a book. Cause Charlie, yeah, sure, Goofy, you're the goofy one. This shit must be fucking reflexive. You're the goofy one. Anyways, right? This book, the book is called The Shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack, right? Look at this, you guys. The book was published on Amazon September 9th. On September 9th, yeah, right. You're the one who lives in a fucking echo chamber, repeating the goofy shit racist white people want you to repeat. You're not on a fucking plantation. You're free. Celebrate Juneteenth and regain your freedom, okay? Make it make sense. This book, you guys, was published on Amazon on September 9th. Charlie Kirk was killed September 10th. Do you see the shit? Do you see the shit? There, somebody went and published a book about Charlie Kirk being shot in Utah on September 9th. How the fuck? What the fuck? How in the fuck? How in the fuck? Like, how in the fuck? Which is why I keep telling y'all, Trump is weird. Listen to me. Trump had something to do with this shit. They all had something to do with this shit. That's why he's so uncomfortable. September 9th. They already knew he was going to die in Utah. I told you, it is so weird. This boy only had 6 police officers. She gonna talk, right? And I'm gonna play the video from the white girl who was there. The girl was there. She said they were not checking for IDs. They were not checking for tickets. You can just pull up. So mad people pulled up. And then she said she saw like 3 police officers. They later said he had 6 police officers for like 1,000 people. They set this boy up. This boy walked into a fucking trap. They set this child up. This boy walked into a trap. This don't make no fucking sense. They were not checking IDs. They were not checking tickets. There was no metal detectors. They didn't have no dogs, nothing. Nobody, after everything that happened to Trump, nobody walked on these rooftops to make sure shit was secure. But then as soon as he dies, now that the man is shot, he dead, you see all these police officers just showing up out of nowhere. Where the fuck was y'all at? That boy walked into a trap. That boy walked into a trap. And this is why Trump is so uncomfortable, talking all kinds of bullshit about, oh, the ratings, the this and that, talking all kinds of nonsense. I told y'all it's giving Goodfellas. The truth gonna come out. These people here, the mob, these are a bunch of thuggish ass people. These are some dangerous ass people. September 9th, and they're not done yet. They are not done yet. Keep watching the shit.
About what's happening behind the scenes. And this is actually shocking to know that a book was published about his shooting the day before he died. And then also the LA Times and the New York Times reporting that he was shot September 9th, the day before he was shot. Yeah. None of this makes any sense. Let me take you through it real quick.
Now, Grok confirmed this. I went and looked it up and confirmed it. I saw this last night, and I wanted to wait and check. And a whole bunch of corporate publications a full day before Charlie was shot, put out articles saying Charlie Kirk was shot and killed, but just the headline. And the people there were chanting, and we have the audio. You hear the crowd, the noise. There's all the witnesses they were saying. It's kind of like, it's like the crazy man that stabbed the Ukrainian girl in the throat. You got to listen real carefully. But he says twice, I got that white girl. But he's in a train, so you have to really listen carefully. But you can hear it in there. I don't know if it'll translate over AM radio out there. Probably will on FM, but it's all over. Actually, you want to see it. And the cheering, yeah. Once it happens, yeah, they're looking, yeah, yeah, yeah. And so I've got all the postings in the town by leftists and trans people that, hey, he's getting liquidated tomorrow. He's getting dissolved tomorrow. He's something big.
They were writing this on Twitter. And you want to tell me that the people at X, they don't have software, they don't have algorithm, they don't have AI that can scour for stuff like this? Elon didn't know about the shit on his own platform. They can fact check everything. They can take down posts. They can do all that within a millisecond of you posting it, right? But on this day, it wasn't working, right? All these people writing all this shit about this boy gonna die tomorrow. He gonna die tomorrow. Nobody saw that shit. Elon didn't see it. Nobody saw the shit. Yeah, the fuck right. They killed that boy. Okay, they killed him.
Things gonna happen. He's gonna go bye-bye.
There you go.
And then there's this, and I'll play you that to show you the stuff in a moment. But look at this. Let's put this on screen from Amazon. Put the full screen up, please. The shooting of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, blow that up. Why does Amazon have the shooting of Charlie Kirk by Anastasia J. Casey posted one day before he was murdered? And then they updated it, and it's on the Internet Archive. That's been checked. It happened a day. September 9th. So it was already out there, and then they updated it today. Publication date, September 9th. The FBI needs to be knocking down some doors over there.
The FBI is involved in this. They're involved in this. You guys, please. They're involved in this. That's why the story sounds so crazy. Like, oh no, a friend recognized them. Then the friend went to his dad. Then his dad went to a minister. Then this minister just so happened to be friends with a U.S. Marshal. And then he agreed to go willingly in the car. And then they drove him to the police station so he could turn himself in. What? What the fuck? How often does shit work out so perfectly like that? Have you ever seen a killer? A convicted killer, somebody who's so convicted, like, yeah, I did this for the right reason, just willfully turn himself in. You know what, Dad? You're right. You know what, Mr. Minister? You're right. I did the wrong thing. I'm going to turn myself in. Do you mind driving me to the police station, please? Okay, let's go. I'm ready to do the right thing. I am ready to answer for my crimes. Life doesn't work like that. Life never works like that. Like, that's not how life works. Shit don't work out this beautifully. It's not a fucking movie. This is real life. If anything, even if let's assume the dad went and told his son, most likely the son will try to deny it. And in typical fashion, to you guys, let's be so for real. How many white parents do you know that turn their kids in? Like, even that shit don't make no damn sense. A white man, his son's a killer. And he said to his son, turn yourself in. Yeah, right. And nobody gonna cover up more for their kids than white people. Okay, the last thing I can see a white American parent do is to tell their child, oh, turn yourself in. No, they will lie for that kid. They will get a lawyer for that kid. That's all they do. They help their children to get away with crimes. White parents don't hold their kids accountable. That's why they're mass shooters. That's why they take their fast cars and kill people. White kids don't grow up with structure. They don't. They're not raised to be held accountable. They're not raised to, like, what's the American Pie over here? They're not raised to mind their mouth. They ain't got no fucking manners. These people ain't raised right. They're not raised right. So you want me to believe a white man knows that his son killed Charlie Kirk. And then he told his son, you got to turn yourself in. That's the right thing to do. You did the wrong thing, Max. You got to turn yourself in. And the son said, you're right, Dad. I did something really bad. I'm going to turn myself in. Can you take me to the police station? Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. And I would love to see a video of him, his dad, and the minister and the U.S. Marshal just, casually, willfully walking into the police station the way Jesus walked with the Roman guards. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Bunch of bullshit. Okay. Oh, Cash Patel is he is extremely fishy. Okay. Like, please. They killed that boy.
Seeing this all about Charlie Kirk, first of all, I am devastated. I am stressed. I hope he's okay. I was just Googling this and something blew my mind. This just happened September 10th. If you look on Google right now, 19 hours ago, posted by New York Times and Los Angeles Times, 19 hours ago, saying Charlie Kirk was shot.
Okay, you see? So everybody should know this. I mean, if you followed a lot of the news, like with October 7th, right? Since October 7th, I think it's we should all know the New York Times is ran by Zionists. The New York Times is ran by Zionists. Most of the writers at the New York Times are Zionists. They take so much money from AIPAC, it's not even funny. Okay? So my thing is, why would the New York Times on September 9th have a headline that said Charlie Kirk, a Zionist news organization, would have a title that says Charlie Kirk was assassinated in Utah? This has something to do with Israel. Listen, this has something to do with Israel. And like me, Trump, I said Trump has changed a lot. And I feel like in this current term, he's all about self-preservation. So anybody that gets smoked, you're going to get smoked. He's not going to intervene. Trump is a coward. But the New York Times is ran by a bunch of ZZs, okay? That's their publication because they control the news in America. They control public sentiments in America. America is the real state of Israel. This nation belongs to Israel. This entire country belongs to Israel. There's not a single branch of the federal government that is not ran by the Jews. They run this country. Congress, the White House, the Supreme Court, the Treasury, the Fed, the banks, the entertainment, Hollywood, you name it. The Jews run America. They run America. So I'm like, when she said New York Times, I said, well, there you go. Something happened with these Jews. Something happened with these Zionists. Something happened. I don't know what happened, but they're like, yeah, he's not going to be in alignment with the plans that we have between Israel and America, so he got to go. And no trans person shot that man. And no trans person shot that man. Okay, these trans people, they go over there, they fight his ass, they get upset, they go home. This is way more personal. And even like this right, I'm like, all of this, it takes a lot of money. The book, the this, the that, it's a lot of money. This is somebody's rich that's doing this. It's not a regular person. It is not a regular person. They want to make it seem as though it's a regular person, but it's not a regular person. There's an enterprise behind this. Okay? I'm not stupid.
19 hours ago would have been September 9th. Today's the 10th. This doesn't make sense. 19 hours ago. 19 hours ago. Today is the 10th. This doesn't make sense. How could the New York Times and Los Angeles Times report 19 hours ago that he had been shot when this just happened September 10th?
Is he? Hold on.
Loud.
So, yeah, just keep showing it. I mean, these are sick people. We'll show a compilation of them celebrating in a moment. But do you understand? Now let's show this video. Here it is, the shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack and aftermath and America's response. These people have a time machine? September 9th, the Utah killing, and they're all there. He's dead. Something big tomorrow. No police on the roof. What the hell is this?
Is he?
Now, it gets worse. Key West just asked, why does Amazon have the shooting of Charlie Kirk by Anastasia J. Casey posted one day before he was murdered? Now, this lady noticed, and people ask me, so I'm responding to them. Alex Jones, something for you to check out. Given this is right up your alley and you have the resources to do so. Wall Street Apes posted this a little while ago. They're credible folks. We checked it, though. It's true. The New York Times and LA Times had articles published about Charlie Kirk being shot before he was. That's how they reported 3 hours before they caught Oswald, that it was Oswald in the Asian papers, because they got their times messed up. They reported WT7 was blown up an hour before it was blown up, exactly how it was blown up. Wall Street Apes posted this a little bit ago. The New York Times and LA Times had articles published about Charlie Kirk being shot before he actually was, screenshots and video posted. And Grok checked it and said it is accurate. Grok's findings are at the end of the video. Here is the video.
Those for seeing this all about Charlie Kirk. First of all, I am devastated. I am stressed. I hope he's okay. I was just Googling this and something blew my mind. This just happened September 10th. If you look on Google right now, 19 hours ago, posted by New York Times and Los Angeles Times, 19 hours ago, saying Charlie Kirk was shot. 19 hours ago would have been September 9th. Today's the 10th. This doesn't make sense. 19 hours ago. 19 hours ago. Today is the 10th. This doesn't make sense. How could the New York Times and Los Angeles Times report 19 hours ago that he had been shot when this just happened September 10th? Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
No, they wanted him dead. Now look at this. Let's watch this video real quick, you guys. Let's watch this one. Hold on.
The footage of Charlie Kirk being murdered. It's very sad. It's very tragic, and it's downright depressing. I suspect that this is a very, very complex assassination that involves something more complex than just a mere angry left-wing activist.
Yes.
There is an interesting tweet that you can read. It is from a guy by the name of Harrison Smith. And Harrison said something not too long ago, and that is that he was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie Kirk was afraid that Israel was going to murder him if he turned against Israel. Now, I looked into this tweet. Yes, Harrison Smith did.
And do you see why, like that? That's why I told that old black man he a clown. Do you see why? Because they want to control the narrative. They need the people to believe that he died because of free speech. Because as long as you believe, oh yeah, he died because of his opinion, then you're not going to look at the ZZs, right? This is what they do. These people are masterful in distraction. That's what he was telling you earlier. They will throw so much shit at you because their job is to muddy the waters. Their job is to make the truth hard to get to, right? But if you believe that he was killed because he expressed his opinions and things like that, and the First Amendment, they're going to get away with this murder. That's what they want you to believe. And that's why you got to ask yourself, is that really what happened? Because we didn't talk. We don't even know who has killed this man. I'm going to say it again. If you have not talked to the killer, then how do you know why he was killed? Only the killer can know why he was killed. So if you don't have the killer in custody, you haven't talked to him, and he hasn't confessed, then how do you know he was killed because of his opinion? That is what they want you to hold on to, so you stop asking questions. I'm like, no, nobody in the audience shot Curly. What's his name? Nobody in the audience shot Charlie, right? He's been doing this for 13 years. That goofy shit he does with these kids, that trolling shit he does. Oh, sir, you're the dumbass. You are the dumbass. You're the dumbass. And all you got to say is, niece, thank you for putting me on because I wasn't thinking straight. That's it. You got to stop repeating shit. So, yeah, you were the dumbass. Now, hopefully, you're not always a dumbass, but in this instance, you were a dumbass. So I said it to your face. It's fucking annoying. Stop repeating shit. If you haven't talked to the person who killed him, how do you know why he killed him? This is what they do. They always give people a fake alibi. Even with 9/11. Oh, yeah, it's the terrorists. Oh, yeah, it's Osama bin Laden. How do I even fucking know that shit? And every time you see Osama, he got a fucking Rolex on. that, oh yeah, it's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. How did we go from Osama bin Laden to Iraq? Like, what the fuck? White people lie. You cannot trust white Americans. Doesn't matter who they are. White liberals, white conservative, it don't matter. They're white people. Do not trust white people. There's always more to the story. Anytime a white person tells you something, you need to believe the complete opposite. If a white man tells you the sky is blue, it's probably red. If a white man tells you go left, go right, they're a bunch of liars. They don't know how to not lie. But how can we know he was killed for his opinion when you don't even have the right person? You don't have the right person. You don't have a manifesto. We don't even know why he was killed. We don't even know why he was killed. They're just stipulating, and they want you to believe that, oh, he was killed because he was fighting for the First Amendment. So that way they can sanitize his racist ways. They don't get to sanitize and canonize freaking Charlie Kirk. He's a fucking racist. He was a fucking racist. He was a despicable human being. He was a fraud, a swindler, and he was a mediocre ass human being. And the people smoked his ass because he's fucking stupid. That's it. That's that. He was not killed because of his opinion. He was actually worse. 2013, when he was out here doing this shit, he was worse. Like the stuff. Charlie probably, I even feel like he kind of calmed down a little bit. He was so extreme. And at his most extreme, no one ever tried to kill this boy. Today, it's way more acceptable to be white and a Trump supporter. Today, it is way more acceptable, right? Today, it's more acceptable to wear a MAGA hat. In 2011, in 2013, that shit could get you killed. But yet, nobody tried to kill him. And the worst time to be white and a Trump supporter was in the early 2010s. It's not now. Like in the 2020s, like it's acceptable to be a Trump supporter. It's actually pretty cool. Nobody bats an eye if they see a white boy wearing a MAGA hat. No one gives a fuck. Because now it's acceptable. Everybody pretty much voted for Trump, right? He got the popular vote and he got the electoral college votes. No, I'm not angry. You annoy me. I'm not angry. Like you just annoyed me. You truly annoyed me. Because I don't like when I see black people just regurgitating the talking points of white people. It triggers me. So yes, you had me triggered. Because if you have not talked to the killer, if you don't have an actual legitimate manifesto, you cannot say, oh, he was killed because he was expressing himself. No. Somebody asked them a question. They were going back and forth. That person never drew a weapon. It's someone who was not part of the audience that killed him. Okay, there are many reasons why he could have been killed. His opinions, maybe. Epstein also, maybe. Taking money from Israel, maybe. But I'm saying he had a life outside of going to college campuses. We're not with Charlie 24/7. You don't know what kind of money's in the bank account. You don't know what kind of donor he has. You don't know this man. You don't know his life. But he has a lot of enemies that you know nothing about. But what they want to do is they want to hide behind the most predictable op. Oh, it has to be a trans people. It has to be a trans person because that is the most obvious person to accuse. Just like if there's a crime, well, a black person must have done it, right? A black person must have done it. And I'm like, you cannot be lazy like that. Right? You got to renounce, right? It's not a conjecture. I don't conjecture for shit. You came in here with a conjecture. Oh, he got killed because of his opinion. He died because of free speech. What the fuck? If that was the case, he would have died a long time ago. Because the kind of shit he has said in the past is way worse than the kind of shit he was on. Right? I don't even feel like he calmed down. So it goes to show that you yourself are not familiar with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. You don't really know him. You probably just encountered this boy quite recently, right? I've known Charlie for a very long time. I've seen his content for years. The boy used to be worse because he was so desperate to make it with his broke ass. So my point is, when he was at a fever pitch, no one tried to kill his ass. So why now? And we recognize that the one thing that has changed recently is that he's taking money from the Zionists. And so when you see that the New York Times, which is a newspaper run by Zionists, is releasing titles a day ahead that Charlie Kirk got killed in Utah. I'm like, yeah. No, I'm not. You didn't have an opinion. You regurgitated something that the white people told you, right? And that's the problem. You didn't have an opinion. You didn't think about that yourself. You were told he died because he expressed himself. So you came over here like a parrot and just repeated that shit. There was nothing novel about what you said. You heard that from the white people and you came over here and you repeated that shit. That's it. And I'm like, that kind of regurgitation is something you need to check. It's not okay, right? Because there's more to this man than college debates. He does other things. If you go from 0 to $12 million in less than 10 years, or almost like 13 years, right? How the fuck did you make so much money? Who did you get your money from? Right? The boy is worth 12 million. When he started like 10 years ago, he had $0. In the decade, he's worth 11. How? Where did he get his money? Who gives him money? Turning Point USA is a non-for-profit. He has donors. Who are his donors? Okay, so that's the thing. But I'm like, if you fuck with these crazy Zionist people and now they smoked your ass, well, that's it. But that's not your opinions. That's your bad business dealings. You went into business with thugs. You went into business with some killers. It's not your opinion. It's your greed. Anybody who takes money from the Zionists, especially when you're on social media telling white people that you're proud to be an American, you're a nationalist, you're all about America first, you're pro-choice, all that bullshit, only for you to turn around and take money from Zionists, you sound crazy. Everybody knows the #1 mission of Zionists is Israel first. They're not America first. So why are you taking their money? Why are you taking money from people who hate America? #2, if you are a Christian, why are you taking money from people who believe that Jesus was a heretic and that he's currently burning in hell in his own poop? This is what the Jews believe, that Jesus was a heretic and that Jesus is burning in hell in his own excrement. Everybody should know that. So if somebody believes that your Lord and Savior is a heretic, why are you in business with that person? If somebody believes that your Jesus Christ, the one that you call your Messiah, is currently burning in hell amongst all kinds of poop, why would you take money from that person? So Charlie is not dead because of his thoughts. No, he's dead because he's greedy. And his greed led him to believe that he could go into business with some very, very dangerous people who have never been afraid to kill American people on American soil. If the Zionists were able to kill JFK, they killed the whole president. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? These are dangerous people. If what people are saying about 9/11 is correct, oh my gosh, these are crazy people. These are crazy people. If Einstein is Mossad and he was able to infiltrate and get all kinds of dirt on all these white American politicians and their deviancy and their sexual appetite for underage girls, the fuck? These are scary people. And he took money from scary people who are not afraid to pew-pew American people on American soil. So that's not you dying because of your opinions. You died because of your greed and your poor choices in business partners. Like most white Americans, greed gonna kill these people. Because if you're a Christian, you're an American, you're a nationalist, you believe in America first, do not fuck with these people. They hate America. They hate America, they hate American people, and they hate Christ. So why are you messing with these people? So that's not dying for your opinions. That's you dying because of your goofy ass greed. These are dangerous people. They're extremely dangerous. What the heck?
To write this. And he said, I was told by someone who was close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie Kirk is terrified of the Israelis. Now, if you look at recent videos of Charlie Kirk was very pro-Israel to the extent that he was doing apologetics for Israel's slaughterhouse in Gaza. But Charlie Kirk was vocal about
Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein.
That Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who is obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
And he was vocal about Jeffrey Epstein's connections to the Mossad.
And you see, and that's what I said. And this is why they ran out there, because they control the media. We live in a propagandized state. Like, we live in a military state. They run out there to tell people, oh, it's a trans person. It's a trans person. It's some butthurt trans person that just couldn't take Charlie Kirk and his opinions. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? He has been debating trans people. I know trans people can be extra sometimes. I know. But Charlie has been antagonizing trans people for over 13 years. Why now? And also remember, there was a time where you couldn't even say shit about trans people, and he was doing it. Today, people have gotten, it's way more acceptable now to criticize trans people and their he, she pronouns and their goofy shit, right? But there was a time, oh no, like white supremacy, like you couldn't even say shit about trans people. And he was out here doing that shit. But he has been antagonizing trans people for almost 13 years, maybe 15. And not once did these trans people ever try to take his life. So then why now? Why now? Why now? And that's the thing I wish people will ask themselves. This is not his first rodeo, right? Oh my gosh, you're so fucking slow. I'm done explaining it to you. Because you are the type of people, you just have so much cognitive dissonance because your goal is you want to be right. Oh, he was killed for his opinion. You're fucking slow. This is not a matter of opinion. This is a matter of you do business with people. If you take money from the Jews, from the Zionists, you cannot criticize the Zionists. He takes money from these people, agrees to lie that, oh, what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, does all kinds of apologetics for the Israel state, right? But then he turns around and he wants to talk about the Epstein. You can't have it both ways. That's not dying for your opinion. That's you being stupid. You can't have it both ways. If you agree to go into bed with these people, you become their bitch. So you don't talk about their shit, right? Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take the money, but because I'm a grifter, I still need my audience to believe I'm a real G. So I'm going to keep talking about, I'm going to defend you for the Gaza shit because I hate the Muslims. But when it comes to Epstein, I'm going to talk about it because I don't want to seem like I'm a fraud. I want to be a real one. Nah, motherfucker. That's not how it works. You can't have it both ways. And that's why I'm saying, right? I ain't putting no shit on. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Okay? That's why I'm saying you can't have it both ways. You don't get to pick. That's why Trump has been telling all these fuckers, y'all need to stop talking about the shit. But they don't want to listen. Trump has been telling these white kids, drop this Epstein shit. And he's saying it as an OG because he knows they're fucking serious. But these kids want to be fucking rebellious. You can't have it both ways. And they don't get it. But I'm like, Trump is trying to let them know these people mean business. They gonna kill all of us. Even Trump knows he can get killed. This is not a joke. They have infiltrated America for over 60 years now. I even feel like Trump even knows, like, his hands are tied. No, we don't agree. I don't agree with you. I'm not angry. Stop calling me angry because I feel like a dumbass. I'm not angry. Stop saying that goofy shit. You're deflecting. You're not going to gaslight me. I am not angry. There's nothing to be angry about. I'm not angry. What I'm saying is you can't say somebody died for his opinions. No, he died because he took money from the wrong people. And when you take money from these people, you have to be a whole bitch. And this Epstein shit, they don't want people to talk about it. But the problem with Charlie is he had my nostrils can flare, so can your butt cheeks. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You keep saying the same bullshit. And I can tell you, your butt cheeks are flaring with your loose anus. Go fuck yourself. You know, child, you know you were touched. Get the fuck out of here. You're white. You know you were touched as a child. Move the fuck on. Don't have me hurt your feelings. You're so fucking stupid. Okay? Nostrils, nostrils. Yes, bitch, I got a big nose. And the fuck what? Move the fuck on. You small lip bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Why the fuck are you here? You write one more comment, I'm gonna block your ass. I'm sick and tired of your bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. I thought you were going to go see Megyn Kelly and her bulimic ass. Why are you here? Why the fuck are you still here? Get the fuck off my channel. You're not welcome here, you dumb bitch. Get the fuck on. Go on. It's like you see a black space. Why are you here? You're the only white person here. Why are you here? Why the fuck are you here? Right? Like, who the fuck knows? Like, you're the only person here. You're the only white that's here. Or at least you're the only white that's typing. Go be amongst your people. Okay, listen. He expressed an opinion, right? But it's not just the opinion that got him killed, right? If you join a gang, there are rules to you joining a gang, right? If you join a gang and you're part of that gang, right? You can't go around and do whatever the fuck you want to do. So yes, you express yourself and it got you killed. But it's not just because you express yourself. It's because you agreed to be part of a gang. You got to respect the code. Like, if you don't respect the code, you're going to die. But you never had to be under the code. You just went there and took their money. So if you don't get that part, I don't know. I'm tired. My head hurts. It really does hurt. And then this is becoming a moot point. So believe what the fuck you want to believe. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. My head hurts. Okay? My head hurts. I think those who get it, get it. Those who don't, don't. I am sick and tired of you people just being contrarians for the sake of being contrarians. Okay? So if you want to believe that he died because of his opinion, believe that shit. It's on par with your intellect. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. Like, this is so damn stupid. Okay? Then go see fucking Megyn Kelly. Go see her. You sound like a dumb bitch. If you know that Candace and Megyn have substance, you've been here for almost 3 hours now. Is that what you do? Are you that dumb? Oh, you don't have substance, but I'm going to stay here for 3 hours and keep typing in your chat so I can get your attention. You are a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You are a fucking dumbass. If you realize that I don't have substance, why are you here? Go places where people have substance. Right? Show us your intelligence. Ain't you white? Don't you have superior intellect? Impress me. Do the white thing. Be mature. Get the fuck on. Go. You're a dumbass. The fuck? I gotta shoot you in the neck to get you to go or something like that? Get the fuck on. Why the fuck are you here? You weirdo.
And he said that it is no longer a conspiracy.
Get the fuck out of here. You're blocked.
That Epstein was working for some major intelligence apparatus. And he said, the Mossad. And then there is a video that you can watch in which Kirk is speaking with Megyn Kelly. And they're talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Do you think there's any intel community involved?
What did you write? What is this? Why are you not considered slow? That is you saying that you never heard him say that. So why are you making fault? What the fuck? You're so disrespectful. I don't give a fuck. I'm disrespectful, man. Isn't that also his brand? So he can be disrespectful, but I can't be disrespectful. Why? Only white people have the right to be disrespectful. I don't give a fuck. The nigga dead. Next. The fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, they're so fucking lame. Like, they're so bored. They're so fucking stupid. Oh, you have no substance. Motherfucker been here for like 3 hours. Like, I've been here for like 4 hours, right? Motherfucker been here for like 3 hours. They don't want to go. Like, these people are just fucking weird. Oh, you have no substance. Oh, you have alopecia. Oh, then go. Go see Megyn Kelly and her eating disorder having ass. Go see that skinny bitch. Fuck, I care. Like, they're so weird. No, it doesn't. No, it's not the anger. It hurts because I don't know why like basic shit is so hard like this. Like it's just it's like this like mental gymnastics. Like it hurts my head. Yeah, that's fucking weird. Like get the fuck out of here. Bunch of weirdos.
Involvement in this?
I wouldn't be surprised one bit. I am convinced, based on my own sources and my own reporting on this story, he wasn't one of ours.
So he was an American, which leads basically three options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad.
Yep.
Which one would you choose?
I guess Mossad, given his connection to.
Okay, so your ass, Megan Kelly also, she on the list. She on the list. They don't come for your ass as well. She's on the list. Okay.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove and it's getting buried because.
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing.
It could be. I really don't know.
I have no evidence to suggest that.
No, me neither. I did think it was very odd how, look, half of you raised your hands because you've heard that theory. You've heard it debated. You have questions. But the one time Pam Bondi was asked a question about this at the cabinet meeting on Monday, she was like, and as for whether he was an agent, that I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'll get back to you. You haven't looked into it? What do you mean? So that was kind of a fishy answer.
And Megan, remember Alexander Acosta in 2007, he said he was told to treat Epstein carefully because he was an intel asset. That was one of Trump's cabinet secretaries who was literally a U.S. attorney 3 hours from here in Florida. He said that himself.
Now, think about this. Think about this just for one moment. Charlie Kirk is one of the biggest things for American conservatism. He is right up there with Ben Shapiro. Arguably, he is more famous than Ben Shapiro. I think he is much more popular than Ben Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro is on his way out. But Charlie Kirk, arguably the biggest face of American conservatives, of American conservatism right now. And he is talking about Epstein, and he's talking about Epstein's connections to the Mossad. That is very dangerous for Israel. Very dangerous for Israel. Think about this. Israel is losing the propaganda war. Israel is losing the PR war. Israel is quickly becoming more and more unpopular. Israel, since October the 7th, since Israel's bombing and slaughter of Gaza.
I agree. Trump is not sad because he won MAGA. He warned them kids. Y'all better stop messing with them people. That's why I feel like he knew. That's why he told them people, y'all better stop. But they keep on doing it. Okay, well. Because if you think, oh, I can take their money and I can, because the thing about Charlie Kirk and these kinds of people, they're grifters, but they want to give the impression that they have integrity. That's the problem. They want to take money from evil people and play a double game. Okay, I'll defend you when it comes to the genocide in Gaza because he doesn't like Muslims, right? He despises Arabs. He hates Muslims. So he doesn't mind because for him, it's a good thing that Muslims are getting killed. He's a hateful being. Now, the Epstein file is a thing that a lot of these so-called white conservative Americans care about because, white people are performative. Oh, we care about victims. We care about victims. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, right? So he has to keep a good face to his people. So if he drops the Epstein, he looks like he's corrupt. So he can't look corrupt. So it's like this duality going to get you killed because you can't have it both ways. But he wants to be corrupt and at the same time appear noble that he's fighting to get to the bottom of this shit. It's like, no. Once you take their money, you cannot talk about these people. And yes, you're going to be seen as a sellout. It's like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, he understands the assignment. He took the money. He doesn't criticize at all. All he does is defend, make apologies. That's all he does. He doesn't try to play devil's advocate. No, because Ben understood. I took their money. I'm a bitch. Charlie Kirk is the only one to think like, oh yeah, I can take their money, but I can also try to make it seem like I'm the guy who can still speak his mind and do. Nah, fam. You can't have it both ways. You their bitch. So, and you should know these people are some straight up killers. Exactly. But there's a reason why Trump has this, like, he's not affected by it. Because I feel like I told you, you ain't listen, now you dead. There you go. Right? That's it.
Began. Israel has been sending its finest Hasbarist, its finest propagandist, to do apologetics, to do Hasbara, which is just propaganda, for Israel. And these Hasbarists, no matter how efficient they are in the art of sophistry and debate, are losing. They're losing. Israel sent its finest Hasbarist to defend it, and they've been losing. Douglas Murray, etc., whoever, they've been losing. They've been losing to comedians. They've been losing to people like Dave Smith. And Israel knows we are losing the Hasbara campaign. Israel's top spokesperson, Mr. Jonathan Conricus, has been losing debate after debate, or he got slaughtered by Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan recently just slaughtered John Conricus in a debate on the Piers Morgan show. And John Conricus himself has admitted Israel is losing the propaganda war.
I see and I agree with your point, Piers. And I think that what Israel is at fault doing is not communicating well enough and not managing the media realm of warfare in a sufficient way. And I think that is regrettable.
Netanyahu recently said that if only Israel could have 6 more Mike Huckabees, then we would be winning the Hasbara war. He said this.
If we had 5 or 6 more Mike Huckabees, Israel wouldn't have a Hasbara problem. Thank you.
So Israel knows we're losing. Now, Israel's entire existence depends on the United States. Israel knows this. The only people who don't know this are all of the Israelis and all the Zionists who are oblivious to this reality. They think that God is always going to protect Israel no matter what, and blah, blah, blah. And they just don't see the reality. Israel's whole existence depends on America. When Iran was bombing Israel, it was the United States that helped Israel. It was the United States that intercepted a lot of Iran's missiles. And even then, America could not prevent all the missiles from hitting Israel. Israel's Iron Dome was proven to be nothing but hot air. It wasn't efficient enough to defend Israel from all of these hypersonic missiles that Iran was launching at it. America gives billions of dollars to Israel every single year. They say it's $4 billion. I think it's more than that. But America gives billions of dollars every year to Israel. Israel needs that. Israel needs the protection. They need the defense. Knowing this, Israel sees what's happening. They see how more and more Americans are becoming critical of Israel. They see how they are losing the most important demographic for Israel, and that is the white demographic in the United States. The white demographic is the most important demographic for Israel because the white demographic is the majority of Americans. If you want to become president of the United States, you need to win the white vote. They talk about winning the black vote and the Hispanic vote and the Arab vote. And yeah, that's important if you have enough white votes and you need just a few more votes just to win. Yeah, the minority votes are important in that regard. But if you lose the white vote, you lose the presidential election. And if Israel loses the support of the American white demographic, Israel loses America. Because the core of the American population, the majority of the American population is white. Now, for decades, Israel has been enjoying the popularity of the majority of the white demographic, and that is because of evangelical Christianity.
Exactly.
But if you look at the numbers in regards to popularity for Israel in the United States, we've been seeing it going down. Israel doesn't really care about being popular amongst African Americans because black people have tended to be critical of Israel. Hispanics are a mixed bag because of Hispanics becoming evangelical and all that. You have a substantial amount of Hispanics being pro-Israel, but it's a mixed bag. Israel's not too worried about them. Arabs, Israel never had them in the first place, so they don't matter. But white people, they matter for Israel. If you look at what the Pew Research Center has shown recently, if you take the totality of the American Republicans, yeah, the majority of Republicans are pro-Israel. All right, over 50% of Republicans in America are pro-Israel. But if you look at Republicans who are under the age
of 50,
the majority of those Republicans are critical of Israel.
And that's probably the demographic that Charlie Kirk talks to, because that's what he's saying. The state of Israel in the Middle East, right? It's pretty much a bunch of white immigrants who fled Europe, right? And they're creating this fictitious state in the midst of a sea of Arabs. And we know white people have a hard time making friends. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they cannot exist because they don't even deserve to exist. The state of Israel does not deserve to exist. It's Palestine. They should be there, and they should be able to live with other people and respect other people. But no, they wanted to create a state in the midst of a bunch of Arab people. And that is not possible. First, it was the help of Great Britain. Without Great Britain, it would have happened. 1948, 1944, 47, 48, right? But then, Great Britain ceased to be a superpower. America took over. Then America came in. But it's the same family because white Americans are mostly Anglo-Saxons, right? America comes in and props these people up because it also benefits America. Because, white people are racist. They do not want to have a united Middle East. They don't want these Arabs to get along. White people thrive with divide and conquer. It's a hateful people. And not just that, these Arabs have lots of oil. They're very rich. It's a very wealthy people. And nothing triggers white people more than wealthy non-white people. So it benefits these Europeans to have other Europeans in the Middle East causing chaos, because then you can have intel, you can steal resources, you can manufacture reasons to bomb these people, right? But all they're doing is pillaging the Middle East. They're making that place so unsafe as usual because white people number some thugs. White Americans number thugs. Wherever they show up, violence goes up, murders go up, rape goes up, thievery goes up, corruption goes up, drug dealing goes up. That's all that happens when white people show up. They're a bunch of reprobates. When they show up, evil shit goes up. So I don't know how to say this. They prop these people up. They prop these European immigrants in the Middle East and making them feel like, yeah, you have the right to be there. You belong there. But without the help of America, they cannot live. They will not make it. Israel does not have more money than Saudi Arabia. Israel don't have more money than Qatar. Israel don't have more money than the Emirates. They're not that rich. It's a welfare state. America gives these people all their money. It's a welfare state because it really is. It's like a military base. Israel is really, the state of Israel in Palestine, it really is a military base for America. That's really what it is. And it's taken care of as a military base. So sometimes, even I myself, I know, right, it's crazy, but sometimes even myself, I kind of have, I guess, empathy for Bibi because I understand the dirty games he has played for America, the murders he has committed for America, the kind of bullshit he has done in the Middle East. If America drops this man, he's in deep, deep trouble. Because white Americans they'll crank up the battery and they'll have you do all kinds of heinous shit against people. And then what happens? They just leave. Look at Iraq. Look at Libya. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Pakistan. Look at Nicaragua. Look at Chile. That's what they do. They gas people up. Yeah, go kill these people. I got your back. I got your back. Vietnam, right? And then they just say, oh, you know what? This is not going to work out. I'm going to go. Then they leave you surrounded bunch of people you killed. But these people been waiting to get your ass. So I see why Bibi like, nah, you and I go together real bad. You're not going to abandon me because you have made me do things against these people. If you stop supporting me, they're going to kill me and all my people because he knows what he did. He knows what they've done. And it's perfectly normal for all these Arab people to want to get their lick back. They'll be fully justified. So if America stops supporting these people, something bad is going to happen to these people. So Bibi, I understand, he's in survival mode. So anything that can compromise his lifeline, his money line, his welfare, oh no, you can die. you can definitely die. And I'm like, Charlie Kirk, the demographic he had power over is the demographic that is the most resistant to America helping out Israel. And one day, when these people replace the Trumps like that, when they replace that generation, do you really want to have a generation of white Americans, right, who take over the government, who don't even give two shits about Israel? No, you need a generation of white Americans, young white Americans. The day they get to take over, will still have a lot of sympathy for Israel, because Israel cannot live. They cannot make it without support from America. They can't do it. They cannot do it. So you can see how they're I'm going to say they're trigger happy, but they're kind of trigger happy. If you threaten their lifeline, you can go. Because I'm sure for them, it's better for one to die than for their people to die. You know, the thing about these Holocaust people, they have PTSD. They have really, really bad PTSD. And they think everybody's against them, everybody hates them, even though they're always the one antagonizing other people. So I'm like, yeah, that's it, that's that. What the freak?
They are the future of the Republican Party. The future of the Republican Party belongs to the youth, just like any other future, right? The future of any population belongs to the youth. The boomers are old. They're dying out. What happens when the millennials take over the Republican Party? What happens when the Zoomers take over the Republican Party? That's what Israel is worried about.
Yeah.
So they see Charlie Kirk. He represents what? He represents the future of the Republican Party. He represents the young Republican population. And they see Charlie Kirk supporting Israel for the most part. He's giving apologetics for Israel's slaughterhouse in Gaza. That's all well and good for Israel. But then they see Charlie Kirk talking about Epstein and how Epstein was a Mossad asset and how Epstein was being used to gather blackmail against America's politicians. And what does that lead people to? Charlie Kirk has a massive following. Millions of people are listening to Charlie Kirk. People are watching Charlie Kirk. Young Republicans, mainly young white Republicans, are listening to Charlie Kirk. And they're hearing Charlie Kirk talking about Epstein and Israel and the Mossad. And what is that going to lead them? That's an entire gateway into an even deeper rabbit hole. They start going on to Twitter. They start looking more into Epstein. They start reading about the Mossad, blackmailing America's politicians. Then they start looking at Candace Owens. Then they start looking at Nick Fuentes. And they're going down that rabbit hole. They start looking at the Israel lobby. They start looking at John Mearsheimer, the Israel lobby, how Israel is controlling over our politicians. And what conclusion would that lead a young person to? What conclusion does that lead us to? Israel has a lot of undue influence. Israel has a lot of undue excessive power over our government. That's not good. And they become critical of Israel. And that could lead to other conclusions. That could lead to the conclusion that Israel is doing genocide. That could lead to the conclusion that, oh my God, our tax dollars are funding a genocide. That's evil. And that could all start with just someone being told about Jeffrey Epstein and his connections to the Mossad. That's very dangerous. Plus, also keep in mind, Charlie Kirk, being as popular as he was also someone who insiders could leak information to. Someone who is close to Israel, who knows too much about Israel, but is critical of Israel, could leak information to Charlie Kirk. That's another dangerous prospect for Israel. Israel is very desperate.
So that's why I said, that's why you can't say, oh, he was killed for his opinions. This is way more than just having an opinion. You have opinion, you have influence, you have knowledge, you took their money. This is way more than, oh, he was killed for his opinion. We're past your opinion is a problem. It's not just your opinions. You're causing people to ask questions. You're causing people to dig. You're getting intel. You're getting this. You get close to these people, but it's like, are you really one of us, or you're here to spy on us? Like, this man got killed for way more than his opinion. That's crazy to me. Okay? Yeah. If you take their money, do not talk about these people. If you take their money, do not talk about these people. Okay?
They are very desperate.
Yeah.
They're losing the propaganda campaign. Doesn't matter who they send to do Hasbara for them. They're losing. It's just it's a battle that Israel cannot win. And when evil people become desperate, they do evil things. When someone is money hungry and they're power hungry, and they're going to lose a bunch of money, what do? They do evil things. It's like someone who is money hungry and he wants to get a family member's inheritance. He does something very destructive and evil.
Yeah.
That's the type of situation I think.
I don't know. He's 31 years old and he's so damn arrogant. Like, you took their money and you bit the hand that fed you and your family. Stupido, low IQ behavior. Yeah, muy estupido. For real. He is crazy because he wanted to seem like he a real one. Like, oh, I'm still going to speak my mind. I'm still going to have integrity. You know, trying to play that game with these people. No. Wants to be a Janice key, like a key with two faces on. Yeah, play with these people. These are some crazy ass people. Even I could have told you that shit. But the moment you realize, when people tell you, oh yeah, they killed JFK, they killed a president on American soil, like, oh shit, these are some dangerous ass people. No, you want to go fuck with these people and you think, oh, as long as I speak against the Palestinians, they're not going to mind. Yeah, right. Fuck around and find out. These are dangerous people. Exactly. And that's how they are. Like when you read the Zionist manifesto, they don't care. It's like, better you than me. Better you than me. They said the Holocaust never again. So whatever they have to do to never get, child, let me not even say it. Okay? They're going to make sure they do it. They don't care. They don't care. And also, allegedly, he's a Christian. So when you're a Christian, listen, according to them, Christ is a heretic that is currently burning in hell in his own poop. So who cares? A Christian is no different than a Gentile. And they are very clear in the Talmud. And the Talmud says that the life of a Gentile is not worth the fingernail of a Jew. Okay? People who go around calling you Hakum, you think they're your friend? You're crazy. But because he saw their complexion, he's like, oh, they're my kinfolk. I'm going to be all right. You're right. Let me not even say it. Okay? Yeah, Nick doesn't take their money. He doesn't. But I'm like, you can't have it both ways. It's a fucking game. You cannot have it both ways. You live by the game, you die by the game. So that's it. But this is not a trans person. Like, this is way past a trans issue.
I think Israel is in. So imagine, you're Israel. Your entire existence, your survival depends on America. And you are watching.
Even Officer Tatum, when Officer Tatum had BB on, he said, yeah, we had a good experience in Israel, but that one kid came out and he spit on the pastor. They don't like Christians. These are hateful people, like Zionists. You have original Jews in Palestine, right? They don't have a problem. Because before these European immigrants showed up with their trauma and their PTSD to the Middle East, you had Jews and Christians and Muslims living in what was then called the Mandate of Palestine. These people get along. It's these European immigrants who left Poland, they left Russia, Ukraine, Germany, France, Switzerland. Like, it's them immigrants. These European people. They're the problem. But the real Semites don't have a problem with Christianity. These people, them ZZ people, they don't like Christians. They're extremists. They are seriously extreme. Like, the Zionist manifesto is nothing to play with. They are really crazy. And they don't play about creating a state of Israel. They are insane. Even these Jews that are in New York City with the long beard, what they call them? Sephardic Jews, I forgot their name. Even they're scared of these people. Even they're scared. Oh, hell no. These people are crazy. They don't mess with these people. Because even they say that per the Torah or whatever, you're not supposed to have a state of Israel. Because God has not given them permission to have a state of Israel. Hasidic Jews, there you go. Hasidic Jews, even they're scared of the ZZs. Because the ZZs are militarized people. It's a freaking ass militia. They're crazy. These are descendants of the Haganah, the people that were held at the concentration camps in Cyprus and concentration camps inside the Mandate of Palestine. These are military people. And it's funny how when you study World War II and you study what happened in Germany, it's funny how they never tell you about the Haganah. They never tell you about this Zionist militia that lived inside of Germany. Because by the time they get to Palestine, There are 20,000 armed Jews, whatever they are, in the mandate of Palestine. So those 20,000 men with their weapons were detained by the British. Okay, they had one concentration camp in the mandate of Palestine, and they had another concentration camp in Cyprus. And once again, it's very funny that when you learn about World War II, you're never told that white people, that the British people, and what's the name? Churchill, you are never told by Churchill that, oh, Churchill also had concentration camps in the Middle East. They all had concentration camps. Hitler had concentration camps. The most famous one is Auschwitz. British people had concentration camps, not in Great Britain, but they had them in the Middle East. Palestine, Cyprus. America had concentration camps in California for the Japanese. These people are no better. They are no better. And the thing about World War II is like, they want to play a goofy ass game in your mind. What, like the West was good, Germany bad. No, they were all bad. Everybody put people in concentration camps. They were all killing people. They were all gassing people. They were all dehumanizing people, robbing people of their civil rights. They're no better. It's only a matter of there was a winner and there were losers. That's it. America won, Hitler lost. That's it, that's that. But nobody is better. They're not better. Even when it came to the matter of Jewish immigration, Americans, British, and the French did not want to host the Jews because they call them undesirables. Frederick FDR, what's the name? FDR, Roosevelt? He's on record calling the Jews undesirable. None of these white people who now want to sit here and act like they care about the Jews, they give a fuck. They call people undesirable. And that's why today, when you look at Latin America, you have such a huge population of white Jews in Latin America. Because countries like Venezuela, Belize, like a lot of Latin American countries welcomed those people in. But when they went in there, they started bullying people as well. They started bullying people as well. If I'm not mistaken, even the lady, the one that's the Mexican president, if I'm not mistaken, she's Jewish. Right? You have a lot of Latino Jews. You know, like even when you watch Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, right? Mauricio, right? Kyle's husband or ex-husband, he's Jew. His people got there after the war. So they were received by these Latin countries, but because they're Europeans, once they felt better and they regained their strength, they started oppressing native people. There you go. Okay? So a lot of them went to Latin America and some went to the Middle East. But I know, like, when it came to the concentration camp that was in Palestine, you had about 20,000 Jews that were soldiers. And they were called the Haganah, and they were detained by Great Britain. Great Britain had these people in the concentration camp for almost 4 years, but they don't talk about that. When they released those people, it was around 1948. And initially, the British people had agreed to give the Palestinians back their land. That was the initial agreement. But again, it's white people. And you're going to have to be a crazy motherfucker to trust an Anglo-Saxon. You're going to have to be crazy. So in typical white Anglo-Saxon fashion, what they do, they double down. Like they pulled back on their promise. They had an agreement. But like, you know what? Why give the land back to these Palestinians? Let's just give the land to these white people that we kind of know. So they released these people that they had abused in concentration camps. And mind you, these people already have PTSD from Europe. Then they had PTSD from these concentration camps. Then they released the people and they gave them weapons. And the rest is known as the Nakba. In a matter of days, the Jews that were there, those Jews that were released from the concentration camp, in a matter of days, they had killed about 700,000 Palestinians. Great Britain stood there and watched, per usual. America stood there and watched, per usual. Because they don't stand up for injustice. They don't stand up against, they don't give a fuck. It's a bloody people. When it comes down to Hitler, at the end of the day, these people didn't even mind this motherfucker. Had he kept that shit in Germany, it wouldn't have been a problem. The problem is he tried to conquer their asses, and that's what they didn't want. Right? He was doing that shit for years. Americans didn't budge. Great Britain didn't budge. Shit didn't get real until he wanted to leave Germany and start pushing west towards France, towards Great Britain. That's when, okay, like, motherfucker, you crazy, right? But as he slaughtered these people inside of Germany, they wouldn't have cared because it's their culture. But now they have recreated this narrative around World War II to make it seem like, oh my gosh, we cared about these Jews. We cared about human rights. Nobody should be in these conditions. Nobody, shut the fuck up. They did the same thing. They all had concentration camps. Germany had concentration camps. Great Britain had concentration camps. America had concentration camps. There is no honor amongst thieves. There is no honor amongst Anglo-Saxons. They're all cousins, by the way. You know, English takes its root from German. It's a Germanic language. They're all cousins. It's the same bloodline. I can tell you all this. These are all descendants of Vikings. Okay? It's the same people. It's just, it's like a family full of cousins that don't want, like, you're not going to dominate me. That's it. But they don't mind the behavior. Just don't do it to me. Do it to somebody else. That's about it. But they're no better. America's no better. Germany no better. Great Britain is no better. They all had concentration camps. They all killed people. They all dehumanized people. Talk about Hitler. Here in America, black people were getting lynched. Here in America, black people getting called N-words. Here in America, black people had no human rights. So how are they better? They're no better. They were, oh, look, we saved the Jews. Yeah, and you killed the blacks. Make it make sense. You want to save a foreign white people while you're over here abusing people that you brought here by force, and you keep bullying people because they have a different complexion. Go sit down somewhere. They're a bunch of frauds. They're a bunch of frauds. There's no nobility. There's nothing noble in these people. It's all marketing. It's all marketing. What can I do? What can I say to make myself look good? They're evil people. Can you imagine? You have so much empathy for the Jews. You are willing to go fight a war for the Jews. Meanwhile, you're over here abusing black people. All kinds of N-word this, N-word that, burning people, killing children, lynching children, locking up people into forced labor to build the roads, to build the railways. That's all they did, lock everybody up. No due process, bullshit ass trial. They're gonna lock your ass up. Everything was life in prison. You sneeze wrong, life in prison. You look at a white woman, life in prison. You walk slow, life in prison. You jaywalk, life in prison. They're no better. They're all a bunch of Hitlers. They're all a bunch of cousins. They're a bunch of Germans. They're all fucking evil. There is no good white person. They're all the fucking same. It's just different countries, different continent. That's it. But it's the same old story. Every time these Anglo-Saxons show up places, they're going to subjugate people. They're going to dominate people. They're going to bully people. They're going to insult people, degrade people, dehumanize people. Nobody that is non-white ever gets close to white people and feel good about themselves. They love to make you feel small. They want you to feel like you are so insignificant. They live for that shit, dehumanizing people. They are no better. They are no better. You think if you talk to Japanese Americans about what they had to go through and you say, hey, between FDR and Hitler, who's evil? They're going to say FDR. Okay? If you ask the people in Japan who got their asses blown up with freaking nuclear bombs, okay? If you go ask people in Nagasaki or Hiroshima, between Hitler and Truman, who's the bigger demon? They're going to say Truman. This America is the only country that has used nuclear weapons on people. And they won't talk about Hitler. Japan is a fucking island. They dropped 2 nuclear bombs on a strip of land. It's not even like an actual country. It's a fucking strip of land. Motherfuckers so damn evil. They went to Vietnam, biological warfare, napalm bomb, all that bullshit. These are biological weapons. Because that's how hateful they are. They were willing to kill all these Vietnamese people. They're fucking evil. This is the real story of white America. White people are disgustingly evil. They are disgustingly evil. There is nothing redeemable in white America. They're a bunch of evil people. They're a bunch of evil people. All they do is go around the world and try to lecture people. All they do is go around America trying to lecture minorities, and they never lecture themselves. I have never met such a delusional people in my life. Bunch of delulu fucks. They're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy. Vietnam is not even that big. And the kind of bombs they dropped on those people, completely out of order. Babies were born deformed. They never put that shit on TV. Right? They never show their white American people who the fuck they truly are and what the fuck they truly do with their taxpayer dollars. They kill children. They murder people by the boatload. They drop bombs on people. They contaminate people's water sources. How can you drop you drop nuclear agent in their life source, their farms, their water, their rivers, and these people don't have a choice but to drink that shit. But they do it here too, right? It's called Flint, Michigan. It's called Flint, Michigan. White people will turn anybody into a guinea pig. They don't give a fuck. They'll feed your kids dirty water and they're going to buy their children bottled water. They don't give a fuck about anybody's child but their children. Only white children should not suffer. Only white children shouldn't see bombs. Only white children should not know terror. But everybody else's child can die. Everybody else's child can walk 5 miles to get to school. Everybody else's child don't even have to have a proper chair, a proper table to go to school. They don't care. They're in the Congo, sending a bunch of Congolese children into the mines while their children play Minecraft safely and eat all kinds of snacks and all kinds of bullshit. Because white people believe good things is only for white people and everybody else can fucking die. Or you can die serving them. They don't give a fuck. They have no regards for human life. They respect no one's life. And the further you are from America, the further you are from their cameras, oh, they will torture you. They will torture you. And there's a reason why on the news, you don't see pictures coming out of Gaza. You don't see videos coming out of Gaza, right? They barely show people what's going on in Ukraine. Young people getting kidnapped and forced to join the military, don't even know how to fight. People getting killed. 600,000 young men are dead in Ukraine. They're going to have an issue with their population. These are too many young men dying. For what reason? For what reason? All they do is bring death and annihilation. That's all they have. They never bring business. Chinese people, they go around the world, they start businesses, they make loans, they do all kinds of shit. I don't give a fuck if my language is evil. And I'm black. I don't give a fuck if you're black. Nobody cares. I'm not tribal. I don't give a fuck about your complexion. I don't give a fuck about your complexion. Nobody cares. You think I identify with these goofy ass social construct that racist white people have created? I don't give a fuck that you're black, ma'am. You don't fucking matter to me. I'm not a blackity black person. You're a dumb idiot. I am not tribal. White people want you and I to identify as kinfolk because we share the same complexion. We will never. I don't know you. I don't know you. That is some goofy ass racist social construct. Oh, I'm black, and as a black woman, I don't give a fuck. Most black women, according to Charlie Kirk, are dumb anyways. You didn't hear Charlie Kirk? He said most black women do not have the intellectual brain power. So why the fuck would I identify with you? Right? I don't give a fuck that you're a black woman. According to Charlie Kirk, you're a DEI person. You are inferior. You are incapable of getting a job without cheating. I don't give a fuck that you're black. According to Charlie Kirk, you ain't shit. So who gives a fuck? I'm black. I'm a black woman. I don't give a fuck. I don't identify as black. I'm a human being. So if you go around the world trying to connect with people based on complexion, you're a goofy ass, tribal ass clown. You're a coon. Right? Exactly. I don't need the Lord. Because who the fuck is your Lord? A white man? You believe in a white Jesus? You sound stupid. If you believe in God, you wouldn't even identify as a black woman. There is no complexion in the Bible, you idiot. You are an idiot. You are a brainwashed DEI higher idiot. You are an idiot, right? There is no complexion in the Bible. So why do you identify according to your complexion and your gender? Where the fuck you learn that shit? Where in the Bible does it say, oh, identify according to your complexion? That is white people shit. That is racist white people stuff. If you are of the Lord, identify as a Christian. So you say to me, oh, as a Christian, blah, blah, blah. But as a black woman, I don't give a fuck. There are plenty of black women I don't like. There are plenty of black women I don't respect. So when you come to me and you say, I'm a black woman, what the fuck does that do for me? What the fuck does that do for me? I wipe my ass with that shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. I don't care. According to Charlie Kirk, you might be a baby mama. I don't give a fuck. According to Charlie Kirk, you might have 7 kids by 7 different men. Okay? So why do I care? Why do I care? You sound so damn stupid. Like, you sound stupid. I don't give a fuck. I do not live my life according to the construct of white people. Oh, you're black, so you got to identify with other black people. No, I don't. The fuck. So, ma'am, leave. Nobody gives a fuck about your blackness. You sound stupid. I'm black. I'm a black woman. Don't give 2 shits. Okay? Exactly. We don't give 2 shits. Fuck your blackness. Fuck being a black woman. I don't give a fuck. Okay? We don't give a fuck about you being a black woman. You sound fucking stupid. You tribal supremacist. You sound like a tribal person. You're a fucking supremacist. No one cares. You can say as a person, as an American, as a Christian, there you go. No one cares about your tribal distinguishers. No one cares about your tribal metrics. No one gives a fuck. According to Charlie Kirk, black women are so dumb, you people do not have the brain power to even type on a computer. You're dumber than monkeys, okay? According to Charlie Kirk, you are a DEI hire. You are not capable of getting a job unless you give a blowjob to an old white man named Joe Biden, right? Have you heard the things that Charlie Kirk has said about you? You're your dumb ass. But then again, you're a black woman, so it's on brand. You're a dumbass. You sound stupid. You sound stupid as a black woman. The same black woman that don't have brain power, right? You're so stupid. You are so stupid. Trying to cry for a man who wanted you fired. A man who told people if he ever saw you on a plane, he will get off the plane, right? A man who tells people your name is Buquisha and you got a bunch of kids by a bunch of men who go to prison, right? You sound so damn stupid. You sound stupid. You sound so damn stupid. Or you need to praise the Lord. You need to find the Lord. Which Lord? A white man? Who is Jesus to you? A white man? Because if you and Charlie Kirk pray to the same Jesus, then you believe in a white Jesus. You can have that shit. Okay? You can have that shit. You can have that Lord. Okay? You sound stupid as a black woman. Don't nobody give 2 shits about your fucking blackness. No one cares. Just make sure you don't have an abortion. Okay? That's it. Move along. Fucking annoying people like this. You're also damn stupid. You're really dumb. You're really stupid.
The rapid shift taking place in the American young population, and that shift is not in your favor, it's against you. Israel starts to get desperate. What do? Charlie Kirk is our guy, right? Charlie Kirk is Israel's guy. He's defending Israel, all this stuff, but he starts talking about Epstein. That's dangerous. So here are my thoughts on this. This is what I think happened. And this is just me speculating and pontificating. But I think that Israel decided to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Charlie Kirk is talking too much about Epstein. He's really no longer on our side at this point, because when it comes to the Israel lobby, the Zionists, just 1 ounce of criticism is not tolerated. They get rid of Charlie Kirk because he's leading people down a rabbit hole that leads people to the conclusion that Israel is not really our friend. And they get the right wing angry, and they get the right wing to react against the left. If you go onto X right now, it is filled, I mean filled to the brim with reaction videos. People getting mad. They're saying F the left did this, it's the woke. This is exactly the reaction that Israel wants. Well, how do you know that?
Hold on. Let me play this. Let me play for this girl real quick. Yeah, they're so damn stupid. Let me play as a black woman. Let me play this for her with her dumb ass. They don't even know who the fuck they're capping for. Let me play the shit.
64 as a huge mistake.
Correct. Sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Say it again. Say it again.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Say it again.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Say it again.
Yeah, we know.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Exactly. So then imagine coming to my live and telling me you're a Black woman. You don't have the brain power to be taken seriously. No one gives a fuck. So Dorothy, click your low heels and fly to Kansas somewhere and see if Charlie Kirk's ghost is there. Okay? Go like this. All right? Click your low heels. All right? And get the fuck on. Right? You don't have the brain power to be taken seriously. Do you not understand that today? When you say you're a Black woman, everybody looks at you like, yeah, here comes the idiot of the group. Here comes a remedial one. Here comes the welfare queen. You might not want to identify as a Black woman. Okay? There you go. You don't have the brain power to be taken seriously. You are a DI entity, right? You wouldn't even exist. You would not even be able to breathe if it was not for the Civil Rights Act, right? Do you even know who Charlie Kirk is? Do you even know how he feels about you? Do you know what he was saying about you and the likes of you? You sound stupid. You sound crazy, and you're proving his point. You are proving his point. You weirdo. You're so damn crazy. Yeah, he really does. This man is sitting here saying that Black people are inferior. Black people don't have brain power. Black people this, Black people that. Black people this, Black people that. And you want to call me hateful? Me hateful? Get the fuck out of here. You are so stupid. Okay? Yeah, he's really insane. The fact that he has kids and he was this careless, if you're going to be this slow, you should never be married. Okay? Like, this dude is crazy. He is seriously crazy. This dude is hateful. This is a hateful human being.
But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
Home me no harm.
So the only way, if you're Black and you have any career, is because you stole something that rightfully belonged to a white person. So it's not possible for any Black person to be qualified because Black people just don't have the brain power to qualify. The only way they can have stuff is if they steal from a white person. Right? And that's the thing that's what you're crying for. Stupid? People are just so fucking dumb. They're so stupid. Really stupid.
Obviously. Do you think Israel wants people to join the left? Because if you join the left, if you join the liberals, that means there's a much higher chance of you joining the Free Palestine crowd. They want people to join the pro-Israel Republican crowd. That's what they want. Because as long as people are in that paradigm, then they guarantee that they're going to have a bunch of pro-Israel Americans, and that's what they want. If they lose the white demographic, it's over for Israel. It's over. They cannot afford to lose the white demographic because the white demographic are the majority of Americans. You lose the majority of Americans, then politicians are no longer going to see an incentive to be pro-Israel. They're going to say, well, being pro-Israel loses me votes. I shouldn't be pro-Israel. And that would incentivize more and more politicians to be either indifferent or critical of Israel because it would no longer be politically advantageous to be pro-Israel. That's what Israel's afraid of because that would lead to a shift in policy against Israel. They don't want that. So what do? I think that, this is just me speculating, but Israel decided to hit two birds with one stone. You get rid of Charlie Kirk as a potential threat to the pro-Israel narrative. Secondly, you get the right to be enraged against the left. And that rage against the left means rage against people who are pro-Palestine. Because if you can get more and more people just angry with the left, then guess what? You can increase the possibility of people being distracted
exactly
from the Jeffrey Epstein situation, distracted from what Israel is doing, distracted from the recent story that took place in Vegas, in which you had an Israeli pedophile by the name of Artyom Alexandrovich, who was arrested, and he went back to Israel because it turns out he is a high-ranking official for Israel's.
You guys didn't know this. Candace broke the story too. So he's Jewish, but he gonna tell you. You see his last name, Atromovich. Don't it sound Russian? But he gonna tell you he a Semite. Anyways, this Russian Semite, he was in Vegas. Okay, he's intel for Mossad, and while he was in Vegas, he was trying to have sex with a child. Oh yes, he was trying to have sex with a child, right? And if you don't know this, Israel is known for welcoming pedophiles. Like if you're a predator, sexual predator, you after children, if you catch a case, if you grab a flight and you go to Israel, they will protect you. There are so many pedophiles in Israel. They are fully protected. So the boy, he got caught. I guess they released him on bail, whatever. The man took a flight. He went right back to Israel. Okay. This is how much they love having sex with kids. I remember that one time I showed you the video about the mullah, where like the Jewish circumcision, like the Jewish elder, he'll cut the foreskin and then he'll suck the penis of the baby. And this is how they're giving herpes to babies in New York City. Okay, hold on. Jewish babies, hold on. Jewish babies having herpes due to the mullah. Is that how it's called? Okay, there you go. Right? So these rabbis are giving babies herpes in New York City because when they cut the foreskin, they suck the penis. How are these people not pedophile? Because they said, oh, when you suck the penis, it makes the blood coagulate a lot faster. I'm like, that's a fucking lie, right? They suck penises of babies. That's their culture. This is their culture. But they want to talk about black people, right? Yesterday, when I played the thing with Nefkari, right, he showed the men, like amongst ethnicities, the men that are least attracted to children are black men. Black men do not want to have sex with children. White people do. White men are mostly attracted to children. Okay? Most white men have a bigger attraction to children than they have to grown adult women. Most white men don't want to sleep with white women. They want to sleep with children. Okay, where's the video? Hold on, wait a second. Okay? Let me find the video for you. It's right there. Come in. Hold on. Child, where's that video? I played so many videos yesterday. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Nick. James Black. Charlie. Nefkari. Okay, this one. Let me show you this one real quick.
Americans have been forced to put up with Democrat-run cities that set loose savage, bloodthirsty criminals to prey on.
Right there.
Before 29% of the population committing over 70% of a certain type of crimes. Let's take a look at the government statistics. Since these guys love numbers and statistics, right? Take a look up on the screen. 45.8% of individuals sentenced for child pornography were sentenced for possessing child pornography. 43% were for trafficking child pornography, and 11% was for receiving child pornography. And of those stats, 99% were men, 71% were whites, 18% were Hispanic, 6% were black, and 4.8% were other races.
You see? So the fact that, 6% of black men, 6% were black men, which shows that, per culture, per tradition, black men don't have an attraction. They don't have a sexual attraction to children. White men do. So if you have a child with a white man, or you leave your kids with a white man, they're more likely to rape your child at 71%. So if you take 10 white men, 7 of them are more likely to want to sleep with a child. Isn't that crazy? Right? If you take 10 black guys, only one, even less than one. Well, this is the one. Let's round up to one, right? Only 1 out of 10 black guys will be attracted to a child, right? Makes sense? If you take Hispanics, out of 10 Hispanics, right, 2 are likely to be attracted to children. So you realize that it's really, really dangerous to leave children around white men. They're going to rape those kids. They love to sleep with children. And that goes all the way back to Rome, because in Rome, they practice a thing called pederasty. Okay? They practice a thing called pederasty. It was very common in Rome for grown men to sleep with boys. They were attracted to boys. And it's all over their art. It's all over their books. Like it was not a big deal. And this is the birthplace of Western culture, right? But pederasty is in their bloodline. They haven't changed. They just spread across the world and they brought their filthy ass culture with their asses. Okay? But this is it. They are attracted to children. White men have a natural sexual attraction to children. They're dangerous. So to all these black women who want to be divestors and swirlers and want to have kids with these people, be very, very careful. Be seriously careful, because if out of 10 white men, out of 10 white men, 7 are more likely to rape children, don't do it, sis. It's not worth it. If you are a single mom, if you're a black woman, you're a single mom, and you want to be with a white man, be careful, because he might not be attracted to you. He might want to sleep with your kids. The numbers don't lie. Ask white people. They'll tell you facts don't care about your feelings. Okay? Ask the white folks. The numbers don't lie. The stats are the stats. Facts don't care about your feelings. Right? So be very careful. Don't ever say I never told you nothing. Okay? Because I sure did. Hold on. Okay? Let's get back to this one.
The average age was 41 years old. 94.9% were U.S. citizens. 72.8% had little or no prior criminal history. Right? So like I said, 29% of the population and committing over 70% of crimes against vulnerable populations, mainly children. And like I said, I'm simply reading numbers that were collected by the government, right? The government has compiled this data. I'm simply reading it. This is not slander. It's not defamation. It's not propaganda. It's simply a fact. 29% of the population committing over 70% of crimes against children, right? So spare me your fake narrative of I'm the protector of women and children and I'm the protector. No, you're not, brother. No, you're not. You the number one. You're not protecting the goddamn thing. Let's continue. Take a look up on the screen. Of the 1,169 defendants charged with any of the 3 types of human trafficking in 2020, 92% were men, 63% were whites, and 18% were black. And keep in mind, black men have the highest number of exonerations, which means that we are charged with crimes that we did not commit at the highest rate. So we have a bunch of false stats on our rap sheet. So for us to still be such a low number and a low representation, that probably means that we're probably at like 10% or even lower than that. So, and considering these guys get overlooked because the propaganda is the black man is the criminal and they're not, apparently. So for them to be so high, that means they're just blatantly committing just outrageous crimes where the government is just snatching them up at outrageously high rates, right? Like just goddamn, bro. Like how are you not even 30% of the population? And you are the majority of human traffickers, child pornography traffickers and receivers and manufacturers and brother, come on now. We got to have a conversation. Like, listen, the conservatives love talking about, the single mothers in the black community, the black man, this and that, the black man, this and that. We got to talk about the white community as well, though. We got to talk about what's going on with the young white man. What's going on, bro? What's going on? Stop looking at the kids, bro. Leave the kids alone, bro.
Yeah, they like to sleep with kids. They have a natural attraction to kids. So let's go back over here. This is what they do. You see, the poor little baby. Did he consent to that shit? Did that baby consent to that? Okay. This is the Orthodox Jewish community. Did this baby consent to this stuff? Look at what they're doing to the baby. I'm even excuse you. Look at this. Look at this man. Look at this. Look at them. Look, you see this? Putting his face on that baby. He got his lip on the baby's penis. Okay. These are the so-called God's chosen people. They're giving babies herpes. They're doing all kinds of stuff. Huh? They're giving children herpes.
12 has learned the little-known practice has turned into a curse for life for some babies involved in our area. And it's all because of a local rabbi who's alleged to have a sexually transmitted disease.
The rabbis are going to take care of it. They won't let him get away with it.
According to these documents we obtained from the state health department, Rabbi Yitzhak Fisher of Muncie has been tied to at least 3 herpes infections in babies.
Is it? You see? That's their culture. This is their culture. Why isn't Charlie Kirk talking about this? They give blowjobs to babies, and then they give the baby boys herpes. This is a grown-ass man sucking the penis of a baby boy. That baby is not even consenting to this shit. What the fuck is this shit? We've never seen this shit. Okay? This is barbaric. If black people were doing this, especially in Africa, oh my gosh. If Latinos were doing this, these savages, these barbarians, if Muslims were doing this, it'd be all kinds of problems. They call this the mola. They suck the baby. They give a blowjob to the baby. And they do this in America. And you don't see them lose their shit. You don't see Charlie Kirk lose their shit. They do that shit all over New York. They do it all over New York State. Babies die. These babies start having seizures because they have herpes. But you got this man, you got Charlie Kirk out here losing his shit because Zoran, he was eating rice with his hands. Man, get the fuck out of here with your fake outrage. White people, they're so damn performative. They are, yeah, because the parents are some weirdos. Okay? Because these people are some weirdos. They out here giving people, they give babies diseases. So the man got caught and he ran back to Israel. He ran back to Israel. Hold on. He ran back to Israel. Let me see if I can find the video. Okay, here it is. Look at this. Look at this. You see? Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. They do all kinds of crimes against children. Then they take their flight and go to Israel and don't face consequences. And then they go touch more children out there. This is their culture.
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
Is it?
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro, 48 years old and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered dangerous. But these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look the same. He remains elusive. Previous attempts to...
He did it here. He fled there. He did it again. So he went from 9 to 5. And he's free. He's a free man in Israel because they don't prosecute pedophilia out there. They don't prosecute that stuff. You can do it. And you live your life. Like, it's normal to do that kind of stuff.
Capture him have failed.
Obviously, the fear that he would somehow figure out that anyone's looking for him and bolt. He just called his number.
Shauna Aronson got a tip that Caro's expected at this clinic near Tel Aviv.
Who's going to call the
She's
police
with JCW, Jewish Community Watch, an organization that hunts down accused pedophiles who flee to Israel from the U.S., exploiting a process called Law of Return, whereby any Jewish person can move to Israel and automatically gain citizenship. The ease with which pedophiles seem able to use this law as an escape route haunts victims like Mendy Hawk, who says he was abused from age 8 by a teacher at an Orthodox Jewish school in Los Angeles.
So your classroom is right here. How does it feel being back?
You see, he was a little boy, little white boy, got touched by a white man. See this? It makes sense. The stats don't lie. Here it is. He was touched. In a place where he should have been safe, he was abused, sexually abused. Sick people.
I was very anxious and, stressed coming back here, and a lot of memories coming through my mind.
Memories of his alleged abuser, Mordechai Yom-Tov, who taught him Hebrew studies when he was just 8 years old.
So in the beginning, he would just rub me outside of my pants, and then I would say about 3 to 4 months later, he started going in.
Reaching down your pants?
Yeah, it's reaching down.
Why did you feel like you couldn't tell anyone?
I was scared. I was ashamed. I just didn't know what people would think of me with the whole situation.
Yom-Tov pled guilty in 2002 to sexually abusing and committing lewd acts against 3 other boys. He served jail time, but when he was released, he violated his probation and, according to JCW, fled to Israel with help from individuals within the Orthodox Jewish community. JCW tracked Yom-Tov down and confronted him with a hidden camera in Jerusalem, where he admitted to illegally fleeing the United States with help and using a fake passport to enter Israel.
I was supposed to stay for 5 years in San City. I was
was supposed to be on the side of this, I was supposed to drive it to the police station. Being on parole, but I realized I left within a week later.
He had this message for his victims.
I'm very, very sorry.
The other person in this video is Mayor Sewell, the founder of Jewish Community Watch. He tells CBS News Yom Tov's case isn't uncommon in the Orthodox community.
The same thing that's going on in the Catholic Church right now around the world, the exact same thing happens in our community. The rabbis say it's, you know what, he promised he's going to go for therapy, he's never going to do it again. Boom, he's in another community. A few years later, he's at the same thing, and we hear more allegations that the person continued to abuse children.
And often, those abusers end up in Israel. Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer says he unwittingly helped Caro escape.
There was nothing that raised any red flags up to the point where he was moving to Israel.
Well, I wish I could say that, but unfortunately I can't say that. So he had violated his parole, and now they were looking for him. He said that there was something in the past that had happened when he was young, but nothing had ever happened since. I've changed and I'm a different person now, but you gotta help me. I felt that I could trust him. So I wrote him a letter, and he bought a ticket, and he left.
Caro is accused of abusing more children when he got to Israel.
What was that like for you when you found that out?
Punch to the gut. It was very painful.
He's lying. He does it too. He's lying. He does it too. And I'm sure he did it. He did it as well. And somebody wrote him a letter. So that's why he wanted to write a letter for somebody else. He did that shit too. Look at his body language. He likes to sleep with kids. He does it as well. And they go around dressing like religious people. They go around dressing like God's chosen people. They grow these long ass beards. They put on the yarmulke. They do all that religious babble shit to cover up their foolishness. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. He did it as well. He probably still does it. He's a creep. He is a creep. What kind of man? If you don't sleep with kids and you hear that shit, you're gonna be so disgusted. Like, what the fuck? You did what? Oh, hell no. Yeah, that place is full of pedophiles. It's their culture. I'm telling you, these people, everything they claim the Muslims do is what they do. Everything they have told the West, oh, Islam this, the Quran this, is them. The Talmud is them, and the Talmud, it is them. It's them. It's the hateful people.
Rabbi Oppenheimer says the reason he came forward is to shine a light on the process of accused pedophiles fleeing, to help ensure it doesn't happen again. Back at the stakeout, an ambulance pulls up and a man steps out. It's Caro.
That was definitely him. Oh my God. Okay.
The police are called and eventually arrive. His days on the run are over as he's led away.
Did you assault the girl in the United States? No. Did you flee Israel because you assaulted a girl in the United States? Have you ever assaulted any girls in Israel? Do you know that you're wanted by Interpol? Yeah.
There's relief as police escort him to their car. This marks the end to a months-long manhunt.
Oh my gosh. Can I give you a hug? I have something I need to tell you. Yeah. Okay. We found him and he was just arrested.
What?
He was just arrested.
Wow. Oh my gosh. You might
Amuna, not her real name, is the person on the other end of the line. She was a little girl when Caro entered her life.
I was 4 or 5 years old. My mother was on bed rest. My father's a rabbi, so he wasn't really home. He used to come to our house. We used to play games, and then it became sexual. I'm going to give you a cookie because you do it so nicely. It's all about the cookie. It's all about lying, and it's all about being so evil to a little child. He also threatened me. He would kill my parents. He would choke me. He would hold me. He would kidnap me.
How did that affect you?
A lot. Yeah. It affected my whole life. My whole life is around this sexual abuse and rape. Yeah.
Amuna turned to therapy and art to help deal with the trauma.
This is in my bedroom and my inspiration.
She paints and writes poetry, but she's still angry that it was allowed to happen in the first place.
What are your thoughts on him being able to come to Israel and flee the United States?
It brings up a lot of anger and a lot of frustration towards the Israeli system.
Shauna says the failure begins in the U.S.
Why would someone want to help one of these pedophiles escape?
Oftentimes there's some sort of community incentive. Either somebody owes them a favor or someone in the community, let's say an institution, has covered up for them in the past. And they know that if this goes to court, there's a lot of civil liability coming down the line, and it's going to cost a lot of money to a lot of people. And nobody wants to deal with that.
Shauna accuses the Israeli police of not prioritizing accused pedophiles on the run.
Why do you have to be the ones that do this?
Because nobody else is. I don't have any better answer than that.
And if you guys weren't doing it?
Then nobody would do it.
Israeli police told CBS News that, quote, the police coordinate closely with the Ministry of Justice and worldwide police organizations in order to find suspects overseas. Today, Caro faces charges in Israel, while back in the United States, the district attorney's office in Clackamas County in Oregon told CBS News they are working with federal authorities to secure his extradition. But Mordechai Yom Tov remains at large. The district attorney here in Los Angeles told us they have not requested Yom Tov's extradition and that they had no other comment. Jewish Community Watch says that is the problem. If American...
You see, they don't ask for that, because how much you want to bet the people who work at the office in LA are also Jews? So it's like, it's their culture. They don't see a big deal with that shit. But they won't talk about black people. Yeah, please, get out of here with that.
Officials don't try to get accused pedophiles from Israel, then they simply escape justice and leave children at risk. The U.S. Department of Justice declined to comment on specific cases, but praised their relationship with Israel's law enforcement, adding sex offenders have been successfully extradited in the past.
Ooh.
Days after Caro's arrest, Amuna confronted him at an Israeli police station.
It was good. It was good to confront him. It was important for me to have that closure in my life.
The healing process will continue for Amuna, but for many, like Mendy, the lack of justice means the pain continues.
That's so damn evil. Yeah, so that's what they do, you guys. That is what they do. I want to talk about somebody else. Like, please, let's keep going.
By the name of Artyom Alexandrovich, who was arrested, and he went back to Israel because it turns out he is a high-ranking official for Israel's cybersecurity in the Netanyahu government. And that was getting a lot of attention. That meant Israel getting a lot of negative attention. That meant a lot of white folks getting angry with Israel. That's a huge threat to the Israelis. That's something the Israelis do not want. So then what do? Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Huge amounts of attention are now on what? Not on Artyom Alexandrovich, not on AIPAC, not on Epstein, not on that whole situation. The attention is on the left. The negative attention is on the liberals. And where do the pro-Palestinian people tend to congregate in? They tend to congregate in liberal circles. That means negative attention being diverted towards the people who are hosting the most anti-Israel sentiments. That's the liberals. That's the left. This is what they're hoping for. This is my speculation. They're desperate. They're terrified of white Americans becoming more and more critical of Israel. So what do? Charlie Kirk, the face of American conservatism, the face of the future of the Republican Party, he gets killed. People get angry. They lash out. At who? Not Israel, the liberals. This is what Israel wants. This is what Israel wants. Now you could say, well, Ted, what's the proof? I know for a fact that this is what Israel wants. You think Israel wants people to become a bunch of Norman Finkelstein followers? No, they want people to become, hoorah, American, let's go to war in the Middle East type of people. That's what they want. It's very obvious. And so the reaction that you're seeing is what the Israelis want. That's what Israel wants. Israel doesn't want people getting angry about Artyom Alexandrovich. They don't want people getting angry about Epstein. They don't want people getting angry about any of that stuff. They want people getting angry about the liberals, the people who are the most sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. That's what they want. And they want to use the American right as a proxy against the pro-Palestine liberal movement. That's what these people want. It's very obvious. It is very obvious. The thing is this plan going to work? I don't think so. I think, yeah, there's a lot of rage against the left. Absolutely. But people haven't forgotten about Epstein. People haven't forgotten about Artyom Alexandrovich. People haven't forgotten about this stuff. People aren't forgetting about AIPAC. They're not forgetting about the pro-Israel lobby.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go on X, there's a bunch of people saying that obviously the Mossad did this. Obviously, this is Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter what Israel does, people are still going to hate on Israel. They're still going to be critical of Israel. The anti-Israel train has been set. It's going to keep on going.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to stop. Once people figured out AIPAC, once they figured out the Israel lobby, once they figured out Epstein, once they figured out all this stuff, they're not just going to go, oh, yeah, well,
And the thing that's so sad about this stuff, too, with these Jews, it's like they got kicked out of Italy. They got kicked out of Spain, got kicked out of Germany, got kicked out of Russia. They're like gypsies. Like wherever they go, they get kicked out, right? America has been kind of like the almost like final resting place. But once these crazy white conservatives say we no longer want to fuck with y'all because y'all crazy, because this is what they do. They did the same thing in Spain. Did the same thing. They did the same thing in Italy. They did the same. You guys, same thing in Russia. They always get kicked out of places, right? But I'm like, once America is done with you, no other country is going to want these people, and that's going to be really, really sad because China is not going to welcome them. They're not going to welcome those people. Russia is not going to welcome them back. Like India is not going to take them in because everybody else now is seeing how detrimental it is when you adopt these people into your nation. They want to take over your country. They want to take over your institutions. They want to rule your place, change your culture, change your customs, change your tradition. You know, if you ever study the lady who paid for Christopher Columbus to come here, what's her name? Elizabeth of Aragon, right? Her and her husband, Ferdinand, they kicked them out because at some point it felt like they were trying to take over Spain. They're always trying to take over people's places. And that's why I feel like when it came time to it, right? After like during World War II and stuff, they had this stigma of being undesirable immigrants because they didn't have a good reputation. You know, FDR put on a conference. It was called the Evian Conference. He didn't even show up. That's how much he didn't give a fuck. Okay. But they were referring to Jews as undesirables. You know, because wherever they go, bad things happen. It never ends well because they don't assimilate well. I mean, look at this, the mullah, they're all kinds of weird shit, right? But ultimately, they always trying to take over the government. They always want to be the ruling people and they're always a minority, but somehow they want to have all of this power. So it never ends well for them. But I'm like, after this, where are you going to go? You've ruined your reputation in Europe. You've ruined your reputation in the Americas. They have ruined their name in Latin America. You definitely ruined your name in the Middle East. So after that, it's just the East. Like it's India, it's China, right? And I'm like, those Mongolia, these people are not gonna welcome those people. Like, no, because if you come here, you'll do the same thing to us. And that's what's so sad. Like with their PTSD. But when you think we have to do this shit, you want to do this stuff so badly that what you end up doing, you end up creating what you feared the most. Like their fear was, we don't want to have a world where nobody likes us, but they behave in ways that make them unlikable, right? They fear another Holocaust, but they behave in ways that are going to make them, these ways are going to make people hate these people. And they will have nowhere to go. They'll have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? Which is really sad. Because I'm like, BB, the stuff he's doing, he's bad business. And I also feel as though part of me is like, God has allowed this to go on for so long because the hatred that's going to come after this, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Okay? It's not going to be pretty. So they don't treat people well. They do not treat people well. But they don't even realize that they have been allowed to be so evil for a reason. Because whatever you put out there is going to come back. And unfortunately, BB, he has put his people at risk because this is not going to end well. But I'm like, because this right here, like they think, oh, we can fix this with money and this and that. I really believe that this is just divine timing. Like everything has a set time. Like there was a season where Zionists could pull the wool over the American people's eyes. That season has come to an end. Okay? Now we're in a whole new season. And this season is also controlled by God. You know, they think it's money. I think the Zionists, they think all the power, control, and foolishness they've enjoyed out of America was because they were good at swindling, they were good at blackmail, they were good at paying people money and shit like that. Because white Americans are greedy, so they'll take money from anybody. They're a bunch of whores, right? However, you were allowed to succeed in your evil days, right? Everything's for a season. For a season, God allowed these people to get away with all kinds of foolishness. It was so easy that they actually believed that, oh yeah, look at us, we're so good. Now it's another season. We're now in the season of exposure. No money can fix this. No one can fix this. And they can keep killing people and killing people and killing more people. But like he said, it's not going to stick. They try to bomb Ben Shapiro's house. When Ben Shapiro, what's his name? Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, when his house was set on fire, I'm like, this is a fucking setup. It made no fucking sense. It didn't stick. They murdered 2 Jewish people somewhere in DC somewhere. They were coming out of some event and they got killed. And they wanted people to believe that it was a Palestinian supporter who killed the Jewish people. It was weird. That didn't stick. I also believe that these ZZs were responsible for Trump's assassination attempt. Because look, it looks the same. It's the rooftop. It looks the same. And then Bibi said, oh, it was Iran. Iran was behind that. Iran was behind that. I'm like, why would Iran want to kill Donald Trump? For what reason? Like, what the fuck? Nobody believes that, right? But they've been trying. They've been killing a lot of people, right? Charlie Kirk, I feel like he also was a sacrificial lamb because they really want people to hate the left. They really want for Americans to not support Palestine, to not support the Gaza. No, even Iran. You know, people. It's so weird because recently a lot of Americans, even white Americans, you know, and they're usually racist, but a lot of these even ignorant white Americans had a lot of love and compassion for Iran. Like, this is excessive. But Iran doesn't have an AIPAC. Iran doesn't lobby, right? Nobody's taking money from Iran. So it goes to show that God himself put the love and compassion for Iran in the hearts of people. They didn't expect that. So many people stood up for Iran. Nobody got paid. It was organic, right? The thing with the Palestinians also, what they don't realize is that it's organic. You are never going to get away with this shit indefinitely. Everything is for a season. And the people that helped you, they're getting older, they're dying. It's a new generation. So you can kill Charlie Kirk, you can kill all kinds of people. What is meant to be will be. We are now in the season of exposure. And these wicked Zionists are going to be exposed. Their religion is going to be exposed. Their practices are going to be exposed. The evil, racist things that are written in the Talmud are going to be exposed. Where they call people dogs, they call people Gentiles, they call people Hakum, all this hateful language. It is all going to be exposed. People are going to realize that the state of Israel has nothing to do with Israel of the Bible. Because Israel of the Bible is Jacob. It's a person. And the Bible talks about the Israel, Jacob, and his kids, his 12 kids. Okay? That's it. That's that. There you go. These people here, the state of Israel is a military occupation in the Middle East formed by a bunch of European immigrants, hateful European immigrants in the Middle East. Israel has there's no reason for them to exist. And they wouldn't exist if they did not have Great Britain and America's support. Because by themselves, they couldn't have created the state in Palestine. It belongs to Palestinian people. It is the land of the Palestinian people. And in memory of Yasser Arafat, I really think that it goes to show you can kill a person. You can lie on a person. You can slander a person. But what is meant to be will be. They were in a rush to kill Yasser Arafat. I'm sure he would have loved to live to see a day where these Zionists are exposed for the evil people that they are. And that the land will go back to the Palestinians. It is their land. They never said that these Jewish immigrants could not live there. They were always welcome there. When they came as immigrants, as refugees, they were allowed to stay with Palestinians. Many Palestinians opened their doors. They had pity for these people. They had compassion. As soon as the Zionists felt better, they regained their strength. Their belly were full. They grabbed weapons and they started killing Palestinians. They started taking their homes. When they were being detained in these concentration camps by these white people, Palestinians were their nurses. Palestinians were giving them food. Okay. And just like these white people who came here with the Magna Carta, whatever the fuck they came out here in, right? They didn't know how to do shit. Native American people showed these people how to grow pumpkins. They showed these people how to grow corn and things like that so they could take care of themselves. And as a thank you, they slaughtered these people and then came up with a holiday called Thanksgiving because they managed to kill all these Indian people. This is what they do. You give hospitality to white people, they'll give you a bullet. You give food to white people, they're going to shoot your ass because they're very, very ungrateful. Anybody who has ever been kind to white people is now dead. Anybody, even in Wakanda, yeah, even in the, what's it called again? Black Panther. Zuri trying to save that white man who was CIA because he got shot. So she brought him back to Wakanda so she could bring him back to life. Instead of being grateful, he brought all kinds of white people to Wakanda so they could still vibranium. The worst thing you can do is be hospitable to a white person. He's going to kill your ass. Because they only resonate with people who are mean. If you're mean, they're going to love you back. If you're mean, they're going to be, they oh yeah, I love it when you abuse me. But look throughout the world. Everybody who has been hospitable to white people is now dead. Anybody who has been hospitable to white people has been subjugated. Anybody who was nice and friendly to white people, they lost their land. Lost their land, lost their culture. They were called all kinds of savages. Today, in this country, Native Americans live on reservations. They're nowhere to be seen. They're not in politics. They're not in Congress. They're not in the White House. They're not the White House. They're not the Supreme Court. There's never been a single Supreme Court justice that has been Native American. But yet you see the names, like there are cities named after them. Like there are rivers in their language, named in their language. You know, Mississippi and things like that. So many things carry their names. You know it's their land. They know it's their land. They don't care. They don't care. White people love genocide. They love genocide. They love to murder people. It's not a joke. They love blood. They love to kill people. That's who they are. So don't ever fool yourself. Oh, I'm going to be nice to a white person. Oh, I'm going to cry for a white person. Oh, I'm going to be hospitable. And then they're going to be nice to me in return. Yeah, right. Good luck with that shit. Good luck with that shit. Ask anybody. Okay? Ask anybody. Ask anybody who's ever been nice to a white person. Okay, how were they actually thanked for being supportive, for being hospitable? Yeah, they got killed. Okay, I guess the dead people can't talk. Okay, yeah, like that's all they do is hurt people who are nice to them. Just hurt people who are nice to them, and they never talk about that. The Nakba, they went around killing these Palestinians, stealing their homes, throwing them out, starving them. And they have the audacity to talk about anti-Semitism. They're the biggest anti-Semites I ever met. Okay? Yeah. That's all they do. That's all they do. Okay? Yeah, he's insane. You know, Tatum, he's an idiot.
There was this assassination, and so now I'm going to become pro-Israel. That's not what's going to happen.
Yeah.
The anti-Israel stuff is going to continue to intensify.
Yeah, that's it. People are done with these people. Now, let me replay this video because some of y'all came in late. Let me replay this video one more time. It's a hateful people. So very, very hateful people. Very hateful people.
Okay, so they want me to talk about this boy, Charlie Kirk, who got shot in Utah. Him getting shot in Utah makes him, I believe, American number 18,533 who got shot in the U.S. this year, shot and killed. And I think that there were 3 more people who were killed, shot and killed in Colorado, just over the mountains, within hours of his shooting. And all the flags in America are going to fly half-mast, not for those 18,335 other victims, but they're going to fly half-mast for Charlie Kirk. That's just an observation. You can do with it what you will. I'll be honest. When I first heard that he had been shot, I made a joke about it on X because, frankly, I'm just as used to theatrics coming out of America as I am used to gun violence coming out of America, and I thought that theatrics seemed more likely in this case. But when I did learn that he died, I deleted my post. I deleted it out of respect, not for him, but for the severity and for the solemnity of the judgment that he has now proceeded to. Because everything that he ever said and everything that he ever did that harmed anyone, well, he's going to answer for that. He's going to answer for that right now in his meeting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the heaviness of that meeting is disturbing to any of us who believe in it. But we'll talk about it. Let's start with the obvious, okay? First, I'm not going to feign grief or feign mourning for this person. I know that's a hypocrisy that social etiquette demands at a moment like this, but we all know that he would certainly not grieve for us.
Yes.
He certainly would not mourn for us.
At all.
Just as he never grieved and he never mourned for the wanton slaughter of the Palestinians in Gaza. He never grieved for that. And for myself personally, as a Muslim and as a critic of Western so-called civilization, I know that Charlie Kirk himself would most likely have officially anyway considered me to be his enemy.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, any man whose enemy mourns him when he dies, well, he wasn't doing his job. And I don't think it can be said about Charlie Kirk that he didn't do his job, which is to say that he never did anything and he never said anything in his public life that would make me mourn his passing, just as I hope that I will never say or do anything in my public life that would make my enemies grieve for my passing. They should be happy when I die. Enemies are disturbed by each other's presence, not by each other's absence. But let me also be crystal clear about this. It doesn't make me happy either. I neither mourn nor celebrate. Neither of those reactions is appropriate, in my opinion. Whoever pulled that trigger didn't do it for me and they didn't do it for you. I don't even see them as being on two different sides. They didn't silence Charlie Kirk. They amplified Charlie Kirk. The power structure never cared about that boy. They used him. And he's more useful to them now than he was the day before. He's more useful to them dead than he was alive. Listen, you don't defeat someone like this, someone like a Charlie Kirk, a tool like him, by letting that tool mold you into exactly what they want you to be. That killer didn't deliver justice. If you think they did, he didn't. He delivered to the power structure an even more enhanced weapon. He made a mediocre, but dangerous and polarizing figure, Charlie Kirk, into now an impeachable icon for the very fan base that he most likely despises. And he made criticism of Charlie Kirk's ideas. Now it's disrespect for the dead. This is not resistance. This is a gift. This is a gift to the very security state that he probably thought he was attacking. Now it's stupidity. Or maybe, as the conspiracy theories are already speculating, what actually happened was just a purge of an expendable asset to create a more powerful symbol. Well, they'll use his death. Oh, how they will use it. They will use his death to paint every dissenting voice, every cry for a more just world. They'll paint it with the same bloody brush. They're going to use his death to avoid once again ever having to look in the mirror. They're going to hold Charlie Kirk's body up as a shield against any examination of the society that created him. And the society that created his killer. The society that they made and that they rule, and you didn't do anything now but strengthen their hold on that society. They're going to use his corpse as a pulpit to preach from. And you just validated all the lies that they're going to be preaching. You understand me? Because listen, the truth is the Charlie Kirks of the world are not the enemy. The enemy is the society, it's the system, it's the power structure, it's the so-called civilization that creates boys like Charlie Kirk. I call him a boy because that's what he is to me. I'm 54 years old. That's what he is to me, or that's what he was. And also because he presented a childish, simplistic cartoon portrait of America that only a young boy could ever believe in. He presented an America without complexity, without guilt, without the burden of their terrible history. Well, that's a seductive product. And America has always been an eager market for that sort of a product. He existed because of supply and demand. You demand and the power structure supplies. The killer and the killed are the products of the same sick society. Kirk and his killer and the other 18,535 victims and their killers. And wallahi, if you don't clock this reality, if you don't understand this reality, and if you let yourself get swept up in all the narratives and all the counter narratives, then you might just end up being like one of them. on one side or the other side of that gun, because the machine is already spinning. The machine, that same machine that Charlie Kirk served so faithfully. They're spinning the narrative now. They're going to label him as a martyr for free speech, a victim of left-wing extremism. They're going to use his death. They're going to use it to demand more surveillance, more censorship, more policing, more militarization of the police against their opponents.
And who wants that?
You know, more police power.
You know who wants that? Who wants that? Who wants that surveillance? Peter Thiel, the guy who told Trump that he don't have a choice but to take what's his name? JD Vance as his vice president. Okay? Here's Peter. Okay? This is what he wants. Okay? What's this? So I got no money for you. Okay? This is it. Okay? Who wants to bring military surveillance in America? Peter. Okay? So you see, everybody saw their benefit in Charlie being slain. They were all in on it. That boy didn't see it coming. You some mean-ass billionaires, some mean-ass people. Okay? Some mean-ass people. Oh, Peter's evil. This dude is so damn evil. And also Peter's gay. He's gay, he's evil. So you, Charlie, and your Christian bullshit, because that's the thing. Like, he don't even realize that some of the shit he says, you have conservatives or Republicans or neocons that are homosexuals, right? Charlie, with his, I'm white, I'm a Christian. You know, you don't think there's some things he has said that rub Peter the wrong way? Peter's gay. He's gay. That's a gay dude right there. Gay dude with lots of billions, right? So when he's out here doing all his bullshit, fighting them LGBTQ people, he forgets that even one of Trump's big daddy is a gay white man who I'm sure don't like Jesus. So you don't give a fuck. Okay? Peter, kill your ass. Years ago, like almost like a decade ago, the company that exposed that he was gay, because he was in the closet, kind of like Charlie. He was in the closet. Peter was in the fucking closet. A company exposed him for being gay. Peter had them people go bankrupt. I think they exposed like a sex tape or some shit. He had those people go bankrupt because he didn't want people to know that he was a homosexual. Right? So you think this homosexual likes this whole Jesus Babel bullshit? So that's what I'm saying. He had so many ops, he don't even realize it. He had a lot of people that didn't like his ass. And some are also on the conservative side. Like, go sit down somewhere. Yeah, this Palantir stuff is bad. Okay, see, bunch of ZZs. I like how we call them ZZs now. The ZZs are everywhere. My Lord. Okay? You see? That's the evil man. These are some evil people. These are seriously evil people.
They're going to use his blood to sanitize his ideology and to legitimize every poisonous thing that he ever said.
Yeah, he's poison.
And some of you are out here cheering about what happened. Why, you're fools. Why, when you celebrate, all you do is elevate and strengthen their narrative. Charlie Kirk was not an outlier. He was a product. He was the logical output of a system that's designed to generate exactly what he was. Like I said, he didn't create the demand. The demand was already there. He just exploited it. He sold a fantasy, like I say, a fantasy where all of the problems of modern America, economic decay, economic despair, cultural displacement, and cultural unrest, political powerlessness, these are all not the inevitable results of late-stage capitalism and a dying empire. No. It's all the fault of immigrants. It's all the fault of minorities, of wokeism, some internal enemy that's not in power. Well, now he's been killed, and his death is going to be used to service that same system. The security state benefits, the politicians that he supported benefit, the media benefits because they get endless hours now of content, of debate, of fear-mongering, of polarization mining.
And that's what Trump said. Oh, you see, I gave you, what he say? I gave you groundbreaking news, huh? I gave you groundbreaking news. You see, even Trump knows this right here is a landmine for content. See, that's even Trump knows. I've been telling y'all Trump is weird. Trump is really weird. I'm like, yeah, you knew. Okay? You knew. Shut up.
Understand me. The entire apparatus of control gets a massive boost. His killing was not an attack on the system. It was a gift to the system.
Yep.
You didn't extinguish a fire. You just scattered the embers and made it more dangerous. The individual who pulled that trigger, their motives are irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they saw themselves as a revolutionary or they saw themselves as a vigilante. Their actions serve a deeply counter-revolutionary purpose. You understand me? You didn't help Muslims. You didn't help so-called minorities. You didn't help immigrants. You didn't help women. You didn't help anyone. All you did was exactly what they created Charlie Kirk to goad you into doing. Please understand me. You contributed now. Whoever did this contributed to exactly the climate that they created Charlie Kirk to create.
Yeah.
No, they're both servants of chaos. The killer and the killed. No, you don't need a bullet. You need a brain. You need a mind that can't be manipulated. You need an inflammable heart, a heart that can stay calm, cool, and collected when everything around you is in flames. That's what you need. And wallahi, you can't let the hatred of a people cause you to act unjustly, or to advocate or to endorse injustice, or to celebrate injustice. Don't let that boy's enmity towards us and ours towards him make you think that his murderer is our ally. No, you don't answer words with bullets. You know, back in the day, back in the time of the Sahaba, when the Muslims would fight against the kuffar, well, the kuffar, they would bring their drummers and they would bring their singing girls to egg them on. Nobody ever killed them. Well, that's what Charlie Kirk was. You don't win a war by targeting the singing girls and the drummers of your enemy. That's no strategy. I've said many, many times, you have to erect your partitions around your discourse, around your people, around what you let into your mind, or you're going to lose your focus and you're going to lose your purpose and you're going to get confused and you're going to make bad decisions. You're going to make wrong decisions, unjust decisions, immoral decisions, because you let yourself get provoked. No. For me personally, I didn't care about Charlie Kirk yesterday, the day before, and I don't care about him now.
Yep.
I don't mourn and I don't celebrate. That's strategic indifference. And I don't respect anyone who tries to tell me that I'm supposed to grieve. And I don't respect anyone who tells me that I'm supposed to be happy. What is he to me or me to him? He certainly isn't more important to me than the most likely hundreds of thousands of my brothers and sisters that you cut down in Gaza. You didn't mourn any of them, and I didn't tell you to, because I already know how you are. I already know that your performance of mourning over Charlie Kirk has nothing whatsoever to do with respect for human life. He was just a vessel for an ideology that you hold sacred.
Exactly.
And it's an ideology that dehumanizes people. It's an ideology that disregards the sanctity of life. And we've seen that on full display for the last 2 years. So no, obviously not. I'm not the least bit interested in accommodating your weaponization of selective compassion and selective sympathy. Now, if you want to paint my indifference, if you want to spin my indifference as if it is approval of the crime that was committed, well, okay, I already know that you never do anything but lie anyway. And I know that you are from exactly the same manipulated, mutated, mutilated, and maladjusted population that created the demand that the power structure met by giving you Charlie Kirk, and that gave you his killer. Meaning you're just part of that mob in America, that same collective monster that's responsible for the American genocide of the indigenous people, that's responsible for genocides in Guatemala, genocides in Bangladesh, in Iraq, in Cambodia, in East Timor, in West Papua, and in Gaza. And you're the same collective monster that's responsible for every atrocity, every heinous crime that your country has ever committed. As far as I'm concerned, you poisoned Charlie Kirk's mind before he could even have a chance at a decent life, a moral life. And you poisoned the mind of the one who took the life that Charlie Kirk had. So spare me your counterfeit moralizing. No, you turned your country into a psychological and a spiritual torture chamber. And then your country turned the global South into a physical and an economic torture chamber.
Yep.
And now that system, that same system that you're serving, is turning inwards on you now. I told you that political violence, division, and terrorism, and civil unrest and turmoil, I told you all this was going to be coming home. Why? Because that's your business model. That's your business model. And you're the only market left to vanquish. And the more you give yourself up to all these twisted, polarizing, hateful narratives, well, all you're doing is playing along with your own demolition.
Yep. The man said what the man said. Oh, yeah, you guys, let's watch this again.
Good evening. We begin with breaking news this evening. Currently speaking with our colleagues at Fox News. Let's take a listen in to what he has to say.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape.
Mr. President,
he's in custody.
Your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on?
Job.
Yeah.
You see how he just gave him a compliment out of nowhere? Oh, he's doing a good job. Distraction. He was uncomfortable. Trying to buy time so he can think about his bullshit. Yeah, uncomfortable.
You know what? I'm very proud of you.
Thank you,
I said you were going to do well. But yeah, I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody.
It's not like a man who's sad. You got somebody got shot in the neck. Do you find this behavior normal? Cracking jokes, deflecting, distracting, buying time, fixing his tie. Oh, you're doing good. Oh, I'm proud of you. Yeah. This is weird. I'm telling you, them people did it. This is weird. This man knows something. Yeah, and he was the first one to say he was dead. He was the first one to say, oh, yeah, we got the killer. Like, why you talk so much? He wants to be the one to tell people everything first. Clout, another clout. This man loves clout. He's addicted to clout. Another clout chaser. It is weird. It is so weird. Even the lady, you'll see the white lady, she was confused, like, what? He started talking about ratings, breaking news, the first one to have a big scoop. And I'm like, what the fuck? Someone is dead. This dude is weird.
That was very close to him, turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, they said, whoa, it's interesting. Where we had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and brought him to a U.S. Marshal who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley.
Right.
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very thankful and appreciative of the police officers that got this guy.
They did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way. She's people don't know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Could I ask you just some clarification? So a pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way. And his good friend is a top U.S. Marshal. And they took it from there. And then it was a father got involved, namely his father, and said, we got to go in. And they, so I understand it. And again, subject to change. But, you know, the facts are the facts. We have the person that we think is the person we're looking for. But they drove into the police headquarters, and he's there now.
Did the father know about what the son had done?
I don't know. I'm going to let you get all those questions later, because I can't tell you how accurate. The bottom line is they have somebody that they think did it.
So, Mr. President, there is the death penalty in Utah.
Yes.
And I do know this is going to be a federal case. And there's many of us believe that Charlie was targeted because of his political ideology.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to this guy?
Well, I hope he's going to be found guilty, I would imagine. And I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Charlie Kirk was the finest person. He didn't deserve this. He worked so hard and so well. Everybody liked him. I've been watching, even the left is having a hard time. They fired this guy, Dowd, from MSDNC, who's a terrible guy, terrible human being. But they fired him. I hear they're firing other people. And, you know, we're talking about radical left. Now, they're a little bit, but radical left networks and cable channels, horrible channels like MS. I always go at DNC because it's, you know, somehow affiliated with the Democrat National Committee. So, you know, it's a little statement you make. But MSNBC, but NBC, ABC, CBS, they're all terrible, absolutely terrible and unfair. But even they have been giving it sort of like, this can't be allowed to happen.
And I just love moment of silence at the Yankee game, moment of silence at the Redskin game, Commanders game last night, because they understand this doesn't matter who you voted for. This was a special person. My opinion is that you have people, when a soldier dies, you write a personal letter, you feel it. When something happens in America, you feel it, you show up for it. I feel like with Charlie Kirk, from what I witnessed, is for you, is almost like a family member.
You know, Don said to me, he's sort of like a son to you. Charlie got involved like 11 years ago, I think. He started, you know, he's a brilliant guy, but he didn't go to college. He actually started in college. He was so bored that he left. He would have done very well in college if he wanted to, but he was brilliant. I always said, you know, can you get a degree because you're sort of used to having people like you went to college, right? But he just didn't have the patience to do it. And he started this really during what would normally be college, maybe even sooner than that, but what would normally be college. And it's become a movement. And, you know, I won youth. A Republican never wins youth, but I won youth. I will tell you, TikTok helped me, but he helped me with TikTok. But he helped me with youth. I've never seen a person who's, in this case, older than the people we're talking about, you know, in many cases. I've never seen young people or any group go to one person like they did to Charlie. He'd go out to Arizona, to any school, to Utah, where he was, but any school, also East Coast, anywhere. And he would have bigger rallies than any radical left speaker. And it was killing them because he'd have 5,000 people show up, 10,000 people show up. They'd go and they'd have 50 people, but they talk big league, right? Now, he was an unbelievable talent, but he was more, it wasn't really so much a talent. He just really believed it. He just believed it. He loved young people. He wanted to help young people. And he didn't deserve this. He was truly a good person.
He said he didn't go to college.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that.
Yeah.
J.D. Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family.
She was like devastated.
Of course.
But TikTok helped me, but he helped me with TikTok. But he helped me with youth. I've never seen a person who's, in this case, older than the people we're talking about, you know, in many cases. I've never seen young people or any group go to one person like they did to Charlie. He'd go out to Arizona, to any school, to Utah, where he was, but any school, also East Coast, anywhere. And he would have bigger rallies than any radical left speaker. And it was killing them because he'd have 5,000 people show up, 10,000 people show up. They'd go and they'd have 50 people, but they talk big league, right? Now, he was an unbelievable talent, but he was more, it wasn't really so much a talent. He just really believed it. He just believed it. He loved young people. He wanted to help young people, and he didn't deserve this. He was truly a good person.
Do you think it's important for people to see how he died? I think that's to see the horrific. Did you see
I
it?
didn't watch. I didn't want to watch. I heard about it.
You don't want to watch.
I would have never made a good doctor. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I heard enough. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to remember Charlie that way. But yeah, it's horrific, is what I hear. Just horrific. I hear that nobody can. I know friends that were there, and they told me. They said what we witnessed. The physical emotion of being there, or watching it on television. He was somebody that I always said he was very talented, but when you love something so much, it's almost not even talent. It's that you do it well because you like it. It's a passion. And he had a passion for this. I spoke to his wife yesterday. She's like devastated.
Of course.
But in between the devastation, they want to keep Turning Point going. Because so many people called in to me with donations. They went, I don't know who, do we give donations to her? Do we give it to Turning Point? Do we give it to, any one of the hundreds of colleges that he worked with or universities? And they want to keep Turning Point going. They think they can do it. He had a very good staff, I noticed. Charlie would call me up. I'm president of the United States. And I get a call like a day before. Sir, could you come to Arizona tomorrow? I said, Charlie, I'm president. I can't just come. He said, it's so important. Could you play? And then usually try and get there. He's the only one.
20,000.
Yeah, he was such a great guy that he had to end this way. But in many ways, he's bigger now because of what happened. He was really big, important. And I guess this doesn't help his family very much when I say this, but in terms of, very, very important, getting that such a good word, such a solid word. We have so many bad people, so many bad philosophies, ideologies, politics.
You heard it right. He said, "Oh, and well, in a way, he's bigger now." And I told you it's an inside job, right? He said he's bigger now. In a certain way, he's bigger now. Oh, he didn't go to college, He was too distracted. He didn't have a college degree. He is shading this boy. This ain't cute. This man knew. This dude is crazy. This dude is unhinged. He had to end this way, and now he's bigger because of what happened. Because he's in on it. He knew it was going to happen. He did. This dude is sick.
Could you play? And then usually try and get there. He's the only one.
20,000.
Yeah, he was such a great guy that he had to end this way. But in many ways, he's bigger now because of what happened. He was really big, important, and I guess this doesn't help his family very much when I say this. But in terms of very, very important, getting that such a good word, such a solid word. We have so many bad people, so many bad philosophies, ideologies, politics. His was basically just good. Family, he talked about family, he talked about get married, go get married. Sounds old fashioned when you think about it, but he's right. He was just on. And it's a shame that voice has been stopped. But I think from what I see, he had I got to know a lot of his people. He had great people. And that includes his wife. She's very talented. He said she's the best writer he's ever seen. She's a writer, among other things. So maybe they can really keep it going.
So, Mr. President, was it a one-off? Was this guy that assassinated Charlie?
It seems to be.
He wasn't a part of a bigger network or anything that we know
you don't know. I mean, you don't know. I hear these people talking so badly about me and others. I'm a guy that just wants to make America great again. We want to look at what we did in D.C. We took D.C., probably the single worst place in the country in terms of crime. There's no crime. It's a crime-free area. I went to dinner the other night, stood out in the middle of the street, did interviews with you guys, but I did interviews right in the middle of the street. If I did that 6 months ago or a year ago, I would have about a 30% chance of being here to talk about
We're
it.
getting shouted down.
And you know, it's amazing. DC is now a great safe. Now we're fixing it up physically too. We're putting in new medians. We're going to give everything a little coat of air.
Now he's talking about DC. Like he's saying all kinds of crazy shit. You guys, this man knew, man. It was an insider job. This man knew. And he knew he was going to get killed.
Asphalt, so we don't have potholes all over. You know, filling a pothole is fine temporarily, but they'd fill a pothole and never touch it for 10 years. Right. You know, old potholes don't look good. We're going to fix it up. We're going to make it beautiful at a very minimal cost. And we're going to have the most beautiful capital in the world. But even more importantly than that, it's very safe. People would come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, and their son would be killed. They'd be killed. And now you can come and you can enjoy. I was very embarrassed because I had the president of Poland in, and they started asking me about DC a couple of weeks ago. And I said, we're very proud of the fact that nobody's been killed this week. And he looks at me like, you know, head of Poland. He says, what was that? And he said, well, and I'm telling the press, you know, they're doing the little thing in the Oval Office, our great Oval Office, our very upgraded Oval. And the press is asking me, well, what about that? He said, we haven't had anybody killed in the last 3 weeks. And it's been like 9 years since nobody's been killed. Every week, somebody's been killed for years. And we haven't had crime. And they said it's down 87%. I said, what about the 13%? You know, why wouldn't it be? It's down 100%. Right. So you'd be very proud of your capital. You can go there now. And by the way, business is booming. Restaurants are booming. And this all took place within, we really did it in 12 days, but now it's better.
Someone is dead. He's talking about potholes. Restaurants are booming. DC is now clean because the topic makes him uncomfortable. Guilty conscience. This man is guilty. He's guilty of something.
You know, each day it becomes even better.
Mr. President, what do you say to the families that are watching, the moms, dads, that we've heard so much negative news with the lady being killed on the train, terrible. Right? And then we have Charlie Kirk. We had a school shooting the other day. And those are just 3 big events that happened in the last few days. So, or that we learned about. The girl was killed
in the attempts on your life.
Yes.
Well, one thing I do say, I mean, look, we have that maniac is going through trial right now with a fantastic judge. That was the judge that realized that deranged Jack Smith was deranged. Okay. She's a phenomenal judge. I don't know her. I appointed her, but I don't know her at all in Florida. And she's a, you know, really talented person, brilliant judge. And by coincidence, she got that case. And, you know, he's like a wise guy, troublemaker, it seems. But we have to have, for like the person that killed the young girl, the beautiful, she was like a beautiful girl, 22, 23 years old. And, you know, when she got onto that train, she was, you could see that she just wanted to hide. Even before this happened, she's almost like snuck on. She didn't want to make anything. She just wanted to be. She was afraid.
Finished her job.
No, she was afraid. But if you look at her before the way she sort of like she wanted to just, and she's looking at her phone like this. She felt very unsafe. Okay, we can't have that. And then this maniac gets up from behind. That's another one I didn't want to watch. I didn't watch it. I knew what happened, but I didn't want to watch it. And what he did to her was unbelievable. And then he walks through, the knife is dripping blood and everything else. One thing I say, we have to have quick trials.
Yeah.
I call it quick trial because in China, they do have quick trials. You know, they don't wait 6 years and
you start off guilty and you end up guilty in China.
Oh, it's terrible. What happens here is you go through 7, 8 years, and by the time it ends, and then they say, well, you know, he had a reason to do it because he wasn't treated right in grade school, and it's his teacher's fault, and it's the government's fault. That guy they should have a trial the following day. As far
but do you know that they say?
I mean, when you have somebody on tape, here's a guy on.
See how he doesn't have the same zeal for Charlie Kirk's killer. He's like, oh, for the white girl because she pretty, because she reminds him of like, oh, you could be my 4th wife, okay? She from Ukraine. You like Trump? Trump like them foreign ass white women from the Eastern Europe, right? So you probably think like, yeah, I'll smash that, okay? So with her, he wants a speedy trial. Y'all need to convict that man by tomorrow. Now, when it comes to Charlie Kirk's killer, He's like, well, we'll see. Well, I mean, I guess the man was like, oh, do you want the death penalty? He's like, well, hopefully they find him guilty. Like, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And you want me to believe that this man did not know that this boy was going to get killed? Yeah, right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay. Yeah, he said, but when Democrats came for his neck, he didn't want a quick trial because he's white, he's fake, he's a hypocrite.
On tape, getting ready to, and then he did his thing. The whole thing is on tape. This should not be going on. This trial will go on. It'll start in 2, 3, 4 years. We have to have, in certain places that do it differently, they have what's called quick trial. You have a fast trial, a fast verdict.
Well, he wants a quick trial. Charlie Kirk wanted public executions. These people are crazy.
Now, if he's guilty, we're going to have to keep him, feed him, take care of him for, let's say he's 28 or 29 years old, I understand. So, like for 50 years, we're going to be feed.
But he never should have been let out.
Now, in Utah, he shouldn't have been let out. And the judge should be responsible for that, the way she did it. But in Utah, they have the death penalty. And you have a very good governor there. The governor, I've gotten to know him. The governor is very intent on the death penalty in this case, and he should be. In North Carolina, you also have it, but we have to make sure that happens. That was a horrific crime.
But I think Ainsley's point is in the big picture. What do you say to people who are saying they see the assassination attempts in your life, they see the Minnesota lawmakers, they see what happened, they see what happened to Charlie, and they're saying, what's going on with the political process? Now, instead of trying to get votes, you're trying to survive. There are lawmakers canceling their events this weekend, AOC on the left and a lot of lawmakers on the right saying, I'm a little concerned about doing a public event. As president, what do you tell them?
I say you have to go forward. You just have to go forward. You watch, as closely as you can. You have, I have great people. I mean, I have people now much better and far more. When I was hit in Butler, they wouldn't, it was Biden, but they wouldn't approve. We had 55,000 people. We had, we get these tremendous crowds, and I'd have far fewer people than Biden who'd go out. He had many more Secret Service people than me, and he'd have like 8 people show up, but I have 55 or 60,000 people show up. Butler's a great example of that. And we have great people right now. We had a thing happen that's very big. People don't even talk about it. We won a lot of great decisions. The Supreme Court, I give them a lot of credit. We have a decision on merit.
You see, nice talking about the Supreme Court. What is this? Oh my gosh, it's a white killer, y'all. It's a mass shooter. Tyler Robinson. What's up? What is that? What is that? Should I make a TikTok? That's up to you, white man. You're a free man. You see this? Now we're talking about Supreme Court decisions. What the fuck? This is all about him. This dude is crazy. You guys, I'm telling you, you cannot convince me that this man did not know that shit was about to go down in Utah. He knew. Full of shit. He's all over the fucking place. Talking about all kinds of shit. We went from potholes. Well, good for you. I don't give a fuck what the fuck you are. That's not my problem. I'm not your parent. Okay? Right? The fuck? Right? You see, someone is dead. This man's like, oh, I give you a scoop. Oh, she was very pretty, huh? Yeah, she was beautiful. Like, this man is all over the place. Like, what the fuck? Because he's like, it makes him uncomfortable. This conversation makes him uncomfortable because he's guilty of something. He really is. Because you guys, I swear, if he didn't know it was just out the blue, seriously, he would have been traumatized. Okay? Sir, go to sleep. What the fuck? What were these weirdos? They're so weird.
In other words, this country is now a country of merit. You don't have to be a woman or a man or a this or a that.
Give me the best person.
You don't have to be white or black or Asian or whatever it is. It's all based on merit now. And I wasn't sure if anybody would have the courage to make that decision. That was a big, big decision. When you go down to Washington and you see these people, they happen to be strong soldiers. They're big and strong. They don't mind fighting, as opposed to somebody that really isn't equipped to do that, that weighs perhaps 100 pounds.
And has a certain nationality or sexuality, they be him.
Correct. You can say it. I'd rather not say it. I want to see. But it's based on merit. You hire people now based on merit. That's the way the country got great. And I give so much credit to the Supreme Court for that. So with some of these people, though, we're going to have to do, the politicians are one thing, and we can talk about that, but we have to have trials that go quickly.
Okay.
We can't have a trial like this guy. We can't have a trial that's going to start in 3.5 years from now.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Yeah. Oh. So I see why this guy used this. I'm like, who is this person? I got like, who is this person? What is going on? Oh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
Hold on. He wore the same clothes for 2 days straight? So when they found him on September 12th, he wore the same clothes? Just people are crazy. These white people, man, there's something else. What the fuck? What?
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. In person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
So on September 12th, so he stayed in the same outfits for 2 days? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Why would anybody wear the same clothes for 2 days? I mean, we know that a lot of white people got bad hygiene and they don't take showers and shit, but like, why would he stay in the same outfit for 2 days? In 2 days, he didn't change his clothes. Sure. They're lying. They're a bunch of liars. These people are lying.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there has been speculation as well as to.
So he knew how to change outfits after the shooting, but then he remained in the changed outfits for 2 days. Sir, what? Y'all, this shit, no. When they say, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. No. This young man, whoever the fuck he is, he's being set up. Okay? No, and no, and no, and no. I am not buying this. So he changed his clothes, but then he stayed in the new clothes for 2 days. Like, go sit down somewhere. Like, they're full of shit. Like, they're full of shit. These people are full of shit. They're full of shit.
The writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point."
What?
Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow."
What?
And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
Oh, please. He wrote all of that on one case. All of that? Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow. Shut up. This is so fake. Oh, if you read this, you're gay. Shut up. Shut up. This guy is so meticulous. Can you imagine how meticulous you have to be to go out of your way to write on bullet casings, but then you don't change your clothes? The fuck? That makes no sense. You're either a meticulous brain, like, because that's like doing shit like that. That's your brain. You can't turn that shit on and off, right? If you have autism, you got autism. Like, you can't turn that shit on and off. If you got ADHD, you got ADHD, champ. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, right? So when it comes to the bullets, he goes above and beyond to write on every single bullet, but he only used one bullet. So the one that landed in his neck, what did that one say? I make it make sense. Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow. And then the other thing, oh, if you see this, you're gay. Wumpty wump wump. So this man can go above and beyond and write on all these casings, but he don't change his clothes. White people, I'm sick of y'all. Okay? You guys are horrible liars. Just horrible liars. They just lie. Oh, it's so disgusting. Okay? Why that boy didn't do shit? He's not the right guy. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. And I would love to, where did he learn to shoot like this? Where did he learn to shoot like this? Because it's only one bullet. So where did he learn to shoot like this? Where did he learn to be this damn good? Get the fuck out of here. Like, they're so full of shit. They're just a bunch of liars. Like, he doesn't go to hiding. He doesn't change his clothes. He reaches out to a friend. He tells the friend everything with a text message. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, right. Stop lying on that boy.
We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case, and we're able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
No, I don't believe these people. Okay. I do not believe in these people. And I don't believe that they're not involved in this. I just don't. They're freaking evil. These people are seriously diabolical. Okay. And like, you were so meticulous, but you didn't change your clothes for 2 days. Then you texted your friend and you told your friend everything with a text message. Okay. Whatever you say.
Yesterday, you were.
Good evening.
Okay, so they want me to.
Whatever you say, whatever you claim. Let's watch this one real quick. What is Neff saying?
Yeah, we back. Yeah, we back. Quick video. So, news is coming out that the suspect in the alleged shooting of Charlie Kirk, the individual who pulled the trigger, we are now receiving news that he has been apprehended by law enforcement. Yes. Now, who was the suspect, do you think? Was it a black man? Because you know Charlie Kirk spent his last few years on Earth, right? Talking about the big black boogeyman, right? The dangerous black man. Hide your kids, hide your wives. The black man is outside, right? That was the narrative going around, you know, especially since the tragedy that occurred with the Ukrainian lady down in North Carolina. We had a lot of individuals like Charlie Kirk and many people just like him. In the days leading up to his death, the only conversation that we're having was the dangerous black man, the big black boogeyman, right? That was the narrative. That was the propaganda. Black men are so dangerous. We have to stay away from black men, black men, black men, black men, only to get turned around and chopped down by your own people. And like I said, that's the reality. Like I said in my previous videos, the vast majority of victims of whatever type of crime, whether that's robbery, whether that's assault, whether it's murder, whether it's crimes against children, the vast majority of the perpetrators in the white community are white males themselves. White males are the number one criminals in the white community. So don't let them gas your head up with the propaganda of the big black boogeyman, because it's the white man committing all the crimes in the white community. The vast majority of all violent crime, it's the white man going to jail for it in his own community. He's terrorizing his own community. So when you see what happened to Charlie Kirk and you look at the victim and you look at the perpetrator, that is way more likely to happen than any other scenario, right? Some black man coming out of the bushes to attack you, that is very unlikely compared to the likelihood of another white man coming to attack you, right? Simply going by the facts, simply going by the stats. Now, let's jump into the article. Let's find out some more information about the alleged perpetrator, the suspect they have in custody. Take a look up on the screen. The parents of Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin, Tyler Robinson, are a law enforcement veteran and a care worker, right? So, time out. So these guys, now let me stop. We're going to talk about it later. Let me stop. Police sources identified Robinson, a 22-year-old resident of Utah, as the main suspect in the assassination. Robinson was taken into custody on Thursday night in southern Utah after having allegedly confessed to his own father. He lives in a $600,000 six-bedroom home in Washington, Utah, about 260 miles south of Kirk's assassination. One image from Robinson's mother from her social media from 2017 shows him wearing a Donald Trump costume for Halloween. The father then contacted the authorities and secured his son before he could be taken into custody. Robinson was a student at Utah State University on a scholarship. His mother, Amber Robinson, works for Intermountain Support Coordination Services, a company contracted by the state to help disabled people receive care. The family's social media shows Robinson, who has two younger brothers, enjoying vacations, sharing smiling selfies, including celebrating the alleged killer getting into college. Now, time out. From the information we have right now, this seems like the assassin was the stereotypical all-American guy, right? I'm going to school on the sky.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, black boys don't have the father in the home. That's why they go to prison." So he had his father and his mom. He out here, but I'm like, did he actually do it though? I don't know. We'll see.
Scholarship. You know, my dad is in law enforcement. You know, my mother, you know, she worked for the government, right? We live in a beautiful home, big home, right? I go shoot at the gun range with my father. You know, like all of that, right? My father, a Republican. I live in a red state. You know, like all American, all around. All-American guy, right? And I told you from the very beginning, Charlie Kirk was eliminated by his own people. Listen, before he was even killed, you saw the video I originally did in regards to the situation with the lady down in North Carolina who lost her life on a train, the Ukrainian lady. I told you, yes, the story was a tragedy, but the facts are the facts. The vast majority of crime in the white community is perpetrated by white males themselves. So I was never going to allow white men to spread propaganda against black men, making it seem like black men are terrorizing the white community. No, brother, you're not going to deflect responsibility onto me. Take accountability for your actions. Yeah. White males are the number one perpetrators of crime in their own community, against their own people, against their own brothers, against their own women, against their own children. That's simply the fact. That's not slander. That's not defamation. That's simply the fact. Right? Anything else is propaganda. Anything else is a smokescreen. Anything else is a deflection. And it's so ironic because now they are being forced to be faced with this reality right now, right? And now they're trying to break themselves up into factions, right? They don't want to admit that Charlie Kirk was eliminated by his own people. So they're saying, oh, he was eliminated by the radical left. He was eliminated by the Democrats. He was eliminated by the liberals. No, brother, he was eliminated by his own people. And I even saw some people trying to blame the Jewish community. Now, listen, I already told you, these guys, they have a homoerotic obsession with two demographics of men, the black man and the Jewish man. That's all they talk about. Like I said in the video the other day, the black man, the Jewish man, the black man. So they were trying to blame the Jewish community for his murder, right? Oh, he was taken out by Mossad. He was taken out by the Israelis. Oh, it was Ben Shapiro. No.
Me, I think he was taken out by the Israeli, but let's keep going.
No, brother, it was your own people. Yeah, it was your own people. Oh, and that's simply the facts. I'm not going to let you break yourself up into little factions and denominations. No, you were eliminated by your own people. You were eliminated by your own people. But anyways, man, let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media, right? Take a look up on the screen. This person said, so the killer of Charlie Kirk is a white boy, right-wing, Republican, wealthy family, born and raised in Utah. Listen, the stereotypical profile of the person that Charlie Kirk was advocating for, right? This was the demographic that Charlie Kirk was an ambassador for, just to turn around and get chopped down by your own people. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. That is like the ultimate betrayal, right? To be on the front line every single day, fighting for a demographic, just to get chopped down by your own brother. Literally, your brother. That is literally Charlie Kirk's brother right there. Like stereotypical, all-American, probably played sports, father in law enforcement, mother working for the government, this all-American family, right? And you got chopped down by your own people. By your own people. Anyway, let's continue. This person said at the top, to be honest, this could be a precursor to a bloody race war. And the person at the bottom said, what race war? He was killed by his own people. I'm saying, like, come on, bro. This don't got nothing to do with us, man. Just like all the vast majority of crimes in the white community, it was committed by a white perpetrator. It don't got nothing to do with the black community. It don't got nothing to do with us. Listen, that is an internal conflict. That is a tribal conflict, right? That don't got nothing to do with us. That's an internal problem. That's not part of our community. Listen, they got to handle that. The white males got to come in, have a meeting, sit at the table and sort themselves out, right? The same way black men got to come to the table and sort ourselves out and have private conversations. White men got to sit down in their secret meetings, and they got to have their own conversations, and they got to get their house in order, right? It's a lot of infighting going on, a lot of tribal conflict and instability going on. Y'all got to get it together, man. Let's continue. Now, yesterday, somebody put out an article, this publication, I believe The Economist, they said Charlie Kirk believed that wokeism threatened to destroy America. The country would be saved not at the ballot box, but at the crucibles where culture is forged, like college campuses. And the person at the bottom responded and said, then he got put to sleep by his own people. I bet he wish he was woke down. This person said he got assassinated by his own people, while surrounded by his own people, while taking digs at the black community and gang violence. The violence he should have been worried about came from his own people. Now HBCUs are being threatened over something his own people did to him. Now that's a fact. Yesterday, news came out. Take a look up on the screen. Multiple HBCUs under lockdown after receiving terroristic threats, right? So because this guy got chopped down by his own people, they wanted to go to black colleges and universities to get retaliation, right? And that really goes to show the type of ideology that Charlie Kirk was actually promoting when he was on Earth, right? If you die and the first knee-jerk reaction of your supporters is to go kill black college students, that tells me everything I need to know about you and the type of ideology you are putting out into the atmosphere, right? Before we even had a suspect in custody, you already had people trying to go attack black universities. That lets me know the type of ideology you are promoting, right? And it's so funny because, like we said, his last words on Earth were gang violence, right? He died while trying to send passive-aggressive shots towards the black community, only to get shot by his own community. And even in my comment section, now, of course, I block anybody coming into my comment section, you know, trying to send violent threats towards me. But even I myself got violent threats. I had people coming into the comment section saying, man, I can't wait till we're able to put you in camps. I was getting all type of terroristic threats in my comment section, right? And one thing that stuck out to me about the threats that I received, they were never directed towards me individually or personally. It was like a threat towards my entire collective. Like, they never kept it on an individual basis only towards me. They said, no, we're going to go after you and your whole community, right? It was a collective threat against the entire community. In all the threats I received, it was never an individual based threat. It was always collective. So that goes to show the ideology that Charlie Kirk was promoting. And it's so funny because I see a whole bunch of black folks on social media crying tears and shedding tears. And meanwhile, I'm getting threats in my comment section, in my email for the videos I put out, talking about, man, we can't wait to go attack the black community. And then we got the black community talking about, man, my heart goes out to his family. Man, listen, some of y'all weak, boy. Some of y'all weak. Y'all sitting around extending the olive branch, extending the hand of love and friendship. And them boys coming back and they sending violent threats back. Right? You sending love and friendship, they sending threats of murder. So I don't know what's wrong with y'all, man. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. I'm not saying that you have to be hostile back, but just shut up. Just stop talking. If someone slaps you across the face, don't turn around and give them the other side of your face to slap again. Just shut up. Damn. Anyways, we also have the academic records of the suspect, right? And apparently this guy, not only did he come from, you know, a stable family, nice family, living in a nice home, father is of Republican law enforcement, and also he's actually a great student, right? Like one of the best students in like the state of Utah. Excellent in science, math, reading. Basically, like when it comes to academics, this guy was an excellent student, very intelligent, very studious, and basically the all-American stereotypical profile. Right? When it came to his academic performance, his grades were damn.
Well, they're recruiting these people because the white boy that was the Trump shooter, he also had good grades in math and stuff, and he received a scholarship from that guy from Black Rock. Black Rock had a special scholarship program for gifted kids, right? Luigi also was valedictorian, also in Maryland. Y'all, this is suspicious, you guys. These are brilliant children. Luigi had a 4.0, whatever the fuck he had, 4.0, 4.5 GPA, valedictorian. Now he's shooting people in downtown New York City. This dude gets straight A's, 4.0 GPA, scholarships, and he wants to shoot Charlie Kirk. What? And then he don't change his clothes? Somebody that smart was sending everything via text messages. Suspicious. The other kid in Delaware, also like some kind of math prodigy who received a scholarship from BlackRock. This is bizarre. This is bizarre. I think these boys are just a front. I really do. I really, really do. There's something ominous. There's something diabolical going on here. This little man, I can't say he didn't do it. But if he did do it, I don't think he was not, I don't think he did it by himself. Okay. So, I don't know. It's very bizarre. He is that smart, but he didn't change his clothes. Stayed in the same clothes for 2 days. Sending text messages with nothing but like evidence back to back to back to back to back to back. Sure. Whatever.
And they're perfect. Almost perfect scores when it came to his academics. Now, I want to get into an interaction that I had yesterday on social media, right? Because like I said, Charlie Kirk got chopped down by his own people, assassinated by his own people, right? And then somebody actually responded to me and said this at the top. He said, I very much doubt that the murderer was one of his people. It will be a leftist nutbag. And I responded and I said, nobody cares about your factions and your little groups and your tribes. He got killed by his own people. And then he said, that literally makes no sense because whites are not homogenous. Now, you see, like I told you, they want to break themselves up into little groups, little factions, denominations, tribes, because they don't want to admit that you get chopped down by your own people at the highest rate. You got assassinated by your own people, right? That's the same thing y'all say to us. When y'all talk about the black community, you say that we do things to our own people. Yep. You don't give us the luxury of breaking us down into tribes and ethnic groups and political factions. No, it's just the black community, and we do it to our own people. That's it. That is it. Whether we're discussing current events, whether we're discussing international affairs, whether we're discussing history, it's always our own people. You never give us the luxury of breaking us down into individual factions. Like, for example, when they talk about the days of colonization and they talk about slavery, they say, oh, Africans sold Africans into slavery. They don't give us the luxury of breaking us down into our individual nations, ethnic groups, factions, denominations, belief systems, right? There are endless ethnic groups on the continent, endless amount of languages, spiritual systems, all different cultures on the continent, but you never see them give them the luxury of breaking them down into denominations. When they talk about history, they say, oh, the Africans sold their own people. The African,
no, because the goal is to hurt. They want to hurt people. Yeah, you see, they don't want your ass anyways. That's what it is. They ain't shit. They're so fucking evil. All they do is lie.
African chiefs sold their own people. Yeah. They don't give you the luxury or the nuance of saying no. Different factions and groups and ethnic groups with different interests, economic interests, geopolitical interests, different regional interests were fighting and battling amongst each other for supremacy. No, they just say Africans sold their own people. But now when it comes to them, they want to have the luxury of, no, it's not my own people. It was a leftist. It was the radical left. It was the Democrats. It was the liberal. No. It was your own people. You killed your own people. He got killed by his own people. We have sat up and listened to conservative political commentators give their historical analysis on history. And then when they talk about slavery, they say things like, oh, there were black people that owned slaves, right? Black people enslaved their own people. But they never give you the nuance that the vast majority of the free black population or the so-called black slave owners were either the black mistress of the European colonists or the mixed race children of the European colonists. They don't give you that nuance, right? They just say black folks enslave black folks. You enslaved your own people to deflect from their own responsibility, right? Oh, you enslaved your own people. You sold your own people, right? No nuance. They don't tell you about the different African ethnic groups and factions. No, they don't tell you that the vast majority of black slave owners was the black mistress and the mixed race children. No, it was just blacks did it to their own people. So now you want me to give you the luxury of breaking you down in factions and denominations and groups and tribal affiliations. No, the fact of the matter is, yes, Charlie Kirk, he got assassinated by his own people. He got assassinated by his own people, right? That's a fact. That's a fact. That is literally a fact. You could make that a nursery rhyme. He got chopped down by his own people. He got eliminated by his own people. So stop it, brother. I'm not giving you the luxury of breaking yourself down into tribal groups, affiliations, political factions. You got assassinated by your own people. It's a fact. Anyways, man, it's your boy Nefakari. That's Salim back in the building. Yes, indeed. Second single of the next project, The Spy in Bamako.
As of right now, the shooter has still not been captured. And I think that that speaks volumes. I believe that this was a professional hit. I do not believe that some rando just woke up one day and said, yeah, I think I'm going to try to, do this today. I believe that this is something that was planned.
For as much as white people ain't shit and they're really mean to black people, I really think these young white boys, these brilliant white boys are being set up. I really do. Because that boy, the boy in Delaware, I think there was a shooter behind him. I really do. Because he was in that one roof, like the top of the barn. But there was the water tower. I think the real shooter was on the water tower. That's what I think he was. Okay? When it comes to the thing about Luigi, we don't even really know if that's Luigi though. Because when he shoots the person, you don't really see him. You see the outfit and you see the bag. They're like, yeah, it's a special bag. It's really, really expensive. Okay, cool. But then you see him, then later, oh yeah, that's him, that's him. And then he just happened to be at McDonald's. He was at McDonald's. He had the gun on him and he had a manifesto. I'm like, who walks around with a manifesto? Like, what the fuck? It's so bizarre. But Luigi, he also disappeared. He went like, he didn't talk to his people for like 6 months or like 8 months. They didn't know where the fuck he was. He wasn't talking to nobody. He went to Asia. I don't know. But once again, he's also really brilliant. I'm like, and he's very handsome too. I'm like, this dude is really beautiful. Like, you want to go kill someone? Something is off. Then you got this kid, brilliant kid. Parents got money. Daddy's in law enforcement. He has a scholarship, and he just decided to throw his life away behind some Charlie Kirk. What the fuck? I'm like, he's like, he ranks above the charts, but he didn't change his clothes. He stayed in the same, this smart ass kid stayed in the same clothes for like 2-3 days. Then he just started texting his friend and just babbling like his friend, just sending pictures and I don't know. There are professional shooters behind these kids. There are professional shooters behind these kids. Somebody's doing this shit. Somebody's responsible for the shit. Somebody really dark. And like I said, it could be the ZZs. But this is really weird. Because that shot was too damn clean. Where the fuck would he have learned this?
And there's more to this story, in my opinion, than some are saying. You need to ask the question, why now?
Yeah, exactly.
Why now?
Yeah, something is off.
And I'm going to get into different feelings. We're going to talk about what happened. We're going to get a little bit of my analysis here, what I think is really going on. And then at the end, I'm going to tell people what to expect going forward. Because I think a lot of people are not looking at this for what it really is. We're going to talk about the bigger picture. So let's go ahead and get into it. Yesterday, Charlie Kirk was giving an event in Utah at a college. So this is something that Charlie Kirk does. He tours the country, goes to different colleges to give talks. From what I understand, from what I saw from the video, which I'm not going to show, obviously, but from what I saw from the video, before he was shot, he was talking about gangs. He was talking about killings from transgender people, etc. You know how this goes. But is that the reason why Charlie Kirk was killed? Let's get into this news segment here. It was breaking news at the time. This is ABC News.
On the air because ABC News has now confirmed that conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot during an event at Utah Valley University. President Trump is now weighing in. Let's take it straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, that's been following this since the news broke. Aaron, what is the president saying?
The president is calling Charlie Kirk a great guy and saying everyone must pray for him after a shot rang out as he was speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. His presence on that campus had divided it, but he was speaking at an event at an outdoor courtyard when the university says a shot rang out and the entire place emptied out. People went running. Charlie Kirk's condition is not immediately clear. We are still waiting for confirmation on his condition.
Let's pause here. At that time, he was still alive. And again, like I said, I'm not showing that shooting video on here. But basically, to make a long story short, from what I saw, he was shot in the neck. This was a professional hit. I don't care what anybody says. And not only was he shot in the neck, but he was shot in the neck in a spot that, from what I understand, after talking to people that have worked in the medical profession, he was already done for. There are certain areas in the neck where someone can be hit, where if you're hit there, by the time you get to the hospital, it's probably already too late. So this is someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Now, I don't know if this is someone who had military training, but it's very clear to me that this is someone who had some type of training. They knew where to hit. They knew exactly, how to hit that area. And we'll get into where this person, may have been positioned. We have videos about that as well as pictures. But this is not just a wake up and try to see how this goes job. This is something that was planned. I honestly feel like this is someone that had professional training that did shoot Charlie Kirk here. This was an outdoor event.
Utah Valley University said a suspect is in custody. We know nothing about that suspect or whether it's the actual shooter. A number of federal officials are now racing to the scene. Orem, Utah has a very small police department, Kira. It shares it with 2 other nearby communities. So the feds are going to be deeply involved and on their way now as everyone from the president on down in the administration asks the nation to pray for Charlie Kirk, who commonly goes out to college campuses to drum up support for President Trump's agenda and was deeply involved in helping to get the president elected. And now the president is asking the nation for its prayers for Charlie Kirk, who was shot on the campus of Utah Valley University. Kira.
Okay, the suspect that was captured at that point in time was not the shooter. It was an elderly man, an elderly white guy who, for whatever reason, was also on camera saying, asking people to shoot himself. It was really weird. I don't know who this guy is, but later on it was announced that that was actually not the shooter. Some people are wondering, and I wondered this myself, if that was actually a distraction, if that was a decoy, because the shooter did get away. So just to clear that up, that was not the shooter. Again, we still don't know who the shooter is.
All right, Aaron, I'm being told that we actually have video now of the moment that Charlie Kirk was shot. And I believe we are going to be able to hear some of the audio as well. Let's pause.
We are not going to play that. Let's go ahead and fast forward to that. I don't show that stuff on here, but we'll jump back in at this part.
The security detail, Utah Valley University said a suspect was taken into custody. We don't know if that is indeed the suspected shooter, someone else who may be associated with this or what. It was not specified. And we got no word of anyone else who may have been hit or injured as a result. The campus police are investigating. And as you've heard, Kira, the FBI and other federal agencies are on the way.
So yeah, that person was not the shooter. As I said, the media, they really messed around with the story yesterday. At one point, there were reports saying that it's probably someone that shot their gun off in the crowd in an air of excitement. No. This was a direct hit. It was not, oh, I'm just gonna, say, woo, I'm excited to be here. No, that was not the case. It's also very interesting that this happened in Utah, of all places. For the most part, Utah is a red state, is a conservative state. Mm-hmm. It just goes to show you, and they don't have a high crime rate, but it goes to show you that this could happen anywhere, right? Could happen anywhere. One more clip I want to show you from the media. This was from MSNBC News. This gentleman has now been fired after making this comment.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Yeah, and I think she was trying to cut him off there. So from what I understand, he has now been fired. Let's go ahead and dive into what he said here about the divisiveness. First and foremost, what people have to understand, and I've talked to many commentators about this yesterday, what people have to understand is this. Even some of the Black conservative commentators, and I saw some of their videos as well, I watched videos on both sides, were not fond of the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk had. I saw this yesterday. The divisiveness. I think we got to send a message out really quick here. First of all, I'm 100% pro free speech. People can say what they want. I don't have to agree with it. I'm not one of those people that says, oh, I'm pro free speech, but I don't want you to say this, and that. That is not who I am. But I will say this. You can expect, in particular for Black people, you really cannot expect Black people to be sad in this moment, especially those that are not Black conservatives, even though some Black conservatives are offering, their condolences and say they are mourning his loss. But the reality is the majority of Black people are not. Charlie Kirk, over the years, has said very racist, anti-Black things about the Black community. Mm-hmm. He made some comments not too long ago on Jubilee about slavery that was very, 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 very racist, anti-Black. He was the one that was going forward saying that he didn't want a Black woman pilot. That's mild compared to some of the other things that he said. And then more recently, the killing of the Ukrainian woman, she was killed by a Black guy. Charlie Kirk was online basically trying to find a way to incite some type of a race war among the people. We need to take back. We need to fight back and get these people out of here, etc. Like that type of rhetoric. The rhetoric about Black people, Black gangs, and all those types of things. Charlie Kirk has for years said racist, anti-Black comments. And I say this to say, you cannot expect the majority of the Black populace at this point in time to mourn Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
That is a message to go out there for everybody. You cannot expect that.
Yeah.
He made it very clear.
This man wanted us dead. Like his goal was to trigger white people into doing something stupid. And then that's what happened to him. I'm telling you, he's like Haman in the Bible. The way they egged on these white people to hate Carmelo and his family, you guys. If we were in 1995, they would have been killed. They would have been killed. This is what he's been doing. That's why I said, like, it's not just his opinions. Charlie does more than that. He does whatever he can to entice racial animosity. He wants to see white people go batshit crazy and do something dumb to black people. He hates black people. It's not a joke. He hates black people. He hates them. Right? So he's always looking for a story. Like any story where a white person dies and a black person did it, he's oh, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. All he does is farm for that kind of content. Then he makes those white people feel as though, oh, you see, it happened because you're white and the media don't care about you. The media is not covering this. The media wants you to not, they don't want you to be white. They're not. That's what he does. That's how he galvanizes these white people. He's a hateful monster. He's a hateful man. And it's very sad. It's very shameful for all these black people across the diaspora that are crying for this man. This man wanted you dead. He wanted white people to hate you, like hate you with a passion. No matter where they see you, they got to question you. Why are you here? Do you belong here? Do you have what it takes to be here? He explicitly said, if you see a black person with a job, they must have stole that job from a white person. Because the only way black people can get jobs is by taking things from white people. What's the purpose, you think, for him to say it like that? What do you think? Why do you think he would frame his arguments in such a fashion? They took something from you. These blacks took something from you. The blacks are taking something from you. It's these blacks, you know. If you don't have a job, blame the blacks. You can't get into college, blame the blacks. What's the purpose of that? What do you think? Racial hatred, racial animosity, nooses, KKK 2.0. And they want you to sit here and be compassionate towards somebody who wanted me dead. You stupid as fuck. If an enemy try to kill me and somehow he gone, I'm going to praise the Lord. Because I know dang well what he was about. He hates black people. Yeah, always saying the blacks, it's the blacks. What the fuck? And now this man is no longer part of this world. And you want me to be sad about that shit? Nah, I feel relieved. Thank you, Jesus. He's not a good person. And 10 more years and Charlie and his hateful rhetoric, only God knows what really would have happened. He had Officer Tatum dox the Anthony family, show their house, their address, the inside the house, the floor plan of the house. They were out here telling people they stole money from the GoFundMe. They went and bought cars. They bought this. They bought that. All they did, just lying for the sake of lying because they want to trigger a white person to go do something stupid. And like Joseph said, what the devil meant for harm, God turned it around for my good. Okay? That's exactly what Joseph said. I don't know. That's how I know you don't read the Bible. What the devil meant for my harm, what the devil meant to harm me, the Lord, he turned that shit around for my good. When Mordecai ran to Esther, he said, this man Haman wants us all dead. She didn't say, oh my gosh, let's pray for him. Beast mode, went into fasting. So she could get favor from the king. The king said, what do you want? She's like, this dude right here, he got to go. Because he wants my people dead. That's how I know a lot of people read the Bible. Somebody wants your entire bloodline off this earth. Somebody wants your entire bloodline completely wiped out. Somebody wants to kill your children. And you want to cry for such a person. I swear, I feel like some black people, man, they love white people more than they love themselves. And that really makes me sad. And you wonder why Charlie Kirk is out here. I mean, he was out here not believing that black people are actually intellectual. Because he knows him as a white person, he could never, ever, ever loved black people. Black people were his enemies. He would never have love for none of us. But you want to have love for someone who want to see your whole bloodline be wiped out. The mere fact that he got killed by a white man and somehow they're threatening HBCUs, that shows you the kind of man he is. So because he's dead, now his people want to go kill black people. What do black people have to do with this shit? The man was amongst white people at an all-white college in a white state, and he got killed by a white person. But somehow they have to find a way to attach black people to his passing. That's the hateful people. He's a hateful man. If your death can inspire your own people to go to black colleges seeking to kill black people, what kind of brand did this man have? Okay, what kind of ministry did this man have? Ministry of hatred. He hated black people, and everybody should know that. Nope, there's not a single time where a black person, as far as I'm concerned, over 10 years plus, I have never seen a time. I'm being so for real. I have never seen anybody black ever call for Charlie to get hurt. They cuss his ass out, all right. But I've never seen anybody black say, oh, this dude got to go. No. After everything he's done, everything he said, I've never seen any black person say his life should be taken away from him. But yet, he went to a white town, a white state, on a white college campus. That's Republican, a red state. And then he was, he's innocent until proven guilty. But allegedly, this young man did it. His own people did it. Right? So, okay. But what do HBCUs got to do with this? Like what? He hated black people. So when he passed away, I felt relieved. Thank you, Lord. Okay? Thank you. We don't need to have these kinds of hateful white people.
Clear that we are not a group that he had any respect in.
Yeah.
Any respect in. And I say as a group, not as individuals, right? So of course, I'm sure he still likes some of the black conservative commentators, right? But as a community, he had a lot of negative, vile, racist things to say about black people as a community. So you can't expect black people as a community to mourn the death of Charlie Kirk. And that may be hard for some people to hear, but that is the reality. This is why you are seeing people online, on social media. This is why they are saying, I wouldn't say this, but they are saying like good riddance and all this type of stuff. I have been talking to people yesterday saying, don't celebrate this. Like, that's not the way to go about it. This is actually not a win. I'm going to get into that a little bit more to tell you what I think is going to happen from here. But he has said those things for years. What people are not asking is why now? Why was Charlie Kirk? Why was this attack on Charlie Kirk's life? Why did that happen now? Charlie Kirk has been saying vile, racist things for years.
Exactly what I said.
Because I'm going to show you what I believe is really going on here. I don't think that's why Charlie Kirk was killed. I really don't. Like I said, I think this was a professional hit, and I think that people are looking at this the wrong way. But you can't expect that, guys. And I see people saying that he was a father and he had a family. But these are the same things that many of us in the black community said about Philando Castile, who was also a father, who had a family. These are some of the things we said about George Floyd, who was also a father. And Charlie Kirk is one of the people who seemed to make it his mission to, for whatever reason, still to this day, he was like, well, not till this day because he's no longer alive, but he continued to just blast like George Floyd as a person. He's a criminal, all those types of things, where many of us in the black community were saying that's still a person.
Yeah. And here's a video.
George Floyd didn't die because of the police officer. He died largely because of a drug overdose.
But he had his knee on his neck. We all saw the video.
But the knee on the neck is actually an approved police technique that police departments taught Derek Chauvin to use. Do you know that George Floyd was saying, I couldn't breathe well before that restraining technique? And
so why'd they use the technique if he already couldn't breathe?
Well, because he was actually resisting arrest, and they had to restrain him, and they restrained him in a way that they were taught to do, which is the knee on the neck technique.
Okay, so when does the like technique end? Like when they die? Like he said, he couldn't.
No,
breathe
I mean the technique ends when the individual stops resisting arrest. His cause of death was not asphyxiation; it was drug overdose. He had
that was a part of it. Like he also had a heart like thing, and like he was on drugs, but like he wouldn't have just died if he was standing there. Like they had his.
Well,
their knee on
actually,
his
there's an
neck.
argument to be made according to the medical
An
examiner.
argument to be made. He's so damn stupid. If you are being detained and you can't breathe, you're not going to try to like move or exercise some kind of force because you're trying to get comfortable. That's not resisting arrest. Like when you can't breathe, your body wants you to fight so you can breathe, but that's not resisting arrest. But he was already saying he couldn't breathe before the man put the neck on his knee. So then why his knee on his neck? Then why do it? He telling you he can't breathe. Get the fuck out of here. I guess now you can't breathe. There you go. So I'm sure he's gonna meet George Floyd. They're gonna have a conversation. Prove me wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's what that guy was saying. They always want to argue with you about reality. Always trying to win the argument instead of actually focusing on reality. This is excessive. It was excessive. If the man said he can't breathe, trying to make some space so he can breathe. It's not hard. But if you already can't breathe and you put your knee on his neck, okay, accessory to murder? Like, what the fuck? But this is what he does. This is what he does. And they wonder why he went out like that. This dude had bad karma. He had bad karma. He's a hateful being.
He was drug overdosing in real time. That it wasn't because of the police officer, Derek Chauvin, that put his knee on the neck. And they were taught to do that. According to the Hennepin County Police Department, they teach that as an approved restraint technique. And by the way, this is just a broader point. Our whole country blew up because of this incident, and it was largely based on a lie. We were all.
What was the lie?
The lie is that there was a white police officer that went after a black person just because he was black, and it just wasn't true. He was resisting arrest.
Okay, but he killed him. Like that doesn't.
Well, again,
See how he's saying it. So when it's Derek Chauvin, we should not look at his color. He was just a police officer doing his job. But when it comes down to the Ukrainian girl, oh no, that guy killed her because he's black and she's white. You see what I'm trying to say? They always move the goalposts because these people don't have principles. They're despicable. They're racist. And that's why you don't waste your time with these people. Because in their world, white people never do anything wrong. White people never do anything wrong. And when you're black, everything you do is because you're black. You meant that shit because you're black. And you did it intentionally because you're black and the other person is white, right? But when a white person does something to a black person, it has nothing to do with race. I mean, Marlene, I don't see color, you know. I'm just a police officer. She did not cry, baby. She did not cry. Did you see one tear? She didn't cry not one time. She was faking it. She did not cry. And what she did was she exposed him for being a down low lover of black culture. The way this man loved R. Kelly is suspicious. She exposed him. That girl didn't cry not one time. Candace is a fraud. Candace is so fraudulent. She didn't cry. She's like, God, Charlie, and not a single tear. Not a single, like there was no napkin. You didn't have no tissue, nothing. Not a damn tear ran down her cheek. This girl she don't care about that boy. She hates him and he hated her. She's a fraud. Like, so damn crazy.
The county medical examiner disagrees. The county medical examiner in the original report.
So then why did he get sentenced?
Exactly.
Like,
That's a good
no,
question.
I'm saying
It's because it was largely a show trial where actually they were not.
George Floyd pardon, and I just want to know
Yes,
what your
ma'am.
reasoning was about that.
Well,
Oh my God, look at that. Look again. Where's my stuff?
He showed a counterfeit bill or whatever, but he was still a human being. He still had kids. He still had a family. We were saying those things back then, and Charlie Kirk didn't want to hear it. So you cannot expect the Black community to rally behind the death of Charlie Kirk right now. You can't expect it. So that's the first thing that I want to say. For people who are saying, I can't believe people are being this way. Why are you surprised? He had no sympathy, no empathy for Philando Castile, for George Floyd, for George Floyd's family. No sympathy, no empathy. I sat there and I watched a police officer have his neck on George Floyd, his knee on George Floyd's neck for over 8 minutes. And the excuses that we heard from people like Charlie Kirk was, oh, well, he was a criminal. He showed a counterfeit bill, those types of things. You know, as I said, like he was still a person. So why now? Why now? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Why is this happening all of a sudden? This is the question a lot of people are not asking. And just like clockwork, they have managed to find a way to put the left and the right against each other one more time. When we were coming together on certain issues, you see, I want people to look at the big story. We were at a moment in this country where people on the left and some on the right were coming together for an anti-war coalition, anti-war movement saying stop the wars. We had people on the left and some people on the right that were coming together to say, you know what, we're getting tired of Israel. We don't want our money going to Israel. You even had right politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey speaking up and saying, no, we don't want the money to go to Israel. So we actually had a moment in this country where the left and the right were coming together on anti-war and against Israel. So when I say ask yourself that question, why now? Why is it that all of a sudden now Charlie Kirk is attacked? I want you to look at the bigger picture. And you can already see it's already starting. Here we are with Fox News. It's already starting, folks. People are pointing fingers at each other. The right is blaming the left is blaming the right. Listen to this.
Yeah, this hits differently because Charlie was one of us. And Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. We got trans shooters. We got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us.
Does everybody see what is happening now? This is exactly what I said would happen. You had this coalition that was starting to form and I thought was really had a chance of taking off. And now we are right back where we were before. The left is after us. People on the left are like, the right is after us. So now there's this split again. Because as long as they can keep you hating each other, as long as you're on the left and they can make you hate people on the right, as long as you're on the right and they can make you hate people on the left, we will never really get anywhere in this country when it comes to fighting against the establishment, the elites, the billionaires. And that's what a lot of this comes down to. And that includes Israel as well. Doesn't everybody see what's really happening here? Doesn't everybody see what is real, what this is really all about? They have found a way to turn these groups against each other once again. Once again, you think Benjamin Netanyahu and his flack in the Likud party, you think they don't see what's happening here in American politics? You think they don't see that people on the left and people on the right don't want to be bothered with Israel anymore, want a genocide to stop? You think they don't see us calling out the fact that Israel should be a foreign agent, that we don't want to be beholden to Israel? They know exactly what's going on. And if they know what's going on, intelligence sees what's going on. And if intelligence sees that, of course, the billionaires see this as well. So I say this and I say this to say, again, you cannot expect the Black community to have this type of sympathy, this type of empathy for Charlie Kirk because of the things that he has said about the Black community. Does that mean that someone should be killed because of what they say? No. And for people who say that they're pro-free speech, you need to think about that for a second. Saying something and doing something are two different things. I believe that people have the right to say what they want. Do I believe they should be killed because they say it? No. That's why I asked the question again. Why now? So you see the division here. It's already starting. They're saying on Fox News, they said the left, they're after us. They're coming after us. Then it goes on to Donald Trump. He comes in and says the same thing. Everybody see the playbook here?
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. For
I don't know
years,
why-
those on the radical.
I don't know why that video is fuzzy like that, but you guys get the point. The point is this, folks. Does everybody see what's happening? And here we go with what is to come next. Donald Trump just told you so himself, going after organizations. What do you think that means? You don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu, which he is, you don't think he's not out here taunting around like he said, well, Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel. You guys don't see what this is really about, what's really happening now? This means going forward, you are going to see an increase in surveillance. Oh, how convenient, considering Palantir is all the buzz as of recent. This is going to cause an increase in the police state. This is going to cause a crackdown on protests or any other type of, and I'll go as far as to say this, the anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian type of movement. What do you think is going to happen from here? When he says he's going to go after organizations, think about all the organizations that participate in these protests. What do you guys think is coming? Now, Donald Trump has sent in the National Guard to D.C., talking about sending them to Chicago and then later Baltimore. Is Donald Trump going to send in the National Guard to Utah after what just happened? Probably not. This is all political. And this is exactly what the establishment wants. They want us to be divided politically. We were starting to come together in some way, shape, or form when it came to war, when it came to Israel, and now they have found a way to separate us once again. So I see a lot of people cheering this on, applauding this. I say the same thing that I said back then with George Floyd and all the rest of them. No, you should not be applauding this. People can say what they want to say. Yes, I get it. There are consequences that come with that, but people shouldn't be killed because of what they say. And I want you to think about what this means for political commentators as well, and for you. What happened to Charlie Kirk can happen to any one of us. Right now, they want you to believe that this doesn't happen.
I disagree with that. What happened to Charlie Kirk won't happen to me. I'm sorry, I got situational awareness. And I don't go places antagonizing people and saying all kinds of bullshit. Okay? He built his brand. Most people ain't doing this shit. Okay? He sacrificed his life to be a goofy ass, racist ass caricature of himself and all the goofy ass white man of America. It's not going to happen to me. So no, I don't speak over my life. I rebuke that. That was not going to happen to me. Number 2, to sit here and say, oh, people shouldn't be killed for what they want, for what they say. Shut up. If anybody said death to America, they'd be killed in like 3 seconds by the Pentagon. They're going to drop a drone at your exact location. Like, please go somewhere with that shit. You can get killed for what you said. So make sure you said the right thing. If you say, I'm going to take the life of a president, you think they're going to let you live? Okay, you think they're gonna let you live? You think if you say, oh, I'm gonna go shoot up a school, you think they're gonna let you live? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? You can't just say whatever the fuck you want to say. And you can't just say whatever the fuck you want to say about just anybody. That's the thing. So no, what happened to Charlie Kirk will never happen to me. Because that's not my brand. I don't have a hateful brand. Okay? If you're like Charlie Kirk and you're hateful, you're racist, you say all this crazy shit, you take money from the Zionists, and then you want to criticize the Zionists. You want to expose a whole pedophile ring called the Epstein list. Good luck to your ass. I know better than to fuck with them crazy ZZs. I'm not messing with these people. Okay? He had a hateful brand, and he was greedy, and he took money from the mob, from the ZZ mob. Even Trump don't feel sorry for his ass because he told them, drop that shit. Stop talking about Epstein. Leave that shit alone. That boy didn't want to listen. So it ain't gonna happen to me. I'm gonna live long. I will see my kids get married. I will see my grandkids. I even think I will see my great-grandkids. Because one thing we learned about Charlie Kirk is that you are a prophet over your life. One thing I have learned about Charlie Kirk, be very careful what you speak over your life. Everything he said is what happened to him. He said he wants to see public execution. The man got killed in public. He said that, people dying of gun violence is the price to pay in order to have the Second Amendment right. He got killed of gun violence. Everything he spoke became his portion. He ate the fruit of his mouth. He ate the fruit of his tongue. So yeah, that's why his life ended like that. Me, I bless myself. I don't curse myself. I don't go and trigger people. I don't have a hateful brain. I might cut your ass out though, but I don't have a hateful brain. So no, you can't say that, Sabrina. No, it happened to him for a list of reasons, and I'm sure he knows. Well, you know what I'm saying? That's it. He wasn't killed for what he said. Okay, he been saying shit. Nobody killed him. So obviously it's more than that. He been saying shit for like 13 years. Nobody try to smoke that dude. Exactly. He was a prophet over his life, and everything he said is what happened to him. I don't talk like that. So it's not gonna happen to me. I'm gonna get old. I might even make it to 100. I'm gonna see my great kids. Hello, somebody. Okay, I'm gonna be outside, looking good, being black, and it's not gonna crack. Okay, exactly. Everything he said, public execution. Oh, we should have public execution. And then he said, make it quick. And the way that person shot his ass, it was so damn quick. He said, oh, it's okay to die to gun violence. That's the cost. Okay.
Happened to people on the left. This is a lie. Many of us on the left have received death threats, and not just recently, but over the years. You don't have to like who Charlie Kirk was, but next time it could be somebody else. Next time it could be someone that you do like. It could be any one of us that do political commentary. Any one of us.
No.
It could be you.
Nope. Hell no.
And I don't think people are seeing this for what this really is. I don't think they're looking at the big picture. I think that people are focusing on, he said these things, he said that thing. So I don't really care what happens to him. But what I'm here to tell you is that is exactly what the establishment wants. They're sitting in their rooms right now, smoking cigars. They're happy. They're happy. They said, look, just like that, we got them to turn their focus off of what was happening with these wars in the military and Israel. We have separated them once again and got them to bicker at each other. And that is another reason why I really believe this was a professional hit. I believe this has intel all over it. I really do. You can see from this picture here. This is the closest I think we've been able to see. The shooter was on the roof. Here's an image here. And then here's another image here on the roof. And then I don't know who these people are, but there were people on the roof of the building. People on the roof of the building. People have been asking me, what about security, etc. This was an outdoor campus event. And as someone that's worked at the universities for a long time, a lot of times the outdoor campus events, there may be like one security guard, like right at the entrance to check to make sure the people who are supposed to attend that event are the ones that are coming in. But for the most part, the outdoor events, it's not so much like that. For example, when I was at MIT, when I worked at MIT, Matt Damon was one of the commencement speakers, one of the years that I worked there. And he was walking around like the halls of MIT with one security guard. When once he was outside, like that was it. That was it. So people have been asking me about that. And I just
you cannot compare Matt Damon, even though Matt is a racist, but he keeps his mouth shut. Like his brand is of an actor. Okay, Agent Bourne and shit. Like I do believe Matt Damon has said some crazy shit. I think he's a racist. But nonetheless, because most of those boys from Boston, all these white boys from Boston, they racist in the motherfucker. Like they racist here. But he keeps his mouth shut. So when you think of Matt Damon, you think of a movie actor. He don't that's not polarizing. He don't have a polarizing brand. Charlie Kirk does. Like Matt Damon is not out here trying to start bullshit with trans people and this and that and that. Like he's not. Okay? He said something crazy one time, got roasted, and he never spoke again because he was dealt with. So why would he be afraid to walk around MIT? He don't have a toxic brand. Charlie knows he has a toxic brand. Even before he got shot, he was still bad-mouthing black people. Make that make sense? And he took pride in being toxic. Charlie is toxic. You can't compare that to Matt Damon. So most people are free to go and do their shit. Don't be toxic. Do not be polarizing. Don't demonize people. Don't take money from the ZZs. And you're going to be fine. Like, stop trying to fearmonger. Like, it's kind of weird.
I wanted to give you my experience of that. And we can even see here from this picture, this is a video actually, where they try to point out the shooter. Right there. Right there, running on the roof. So does this seem familiar to you? Doesn't this kind of remind you of the Trump rally where the shooter was on the roof? And then you have Benjamin Netanyahu coming in here. Charlie Kirk was murdered for speaking truth and defending freedom. A lion-hearted friend of Israel. He fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization. I spoke to him only 2 weeks ago and invited him to Israel. Sadly, that visit will not take place. We lost an incredible human being. His boundless pride in America and his valiant belief in free speech will leave a lasting impact. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. First of all, how does Benjamin Netanyahu know why Charlie Kirk was killed? How does he know why he was killed? The shooter has not been captured. Still, how does he know the reason why Charlie Kirk was killed? I found it very strange yesterday that a lot of Israeli politicians were very quick to tweet after he was shot, and then again after he was killed. And I bring that up because of this. Just recently, Charlie Kirk.
Maverick is over here screaming, right? But it's not what I told y'all. If you have not apprehended the killer, if you haven't spoken to the killer, if you do not have a manifesto, then how do you know why he was killed? Isn't that what I said? This is my first time watching her video. That makes no sense. But they want the narrative to be he was killed because of his opinion, right? So that way you sanitize him, you canonize him as a saint, fighter of free speech in America. Now that's not what the fuck he was doing. He's a fucking troll. Okay? We don't know why he was killed. You have to have the killer, and then the killer got to tell you why he killed the man. Then you can say, oh, this is why he was killed. But we don't know why he was killed. For all we know, Charlie Kirk could have slept with somebody's wife. Now he smoked out. We don't know why he was killed. But they want you to keep repeating it. So that way, the more you repeat it, then you'll start to believe it. Like, oh, he died for his opinion. So then he's a martyr. Then he's a hero. Then he's like a vanguard of free speech. Wumpty wump wump. No, the fuck he was not. All he did was slander people. Okay? We don't know why he was killed. We don't know. Even this young man, it might even be this young man. It could have been anybody on that roof though. Like, I don't give a fuck. Right? But if Bibi's coming out and Bibi is saying, oh, he died because of free speech, you need to believe something else. Whatever they want you to believe, that it is. Something else is behind this. Like, they're a bunch of liars.
Was on Meg Kelly's show. Let me go ahead and put this up here. He was on Megyn Kelly's show talking about Israel. Listen to this.
Sudden, like, I host a person that I moderate the debate of, mind you, right? And I give equal time to Josh Hammer, equal time to a pro-Israel advocate, and my moral character is being put into question. And so I think it's a hyper paranoid, like, we're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice. But it goes to the point where, if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government about backlash than actual Israelis do. Mm-hmm. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's not right.
You hear that? He was starting to question. It seems like to me, there's another one here. This was very recent. Listen to what he said to Ben Shapiro about Israel.
Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border. It's like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, this all.
You see, even Ben, Ben's getting annoyed. You see this? Even Ben's getting annoyed. He's getting annoyed. Like, boy, we gave you money, bitch. We gave you money, bitch. Right? Look at Ben, y'all. Ben is getting fucking annoyed. He is getting annoyed. Like, bitch, that direct deposit hit. What kind of game you fucking playing? Okay? What kind of game are you fucking playing? Look at his body language, y'all. Look. Okay? Like, bitch, the money hit your account, right? So, what the fuck?
And Shapiro about Israel.
Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border. It's like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be? And how does...
You get the point. He was starting to question Israel. He was starting to ask questions. I don't know. This whole Israel thing is starting to be a little bit weird for me, even when it came to Epstein and Israel and Epstein being massaged.
Lies that Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis.
Charlie Kirk was starting to ask questions about Israel. And this gentleman here, which this tweet really went viral, his name is Harrison Smith. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Okay, so here he is right here explaining himself.
Viral from last month. It's now the #1 tweet on anything Benjamin Netanyahu is posting. So thanks, guys. Really glad I'm on his radar now. That's cool. But it's true. I mean, I don't really have too much to add to it, honestly. I'm not going to say who it was that told me because they asked me not to, kind of for obvious reasons. So if they want to go public, they're more than welcome to. I don't have much to add to it other than basically like a month ago, I watched an interview with Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk, and I thought they looked scared, and I commented on that, made a video out of it. And then like a day or so later, I was talking to this person, and the way I remember the conversation going was that we were just talking about sort of Israel and Zionism and Zionist influencers, and Charlie Kirk came up, and I remember the other person saying to me, well, you know, Charlie Kirk says he's afraid to go against Israel because he thinks they might kill him. And I said, that's crazy because I just made that video about how Charlie Kirk seems scared. That's crazy that you're saying that.
Does everybody, like, guys, just connect the dots? Does everybody see what's really happening here? So people say, well, Israel would go after someone on the left, not someone on the right. To me, that seems a little too obvious. Because Charlie Kirk was still pro-Israel, but he was starting to question it. And he wasn't questioning it in private. He was questioning it on his show. Now, as of right now, the shooter, right now, we don't know who the shooter is. And you have people, commentators that are saying it's this person's fault. It's that person's fault.
And the thing is also, it's who's questioning Israel. See, if Charlie had like a small channel, like 5,000 subs, 50,000 subs, even like me, like 100,000 subs, and you question Israel, don't care. But the reach, like that's why it's, also America's here. That's why it's so different. That's why it's so different. He has millions of followers. Millions. So when he questions, that's 20 million people questioning Israel. You crazy? Are you crazy? Your platform is too big for you to want to start being a critical thinker. Like Trump said, you didn't even finish college. Okay? You didn't have enough patience to get a degree. Now you want to get a PhD in Israeli intel. Sit your goofy ass college dropout ass down. You crazy?
We don't know who the shooter is. But based on the video that I saw and the fact that as of right now, the shooter still has not been captured, I point towards intelligence. And I would not be surprised if there was some involvement here from Israel. It doesn't mean that it was, an Israeli that did this. But I would not put it past. Guys, we had Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., JFK, RFK killed in this country. Are people forgetting what country this is? When people sit up there and they say that, people are saying it now, this is not who America is. This is not who we are as a country. We're not a violent country. America is a violent country. Let's stop pretending that we're something that we're not. Right after Charlie Kirk was shot, there was another mass shooting. Right after. We were just talking about a shooting that happened at a Catholic school just a week or so ago. Stop saying that. This is exactly who America is. But the fact that people aren't putting the pieces together, use your minds, use your brains, put the pieces together. They came at like all these people that have been killed in this country by intel. And people say, well, they wouldn't do that to Charlie Kirk. They could do it to anybody. Anybody that they see no longer fits their bottom line. He was starting to question it. He was starting to question Israel. And that's why I believe that intel was all behind this. And there's a new update here about the shooter from Brian Allen here. It says, breaking, FBI now investigating possible foreign intelligence links to Charlie Kirk's assassin. This just went from domestic tragedy to international chessboard. Multiple leads suggest the shooter may have been tied directly or indirectly to foreign intel networks. Now, this was published after I pretty much came to this conclusion on my own, which I thought, I was like, this could be intel. Again, the shooter has not been captured. I don't want to keep you guys all day, but I want to say this. What happened to Charlie Kirk can happen to, again, anybody. And any political commentator.
That happened to anybody. That is not true. Like, Israel's not gonna be here trying to kill everybody. No, Charlie Kirk, it happened to Charlie because he's Charlie. Like, he's white, he's conservative, he's a Christian, whatever. He speaks to the class of people that Israel needs in order to continue having America give money to Israel so they can exist. So that's not me. Like, I don't have that base. Candace don't have that base. Now, Megyn Kelly, maybe. Right? But white conservative American men of a certain age group, but like under the age of 50, matter a lot to Israel because the boomers are dying. So they want to make sure that they have the new age of white, racist white boys in lock. Okay? So Charlie with, I don't know, 8 million on TikTok. I don't know how many people he had on Instagram, but ultimately he has over 4 or 5 million followers. Like, right? He has a bunch of followers. So that's different. That's different. If you have 20,000 people and you talk about Israel, they don't give a fuck about you because you don't have no reach. You don't have the reach. So no, it's not going to happen to everybody. I've rebuked that in the name of Jesus. It happened to Charlie. Right? That's it. Like Candace, they might even kill this heifer. I think Candace with the Macron case, they're going to try to have her file for bankruptcy. They might try to bankrupt her ass. But Candace also doesn't have that demographic. She hasn't captured the hearts of young, white, conservative, so-called Christian, white American boys under the age of 50. She talks about this bullshit like gossip, like, oh, this lady has a penis, right? Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively and shit like that. Like, she's doing like pop culture bullshit. She's the new Wendy Williams of YouTube, right? So, like, they might just try to bankrupt her ass and teach her a lesson. But Charlie Kirk is different. It's really different. So you can't only guess it can happen to no. It's not going to happen to everybody. It happened to his ass. Like, what the heck? Exactly. Exactly. Like, you let them people money hit your account. They send that big ass wire shit. Direct deposit hit. Now you want to start questioning shit. You want to start questioning them people after you took their money. Now you want to start doing virtue signaling. You want to start pandering to your crowd. Oh, good night. He is crazy. He is really crazy.
So think about that. There are a number of us that go to events that have, that speak at these events.
I don't.
That speak at rallies. Could happen to any one of us. At the same time, people do have to understand, and I cannot stress this enough, do have to understand, you cannot expect the Black community to come out and mourn Charlie Kirk after the way that he has demonized and vilified the Black community over the years. 3, the fact that he's been doing that over the years, people need to ask, why did this happen now? What has changed? 4, the change is he was starting to question Israel and did so publicly on his show. That's a problem for Israel. People were starting to talk about that there's a possibility that Charlie Kirk could run for president. Israel saw him as someone, yeah, this is a great ally of ours. We know we got a believer in him. This is going to be great. He started to waver on that. You have the video from the gentleman telling you that Charlie Kirk believed that if he were to change his mind or turn on Israel, that they would kill him. Shows that there was some type of fear there. And then last but not least, the left and the right were starting to come together for some type of an anti-war coalition to push back against sending money to Israel, to push back against a genocide in Gaza, to push back against the U.S. being attached at the hip to Israel. And lo and behold, they found a way to break that up. These are the things that I want you to think about. We'll have to stay tuned to find out what other information is revealed, but it is very telling that they still have not found the shooter. Think about that. Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
At Utah Valley University, although many undoubtedly and naturally will focus on the shooting, their potential political affiliation and motivations of the shooter as well, I decided I would reflect on the man and discuss my initial thoughts, having observed the reactions on social media, as well as his legacy. He leaves behind a wife and 2 kids. What was going through the mind of those people who laughed, who cheered, and even brought their children out to watch for entertainment? And then I look at today, and I think about the fact that I've seen the countless comments, remarks, jokes, general glee and happiness of those that found out the news that Charlie Kirk was here no more. For those of us who are the descendants of Jim Crow, specifically, who are the most excited and most happy.
He said, oh, what he said? People who brought their kids out to watch and laugh. These are white people. White people used to bring their kids out to watch black people get lynched. They used to bring food, crackers. I mean, crackers, like literally themselves and the crackers, right? They used to, it was a thing for them. It was a pastime. Look at this. They burning this black man, right? They've always brought their kids to watch them kill people. This is nothing new for black people. Here are their kids. There you go. Here are their kids. Like, what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? When have white people not brought their children to witness murder? When have white Americans not brought out their children to witness black people get slaughtered? Is this a joke? You Stockholm Syndrome Negroes, like these people are fucking weird. Oh, they brought their kids out. That's American tradition. Mavi, hold on. Okay. What the freak? Okay. They've always brought out their kids. There you go. You see, their kids are there. They always bring out their children. Because that was a rite of passage to being white. You need to see this because one day you're going to do it. There you go. These are white Americans. What are we even talking? Do they know who these people are? Child, please. Do they know these people? Like, they're fucking weird. I think they really believe that white people are the people from like Disney Channel. Like, no. Okay? Because I gotta blur some pictures. Oh, well, you see, you can't even see this stuff. You see? Here's the little girl right there. You see? Little white girl, or little white boy. See? Bunch of little white children. And that's a black man on a tree. They've always brought their children to watch them kill people. Here's a little bunch of little white kids right there. Bunch of little white kids right there. What? White people? They kill in front of their children. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a rite of passage for white people. It's a rite of passage for white children to witness a black person get lynched. Where do you think white people learn to be so racist? Children are not born racist. Children are not born hateful. They learn to hate. They learn to hate. They learn racism. They learn that stuff out. Okay? So every baby is born blank. Every baby is born with a blank heart. They don't know about social construct. I'm black, I'm white, this and that. They don't know none of that kind of stuff. So when you see a bunch of white children be so hateful, they were groomed into being hateful. They were groomed into being racist. It's their culture. Like, what is he even talking about? They're so weird. It's like they want to feel bad for that man so badly. Go ahead and feel bad for him. But stop being a weirdo. Like, really stop being a weirdo. What?
About the death of this individual. What has become of us that we are anything like those in those photos?
What?
Who we would have considered to be nothing more than animals.
What?
Who lost their humanity.
What? I don't even know.
Maybe in seeing some of the reactions and responses in our group texts, in our social media feeds, maybe we've even posted or shared ourselves, maybe we aren't as
of questions from you guys in regards to the shooting of Charlie Kirk on yesterday. What are my thoughts? Do I have any opinions on it? You know, I have thoughts. You know, I have opinions. I needed to take some time to process my thoughts and opinions. And even now, I'm not 100% sure that I have thoroughly and fully processed my thoughts and opinions. However, I will say, as we move through this video, I will say that I am enjoying a delicious cup of coffee this morning in one of my pretty mugs that was gifted to me by one of my wonderful supporters.
You know, Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck while speaking on campus at Utah College. And yeah, I ain't got nothing for him. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, I don't have nothing for him. Somebody was like, oh, Funky Dineva, be nice, be nice. His kids was out there in the audience where his kids should have been at school where everybody else's was. Okay, the simple fact that you touring the world, having your kids following behind you while you go out there and spread hate and all that type of hateful rhetoric. What do y'all honestly want us to do with any of this? What are we supposed to do with any of this? I hope you're not expecting black people to feel no waste time. And I'm going to tell you something because
you know what though? Let's take a moment for Funky Dineva and the upgrade. Q, that's a beautiful setup. That's beautiful. I love the upgrade. It's nice that you're investing into your content. That's really nice. Great quality. That's really pretty. I like it. It's beautiful.
Already see some of y'all black folks was in my comments earlier today with that praise the Lord, Jesus turn the other cheek shit. Oh my God, Funky Dineva, somebody died. Do you think that mother effer would have felt that way if it was you?
Nope. No.
Do I need to remind you about all the hateful things that this man had to say about George Floyd?
You do. You need to remind them. Y'all, I wish I had them. The fans. Where the fans at? Whoa. Got my boots on the ground. Right? People ain't got nothing for y'all. Pew. I'm gonna go buy me a fan. Maybe we're gonna go buy a fan from Walmart. Mommy needs a fan. Okay? Where the fans at? Like, we ain't got nothing for you. Okay? Whoa. Got my boots on the ground. Okay? This man wouldn't have cried a damn for you. Like, yeah, and mind you, if a black person died, like, yeah, they probably stole from Walmart. He'd be like, she stole from Walmart. She stole your job. Like, he's all kinds of trifling shit. Charlie didn't care. He even said empathy is a woke word. Like, the stuff is just made up. Can you imagine? This dude is crazy. Any black person died or got killed, like, yeah, you probably stole something. You were probably on fentanyl. He's in this little tub. You're probably on fentanyl. You probably stole something. You're probably a DI person. Like, he is fucking crazy. He is fucking crazy. Yeah, it's gang violence. And she got killed by her baby daddy. Like, he is so damn crazy. He hates black people. Like, please, where my fans at? Ooh.
Well, you know, I find it to be reaping what you sow, karma, working overtime, the ancestors up there doing what they need to do in the spiritual realm, because we watched George Floyd die on TV and he didn't feel no ways tired, and we watch your ass lose your life on TV and I don't feel no ways tired. Not to mention this man was a staunch opponent for gun rights and so on and so forth, and he said he said out of his own mouth that in order to preserve the amendment and to uphold the amendment that lives would have to be lost. Well, I find it fitting that yours was one of the ones that needed to be lost. And if you guys need any reminders of some of the controversial things that this man has said along the way, let me just remind you before you get to trying to feel some ways tired. Exposing critical race tour, Kirk referred to George Floyd as a scumbag. He claimed that the racial justice movement following Floyd's death was an overreaction and repeatedly debunked information about overreaction and repeated debunked information about George Floyd's criminal history. When it came to criticism about diversity in 2025, Kirk expressed the view that hiring practices should be based on excellence, not diversity. He cited that anecdotal examples of alleged drops in hiring standards, particularly in air traffic control industries, and stated, I do not believe diversity is strength. Systematic racism line. Turning Point USA and Kirk have published content arguing that systematic racism is a myth. The titles of these posts frame the existence of systematic racism as a perpetuated lie by the left. Debunking white privilege. Kirk has also published videos for Turning Point where he says that white privilege is just a myth. Race mongering. Accusations in September 25th, the CNN political commentator Van Jones accused Kirk of race mongering. Jones commented that Kirk's discussion of high-profile murder case involving women and their children on the light rail. Let me tell you something. This man was not a good individual. He was not a good individual. Of course, the human part of me is always going to feel something like, yeah, people shouldn't be going around shooting people, but you also shouldn't be going around inciting people to chorus, to start race wars and to be racist and to all this other hateful stuff that you was going around trying to put into the impressionable minds of college students. And then you're supposed to expect, let me tell y'all one thing about me, Black people, we are done turning the other cheek. I have no interest in issuing any level of condolences. I have no interest in giving a damn about his wife. I have no interest in giving a damn about his children. I have no interest in giving a damn about his family. I have no interest in giving a damn about his legacy. I actually find it to be poetic justice that he died the way he did, out there spreading hate. God don't like ugly, and he ain't too crazy about pretty either. And I'm going to tell y'all the icing on the cake. I'm so glad that it was a white man that shot his ass in Utah, of all places. White on white crime. When is we going to stop white on white crime? The white on white crime is just, it's so out of control. These white thugs, these white criminals, these white hoodlums. I would be curious to know now, for his family and his children that was in their audience, how do they feel about gun laws now? All the conservative Republicans, all of y'all want to strike down the laws, the guns, and prohibit people about getting. How do y'all feel about guns now? All my Texans and all the people that support the NRA and all of this stuff, how do y'all feel about guns now? Please, I don't want nobody coming to me talking about we need gun reform. I don't want nobody coming around to me talking about we need background checks. And as a matter of fact, what you can come to me and talk about is how we need to start dialing back the rights of white men with guns, because following Donald Trump's logic, following that shooting in Minnesota by the trans person, trans people somehow are not qualified or eligible to have guns because they're considered to be mentally ill. Well, let's talk about the white men's with guns problem that we seem to have in the USA. White men's with guns need their rights dialed back, because this is what happened. Our great conservative leaders get shot down to the neck. They get assassinated like the great Martin Luther King, when white men are allowed to be unhinged in this country with guns. Now, I will say this to the white man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true. White men are allowed to be unhinged with guns. It's true. Because when a white man has a gun, he's protecting his family. He's protecting his country. He's a patriot, right? Notice that any white man with a gun is seen as a patriot. If you're a Black person and you have a gun, you're a thug. Okay? That's how they think. But yet, patriot, so that's okay? Nah.
Shot his ass. I ain't gonna never tell nobody to go out there and shoot people, but I'm also not gonna stop them if they shooting somebody that I don't care for. Hear me clearly. I don't want to bring the Lord in this, because I was about to say he did the Lord's work. I'm not gonna bring the Lord into this, but I will say he did the will of the people. Okay, let me tell you something, and I stand by what I'm about to say. The only way things in this country are going to change is if white people change them, white men in particular. And I'm going to tell you something. These people on the right hand side, they believed in guerrilla warfare. They believed in politics by any means necessary. And they believed in insurrection. And they believed in guns. And they believed in violence. And they believed in all this other stuff where you live by the sword and you die by the sword. I don't want to hear no think pieces from anybody on TikTok, from anybody from the White House, from anybody in the Republican Party talking about what we need to do and the issues. Is we finna send the National Guard to Utah? is we finna send the National Guard to Utah, because if we not finna send the National Guard to Utah, then we don't need to be sending the National Guard to anywhere. And but first, unfortunately, guys, Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck while how we get in it? How did we get in it? We were minding our business today, and we were minding our business yesterday in Utah. How did we get in it? In this very moment, we don't know what the motive was behind the assassination. We can probably guess.
We don't know why he was killed. Like, oh, he was killed for free speech. No, he wasn't.
We can speculate. We don't know the motive, but we know hands down and 100% that the person who shot Charlie Kirk was a white man. How the hell did we get in it? Racist white people, y'all just want to be mad with us for any and everything.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I could understand if y'all were upset with white liberals. I could understand if y'all were upset with Democrats as a whole. I can understand if you were mad with liberals as a whole. Why are you targeting HBCUs with bomb threats? We don't even live in Utah. We don't even know where Utah is at. There are no black people in Utah with the exception of Mary Crosby, and she is a preacher. We know she didn't damn do it because she's too busy taking crazy pills and wearing St. John tweed jackets down to the swimming pool. How did we get in it? And the funny thing about it is, this situation on some level or another is going to fuel the pending race war that's already about to take place in this doggone country, but we don't have anything to do with it. And then y'all got the mitigated gall, I'm assuming, to be upset with us because we are not mourning the death of Charlie Kirk. He was not our hero. He was not our friend. He was not an ally of the community. And most importantly, we are not the ones that shot him. So why are you bothering us? Now, I give you permission to feel some type of way that we don't give a damn that he died, because we don't. We don't give a damn that he died. The general, I nominate me to speak on behalf of the General Black Collective. And the General Black Collective, although nobody would ever commission a murder and nobody wants anybody to go around and shooting people, we honestly don't give a damn that he's dead, because he honestly didn't give a damn when people like us died. We're matching energy, but we didn't kill that doggone man. So leave us the hell alone. This is not a black people problem. This is a crazy, unhinged white men's with guns problem, okay? The second thing that I want to mention about this Charlie Kirk thing as it relates to leaving us alone, the foundation that has been laid that created this situation is a situation that was created by white men, racism, and white supremacy. Y'all thought it was fun and games when y'all were going around and shooting hateful rhetoric towards anybody who was not white and Christian. Y'all thought it was all fun and games. When those people in Minnesota, those lawmakers in Minnesota got shot and killed, y'all didn't have, where was the outrage then? Where was the outrage then? Now, all of a sudden, one of you guys is figureheads that spits all that hateful rhetoric that y'all love to hear and love to direct at other people. Now that he's gone, all of a sudden, why are you mad with us? Like, seriously, why are you mad with black? Are you mad because we don't give a damn? I know some of us are rejoicing. Are you mad because some people are rejoicing? I just don't understand how the death of Charlie Kirk became a black people issue. Leave us alone. We didn't like him. We didn't go. You know how your mama say, stay from Ryan now? We stayed from Ryan now. We didn't even go Ryan now. We don't even go to school in Utah. According to y'all, we so incompetent as a race of people, we don't even know how to spell Utah, yet alone how to drive Ryan now. We was not Ryan now. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. And speaking of Charlie Kirk, a professor at UCF canceled class today, guys. Here's what he had to say. It shots out.
The FBI providing a massive update on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, announcing 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who you're...
How we get in it? White men, race. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Y'all, please do not be mad at me. I'm around here in the bathroom trying to primp and all this different stuff, getting ready for the show, and had no idea that it was 8 o'clock. Then when I looked down at my phone and realized it was 8 o'clock, I had the doggone pee. So I'm 3 minutes late. I allow y'all to dock me from my pay. But welcome, 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 welcome. And guys, let me tell y'all something. I am just still overjoyed and having so much fun. I don't know if I've told y'all this before, but I don't like watching myself, right? Like, I hate watching myself on TV. I hate listening to my voice on voice messages and whatnot. So I rarely look at my videos. Once I do them, I'll put them up in the air and that just be what it be. But I went back and looked at yesterday's show and I read through all of the comments. And I want to just thank you guys for the overwhelming positivity that everybody's been talking about, how great the show looks and how professional it looks. And I must say, as the days go on, I'm starting to get more and more and more and more and more and more pleased with the situation, especially considering how much money I sank into this endeavor. And it was a lot of money, guys. The return on investment is definitely coming. I definitely see it. And I wanted to share this with you guys. Am I the only person that every now and again, they fall out of love with what they do for a living? So every now and again, I go through this thing where I'm not really excited about doing this. And then I have to have these come to Jesus meetings with myself. And it's like, Q, you know, you love the lifestyle that you created. And if you don't do this, then what else are you going to do? And the beautiful thing about this whole new situation is that it's given me a brand new spark, a brand new vigor. And I'm super duper excited to be here doing this with you guys every night at 8 o'clock. Additionally, y'all don't think a bitch got no pieces. So when I originally was going to do the show as 9/11, as a result of this white man killing Charlie Kirk. Take a look.
On pause. At least 6 historically black colleges have halted activities after receiving potential threats against their campuses. The lockdown measures come in the wake of yesterday's shooting of Charlie Kirk, though officials have not linked any of those threats to that shooting. Our Alex Brachet joins us now with more. So what are we learning about the threats and the lockdowns and where it's taking place, Alex?
Yeah, Kira. So we're tracking now at least 7 of these HBCUs that have been under lockdown in the past 24 hours following that assassination of Charlie Kirk. That includes Alabama State, Hampton, Virginia State, Southern, Bethune-Cookman, Clark Atlanta, and also Spelman there in Atlanta. Now, some of these universities have already begun the process of lifting these lockdowns or shelter in places. Others have, like Southern, have actually extended those through the weekend. They canceled classes through the weekend, which at this moment, that is the longest extension of this lockdown. But I can tell you that the FBI has released a statement. I don't know if we have a full screen of it, but it does say that the FBI takes these threats very seriously because it puts innocent people at risk. While we have no information to indicate a credible threat, we will continue to work with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to gather, share, and act upon threat information as it comes.
And I want to end the video right there. Now, here's what I got to say. How we get in it? How did we get in it? We were minding our business today, and we were minding our business yesterday in Utah. How did we get in it? In this very moment, we don't know what the motive was behind the assassination. We can probably guess. We can speculate. We don't know the motive, but we know hands down and 100% that the person who shot Charlie Kirk was a white man. How the hell did we get in it? Racist white people, y'all just want to be mad with us for any and everything. You know what I'm saying? I could understand if y'all were upset with white liberals. I could understand if y'all were upset with Democrats as a whole. I can understand if you were mad with liberals as a whole. Why are you targeting HBCUs with bomb threats? We don't even live in Utah. We don't even know where Utah is at. There are no black people in Utah with the exception of Mary Crosby, and she is a preacher. We know she didn't damn do it because she's too busy taking crazy pills and wearing St. John tweed jackets down to the swimming pool. How did we get in it? And the funny thing about it is this situation on some level or another is going to fuel the pending race war that's already about to take place in this doggone country, but we don't have anything to do with it. And then y'all got the mitigated gall, I'm assuming, to be upset with us because we are not mourning the death of Charlie Kirk. He was not our hero. He was not our friend. He was not an ally of the community. And most importantly, we are not the ones that shot him. So why are you bothering us? Now, I give you permission to feel some type of way that we don't give a damn that he died, because we don't. We don't give a damn that he died. The general, I nominate me to speak on behalf of the General Black Collective. And the General Black Collective, although nobody would ever commission a murder and nobody wants anybody to go around and shooting people, we honestly don't give a damn that he's dead, because he honestly didn't give a damn when people like us died. We're matching energy, but we didn't kill that doggone man. So leave us the hell alone. This is not a black people problem. This is a crazy, unhinged white men with guns problem, okay? The second thing that I want to mention about this Charlie Kirk thing as it relates to leaving us alone, the foundation that has been laid that created this situation is a situation that was created by white men, racism, and white supremacy. Y'all thought it was fun and games when y'all were going around and shooting hateful rhetoric towards anybody who was not white and Christian. Y'all thought it was all fun and games. When those people in Minnesota, those lawmakers in Minnesota got shot and killed, y'all didn't have, where was the outrage then? Where was the outrage then? Now, all of a sudden, one of you guys is figureheads that spits all that hateful rhetoric that y'all love to hear and love to direct at other people. Now that he's gone, all of a sudden, why are you mad with us? Like, seriously, why are you mad with black? Are you mad because we don't give a damn? I know some of us are rejoicing. Are you mad because some people are rejoicing? I just don't understand how the death of Charlie Kirk became a black people issue. Leave us alone. We didn't like him. We didn't go. You know how your mama say, stay from right now? We stayed from right now. We didn't even go right now. We don't even go to school in Utah. According to y'all, we so incompetent as a race of people, we don't even know how to spell Utah, yet alone how to drive right now. We was not right now. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. And speaking of Charlie Kirk, a professor at UCF canceled class today, guys. Here's what he had to say. And shouts out to Tesla and Figaro, who I'm going to have on the show as soon as she wants to be, so we can talk about some of this when we get some more details. Tesla sent me the story today. And shouts out to America Best with these glasses, bitch, because I can see the damn screen. But Professor John Aedo wrote at UCF, the University of Central Florida, "Hi, everyone. I absolutely hate that I have to write." Oh, let me back up. In the wake of the colleges being threatened and black students being threatened on college campuses, here is what a white professor wrote to his students. "Hi, everyone. I absolutely hate that I have to write this, but here we are. Hopefully it's not too late, but I need to say something. I've already talked to a few of you, so forgive me if I repeat myself here. I know that many of you are scared right now because there is an alleged threat against black students. So far, the threat hasn't been deemed credible. As much as I can ask that you still come to class, if for no other reason than to show your defiance, are you going to let a racist psycho get in between you and your education? That's what it's about. It's about actually killing black. It's not about actually killing black people. It's about making you afraid and keeping you from your future. Don't be afraid. You're not alone. You have a campus that genuinely cares for your safety. I know that the overwhelming majority of students and faculty have your back. We are all on high alert. We have each other's back now. I hope to see you in class today." Now, how tone deaf and white privilege latent is this statement? And trust and believe, I was ready to go in and let have on Mr. White Man, but one of his black students got his ass together so eloquently in her classy-based professional response. So student Takara Prince said, "Dear Professor Ado, whatever. I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to inform you that I will not be attending COP 4910 6 p.m. class today due to the concerns for my personal safety. In light of the recent threat made towards black students on campus, I do not feel comfortable coming to campus at this time. I understand that campus operations are resuming as normal. However, out of caution, I have decided to not take the risk. I will keep up with my class material and any assignments due." She said, I wanted to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding your recent message. As one of only 3 black students in your class and the only black woman, I am outraged by the lack of sensitivity and understanding shown towards the severity of this matter. Yes, I'm going to let a racist individual get in between me and my education because my safety and my mental well-being are at stake. The threat was made specifically to black students and included a manifesto that detailed exactly what the perpetrator intended to do. The email sent to UCF administration was explicitly about killing black people. That is not an abstract fear. It is a direct and credible threat to my life. And yes, it did make me afraid because that's
because that's a racist. pretending to be supportive, but they want you to come and see if you might get shot in the head, right? They're evil. They're all the same. They're fucking evil.
This purpose. As a Black woman at a predominantly white institution, I have always had to stay vigilant about my surroundings. To be told that I should still come to class as a show of defiance disregards the very fear and danger that students of color are facing. Respectfully, the threat is not to people who look like you. It is directed at people who look like me. You do not have to be on high alert because you are not being targeted for the color of your skin. I am not because of anything I have done, but simply because of the melanin in my skin. So no, I will not be attending class today. My life is worth 0.5% attendance. I hope you can reflect on how your words may have minimized the weight of such a targeted threat and how they will have impacted Black students in your classrooms who have to carry this fear in ways that others don't. Now, guys, while we're going around firing people for their insensitive words and things that they have to say in reference to this Charlie Kirk situation, like the next story that I'm about to get into about Matthew Dowd over at MSNBC, this is actually one of those situations where I think a whole bunch of parents should raise hell and his ass should be put on administrative leave. How dare you? And I understand, all the theories that you have, and we can't let people scare us. I understand all of that, but put your kids up front. Let your kids go first. Let your kids go first. Let the Hispanics go second. Let Latino for Trump go second. Let us go third or fourth. Send your children out there to the threat when the people make an open threat. And the unfortunate thing about it is, with some of the things that you don't understand, as a Black student on an all-white campus, we stick out like a sore thumb. Yes, ain't nobody taking that shit lightly, and I am sorry. This professor, in all honesty, needs to be brought in front of the review board for his extremely insensitive comments. And now we're gonna have to call the HR fish and let her do sensitivity training for every single professor at that school. And I'm sorry, every Black professor and professor of color needs to ice his ass out in the teacher lounge. How dare you? How dare you? Like that girl said, it wasn't a targeted threat on your life and people that look like you. So, of course, you can haphazardly just gallivant and traipse your ass around campus, but not with our kids, not with our melanin, and not with our lives, Professor E80 or 80 or whatever the hell it is. Moving right along to somebody who got fired, who shouldn't have got fired. Take a listen to what Matthew Dowd said over at MSNBC about the shooting, and let's talk about it.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Matthew Dowd, who joined MSNBC in 2022, appeared in a live broadcast Wednesday afternoon right after the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah. When asked about the tragic event, Dowd stated, "We don't know any of the full details as of yet. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration." He was then asked what the shooting says about the environment we're in currently. Dowd suggested that we're in a time where hateful rhetoric and actions can potentially spur obscene responses. He also described Charlie Kirk as divisive. Now, in a response, MSNBC President Rebecca Cutler put out a statement on social media apologizing for Dowd's words. "During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements as he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." Dowd has since tried to clear the air on socials. On an earlier appearance on MSNBC, I was asked a question on the environment we're in. "I apologize for my tone and my words. Let me be clear, in no way I intended for my comments to blame Kirk for his horrendous attack. Let us come together and condemn." So here's the thing. Matthew Dowd, in my personal opinion, did not say anything wrong. Can some people can some people perceive his sentiments to be insensitive? Absolutely. Particularly the people who are probably mourning Charlie Kirk's. Sure. But if I'm being perfectly honest, they don't light a candle to the insensitive comments that Kirk have said about all sorts of people throughout his rallies, in the press, on the news, and on his tours. So what are we talking about here? So what? A few people's feelings got hurt. And he didn't say or imply that it was Kirk's fault, but he was simply saying we live in a time where people are going around spitting all of this hateful rhetoric, and there is a chain reaction and a response when that types of stuff happens. Honestly and truthfully, I have no problem with it. And Rebecca, whoever you are, Miss President of MSNBC, I think you are a coward and your back is weak. I think you are a coward and your back is weak, because in a moment like this, you should have stood up for your employee. in a moment like this, you should have stood up against any heat or any backlash or anything. That man did not say anything wrong. Y'all asked him about the current environment that we are in, and he spoke directly to the current environment. We are in an environment where people are going around saying all types of hateful things, and it is causing chain reactions. That is the God honest truth. Now, if somebody wanted to receive that as him saying Kirk deserved to be shot, then that's on them. But that is not what that man said. That is not what he was implying. He was simply responding to the question asked about what type of environment that we are in. But don't you worry about it, because Matthew Dowd, I hope you get you one of the best damn lawyers out there, and you figure out a way for you to file a wrongful termination suit and take their ass for every goddamn thing that they doggone got. And speaking of taking them for what they got, I didn't take my medicine today because I got too many buttons and doohickeys in here to push. But Oliver came over to my house earlier today, and I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about that doggone Mika from Mika's Treats. I'm gonna tell you why I love her, because I just never know when she's gonna send me some stuff, guys. And I was like, oh, it's a box on my porch. And I was like, that box damn sure better not be from damn Mika, because she just sent me some stuff, guys. Look what Mika sent me. Oh, these look so good. 2 of the big, I'm assuming, oh, these got Oreos. These got Oreos in it, white chocolate chunks. Mika's Treat sent me 2 of these big old delicious chocolate cookies, and I actually cannot wait. Let me see what time it is. It's 8:30, so that means I can actually go ahead and take a piece now. Don't worry, for those of y'all that think I'm on drugs.
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know.
Well, let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action. I went to a school no one had ever heard of in Denver, Colorado, in a small suburb. I didn't go to Exeter or Andover. I didn't have college test prep. I just happened to be really nerdy and smart and have really good grades and good SAT scores. But someone came to Denver, Colorado to look for me. A Harvard recruiter flew to Denver, and I met up with her at the Village Inn restaurant and did a pre-interview to get to pull me into Harvard. I was pulled in, and the schools like Harvard and Yale that I got into affirmatively. Yes. And it was literally not saying we're going to take an unqualified person and put them in Harvard. Yes. We're going to take a very qualified person who we would never know existed and put them in Harvard. That's how I got there. That's how Ketanji got there. That's how Justice Jackson, I should say. Justice Jackson got there. It's how Clarence Thomas got there.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. And Joy Reid is, without a doubt, the dumbest narcissist on television. And by the way, none of them believe in affirmative action. You're trying to tell me if Sheila Jackson Lee, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Flight 781 with nonstop service from Houston, Texas to Washington Reagan National Airport. I want to tell you that we have Sheila Jackson Lee on board, and in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your 2 pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. Sheila Jackson Lee would be like, forget it, I'm off this plane. She would jump like, I ain't flying here. They don't believe it. Yeah, Andrew. But Ramon and Cadillac did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and they're black. Who cares? I don't care the color of the skin of the pilot. I care, are you there because you earned it?
Remember when we said that affirmative action being struck down is actually going to be a benefit all the way around for Black Americans? Now, we talked about it with the sense of the Asian community. We said that they're going to really see who's been holding them back in admissions. But let's talk about the white supremacists, those who for years tried to blame their mediocrity, for years tried to blame their failure on Black people, saying that I could not get into a college because they let a Black person in. As you heard Charlie Kirk say that these women was given positions that belong to white people. But why do you assume all positions belong to white people? It's because you have a white supremacist mindset. If you had a mindset to say, hey, you remember like y'all like to say, well, they should just choose the best person. And they chose the best people at the time. And actually, it was a good choice. Because let's talk about Joy Reid, right? Joy Reid said that she was a nerd. She got her schoolwork. I may not agree with the things Joy Reid says. I may not agree with her politics, but I'm going to tell you something about me and how I get down. Even though I may not agree with someone's politics in the community or certain mindsets, but if the white supremacists are just attacking them for no reason or straight lying on them, then I'm going to say something. To me, that's just a code that I live by. It's like this, when it comes to family, you can argue with family all day long. Y'all can be at each other's throats all day. But when it comes to somebody on the outside, you pause all that and say, wait a minute, I could tell them something, but not you. But let's get to Charlie Kirk here. So just his background. He dropped out of junior community college. He's a college dropout. He couldn't even make it.
For him to go to junior college, it means he didn't even qualify. He didn't even have the grade to get into college. So his GPA must have been horrible. I told y'all, he had a hard time making friends in school. And most likely he had a learning disability. He is socially awkward. That's why he has that weird tick when he talks. You know this girl that used to come here, bad glove, whatever. She's like, oh my gosh, how can you have this tick? I say, you bigoted African. You're blocked from my channel. Like this girl, and I hope you're watching this, even though I did block you, but you might make a fake account. But my thing is, when I made the commentary about Carmelo, you didn't mean more than I peep everything. I see everything. The goofy ass people I don't do. When I made the comment about Carmelo Anthony, some people went quiet. I see everything. You hateful ass, bigoted ass African people, fuck you. Get the fuck off my channel. You got she's fucking blocked. And I told her, girl, shut up. Because since the Carmelo thing, I've been looking at you sideways. Get the fuck out of here. You think when your black children, because she's in Canada, right? Her goofy ass. You think when your black kids, or with your Nigerian ass, you think when your black kids are in Canada, white people see them as Nigerian? They see little niggas, okay? Stop thinking that y'all so damn different. Like Carmelo is like, he's 17 years old. He is 170 pounds. These big ass white boys walk up to him during the rain at 9 o'clock in the morning. And you as a fucking ass mother, as a fucking ass African mother, you don't even say, yeah, that's some fucked up shit. Do you not know that your African kids get bullied by these white kids? But you're dumb ass. How can you, bitch? I fucking did it, bitch. Go run a Nigerian scam. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck. And when it comes to me, anybody can get red. I don't give a damn. Like, imagine you're a Nigerian. Everybody thinks you're a fucking scammer. Do you not know that most people have an anxiety attack when they leave their purse or personal belonging next to your goofy ass? Like, you think you're better than African Americans? They have stereotypes for everybody. Your entire country is called Nigeria. It's off the nigger word. Like, are you kidding me? You are the ultimate nigger. Are you dumb? Are you actually stupid? Like, imagine that bullshit. You come from a country that actually is spelled like nigger. I know you didn't try that bullshit. I know you didn't try that bullshit. You think a white man gives a fuck about you? If he can be mean to a black American, they know damn well these African American people is U.S. citizens. If they can do that to their fellow citizen, what the fuck you think he gonna do to a fucking Nigerian? Do you know what he thinks of Nigerian people? You're fucking stupid. Are you dumb? Are you really stupid? Like, people are so damn dumb. She is fucking blocked. Get the fuck off my channel. Like, this is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. This could have been anybody's child. It could have been anybody's child. When you look at Carmelo, can you tell, oh, is he African? Is he Black American? Is he Jamaican? How can you tell? He's a black kid. But nonetheless, though, he is 17 years old. You got these two big-ass white boys. They weigh 225 pounds, and they walk up to that boy. What the fuck should he do? You're a dumbass. All you do is shop anyways. Bunch of shopping addicts. These goofy-ass, clownish-ass Nigerians. All y'all do is compete for foolishness. Fuck out of here. Go put some running water in your fucking village. Get the fuck out of here. I will cuss out anybody. Don't stress my life. Do not stress my life. Yeah, she blocked. She got get the fuck one. No, I stay ready. That's some bullshit. He's a fucking child. He's a fucking child. He's 17 years old. What the fuck did he do? And then she went real quiet. Every video by Carmelo, she was fucking quiet. Now you want to come over here for some goofy ass white man that named your country the nigger land. I know you dumb as fuck. Go on a fucking shopping spree, bitch. Don't ever come here. You're a dumbass. I wish I had her number. I will call her right now, cuss her out. You're a dumbass. Get the fuck out of my face. Are you stupid? Like people are fucking dumb. You're fucking stupid. They have all you Nigerians flagged by the State Department. Nobody wants y'all. They think you're a bunch of criminals and a bunch of fucking scammers. Do you know what Charlie Kirk has in store for your people? You're a dumbass. Imagine Charlie Kirk being president. He would not allow a single Nigerian to have a visa. He would not allow a single Nigerian to get a green card. Everybody thinks y'all some criminals. Everybody thinks y'all be out here stealing money. Okay? They think all your medical degrees are fake. Stop putting yourself on a goofy ass pedestal. Everybody's scared of Nigerians because y'all got a bad reputation. You have a bad brand. They think y'all a bunch of scammers. Are you kidding me? Have you seen Simon? Have you seen Simon? Like, move. Oh, Egypt. Like, what is this? Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? You think when a white racist sees your child, oh, yeah, that's a Nigerian child. That's a different kind of nigga. Like, are you dumb? Are you slow? This dude is fucking hateful. He hates everybody. He hates everybody indiscriminately. He just hates everybody. You think a man like Charlie Kirk, if he becomes president, if you are a naturalized U.S. citizen, he gonna take away your citizenship. This dude is fucking evil. This dude is evil. Even Trump is not even crying because he knows this kid is batshit crazy. Like, make it make sense. Make it fucking sense. Like, like, it's stupid. I hate when people do that. Everybody got to have self-awareness. If you're Black American, they got negative stereotype for you. If you African, they got negative stereotype for us. If you're Afro-Latino, they have negative stereotypes for all of us. This is not the moment to try to cry for a racist. This is not the moment. They hate all of us. Like, there are times, oh yeah, maybe sometimes we can kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like a little bit of separation. But at this moment, this dude, he hates us all. He hates all of us. And do you really think if a white racist is coming, oh, where are you from? And you think because I'm Nigerian, oh girl, oh, you think these people care? You really think these people care? Like she's crazy. She's like, oh my gosh, how can you say this? Get the fuck off my channel. Like, get the fuck off my channel. And at the end of the day, everybody should know this. I mean, it's quite obvious by now. My husband is African American. If you want to harm my husband, bitch, it's going to be you first. That's it. The moment you get married, your husband becomes your family. There you go. Okay? There you go. My husband's African American. Anybody who wants to hurt James, hurt Jimmy, his people, we outside. You're going to, you will be treated just like Haman. Oh my gosh. No. Okay? No. Out of order. You're going to say, oh, my husband does not have the brain power. And you do, bitch. They didn't even have the fucking grades coming out of high school to actually get into college. You have to go to a goofy ass junior college with your hand-me-downs, with your bitch ass. Are you dumb? Are you slow? Are you stupid? Okay? I know you're not criminal. A lot of people are not criminals. Like, come on now. But she needs to be roasted. She got to be roasted now. But my point is, though, right? A lot of white people, when you say Nigerian, they think criminals. They do. So my point is, we have to stop acting like they put some blacks above other blacks. They don't like people, period. They don't like black people, period. They do not like black people. Like, the mere fact that he's dead and his people want to go burn down HBCUs, what does that tell you? This is the kind of man he was. So because he's dead, now black people have to die? So what does that tell you about his energy? This is not a good person. Everything about his brand was go ahead and hurt black people. Like, this is crazy. So how exactly can we be sad for this man? He had to fucking go. He's not a good person. Like, America was not going to be, black people were not going to be safer with this man. He hates us all. It doesn't matter. You think they care if you Jamaican, you this. They don't give a fuck. To these people, we're all a bunch of niggas. So I'm like, we gotta stop. He's not a good person. Not a good person. And what he was encouraging these young white men to do is to feel legitimized in being racist and bigoted and misogynistic and all kinds of weird shit. Do you want to live in a world like that? This is so unsafe. It don't take much for a white man to grab a gun and shoot somebody. We have seen a white boy go to Buffalo and shoot black people in the grocery store. We have seen white boys go to a black church and shoot innocent black people during Bible study. It don't take much to inspire white people to actively go into black neighborhoods and to try to hunt down black people. This is dangerous. He is so dangerous. So many black people have died in the hands of white people. And here he comes dehumanizing white black people. That's the first step to a genocide, is that you dehumanize a people. You talk about people like they're no longer beings, like we're not humans. He talks about us like we're subhuman. He talks about us like we don't have feelings. And we're supposed to do what? Now that he's dead, now what? Gotta cry for him? After all the things he said? Charlie Kirk will call you everything but a child of God if you're black. There's a man who says, oh yeah, he believes in public execution, wumpty wump wump, wump it up and up and up. Oh, really? Please go bye-bye. So yes, I feel relieved. America's already racist. We don't need somebody to bring the racism to a fever pitch because it's incredibly unsafe. It is unsafe. It is so unsafe. Exactly. They don't care. But I'm like, when it comes to Carmelo, like he's 17 years old, 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain. This is excessive. And multiple times he told them big ass, demonic ass Nephilims to stop touching him. Don't touch me. Why is it that white people cannot listen to people? Why do they feel entitled to people's bodies? It's so fucking weird, right? My sons, my children are half and half. They're half African, they're half African American, so I guess they're technically African squared American, whatever, right? So when I see Carmelo, I see my kids. Are you crazy? My oldest is 14, 15 years old. Imagine two big-ass white dudes trying to oppress him like a panini. What the fuck? For what? Over a goofy-ass seat? With a bunch of bleachers everywhere? Her goofy ass. I'm not the one. Like, you crazy? He's a hateful person. This dude is a hateful person. He's a hateful person. He hates his life. He's miserable. He has low IQ. He's awkward. He has no swag. And the only way for him to make himself interesting by being the prickful, prideful white racist. He's a clown. And now he's gone. When you troll and you keep trolling, chasing the algorithm at the expense of your own safety, your Nephilim ass gonna go bye-bye. Yeah, it's extremely triggering. Like, what the fuck is this? You can't even go to a track meet. Like in 2025, in the rain, you can't even sit next to white people. That's a problem for these white people. Can you imagine? And for her being Nigerian, these white people have slaughtered her people. Nigeria is so fucking backwards because of Great Britain. This country should be so rich by now. White people hold Nigeria back. The whole president is a former drug dealer put in place by white America. The CIA put Tinubu, whatever the fuck his name is, in power to be president. A country run by corrupt people like this. Bunch of billionaires, they steal money and they travel because America allows that shit to happen. Okay? What the fuck? You think your country is where it is because what? Because white people like you? No, they hate y'all. That's why they hold Nigeria back. Nigeria should be so far along by now, but it's a country full of niggas. It got 204 million black people. They will never let you prosper. They're fucking racist. They're fucking racist. Bullshit. Instead of crying for your own people, cry for your grandmother, cry for your village, cry for the fact that your kinfolk, your cousin is living in the village with no water. They walking outside with no damn shoes. No, you in the Canada shopping all fucking day and you want to come on my page. You goofy ass, materialistic ass Nigerian. I will clap your ass, Omo. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. The way I roast these white people, I will do it to anybody. Go ask my mom. I don't give a fuck. I will roast your ass. I'll roast your ass. Are you dumb? Are you slow? You must be. You are Nigerian. You black woman. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. They're fucking crazy. That's okay. That's okay, Mark. Like, this is crazy. People who hate you, they hate people, he hates everybody. The man said that if Zoe got to be mayor, that the Muslims would start pooping all over New York City. This is the kind of man you want to cry for? He hates all kinds of people. All kinds of people. He says the most heinous shit just for shits and giggles. He doesn't care who he hurts. So Marlene, I should do what? I don't owe that motherfucker nothing. Because he never said to himself, you know what? I need to measure my words because my words could hurt people. No, he don't give a fuck. So therefore, I don't give a fuck. That's it. It's not that hard. Get the fuck on. I don't give a fuck. You crazy.
Then he tried to get into West Point. West Point, he couldn't get into that either.
You see?
What was his?
Frustrated. He is frustrated. He is not the guy he wanted. And I'm sure he wanted to go to Harvard. That's why he's so triggered when he sees a bunch of black people, they got asked to go to Harvard because that's what he wanted. I told you, he frustrated. He bitter. He's a jealous ass motherfucker. That's it. He's so damn jealous. You don't have what it takes. Even Trump said he didn't finish college because he couldn't focus. He got ADHD. So you're just slow ass.
Excuse? Oh, well, they let other people in with different races and genders. So you failed in community college. Yeah. You failed with West Point, and it's black people's fault. Y'all, let me tell you something. With this affirmative action thing going away, this is great. Because see, the white supremacists need to always use the black person as a excuse for their perpetual failure.
Yes.
We know America will not be where
they're the ones who want to call you, oh, you're always playing the victim. Oh, don't nobody play the big victim like white people. That's why these fuckers stay winning Academy Oscars, because all they do is act. Don't nobody play the victim more than white people. They're never responsible for anything that happens to them. Find somebody to blame. Find someone to blame. Oh, the economy is bad. It's black people. The stock market bad. It's black people. My wife don't want me no more. It's black people. I suck in bed. It's white. It's black people. I can't get into a school. It's black people. Don't nobody blame people more than white folks. They are never responsible for their fate, for their lot in life. Are you okay? Are you really straight? And that's why I say they always deflect onto other people. They always deflect onto other people. Are you actually sane? Are you seriously sane? Right? You fucked up your life. What stopped you from working hard in high school? What stopped you from working hard in high school? And mind you, for him to not even get into a regular college, it means that he couldn't even find professors. He could not even find teachers to write him recommendation letters. That's how bad of a student he was. Nobody ever believed in his ass. So that's why his losing ass, Candace and her losing ass, they got together and did what loser people do, troll people. They're not successful. They're bums. These people have a scarcity mindset. That's why you have to make it by trolling people instead of really being exceptional. Charlie Kirk is mediocre. You don't need special gift. You don't need special intelligence to go out here and troll people. That's why he would go to these college campuses, because he was jealous of those kids, because they have supportive parents. They have parents that can pay their tuition. He didn't have that shit. So he went to that school to say, oh, you see, I'm a dropout. You have your education, but I'm smarter than you. I can argue you, bitch, but can you stay focused and take the test? No, the fuck you cannot. With your ADHD having ass. Okay? With your IEP looking ass. I always told y'all, he looks like Huckleberry Finn. Okay? Looks like Huckleberry Finn. Looks like Tom Sawyer. Okay? Bummy ass bitch. He's a fucking troll. He's a fucking troll. Bitter ass. He was mad. He was jealous. He was envious. He's a dropout. Candace a dropout. But they want to go to college campuses and compete with children that are actually enrolled and can afford their tuition. It's giving big mad. It's giving big loser energy. They're a bunch of bums. These are bummy people. They're bums.
Said today, if it wouldn't be for the black man and woman that built America, there was no America when black men and women were, some of them were already here. A lot were brought here, okay, through the transatlantic slave trade. There was no America. Yeah. We are part of the people that built America. We did not immigrate here. There was no country for us to immigrate to. So when they try to even say, well, you know, even black people, black Americans, they're immigrants. We're not immigrants. There's no country to immigrate to. We are the founders of this country. But you have to look in their history. They couldn't even get the British off their backs without black people.
Yeah.
If they had did it on their own, they wouldn't have won the Revolutionary War.
No, they wouldn't have.
They learned a long time ago that they cannot do anything without the black man and woman. They blame their failures on black people. They lean on black people to do just about everything. And now, because black people say, I'm not going to be picking your strawberries, I'm not going to be picking your grapes, I'm not going to be doing anything like that. So the only way they're getting black people to do that now is either incarcerate them or open up the floodgates for Latin America and take advantage of their situation, which the white supremacists put them in their situations in Latin America, and let the Latin American people come in here and let them do all the work, because, you know,
money don't make you whole. You know what I'm saying? I think he wanted to be that all-American dude. Like, he goes to Harvard. Like, you know, he wanted to be that guy. He doesn't have the IQ for that. He's a hater. He's a little bitch. He's a stupid-ass little bitch. Exactly. He couldn't debate the Oxford College student. Exactly. Probably stuttering over there because he don't have what it takes. He doesn't have what it takes. Okay? He don't have what it takes. Was it Oxford or Cambridge? Okay? He doesn't have what it takes. Always trying to go places and argue with kids. Like, that's all he does. That's all he does. So, yeah, now he's gone. That's what you get. That is what you get. That's what you get. Man, I wish I could find that one. Okay. Let's watch this one real quick.
What has just transpired is tremendously disturbing. It is the latest evolution and instance of political violence in the United States, and it must end.
What was fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment? What message do you have to your fellow lawmakers regarding the political environment and the rhetoric that has been put out in the media?
You know, beyond rhetoric, we need to talk about action, and we need to talk.
And you see how Matt Walsh is so stupid? Another idiot. Oh, Charlie never lost a debate. Let's even assume he didn't lose a debate. Ultimately, he lost his life. So was it worth it? You see how dumb they are? You see how stupid they are? Oh, well, at least I never lost a debate. Yeah, now you're dead. Now you're dead. So to what avail? Like, what was so you did? You risked your life. You made yourself one of the most hated men in America just so you can win a debate. You see how remedial they are? Because they never see the bigger picture. Because they're a bunch of idiots. Winning an argument, winning a debate means more to these people than being safe. Going home to see their kids, seeing their children grow up. Exactly. Lost your damn life for a damn debate. That's it. You see? And it gives junior college dropout. He was always a bum. He always had a low IQ. He was always intellectually inferior. Because a bigger person would have seen a really highly intelligent person would have seen the bigger picture. Is winning all these debates, is it really worth your life? Yeah, he thought he was a real gangster. I'm telling you, he sat there. He was sitting there like he was Julius Caesar in the Rome. Forgot that Julius got killed by senators. Julius was killed by his own people. Okay? But I'm like, winning debates against people that are cuckoo, it's worth your life. Then you have your wife, your kids there because you want to win a debate. You see? They're remedial, low-hanging fruits. Like he said, they're all foolish. It's a foolish people. So I'm like, you see, they're so damn stupid. Bunch of people who lost the debates, they're home now with their kids. All these young people who lost the debate to him, they're enrolled in school, about to graduate. He about to be put 6 feet under. Everything ain't worth it. Everything is not worth it. And that's what the Bible says. What does it profit a man to win the world and lose his soul? In this case, he lost his whole life. Lost your soul, lost your life because you fucking lost your way. He has a hateful brand. Like, what the heck? Hateful man.
About, yes, there are words, but most importantly, we are in a job of leadership. We are in a job of action. We are in a role and a position where the American people are looking to us to do something about this. And every single day, people are dying due to gun violence in America. And every single day, there are people in this building that continue to vote against doing anything. They vote against universal background checks. They continue to support legislation and also remove any way to block the mentally ill, to block extremists, to block people with histories and records of domestic violence from getting guns in their hands. So are we going to do something about this or not? We have a political assassination that happened at the same time as a school shooting where children are dying on the same day, a week after a shooting at a Catholic school where children were gunned down while praying. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over?
Okay. In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a tip that made it look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days.
I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is, what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history?
Our Jacqueline Lee has the latest for us now from Orem, Utah.
We got him.
A suspect in the shooting death of conservative.
Okay, first of all, not to be shady, but they really didn't do anything because Kash Patel, they don't put up 2 other people that they claim were the shooters, and then they had to pull it back and say that they weren't the shooters. The boy confessed to his daddy. The daddy went and told the pastor, and the pastor was like, y'all need to go tell. So he confessed to it. They didn't really do anything.
Activist Charlie Kirk is in custody. Investigators announcing the arrest this morning.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Tyler Robinson is a 22-year-old from Utah. Law enforcement are reviewing these posts on Facebook in connection with the investigation. This update coming just hours after investigators released images and additional video of a suspect jumping from a rooftop of a building after the shooting and running into the woods. Law enforcement sources saying after recognizing his son as the person of interest, Robinson's father called a youth pastor who is also a U.S. Marshal Task Force officer, who then had marshals take him into custody. One family member telling investigators he had become more political in recent years.
The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had.
31-year-old Kirk was hosting an event on Utah Valley University's campus Wednesday when a single shot was fired, hitting and killing the activist. Police say they found a rifle in the woods nearby. Investigators speaking to a roommate who pointed them to messages from Robinson.
The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point.
President Trump saying this today on Fox News.
In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
Our Jacqueline Lee joins me now, along with Justice Department reporter Alex Malin.
Okay, so if y'all don't know, they're saying that Shorty was, his family's Republican. He was Donald Trump for Halloween one year, had all types of guns. A mother was a proud gun owner. They would go to the range and shoot. I seen some of this stuff on Twitter. I think Keith Edwards was talking about it as well. Yeah, so we're going to watch some of what Keith Edwards is saying about it. So it's very interesting that, you know, maybe I'm tripping, but he don't look like a lefty to me. Looks like he's Team MAGA. Or maybe I'm reaching. But I mean, I don't own any Trump t-shirts. he looks to be MAGA to me, but y'all swerping down it was a leftist person, and this is war, and the energy is different all of a sudden. Now what you're gonna see is gonna be conspiracies. Now he wasn't alone, Israel's gonna be like, it's gonna be so many rabbit holes now. Now all of a sudden that it's not a lefty. Let's see what Keith Edwards had to say.
Are trying to say is a left-wing terrorist. You let me know in the comments if you think this man is a left-wing terrorist. I will leave that up to you. But what he is this thing where people are alleging this now. We're still getting information about this alleged shooter. So please just take everything with a grain of salt. But it is looking more and more like this is someone who is in a far right, very online young man, and may be what is called a groiper. And I'm sorry to have to explain this to you, but it is important that you know what he is.
Groypers are Nick Fuentes' people. These people are from Nick. Yeah, these are Nick Fuentes people. Yep, the Groypers. That's how they call themselves. Oh shit, Nick.
Are a group of alt-right white nationalists and Christian nationalists activists led by Nick Fuentes, who we've shown on the channel here before. Members have attempted to introduce alt-right politics into mainstream conservatism in the United States. Now, the reason why we know that is because there were symbols on the bullets found from this alleged shooter. And of those symbols, they are speaking to kind of like far right ideology. So here is Jeremiah Johnson explaining this in a way that I don't think I'd be able to, but on one of the bullets, it says Bella Ciao, and it's a multi-layered reference. It's first and foremost an Italian anti-fascist song. So the right is pretending like because it's an Italian anti-fascist song, then this kid must be far left, anti-fascist, which, by the way, why is it bad to be anti-fascist? Now, I don't think anyone should die. I know no one should die because of their beliefs. But being anti-fascist, I think, is what America used to be about, right? Wasn't that what World War II was all about? Anyways, there's more layers to it than it just being an anti-fascist song. It's also a Hearts of Iron 4 meme, which is a very popular game reference, and it's often included in Groyper playlists, which is, again, what this young man might be. And as he says, it's impossible to determine an ideology from the use of this because we don't know in what context and with how many layers of irony is being used. The only thing that he's sure of is that it indicates, along with other engraved messages, the shooter is hyper online. Now, there were 3 down arrows on one of the bullets, and that was being interpreted as a common Antifa logo. But given that the full description is up, right, down, 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 and the guy plainly had internet brain poisoning, worth noting that this is also a meme from Helldivers 2, that very online game. Now, the right is saying from a regular middle-class family, good grades, went up to college and became an extremist anti-Antifa killer. So that is the narrative.
So now you see how they're trying to spin it. Now, oh, he's Antifa. Oh, Antifa is part of the left. But just yesterday, y'all swerping down, this was a trans Black Democrat. Now all of a sudden he's Antifa. Okay. All right, girl.
The narrative they're trying to concoct that college turned this young man into a killer, rather than, I don't know, there are pictures of this young man with guns his entire life, being around guns. And you're telling me that college groomed him into being a killer? Doesn't make sense to me. Now, Eric Erickson said, we're watching real time on social media the large progressive accounts trying to claim Tyler Robinson is a Trump-loving Republican. I'm just going to pull this photo up again. Where'd it go? You tell me if that's a Trump-loving Republican. Sarah Longwell said, all Americans watched in real time as President of the United States held an Oval Office address accusing the radical left of Charlie Kirk's murder when he had zero information about the killer. And we also have here that Elon Musk, Grok AI, identified Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin, as a Groyper. So there seems to be a lot of there. Now, The Groyper community, which is on a website called 4chan, has also kind of started to claim him for their own. Says here, Groyper confirmed Nick, who is Nick Fuentes, who was the leader of that movement, is so effed. There are more pictures here. It says, so is he our guy? And so someone who goes here convinced it was that they were very convinced it was someone else, but no, it turns out it could very well be someone from their community. And it says here that Trump told Fox News that a minister had identified a person as Kirk's suspected shooter from photos made public by law enforcement. According to Trump, the minister got in touch with the deputy U.S. Marshal whom he knew, and eventually the suspect's father got involved. So I just want to point out that the FBI had no role in solving this crime. If this is in fact the killer, it appears it could be. We won't know. There's going to be a trial and all that sort of stuff. But because of the father who turned him in and a minister, the killer was caught, not because of the FBI and Kash Patel, who wrongly tweeted that they found the suspect when they didn't. Okay. And so we also have Rep. Nancy Mace, who wanted to bring back the death penalty when she thought it could have been a trans killer, which doesn't really happen. But now she's saying, we truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down with Charlie Kirk, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. And she also...
Now, this is the same lunatic lady that was hooping and hollering yesterday about the left and going off. And I mean, she just knew she had the suspect in the bag. She was yelling at the mainstream media. It's funny how she's done a whole about face, a straight up about face. And these are supposed to be representatives who are supposed to exemplify professionalism. And she showed none yesterday. Very ghetto, very low class, and very uncouth was her behavior.
Asked for people to pray for Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, to find Jesus Christ. Do you think she would have had...
Oh, now you want us to pray for him? But yesterday, when it was the leftists who was supposed to have the trans black leftists out here, you know, they was
y'all that they see, oh, he's white, oh, he's one of us, oh, well, you know, only if he has sat down with Charlie. No, the death penalty, man. Okay.
Sending death threats to HBCUs. They was harassing trans people on Twitter. But now we're supposed to pray for the... okay, girl.
They're so hateful.
Bitch. Objection. I will be saving my prayers.
The same decency for someone that appeared to be an ideology she didn't agree with, perhaps a black person, trans person? No, of course not. Kash Patel said this, and then the right wing media ecosystem freaked out.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
What?
A fucking idiot.
Okay. Did he say Valhalla? I thought Charlie Kirk was like a Christian. What does he mean, see you in Valhalla? Valhalla. What? Sorry. What the fuck?
Okay. As Christopher Hale says here, the Hindu FBI director tells a deceased Protestant he'll meet him in pagan paradise with a Mormon governor watching on. And then someone else also said, telling a guy whose defining trait was his Christian faith that you will see him in Valhalla is so hilariously out of touch that it almost hurts. And this MAGA influencer said, this is cringe beyond belief. Kash has got to go. We also have photos of the alleged assassin replicating.
I'm sorry. The world is a stage. I don't. Oh my God. I haven't laughed this hard in a while. The world is a stage. What? I see you in Valhalla, my brother. Okay, sir. You can't make this up.
This far right meme you can see here, and then he's here. So again, like that is like where we're kind of getting the sense that this very online kid very well may have been in Nick Fuentes's community. They also have the bullets, and then again, like no far left person would have this written on a bullet casing. And it said, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. Yeah. Does that sound far left to you? No. And we also have.
Okay, so let me come back on the screen. It's a lot. It's a lot that's been going on these past few hours. But yeah, it's very interesting that is the shooter. Tyler, looks like just a regular young Republican. Now, Nick Fuentes has been gaining a lot of steam ever since he got unbanned off of Twitter. There are people who repost him all the time on YouTube. And I would say that Nick Fuentes is like Charlie Kirk, but probably 5 times worse because he doesn't care what comes out his mouth. Nick Fuentes will sit up there and be like, yo, my nigga, and all types of crazy stuff. And he didn't like Charlie. He felt like Charlie was not extreme enough because one thing about Nick will call out Israel. He'll call out, the Jewish community and everything else. So I think they're going to definitely try to pin this on Nick's group. Because initially they were saying that it was the left because Charlie Kirk is against, baby mama, single parenthood culture and gang violence and, transsexuals and all that stuff. But if this guy is coming from Nick Fuentes's, subgroup, I think it had everything to do with with Charlie Kirk taking a step back from his stance on Israel. Because that's one thing about Nick Fuentes's group, they do call out Israel. And when Charlie Kirk tried to, he backed back within like 24 to 48 hours. And so we're going to watch what Candace Owens had to say, because I think what Candace Owens had to say kind of proves what I'm feeling a little bit as far as Charlie possibly wanted to change his stance, but couldn't. So we're going to watch this really quick here. All right, so this is Candace Owens. Hold on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and watch this here.
On my playlist, and Charlie goes, is this Jay-Z? I almost made him pull over the vehicle. I was like, are you kidding me? Okay, I understand that you don't do culture, but like, come on. You don't know the difference between Jay-Z and Kanye. And he didn't. And I explained to him the difference. I was like, okay, no, you gotta get into some Kanye West music. Next thing you know, Charlie's really getting into some Kanye West music. He's running 10 miles a day. He got really into running. And he's texting me about how great it is. Like there's this text, Charlie. He's like, yes, it's my new favorite song. And he just loved it. Kanye's Power kind of became our theme song for the tour. I have no idea why, but that was our hype song. Months later, we've been listening to Kanye's old albums on repeat. Suddenly Kanye West tweets, I love the way Candace Owens thinks. The excitement. Okay, we were certain that we had manifested it. We were 100%. We manifested this by listening to Power on repeat. Actually, I found a clip of us backstage on that day when that tweet happened. And we were doing what I used to refer to as like the Charlie dance. Here it is. You don't understand like the divinity of him tweeting that. Like,
I'm living in that
Charlie
21st
dance.
century. There's something meaning to it.
The era of Kanye. Like, Charlie was my overly bright and sometimes really annoying kid brother. I was smiling going through my chat of how many times he would text me a picture and say, does this look cool? Does this look cool? Do I look cool? This is like just a screen recording of us talking about a pair of sunglasses. He's just sending me it. I'm like, nah, that's not good. Nope, that's not. No, send. Okay, that one's okay. That'll work. And this is actually one of my favorite photos of him where he said, I could just hear him when I look at this photo. I can hear him saying, does this look cool? He was wearing a pair of Yeezys that Kanye gave him, and he looked really cool. I thought they really suited him. I was like, yeah, you look really cool, Charlie. There's always some hip hop mixed in, Ignition remix.
And we can make him about to have you some fun. Bounce, 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 bounce.
Y'all notice, okay? Charlie knew the words verbatim. Now, granted, Charlie's from Chicago, but you guys know he knew the words to Ignition, another white guy. I don't know who the other white guy was in the car. Verbatim.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah. He wanted to be around Black people. He actually liked Black culture. He's a hater. He's a fraud. He's
Charlie and Sarah, who was his assistant at the time, able to see how many times he's just right behind my back. Charlie always had my back, and I always had his. Charlie was right by my side when I started Blexit, obviously. He was also there the night that I met my husband, which was absolutely an incredible night. Everything, and this is our text chain speaking about that moment. He's like, his heart is wonderful. You guys are meant for each other. I see it brilliantly and clearly. And he gets it. He isn't afraid of you being you. You know, Charlie really loved Erica from the time I'm reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did. And I just want to say that Charlie and I, because I think this is important, never for a single minute, ever, did Charlie and I stop being friends. Even when the world demanded that from both of us.
So pay close attention to this part. This is why I feel like my tin hat is tingling. Because remember, the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, many in the Jewish community, they turned their backs on Candace when she started calling out AIPAC and Israel and everything else. And because Charlie Kirk is who put her on through Turning Point USA, a lot of people expected Charlie to also distance himself from Candace as well. But listen to what Candace is saying here.
Our relationship was real. We were brother and sister. You know, we were fortified. Our relationship was forged in fire, the fire of politics. I knew him. I knew Charlie, the real Charlie. And we laughed at how wrong it was when people thought that when I had made up my mind about Israel, that Charlie and me fell apart. Nope, never, not for a second. I said, it's the easiest decision ever because Charlie knew who I was and I knew who he was. I said, Charlie, this is where I'm at and there's no room for movement. And you tell your whoever that needs to hear it, whatever you need to tell them, because we're always going to be brothers and sisters. Talk about things and debate things behind the scenes. And I think my perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. You might not get it now, Charlie, but you will. I'm only a few years older than you, but I think you're gonna see things my way. And I think in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it. I know it. He was going through a lot, and there was a lot of pressure. And it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him, I don't know, just say the things that they're saying. You know, there's something about it that just feels really fake to me. And
basically what she's saying in so many words is that Charlie was starting to wake up and call out Israel and, you know, AIPAC and Jeffrey Epstein list and all that stuff. And then he was basically pressured to shut the hell up. And that's why she feels a way about the same people who are now trying to act like they're mourning him and they feel bad because obviously there are people behind the scenes who are pressuring him to not speak about certain things. But of course, he's trying to say it in a roundabout way.
They would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion. And then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me.
Now, you heard how she said that him wanting to change his opinion would have meant him losing everything. And remember when I told you guys early in the stream that he had a meeting with, well, he did a video with Megyn Kelly, and he was complaining that he was being called anti-Semitic, and he was saying that it wasn't fair. People are questioning his morals just because he's questioning Israel and saying that he doesn't want money being sent to Israel. So this is saying a lot without saying a lot. And this is why I go back to my original point of people like Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk being professional rage baiters. They are. I'm going to let her finish.
But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. You know, he was like, we were really close. And he was my best friend and my brother. And I will never unsee the footage of what I saw, the violence of it. I pray for the people who took any pleasure in that. I would never, there's not a single person in the world that I would wish that on. And least of all, someone with a heart like Charlie's. He loved his family, he loved his wife, he loved his country. And he didn't deserve that ending. You know, he's really young. But I know that we will carry the torch. I will never allow the memory of Charlie to be forgotten, obviously, because there is no Candace without Charlie. You know, we came up in politics together. And so I don't know what else to say, guys, other than I'm in a lot of pain right now. And I love you, Charlie. And, I'll see you when I'll see you. I love you very much. I put on a Kanye song,
See you in Valhalla. Okay, let me come back on the screen. Sorry. So that is what Candace had to say. And she's obviously very emotional, right? Because that was her legitimate friend. That's who put her on. Her and Charlie had a very, very close relationship. But Candace is saying a lot without saying a lot. And if you're able to read in between the lines and you understand what is going on in right-wing social media politics, you can see that a lot of the things that he was saying just a few weeks ago, he had to quickly walk back. They were threatening his livelihood and a lot of stuff. That's also when Nick Fuentes started going in on Charlie Kirk, wanting to debate him and basically calling him a bootlicker and all types of stuff. So I think this whole situation goes a lot deeper. But this is why I said that I don't think the whole thing, I don't find anything funny about it. I find it extremely disturbing, for somebody to lose their life in that manner publicly, just very, very just gut-wrenching. It was just sick to see. And but that's one reason why I call him a professional rage baiter. And Candace, because people have turned demonizing certain groups into a bag. It's a bag to be had now. If I can get up and talk bad about the entire, because they always paint the entire community with one brush, there's a bag to be had. And that goes for that crazy Officer Tatum. He does the same thing as well. I remember when the Hodge twins were just about working out and making funny YouTube videos. And now all they do is shit on Black people because it's a grift. I don't really believe that they believe half of the stuff that they're saying. And we see that now from what Candace is posting. See, Candace is thinking that she's posting, just some lovable memories of Charlie. But what Candace is really doing for me personally is exposing who Charlie Kirk really was. He was grifting. Because behind the scenes, while he's up there demonizing rap and Black culture and hip hop and everything else, behind the scenes, y'all are in the car rapping. It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen. Mind whirling, that body got every man in here. He knew the words verbatim. Verbatim. Meaning, you listen to hip hop, you engage. If all songs, you're sitting here.
He listened to a bunch of Black people with no daddies make music. It's so fucking fake. They're a bunch of frauds. They were a bunch of grifters. These are trolls. These are not intellectual people. They're caricatures. They're clams.
Rapping an R. Kelly song. They're rapping Kanye West songs. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. you know, everybody keeps wanting to say, oh, Charlie never hurt anybody. No, he's never physically gone out and punched anybody in their face or, you know, jumped somebody or assaulted somebody. But just because you haven't physically hurt somebody does not mean that your words do not cause harm.
Exactly.
And that's the problem with a lot of these grifters, is that they say anything for views, to go viral, because the money, you know, rage bait is a new currency. You have AI doing it. That's how much of a currency it is, that there's whole AIs dedicated to demonizing Black people. I did a whole video about it, I think like a month or two ago. They got Black women, you know, wearing pink wigs, looking like gorillas and everything else. No, words can harm. They most definitely can. Your words can definitely cause harm. If I sit up here all day, right, EP, Gar, and this is not no disrespect, I'm just responding back to you because I see your comment. So I have a platform, right? So what if I doxed you and I just sit here and tell my audience, y'all need to go, you know, I'm not the one coming to your house physically. I'm not the one physically doing anything to you, but I'm steadily talking about you on my platform every day, talking about you're not shit, you know, you're DL, you got 6 baby mamas, you don't take care of your kids. And I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. I'm just throwing, you know, some stuff out there. What if every day I'm up here slandering you and everything I'm saying about you is not true? Words can hurt. I may not be physically in your face, punching you, but if I'm sitting here every day slandering you, slandering your reputation, what you're about, making falsehoods on you, and then people start reacting based on the words that I'm saying on my platform, they can turn into words that hurt. Why do you think people dox people? They dox people not because they're going to pull up. They dox people in hopes that somebody else is crazy enough to do their dirty work. Let's not forget the other day, Matt Walsh was calling for a bunch of like mess. He wanted people to get out there and fight. And Nick Fuentes had called out Matt Walsh. Let me see if I can find that. And he was basically saying, Matt Walsh, you won't do shit. You're trying to send people out to do your dirty work. Let me see if I can find it. I don't even know if we can even play anything, Nick Fuentes. Let me not even play it because then they might take off the stream. But if y'all can find it, y'all can find it. But basically, he was saying some real stuff, even though I don't, you know, agree with a lot of the shit that Nick says. But a lot of these people will hype people up with their words in hopes that other people act out on those words. So words definitely have power. The power of life and death is in the tongue. So never assume that your words don't mean anything. They can. You know, like I said, just because I'm not the one physically in your face assaulting you, if I have a platform and I start tearing you down and my audience comes after you, that's going to hurt. If you have a business and I send my audience to go, you know, 1-star your business and give you, you know, horrible Google reviews, oh, those are just words. Well, that's affecting your business. That's affecting your bottom line. That's affecting how you feed your family. So we got to get out of that, you know, it's just words. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. Words have consequences. And the things that you speak can have consequences. And I'm not saying that every single thing that Charlie Kirk said was bad or wasn't true. I'm sure if I watched him more, there might have been a few things that I could have found that I agree with. I'm just not into the whole debating people, you know, on college campuses. I feel like I did that in the early 2010s when I used to watch Louder with Crowder, you know, but yeah, you have to be responsible for your words and the seeds that you plant.
Yeah.
Because by Charlie Kirk's logic, when he talks about Black pilots and Black people being DEI, well, then what does he consider Candace? He hired Candace based on her, you know, they don't want to call it DEI, but he hired her based on her rhetoric, based on the things that she says. So by that logic, she herself is DEI.
Yeah, and mind you, she didn't have no college degree. So that's why I feel like when he says like, oh, black women don't have the brain power, like I think he's talking about Candace. I think he was not impressed with her. Because remember how she said like she had to study and she had all these flashcards and stuff. I feel like she was not picking stuff fast enough. And he was getting annoyed. I think like working with her, having to coach her, train her and stuff like that. She just wasn't picking, she was not picking stuff fast enough. But that's the only black girl he could have. So he had to deal with her slow ass. But he thought she was slow. I'm like, he talking about you, sis. You're a black woman. The man said, oh, black women don't have the intellectual bandwidth or whatever the fuck he said. I'm like, he's talking about you. Right? So that's why even like when Anthony was like, yeah, Kirk was my friend. I'm like, Charlie was not your friend. He was your employer. You dumbass. He was your fucking employer.
So that's why I think that a lot of these people,
they're grifters.
They're grifters, nothing more, nothing less. Piano Style says, T, do you believe in censorship? I don't believe in censorship at all. I mean, if you've been on my channel any length of time, I feel like people are free to say whatever they want to say, but just understand, just because you're free to say certain things, there can be consequences behind what you say. And that's just the truth of the matter. I don't think that people, I don't know, I'm not that thin-skinned where things necessarily bother me per se, because I think because I've been on social media so long, I've heard it all. I've received my share number of death threats, right? So I think for me, I'm probably more thick-skinned than most. And my thing is, if I don't like something, I just don't watch it. But I don't think that that should be where that person shouldn't be allowed to state how they feel. But what I'm saying is that understand that the things that you say can have consequences, especially when you're sitting here saying things that are not true, right? When you're sitting here spreading misinformation, when you're trying to basically say things to spin a certain narrative. Because if something is true, I'm going to stand next to it all day. I can't be mad if something is true. The truth is the truth, no matter what you feel about it, right? So you can't get mad at that. But what I've just noticed with some of these people, they're not always being truthful. And that's the part that's annoying. When you're just trying to simplify it to, well, black pilots are DEI, as if just any Yahoo with black skin can just go apply to be a pilot. As if I, as a black woman, can just be like, hey, I want to be a pilot tomorrow. You know how hard it is to even drive a bus, and that's on the ground, let alone taking a huge plane into the sky. But the way they simplify it is like anybody can just come up and be an FAA controller. That's just not how it works. So I get tired of people saying DEI and using that as a way to demean black people. Like I said, I have a black pilot in my family. One of my good friends was in the Air Force.
The problem is, one thing I will say, they shouldn't have called it DEI. Do you see the problem? They shouldn't have called it DEI. Because then it makes it feel like you got a limp. They should have called it something else: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because it makes it seem like you're forcing people and they're not deserving. They shouldn't have called it that. It was bad nomenclature. They shouldn't have called it that. They should have just said, moving forward, we'll just do X, Y, and Z. Don't even give it a name. That's it. And we're done with that.
She is a black pilot. And I know how hard she worked to get into that position. So for somebody to just dismiss that as her being DEI, that's insane. And it's offensive. So that's all I'm saying. You can have your opinions. You can spew whatever you want to spew. But I just noticed that some of these people, they lie because at the end of the day, it's about the check. When you have to play mental gymnastics, the reason why I stopped fucking with Officer Tatum and why he's just a straight coon to me is I remember when the Alabama boat brawl happened. And this man played mental gymnastics to blame black people for that. When you had white folks coming out and saying that the black folks were not in the wrong, and he still went out his way to play mental gymnastics to blame black people. Because again, he didn't want to lose his white base. That's who cuts his checks. The other day, he was interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu, and a lot of his own conservative people were dragging his ass on Twitter. He was deleting comments and some more shit. I didn't watch the interview. I saw other people on YouTube talking about it. But again, he has the right to sit up on his YouTube channel and say what he wants to say. And I have the right to not watch, and I don't. I haven't watched him since the Alabama boat brawl. I'm like, this dude is a fucking clown. See, when you have to go out your way to constantly demonize a group in order for you to get a bag, that says a lot.
Yeah, he's disgusting.
If that's how I have to make my money,
that's disgusting.
I can't sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to sit here,
or even like, can you imagine even waking up and seeing that your comments, like 4,000 comments, 2,000 comments, nothing but white people. Like, what the fuck? Imagine being black and all you attract are hateful white people, y'all. They're in your comments just going off because they feel so free. Oh, I can say whatever I want. He agrees with me. I'm like, that has to do. Sometimes there were a few times I looked at Greg's black perspective, whatever, black conservative perspective. George, what the fuck his name is? I would look at his comment section like, but damn, does he ever read his comments? Oh, Lord, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It's too hateful.
and go in day after day on gays and on trans people.
Yeah,
on
that's
black
all they do.
people,
That's all they do.
on just whoever to get a bag. I don't want it. And see, Candace Owens did that for a majority of her career.
Yep.
And then she found out that at the end of the day, you're black. And when we're ready to get rid of your DEI ass, we will. And the Daily Wire booted her. And I mean, she has her own show and she's still doing her thing on her YouTube channel. But they got rid of her so fast before her head could even spin. They had to remind her, you can talk about niggas all day. Talk about your own all day, every day. You can talk about the trannies and the gays and all that stuff. But what you're not going to do is ever question Israel. And the second she started doing that, they got rid of her ass. And once she realized and saw the big picture, then she wanted to come back and, wanted to start talking about, Black issues and going on the Joe Budden podcast and meeting up with Charlemagne. And, now that the white folks turned their backs on her, then she wanted to go on the hip hop platforms, the same platforms that she sneered at and looked down on when she was with the Daily Wire and Turning Point USA. So, yeah. Again, she did what she had to do. I'm not, she spoke her truth. I'm not knocking her for it. But like I said earlier, your words and the things that you say can have consequences. So she chose to stand on business and call out, Israel and all that stuff. I'm not saying I disagree with anything she said. All I'm saying is that her words had consequences. And it's very interesting that her consequences only came once she hit on that particular subject. There were no consequences when she was dissing her own. That's why Matt Walsh sits on the Daily Wire and sits all day and talks about trans people and gays and everything else. But he will.
A bunch of bullies. That's all they do is antagonize these people. They're trans. We know they're not okay. And it's kind of mean. It really is mean. Like, they're not mentally well. So it's like they're unwell. All they do is antagonize gay people.
He tiptoes.
Yeah.
On everything else because he knows where his bread and butter lies.
Yeah, talking about trans.
And that's all I'm saying about these people. I just feel like they're professional rage baiters and they do this for a bag. Mm-hmm. And people have become multimillionaires doing this. Mm-hmm. This is not to excuse anything. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, the whole situation is horrible. Unwarranted.
I mean, the situation is really horrible, though, you guys. It's another day in America. This country is violent. White Americans are violent people. They love mass shootings. They love to assassinate people. So I'm like, listen, I've lived here for 30 years. It's like, this is what they do. They kill people. So it's another day. It's another day. Go ask Phil Collins. It's another day in America. This is what they do. And that's why. And they like that shit because they antagonize people. They're confrontational. They do whatever. If you go around and you speak well to people, you speak kindly to people, you speak in love with people, we're not going to have this. People can have peaceful disagreements. No, they don't know how to not be disrespectful. Like white people want to be disrespectful, especially those kinds of white people. They want to be disrespectful. So it just escalates from there. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah, all they do is bully trans people. Every video, the trans this, the trans that. And they know dang well these people are not mentally well. When somebody tells you, I think I'm born in the wrong body, okay, like this is crazy, right? Like this is just like you're not okay. So if you are okay in your own body, you kind of have to have mercy for these people. You know what I mean? Like maybe it is a mental illness. So then if we know it's a mental illness, we got to be mindful how we talk to them because they can't help it if they're mentally ill. Why do you bully someone that's not well? Like when you go to a psych ward and pick on people. Oh, you're so sick. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're bipolar. Oh, you're schizophrenic. Like, would you go to a psych ward and just make fun of people? Hey, Queen, would you go to a psych ward and make fun of people? Now, that's disgusting. But then they call themselves Christian. To whom much is given, much is required. If you have a sane mind and you see a brother or sister that has an insane mind, is that what God tells you to do? That's what the Bible tells you to do? That's what Christ tells you to do? Go pick on these people? You're not going to pray for people, fast for people, have mercy and compassion for people? Of course not. Of course not. But they want to tell you they're Christian. They're Nephilims. Like these people are evil.
People have the right to have whatever stance they want to have without being shot on the street in front of millions, hundreds of people.
So it's another day.
The video is disgusting. But I also don't like the parasocial relationships. How 24 hours ago, everybody was ready to kill the left and, demonize left-wing people. They were saying that, was possibly a black man who did it.
No, they never said
trans.
Trans.
Everybody who they deemed at the bottom of the barrel was who supposedly did this hit. And now that the person who actually did it doesn't fit that narrative, now there's new conspiracies. Now he was Antifa. He was radicalized at college. Now we need to pray for him. But if it was a trans shooter who did this, there'd be no thoughts and prayers. And there shouldn't be. You took somebody's life. Why would I pray for a murderer? Are you insane? But it's very interesting how they'll switch up just whatever narrative. And I think the divisiveness that's going on in America, it's sick. It's sick. I don't find it funny. I find it very disturbing. I find it very disturbing that people can sit and laugh and joke about somebody being killed. And I also find it very disturbing, the parasocial relationships, like that woman screaming like a madman and blaming the left as if she had proof. So let's follow up with her before I go, because I said I was only going to be on here about an hour. Oh my God, I've been on here for an hour and a half. I need to go lay down. But before I go, let me go ahead and play that lady. I wish I could play the video of him going off on Matt Walsh. It was a good video. But I don't want to play Nick Fuentes. But let me go ahead and play that lady, though. The one that was going off. Let me see if I can find her page again. Okay. So now that we know that the shooter is a regular, white Trump t-shirt wearing white boy, let's see what her stance is today.
Who was this person?
They're going to make it seem like it was this one guy, right? Just this one deranged lunatic. But I don't think it was. And I don't think that the shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania was just one guy either. You know, I think it's MK Ultra. I think it's mind control. I think it's a psyop. So it's going to look like it was just one guy.
Okay, so now it's MK Ultra, it's a psyop, it's not one guy. But yesterday, when you had no proof as to who it was, ma'am, was this you yesterday? When you assumed that it was one person?
You motherfucking animals! You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animals! You are so hateful in your.
But what, see, and when they talk like that, that's okay. Okay. When they talk like that, that's okay. So she can come out and say this. You animals, you what you see, they can talk when they, you see the thing about white people, the thing about white Americans, that's why I'm like, miss me with your clutch pearl ass behavior. When white people act deranged, they'll say, oh, I'm just being passionate because I really care, right? When white people are violent, when they're aggressive, when they're disrespectful, when they're hateful, they'll tell you they're being passionate, they're being truthful, they really care, right? So I have to disrespect you because I'm passionate. Like, I care so much. Like, this hurts me so deeply. I don't know how to converse without disrespecting you. If another person behaves like this woman, you're aggressive, you're combative, you're this, you're that, you're this. Anytime they act a fool, anytime they act like a cockroach from the trailer park, they always sanitize their fuckery. And they call that shit, I'm just passionate. I'm just so passionate. He meant so much to me, right? But when you come and apply the same energy, oh yeah, you white people, you damn animals. Oh my gosh, you're so hateful. You're like a racist. Like, you're not, this is just not respectful, right? They're full of shit. They're the only ones who get to emote at a low frequency and rebrand that shit as passionate. No, we're all fucking passionate. Okay? That's why that girl, like, there was a girl who came in like hours ago. She's like, oh, your title is so hurtful, it's so disrespectful. So I took her to Kirk's channel and I showed her the titles on his channel. She's like, oh, you're so hateful, I'm leaving. I'm like, there you go, white people. Right? As soon as you hold the mirror and say, this is your behavior. Oh my gosh, this is so hateful. Like, I am leaving. Self-awareness, they don't live in there. They have no self-awareness whatsoever. They hate looking at themselves and seeing themselves for who they truly are. I'm like, you go on Charlie Kirk's page, the way he titles his videos, oh my God. Oh my Lord. Christian wear. Christian wear. That's why any black person, you try me with this shit, Marlene, this, you will be blocked. That man is so diabolical, you guys. If you go on his channel, the way he titles his videos, yo, it is so disgusting. And all he does is pick on these gay people, these trans people. Everything is clickbait. Everything with Charlie is clickbait. Clickbait, clickbait.
You know, Patriot Mobile stands for
clickbait, clickbait. All that to make money. Okay? Right? Charlie Kirk sends Van Jones into a mental breakdown. You see, almost 1 million views. Right? Oh, is this where he was annoyed? Oh, we got to watch this one. Oh, this is where your boy got annoyed. Right? The brutal story every fake news outlet continues to ignore. Like all kinds. You see, look at the thumbnail, right? Why Democrat woman want to die alone? Charlie Kirk crushes woke lies. Okay? Gay men say after Christ for 10 years of being a homosexual. Like, that's all he does, y'all, is just troll these people. Okay? Call people wokies. Okay? Charlie Kirk goes full Oppenheimer and drops a nuke on pro-choice nonsense. Okay? DI is a sin. You see this? Okay? DI is a sin. You see this shit? Right? This is him. Right? Hold on.
America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract.
So my name is Talise. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. I'm technically a Democrat, but I have very conservative views because I'm faith-based all the way. So I have a question, which is also kind of a disagreement, but I want to build it up, okay? So, of course, you just said Jesus is the most important thing for everyone out here. And so, can you please explain to everyone out here what Jesus stood for, and especially the qualities of love, how to love your neighbor, even if they don't agree with you?
So what is your name again?
Talise.
Talise, that's a beautiful question. I'm glad you came up to ask it. But I want to also just add something, because you're right. Jesus fully embodied two things simultaneously that showed his divine and his godly nature, because not that Jesus said good things. Jesus is Lord, Christ is King, and Jesus is God, on top of just being a guy with a lot of good ideas.
Yeah.
So John 8, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, best embodies both Christ's mercy and love, but also his commitment to truth. And sometimes in the modern gospel, we overemphasize the grace and we underemphasize the truth.
Yeah.
And so we are far too willing to say, hey, Jesus loves everybody, but we don't get to the second part of the conversation that says Jesus doesn't want you to live in sin. So this is, in John 8, it's best embodied, right? Almost every Christian in this audience will be able to tell you the first part of this.
Hold on. You know, let's go read, because you know that's a white man and he don't read the Bible. That's why he can't even tell us what verse. John 8. We're gonna read this chapter. We're gonna read this damn chapter, because I don't trust white people. Okay, but Jesus went to the Mount of Olives. At dawn, he appeared again in the temple courts, where all the people gathered around him, and he sat down to teach them. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees brought in a woman caught in adultery. They made her stand before the group and said to Jesus, "Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. In the law of Moses, commanded us to stone such a woman. Now, what do you say?" They were using this question as a trap in order to have basis for accusing him. Okay, but Jesus bent down and started to write on the ground with his finger. And when they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, "Let any one of you who is out without sin be the first one to throw a stone at her." Again, he stooped down and wrote on the ground. So he's not done writing. Okay. At this, those who heard began to go away one at a time, and the older ones first, until only Jesus was left, with the woman still standing there. Jesus straightened up and asked her, "Woman, where are they? Has no one condemned you?" "No one, sir," she said. "Then neither do I condemn you," Jesus declared. Go now and leave your life. Go now and leave your life of sin." Okay. I guess we got to keep going. So you see, he didn't give a verse because like, he's so damn stupid. Like, so what part are we referring to? I'm so confused. Because that's a long chapter. So the first one is Mary Magdalene, right? Dispute over Jesus' testimony. When Jesus spoke again to the people, he said, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." The Pharisees challenged him. "Here you are, appearing as your own witness. Your testimony is not valid." Jesus answered, "Even if I testify on my own behalf, my testimony is valid, for I know where I came from and where I'm going. But you have no idea where I came from or where I'm going. You judge by human standards. I pass judgment on no one." Charlie, you saw that part? Oh, I guess you're dead. You can't answer me. So my bad. Okay. All right. Let's keep reading. I said you saw this, but he's already dead. Okay. "But if I do judge, my decisions are true because I'm not alone. I stand with the Father who sent me. In your own law, it is written that the testimony of two witnesses is true. I'm one who testifies for myself. The other witness is the Father who sent me." Then they asked him, "Where is your Father?" "You do not know me or my Father," Jesus replied. "If you knew me, you would know my Father also." He spoke these words while teaching in the temple courts near the place where the offerings were put. Yet no one seized him because his hour had not yet come. Okay. So I don't know what part. Like John 8 it's a long one. So what is he even saying? You see, he just said John 8 because he just memorized something. That's it. This boy does not read the Bible. He don't read the Bible.
And Jesus is God, on top of just being a guy with a lot of good ideas. Yeah. So John 8, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, best embodies both Christ's mercy and love, but also his commitment to truth.
Okay.
And sometimes in the modern gospel, we overemphasize the grace and we underemphasize the truth.
Yeah.
And so we are far too willing to say, hey, Jesus loves everybody, but we don't get to the second part of the conversation that says Jesus doesn't want you to live in sin. So this is, in John 8, it's best embodied, right? Almost every Christian in this audience will be able to tell you the first part of this, which is a bunch of Sadducees and Pharisees who are standing around with rocks, and they're about to stone the prostitute woman. And Jesus comes up and says, let the first among you without sin cast the first stone. And everyone starts dropping the rocks. But what comes next shows that Christ is not just grace-focused, he's simultaneously truth-focused. He goes up to the woman who had a career in selling herself for sex and said,
nowhere in the Bible is it they call it adultery. No, he's dead in, so what? He's dead in. You guys don't talk about Saddam Hussein. You white people don't talk about George Floyd. Miss me with the bullshit. White people, I don't give a fuck about your double standards. You white people, George Floyd been dead for 5 years. Y'all won't let this man's name rest in peace. Y'all talk about dead black people all the time. When are you not bringing dead black children in Chicago? When are you not bringing up all kinds of dead black people? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and get this fucking work. Okay? Your goofy ass double standards do not work over here. Shut up. Every day, George Floyd. That man been dead for 5 fucking years. You fuckers are still talking about this man. Exactly. There you go. Because I was raised by white Americans. There you go. I give you the same fucking energy. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You act like we live in a country where white people are decent human beings. Nah, we learn from the best. Y'all some evil ass bitches. And now we matching your fucking energy. Okay, Charlie Kirk gonna be talked about. Dead or not. I ain't killed that motherfucker. Okay, but he's still a trending topic without a pulse. Next, bitch. Okay, I don't give a fuck to be a Christian, bitch. Who are you to assess my Christianity? You're a fucking Nephilim. You are a fucking Nephilim. You won't even ascend. You don't even ascend. You're a Nephilim. Have you not seen how your skin is see-through? Don't do it. You a fucking Nephilim. Okay, you don't even know who God is. You probably worship money, and unfortunately, you don't worship soap. That's the sad part. Get the fuck out of here. Imagine a fucking Nephilim. Oh, you're not even a Christian. Yeah, it says a demon. Okay, yeah, look at me, all right, bitch. At least I have a pulse, motherfucker. Look at me, bitch. I'm breathing, motherfucker. Okay, look at me, bitch. Talk about this dead boy. Okay, yes, look at me. Alive. Look at me. Oh, she living, she breathing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Dumbass people like this. They're so damn stupid. Get the fuck on. Anyways, you guys. Sorry, y'all. A little bit. Like they always talk about George Floyd. They talk about Trayvon. They talk about Philando Castile. They talk about everybody. Breonna Taylor. They always talk about dead black people. Can nobody rest in peace with these people? They talk about MLK. They will talk about every and any dead black person non-fucking stop. Non-fucking stop. But you can't talk about their people? Shut up, Nephilim. Who the fuck even asked you to be here? Anyways, who prayed for me, Tim? Who prayed for me? Motherfucker, pray for yourself, your corny ass. Pray for your goofy ass self. Your wife about to divorce you and take your 401k. Shut the fuck up, Tim. Pray for me. You white fuckers don't pray for nobody. You're demons. Why are these Nephilims over here? Who told these Nephilims to get here? Like, why is he here? Like, get the fuck out of here. Pray for you every day. Shut up. Get out of here. Why are they here? Like, who called these people over here? Bunch of weirdos. Get out of here with that. They're so dumb. And they think oh, he prayed for you. White people, you don't pray for nobody. You're evil. You enslave people. Get out of here with that. Charlie Kirk praying for who? Praying for who? You think insulting people is a prayer? You think calling people DEI people is a prayer? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Pray that your wife don't divorce you and take all your money and make your kids hate your white ass. They're fucking stupid. Anyways, y'all, sorry, little distraction. Right? Where in the Bible does it say that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute? They said they caught her in adultery. So we don't know if she's a prostitute. He can't even say her name because he don't read the Bible. This is Mary Magdalene. Oh, the prostitute woman. What's her name? Okay, Nephilim. This is a fraud. He knows nothing about the Bible. Okay? Like, they're so stupid. Yeah, they need to get this work. They need to get this work. They need to get this fucking work. They're fucking crazy. Every day, you go on social media, white people do nothing but talk about dead black people. Every single day, they talk about dead black people. Because in their goofy racist minds, it's perfectly okay. They can do whatever they want. White Americans are a bunch of bullies. It's a double standard people. It's a hypocritical people. It's a non-principle ass, having ass people. They can do whatever they want, say whatever they want, talk about whoever they want. But when it comes to dirt shit, you got to be sensitive. You got to be mindful. You got to be respectful. And nothing about your white American brain that's respectful. Y'all some crazy ass rednecks who stole a whole lot of money and rebranded your fucking selves. You're trashy ass people. Only trashy people can support Charlie Kirk. You are a low class people. Bunch of rednecks. Shut the fuck up. I got time for this shit. Oh my gosh, Jay, I'm fucking drained. Like, I'm fucking drained. Like 30 years in, I'm exhausted. They're fucking draining. Anyways, what the fuck? What he's saying? Okay, so I feel like maybe he's referring to this. Like it says, John 8 verse 32. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So maybe that's what he's referring to. I don't know, right? But let's see how he ties this in. Because he said DEI is a sin. So let's
sin no more.
Okay.
Now, imagine today how much trouble you would get in if you would go up to somebody and say, stop sinning. You're being too judgmental. No, you're actually being Christ-like. So Jesus stood. He was 100% grace and truth. And that tension is very hard in a modern world because we want to
So he said Jesus was grace. He has grace? Clam.
overemphasize grace when in reality, Christ loves us too much to have us continue to live in sin. He wants us to try to elevate our actions to glorify God in all that we do.
I agree 100%. And so to build on my question, I really want to talk about DEI. And so with our Christian, I will agree with you a lot of, I read the Bible for myself, so I knew what that scripture said. But my question is, how can Christian teachings of love, equity, and justice inform and shape discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion in today's society? And so to also, Jesus hung out with sinners. He did not judge. He told the truth. And so I think that a lot of people in society today, when we talk about political views that are opposition, we judge them because we think, oh, because you voted for Trump, you agree on everything, when that's not the case, right? And I want you to talk about that. Also
Very good.
DEI.
So, and then I'll connect it to DEI, and I'm going to make a case, and I don't know if it'll be persuasive to you, why I think DEI is unbiblical, and I'm going to try to make that case. Okay.
Yeah.
But first, let me comment on your astute point, which is that Christ wants us to be around people that are not like us. This is why I go to college campuses, but more and more I go to college campuses and I'm getting a lot of big crowds. So it's kind of unusual. I used to go here and, get heckled and have very small crowds. But let me demonstrate this in an unusual way. Almost every person in this audience would say Christ wants us to be salt and light. Now, what are the two characteristics of salt and light? They change the environments that they come in contact with. They do not affirm. They do not conform. They change for the better. It's very important, everybody. We as Christians are called to change the environment that we come in touch with. Now, as far as DEI and why I believe it's unbiblical, now I'm going to go down to just the academic textbook definition of DEI. You might have a different idea of what DEI is. You might have a different perspective. I'm willing to hear that. But the actual textbook definition, as authored by people like Kimberly Crenshaw and Derek Bell, as it came out of critical theory, is essentially this, is that instead of having a goal of race blindness, they want a goal of race obsession and race consciousness, that we should talk about race more, not less. I believe the scriptures tell us firmly in many different verses that I could quote, but one in particular, when the Apostle Paul wrote, he said, neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, but we are all one in Christ Jesus. Essentially stating that racial differences are indifferent, or mean nothing to the Almighty God. All that matters to God is not black or white or Republican or Democrat. It's saved or unsaved are the only things that matter to Christ Jesus. So therefore, and let me finish the point, what DEI does through hiring practices, racial quotas, and many other different ways that I could list, is that it has an emphasis on things that the Bible does not categorize as important. In fact, it says the exact opposite, that we should only care about character and the soul of an individual, not the melanin content in their skin.
So
And why do you only target black people? So do everything like that, but it makes no sense. He just says things that make white people feel good. If the Bible says that there are neither slaves nor Jew nor Greek, that we're all one, then why is it that when a black person does a thing, you don't just say, hey, Javon did this, right? The young man who stabbed the Ukrainian lady. why don't you just say, let's say his name is Marcus. Marcus stabbed this innocent woman while she was just sitting there. So you yourself are a hypocrite. You yourself are a sinner, right? When there's a person who commits a crime, the first thing you care about, Charlie, is what's the skin color of the criminal. Then you say, oh, what's the skin color of the victim? And if it happens that the man is black and the woman is white, you run to your channel and you tell your goofy ass, clownish ass, white racist people, well, you see? No. If you yourself believed in John 8, then you would say, hey, this man did something wrong. How do we make sure that it doesn't happen again and leave it at that? But if one person does a crime and they happen to be black, it is a reason for you to indict all black people. It means that all black people act like this. All black people behave like this. It is very possible that with DEI, there were some black people who were not deserving. But does that mean that throughout the course of American history, every black person who had an achievement, right, did not deserve it? And that's the message you're sending out. And the part where you're missing the part is that a lot of white people also have things they did not deserve. And you don't go throughout history and call out the countless white people who had things just because they were white. Because that was it. You couldn't hire anybody else but a white person. If it came to management, if it came to this and this and that, it had to be a white man, even if he was not the most qualified. White men are the first recipient of the classic DEI in America. Then it's white women, right? And it's funny also when we have this conversation about DEI, I find it very funny that you people never have the Christian balls, the white Christian national testicles, right, to call out the Jews, these Jewish immigrants from Europe who are always benefiting of DEI. Every Jew that's at Harvard belongs there. Every Jew that goes to Wharton belongs there. Every Jew that goes to Princeton is deserving. All these Jews who are currently in Trump's administration, they're there because they deserve it. About 90% of Trump's cabinet is Jewish. Like that's normal to you? No, they never have the courage to call out the Jewish DEI and their behavior and how they're receiving shit they don't deserve. They have people believing that Jeffrey Einstein was some kind of mad genius and they give him some kind of teaching position at Harvard. Motherfucker dumb as fuck. All he knows how to do is have sex with little girls. But Jewish people receive a lot of DEI, and they're still receiving DEI. You go to New York City, for example, those Hasidic Jews, right? They're on welfare. They get EBT. They got a bunch of babies. They get free school, free this. Like the Jews out here, like it's like America is for these people. But you only have an issue when black people are receiving DEI. And that right there makes you a fucking hypocrite. And every other goofy ass white people that follow you and don't have the testicles to speak on the Jews and their fucking DEI and how they have received so much from a country where the Holocaust never took place. Then the Holocaust never took place in America. It took place in fucking Germany. Okay? This is not Berlin. This is fucking like, this is fucking like, I don't know, Miami, Florida, whatever. But is it normal for an American government to skew 90% Jew? That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. There's not even a Chinese person in the cabinet. There's not even a Korean American. And these are some of the people that have the best test scores in the country. So that doesn't make any sense. Trump has more Jews in his cabinet than even has white Americans. How many actual Anglo-Saxons? How many Anglo-Saxons are in Trump's actual cabinet? Can you count? So you're full of shit. You're full of shit. And that's what you do. You highlight a part of the truth because your job is to trigger white hatred against black people. You're a coward. And that's why you have the faith of a coward, right? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Like, you people are fucking crazy. All these Jewish kids, like, to the point that they're writing special laws. Columbia, Harvard, Princeton, you name it. They have special policies so you don't hurt the feelings of Jewish students because Jewish students have to feel safe. This ain't fucking Germany. This is fucking America. Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. They can go back to Warsaw. They can go back to Poland. They can go back to where the fuck they came from. Why do we have to bend over backwards for people who are from fucking Germany? What the fuck is going on? And my point is, you never call out how Jewish people are recipients of so much DEI, so much welfare, so much protection, so like their image, even when they do bad shit, they're still protected. From Bernard Madoff to Sam Bankman-Fried, America lost $100 billion. If a Nigerian has stolen that kind of money, y'all would have lost your mind. Got the world thinking that Nigerians are the biggest scammers. I don't think so. Okay? What's his name? Madoff, he's a Jew. Sam Bankman-Fried, he's a Jew. Lehman Brothers, it was ran by the Jews. And they lost all that fucking money. They crashed the housing market. Jewish people crashed the housing market in 2008. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. And we still have to give them a bailout. Joe Biden gave these Jewish bankers a big ass bailout. The vast majority of banks are they're owned by the Jews. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, like, go fuck yourself. It's fucking annoying. If you don't have the courage to call everybody that received DEI and that is not deserving of it, then shut the fuck up. Well, I guess you're dead now, so you definitely would shut the fuck up eternally. Hallelujah. Okay? Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. That's the part that's disgusting. You want the entire country to believe that the only people who are receiving DEI are Black people. That is so incorrect. That is so incorrect. And we should all say, it should all be noted once and for all, that the biggest recipients of DEI were white women. So these bitches, your goofy ass kinfolk, is some sinners. Get the fuck out of here. Like, oh, well, you're already gone. So I guess, yeah, well, shit, listen. The fuck? I keep thinking you're alive. Like, what the fuck?
I agree. Well, I actually don't agree, because in Acts 2, it talks about how when the Holy Spirit came upon the apostles and when the Holy Spirit came into the region, that a lot of people who spoke different tongues, that they could understand each other. And I think when we talk about the Bible, we talk about the spread of the gospel, you see that these people are going to different regions, not only learning about their culture, but adapting so that they could, again, spread the gospel. And I think that it's important. And I think people get confused that DEI is only about race. It's about learning somebody's background. I'm not.
Girl, you're not equipped for this. You tried, but I should have been up there. I'm like, confess that these Jews are also receiving DEI. You wouldn't have the strength to do it. Get the fuck out of here. You white Americans, you're a bunch of money-loving whores. Bunch of money-loving whores. You sold your country to these Jews because you're so greedy. Dirty-ass politicians. Dirty-ass people. You're so fucking greedy. You sold your country in little pieces. Like when you take the car to the shop and they just take the car into pieces, that's what they did. They sold this nation because they love money. And now they have no control because Israel runs this nation to the point that they feel so comfortable committing murder in broad daylight. What the fuck? What the fuck? But you let that happen. You let that happen. It was never like this, but it became like this because white American politicians are a bunch of money-loving, hungry whores. And they're also a bunch of pedophiles who love to sleep with children. And by doing so, they gave Einstein everything he needed to hold these fuckers by the balls. Now they scared. They can't do shit. They can't even fight for the American people because their lives is nasty. Even Trump knows dang well he's on that list. That's why he wanted people to drop that shit because he knows he's on there. Now, I don't know if he touched the kids or not, but I know he's on the list. Okay? So it's like, shut up. People are sick and tired. I don't know. We're watching something. I forgot. Okay, like, you're crazy.
Our hearts to go out and shoot a young man who's never hurted anyone.
Miss her.
Look how dumb she is. So you don't know that words can hurt people? Girl, shut up. You're using insults because you want to hurt people. Like, you see how dumb they are? Oh, he's never hurt anyone, but I'm going to call you all kinds of animals. You're calling people animals because you want to hurt people. So therefore, you are fully cognizant that words are hurtful. So how can you say, oh, he didn't hurt nobody? You can say Charlie Kirk never had a physical assault case. Of course not, because that's not good for his brand. But with everything he said, his intention was to be hurtful. His intention was to be divisive. His intention was to be shameful. He wanted to shame people, hurt people, degrade people, demean people. This man was sitting here doing everything in his power to incite racial violence against Black people, against Latinos, against immigrants, against the Haitians, against the trans people, against the who else, the Muslims, the Arabs, right? So miss me with the bullshit, sis. You're crazy as fuck. Get off the filter, because I know you look like you're probably 70. Okay, them aging ass, cottage ass, looking ass, ugly ass white bitches. Y'all love a good filter. Girl, show your fucking age, bitch. Okay, you fucking crypto bitch, right? A old ass bitch like this using filters to cuss people out. Bitch, show your real face, show your age, show your neck. You dumb. He's a hateful person. He's a fucking hateful person. Okay, they're fucking evil. They're really, really evil. She's fucking evil.
Wasn't that you 24 hours ago? Objection. How come you? Why didn't you give the MK Ultra grace yesterday to the crazy perverted liberals? You know, now it's MK Ultra. Girl, if you don't sit your ass down.
Exactly.
I know she didn't.
Oh, she sure did.
They're going to make it seem like it was this one guy, right? Just this one deranged lunatic. But I don't think it was. And I don't think that the shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania was just one guy either. You know, I think it's MK Ultra. I think it's mind control. I think it's a psyop. So it's going to look like it was just one guy. But you better believe there's a whole ass machine behind that working to make shit like this happen. Because, you know, Charlie Kirk was a very young guy. He was college age when he started going to college campuses and talking to fellow constituents his own age about politics and ideology. Completely and utterly open to all ideas and sharing of ideas. Never violent.
Yeah, right. But you got to use your words to be violent. These people are so disingenuous. White people. This bitch is probably she probably a brunette her damn self, right? Bleaching her hair her entire life. Does your husband know? I mean, if she's married, because you know these hoes, champ, they be ran through. Okay, be ran through. Anyways, let's watch this one real quick.
Yeah, we back.
Yeah,
we back. Now, today's video is going to be a follow-up video to the one I dropped earlier today entitled Charlie Kirk, Suspect Arrested. He was taken out by his own people. Now, today, we have the governor of Utah himself, obviously, coming out making a statement. And he actually said that he is shocked that Charlie Kirk was taken out by his own people.
Wow.
Right? He can't believe it. Now, even before Charlie Kirk passed away, on my channel, we were already having conversations on the fact that this is the most likely scenario. And even when he passed away, I came out and did a video before the suspect was arrested. And I said on my channel, he was taken out by his own people. Before they even came out and pronounced that he was dead, I already came out and said he was taken out by his own people. I didn't even need to wait for the official results. I already let y'all know he was taken out by his own people. So now we simply got the confirmation. So now I'm going to play the clip from the governor of Utah. He can't believe that Charlie Kirk was taken out by his own people. Run the clip. I'll be right back.
For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for. This had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
And you said when he says another country, he meant like either a Latino, an illegal Latino, or a Muslim. You see how hateful they are? Like it is so inconceivable that a white man would shoot another white man. Says a man who's born in America. Like these people are so crazy. They're so delusional. They are so delusional. I think with white people, like they're like trans good. They're trans noble. They're trans decent. How can you be a white American? He's almost like in his 50s, right? You're born here. You've been alive for like 5 decades. Usually when there's a mass shooting in America, who is it? You cannot be this delusional. Oh, I was hoping it was somebody from a different country. How many Latinos illegals go to Utah? How many Mohammeds go to Utah? Or you were hoping for a Davion to go to Utah? You know damn well you're stating on those damn black people. So who else was it going to be? But this is how delusional they are. They are so delusional. Anybody, when you heard that Charlie Kirk got shot like that, I think most of us black people knew it was a white person. Like this is what white people do. That's not a black crime. So how can you say, "Oh, I was praying so hard that it would be somebody else from a different state, a different country"? No, it's your own. It's your own child. This right here, that's your nephew. He killed that man because you guys are killing people. Okay, like a bunch of weirdos. But it doesn't matter. The residents of Utah are white people. So why does he think that white people are not capable of killing people because they're from Utah, because they're Mormon? They sleep with like 8 bitches at once. They got 8 bitches on rotation. These sister wives, they sleep with these heifers on rotation. These are deviant people. They got 8 wives, 8 kids, 20 kids, 12 wives. They married these girls underage. These are deviant people. They're deviant. Have you ever seen somebody give their testimony how I ran for my life from the Mormon church? These are deviant people. They meddle in incest. They're probably even pedos. Some of these sister wives, they start marrying these girls like they're 19, 15, 16. They homeschool. These girls are so like, they don't know shit. Anytime you see somebody that used to be a Mormon and they tell you what it was like being a Mormon, it's a fucking cult. These people's dark as fuck. So why would he believe that a place full of white pimps who have sex with underage white girls, that place can't lead to crazy children? They meddle in incest. Utah is like the more glamorized version of West Virginia. That's it. It's a fancier, more glamorized, wealthier version of West Virginia. These people are incestuous. They inbreed all that weird shit. So how are you not gonna have fucked up white people in Utah? Because they're white? And that's my point. I think white folks, sometimes they look at their skin, they look at their complexion. Oh, you see, I'm white like Jesus. I'm white like snow. I'm as white as snow. There's no evil in me. There's nothing wrong with me. God lives in me. They're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy. They think their complexion like just makes them good people. Because I'm white, I'm good. Because I'm white, I'm awesome. Because I'm white, God has chosen me. No, you just don't have melanin. That does not automatically make you a good person. But Utah has everything necessary to create a white killer. It's full of white people. It's a bunch of inbreeding bullshit. Bunch of pedophiles. It's a bunch of pimps. It's a bunch of sister wives. It's a bunch of kids being homeschooled. God knows what the fuck they learned. They got a bunch of guns. So why not Utah? Okay? But that's how delusional he is. So I guess this man right here, he really needed a reality check. You know, the whole mirror to see that they're not good people. Exactly. Like, I didn't think it. Shut up. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's the fucking cult. And they brainwash the kids. They brainwash the sister wives. These people they're worse than Islam. Oh, these Muslim women are oppressed. Nah, the Mormon lady is oppressed. Get her some help. Why, shut up. They're crazy. Yeah, they're so insane. They are really, really insane. Well, he's a Trump supporter. Okay. No, I didn't think it was going to happen here. Yes, I did.
It wouldn't be one of us.
It is one of you.
Now, if you ask me, it's a number of reasons why I believe what he said was problematic. Number one, if you're a leader, if you're a governor of a state, and you have a high-profile case like this on your hands, I think the main thing you should be focused on is simply solving the case, right? Solving the case, getting the perpetrator off the streets, you know, easing the anxiety of the public. But he said the only thing on my mind was making sure that I hope it wasn't my own people, right? I hope it wasn't my own people. I hope it was somebody else. I hope it was somebody that it sounded like you wanted to weaponize the case against your political opposition, which that's pretty much the vibe I've been getting over the past week when it came to those in the conservative media, especially, right? Cherry picking, you know, certain cases to push certain narratives and weaponize it against their political opposition. And of course, when it came to me, I seen right through the propaganda immediately. So I called them out on it, right? And I made a series of videos destroying their positions. And I can understand, you know, some of the grifters in the conservative media, right? They got bills to pay. You know, maybe their wife, you know, got a spending habit, so they got to do what they got to do to get the money. But we expect more from elected officials. We don't expect elected officials to be trying to weaponize certain cases, you know, get in on the grift and push certain narratives, right? Come on now, it's about solving the case. It's about solving a crime. It's not about pushing the narrative. It almost sounds like the value of solving the case has diminished in his eyes because the demographic doesn't match up to what he wants it to be, right? He can't really paint the suspect in custody right now in the certain narrative that he wanted to paint, right? Like I said, homegrown American, all-American, great student, perfect grades, went to school on a scholarship. His father, law enforcement Republican. His mother worked for the government. Been going to the gun range with his father his entire life. He got all type of photos holding big guns and rocket launchers. Take a look up on the screen, right? Now they trying to pivot. Like I said, they want to break themselves up into factions and denominations and different divisions. No, brother, he got taken out by his own people. Now they trying to say it was the radical left. Do you think that this man was raised in a family that has anything to do with the radical left? Oh, no, he went to college. He was brainwashed by the radical left. No, brother, no. No, this is a real deal shooter right here. Grew up holding rocket launchers and big guns and shoot things from a mile away. He is a real deal shooter. His father, law enforcement, probably military, right? Probably grew up shooting his whole life. This is the United States. Kids in the United States grow up shooting guns all type of different sizes. And if you see my video from earlier today, then you already know that when you look at his grades, this was a perfect student, 4.0 GPA. So you can see that it was a certain standard of excellence when it came to him. So to me, it wouldn't be far off to be somebody who been shooting his whole life and is actually excellent at what he does in terms of marksmanship. And it's really a shame that the governor of Utah said that, because as a governor of a state, you know that the majority of the crime happening in your state is most likely coming from citizens of your state, right? I'm pretty sure that whatever robberies or arsons or whatever assaults or whatever misdemeanors or traffic violations take place in the state of Utah, it's probably going to be from your own people, right? So I don't know why you would believe that a murder would be out of the question. I'm pretty.
The thing that is so sad is that his father introduced him to guns. So let Charlie Kirk tell it. Black boys don't have fathers. 75% of black fathers are not in the home. If your dad is not in the home, you're likely to go to prison. This boy's going to prison because his daddy was in his life. His daddy showed him how to do all this crazy shit. Because imagine if he didn't know how to shoot, he would have done that shit. He had access, he had the experience, he had the training. His dad. You teach your son how to do all this shit, but you don't worry about it. Like, does he have the mental capacity for this bullshit? So now this white man about to go to prison because of his daddy. And this goofy ass white woman, you let this man put all kinds of guns in your baby's hands. Like, yo, is he mature enough for all this? Are you sure he's going to be okay? When y'all noticed that he was becoming more radicalized politically, y'all should have talked to that boy. Do you know what I mean? Because he knows how to kill. He knows how to shoot. Right? But this is how they raised their kids. They raised their kids to be vigilantes. They raised their kids like they about to go join a fucking militia. White people love to put guns in the hands of their children. They're crazy. They're really, really crazy. Like yesterday, they caught this little white boy. He's 13 years old with 23 different guns. 23. A 13-year-old boy. Right? With white fathers in the home. They go straight to the schools and start shooting people. Okay? Why do white kids have their daddies in their lives and they go shooting people? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That is really, really crazy. Yeah. Without even making sure, like, mentally, he's like, he can handle this skill because he has a skill to kill, but he don't have the emotional maturity for something so powerful. They teach their kids how to kill before they teach their kids how to manage their emotions, right? But they think they have it all figured out. Yeah, the fuck right. Get the fuck out of here, bunch of weirdos. Okay? Exactly. Like if you're gonna teach your son how to be a killer for real, you gotta make sure he has the emotional maturity. Because that is a powerful skill. No, they teach their kids killing shit, and they don't make sure that they have the emotional maturity that goes along with something so powerful. Now look at you. Your son might go to prison for life. They might put your son on death row because you did that shit. He was not mentally equipped for such a powerful skill. If that little boy never had touched guns in his life, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Look at what you did to your son. Like, that's some crazy, and there's goofy ass white women. Okay? Goofy white American mother. They're a bunch of goofies. You see this man put all kinds of weapons in your baby's hand. Not my baby. You crazy. Leave that boy out of this shit. He is not mature enough for this stuff. He's not mature. Now he threw his whole life away. And his brother, like, imagine, I'm not trying to be funny, because I'm gonna tell you all this. I have sympathy for him. I have a lot of sympathy for this young white man. I feel sorry for his soul. I really do. Because this country is so damn batshit crazy. Everything is so radicalized. Everything's so extreme. And people like Charlie Kirk did not help. You didn't help because you made some people feel like this is what they had to do. Are you insane? I'm like, this young man, his life is ruined. Like Charlie, he chose to be hateful. That was his brand. This young man, he felt like, yo, this is what you have to do because he's not a good person. But there was a better way, young man. There really was a better way. And I wish you would have talked to someone. Charlie Kirk is not worth going to prison over. He ain't shit. He a college dropout. You're everything Charlie Kirk wish he was. You're brilliant. You have good grades. You have a scholarship. You have a 4.0 GPA. This dyslexic ass, ADHD, IEP having ass motherfucker. He wish he had your life. You're everything he wish he was. This motherfucker is not worth going to prison for. He ain't shit. He even had to shame his wife into marrying him. He ain't got no fucking game. He was not worth it. He wasn't worth it. He's a fucking clown. And he wasn't going to go nowhere anyways. I wish you would have talked to someone. I wish you would have talked to someone. He's not worth it. He's a fucking troll. He's like you, everything you have, that's what he wish he had. He don't have the grades. He don't have your intellect. And also you're taller than him. So imagine that. He's not worth it. He's a fucking clown. Him and his goofy ass followers. I wish I had known you. Like, I wish you had known me and you had reached out to me. Like TT Martin, I'm like, man, fuck that motherfucker. He ain't shit. Don't worry about his ass. Don't worry about him. Live your life. People like that, they're not going to go far. He's wicked. He got a wicked brain. He's not going to prosper. You know what I mean? I wish you hadn't thrown your life away. Now, your little brothers and stuff, they look up to you. You're the older brother. Now you're going to be going behind Charlie Kirk. He's a fucking clown. You're going to have to see your parents behind a glass for the rest of your life. For who? Charlie Kirk? He ain't shit. He's a failure. He's a clown. He has no intellectual baggage. He's a fucking clown with his weird lips, whatever the fuck he got going on. He got some weird twitch. Does that weird shit. He's a fucking clown. You don't kill clowns. You throw water bottles. You should have thrown a water bottle real quick and then ran for your life. Okay? He's not worth it. Yeah, he's not worth it. Yeah, he's just not worth it. He's a piece of trash. He's just not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude, he didn't have your grades. He went to community college. He's a bum. He didn't have your grades. He didn't have, like, you're really smart. You're brilliant. This dude is a clown. He's a fucking clown. He was wearing hand-me-downs. His first suit, he wore his first suit, his first nice suit, because Eric Trump gave him some money. He a broke-ass little bitch. He's a fucking failure. He's a mediocre-ass motherfucker. He's a clown with his Huckleberry Finn-looking ass. Tom Sawyer-looking ass. This man is not worth it. He was not worth your future. And I wish your dad would have talked to you, because when you have a great skill, like a skill like killing like this, you got to have the maturity that goes along with it. Your dad did you a great disservice because he was fucking selfish. If you were going to teach your kids to handle weapons, you got to make sure they have the maturity for something so serious. It's a big responsibility. But no, a goofy ass white man as well. Bunch of goofy ass white people. They're clowns. I'm like, yeah. No, he looks like Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer. Like, he's a clown. He's a fucking clown. This dude had an IEP in school. He's slow. He's remedial. He's like, look, the girl asked him one question. It took this fucker like 30 minutes to get to the point. He had like this dude. There is no way he's not dyslexic. There is no way he don't have ADHD. He is slow as fuck. Gonna take this motherfucker 30 minutes just to get to the fucking point. He is dumb. That's why white people like his ass, just like Trump. They like people who talk stupid. They like Trump, Charlie Kirk, George W. Bush Jr., Bigley. They like people who can't speak English properly. They're so weird. The dumber you sound, the more white folks like your message. They're so fucking remedial. But I'm like, it really hurts me because you're really brilliant. You would have gone out of school, gone to grad school, probably had a PhD, got married, had kids. Charlie Kirk was never worth your future. He ain't shit. He threw his life away. You know what I'm saying? So it's really sad. You young people, do not let these goofy ass trolls, these grifters get the best of y'all. They're not going to prosper. They're not going to prosper. Don't worry about it. They will not prosper. You don't even have to intervene. They're not going to prosper. These are not good people. Don't ever let nobody on social media trigger you. They're not going to prosper. They hate themselves. That's why they got to put so much hatred in the world. It's a miserable people. Look at Officer Tatum. He's a miserable ass dude. Fucking overweight. All he does is get fatter and fatter and fatter. His cheeks so damn fat, you can't even see his eyes no more. You think his grandma was Chinese. He's so damn fat. Okay? What the fuck is going on? Open your eyes, motherfucker. Open your eyes wide. His cheeks are so fucking big. Like, all he does is eat. All he does is eat. And he want to sell people his goofy ass chips that glow in the dark. No, bitch, you're fat. I don't want to be fat like you. You weirdo. What is this? Yeah. This is like, yeah. He's like, he has issues, this guy. He's weird. He's a weirdo.
Sure, whatever violent crime, non-violent crime offenses are happening in the state of Utah, as with any other state and location in the world, is going to be from the inhabitants of that region. So to me, I think that was a shame that he said that he hoped that it was an outsider or a foreigner or somebody from a different country that flew into the country or drove across the country. No, brother, it was your own people. It was your own people, you know. And as a student of history, you should already know that if you get taken out, it's most likely going to be from your own people. When you look at the pages of history, it is littered with those type of stories, man. Somebody who got taken out by his own people, right? And I'm Haitian. Dessalines got killed in Port-au-Prince. So that's all I got to say about that, right? And when you look at European history, it's littered with a bunch of European monarchs and leaders taken out, overthrown, betrayed by their own people, right? So this is no different. This is not unique. This is pretty much how it goes in real life, right? You get taken out by your own people. But because a lot of people, especially under conservative right media, the grifters like Matt Walsh and a bunch of other people, they were pushing certain narratives, right? Trying to rally the troops against the political opposition, right? Guys like Matt Walsh. Run the clip. I'll be right back.
Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for...
See Matt Walsh with his small dick. This is how these small dick niggas be talking. Oh, it's time for us to shut up. Shut the fuck up. Matt, you ain't gonna do shit. Matt, you can't even pull out. Your pull-out game is so weak. This fucker got like 6, 7 kids. His wife is a stay-at-home mom. Okay? That's why he got a lot like this. He got too many kids. Because his pull-out game is fucking weak. Okay? This dude wouldn't do shit. He wouldn't do shit. Okay? The only mastery he has is impregnating his wife and starting bullshit. Have you ever seen Matt Walsh outside? Have you ever seen Matt Walsh outside doing anything? No, he's not. He's a goofy-ass dude. Another goofy-ass. You're not going to do shit. I don't even think this dude right here can even bench press 60 pounds. Okay? He's all talk, no testosterone, no muscle, no action, deficient in protein. You're not gonna do shit, Matt. Just talking all kinds of big shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Oh, it's time for justice. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. People are sick of you. Okay? If you really wanted to do something, you would have been outside. You're never outside. You're always in your studio. You're always safely nested in your studio, talking your big shit, picking on people, and telling other white people to crash out. You're part of the problem. And I really feel as though YouTube, seriously, YouTube is going to have to create some new policies. Like political commentary needs to not be able to get monetized. I feel like political commentary needs to no longer be monetized on YouTube. And then we're really going to see who really, really cares about this shit and who's really doing it for the money. YouTube's going to have to change the policies. YouTube is going to have to change the policies because YouTube also plays a part in this. Because as long as they allow people like this to monetize their grift, to monetize their hatred, to monetize their foolishness, they're going to keep doing it because there's money to be made. So the CEO of YouTube is going to have to revise monetization when it comes to political content, political commentary. If they're going to keep these videos monetized, people have to be required to show both sides. If you're not capable to show both sides, I guess your video won't get monetized. That's it. We have to force people to move with integrity. We're gonna have to force. Yeah, that's no. But even when he bullies trans people, it's not outside. It's in a safe setting. And even when he bullies the trans, he go for them skinny ass little trans people. He don't go for them big ass trans people because he's scared. Okay, because he's scared. Matt will never go outside. Matt will never march with people. He's not going to be out there. He is scared. He got too many bills. Like he lies for a living. His pullout game is so weak. Okay, the lady's always pregnant. All he does is get her pregnant. That's the only thing he's good for. And pregnant that woman. That's all he does. Can't get off that lady. Leave her alone. She's tired. How can one woman have 6 kids in modern day America? That's weird. He's a weirdo. He's a freaking weirdo. And I promise you one day they're going to find out that Matt Walsh has child porn on his computer. I wouldn't be surprised. I will not be surprised that one day this dude going to end up getting arrested for child pornography on his computer. I will not be surprised because he tries too hard. He tries too hard. That Christian Griff, I don't fall for that. He's a pervert. He's a perv. He going to get got. He's freaking evil. All of this right here to encourage racial tension. That's all they want to see. White people do something crazy. They don't even like their followers. They hate their followers. Because if you cared about your followers, you would say things in a way to make sure nobody crashes out. Because you never know. No, you don't care. He wants them to crash out so he can have more content. Grifter. He doesn't because he's scared. He can't fight. He doesn't work out. Some puny white man. He doesn't work out. He doesn't exercise. He doesn't run. All he does is run his mouth. He's a little bitch. He's not some feminine energy. He's crazy. He's a weak ass dude.
The righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children.
Shut up.
Now, that was before we had any information or confirmation on who the suspect was or anything like that. Matt Walsh already came out and he already targeted the left, right? He was already rallying the troops, right?
Yep.
Using the story to rally the troops against his political opposition. Oh, it's the radical left. We try to talk to you on the radical left. Now we ain't talking no more. Right? We grabbing the fire, right? That's what he said. Matt Walsh said we ain't talking no more, right? That sounds like Matt Walsh. He was trying to escalate it to another level before we even had the confirmation on who the suspect was. Matt Walsh, he didn't even need the confirmation. In his mind, it was the radical left. And now it's time to rally the troops. We're going to march on the radical left. Now, besides that, the other narrative that was playing on a 24-hour loop on the conservative, con artist media, it was the narrative of the big black boogeyman, right? Hide your kids, hide your wives. The black man is outside, right? Take a look up on the screen.
Do you know that 1 in every 22 black men in America will commit murder in his lifetime? Black men.
Now, that's why the death of Charlie Kirk at the hands of his own people, I know this is hitting like an earthquake for the conservative right. They felt like they finally had their moment, right? But now this disrupted the whole narrative. It destroyed the whole narrative. And of course, that's why I said I was inspired to come out against these clowns because listen, brother, when we look at the stats of the crime in the white community and we see that white men, if you look at the stats, 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, you the main perpetrator of the crime in your own community. And you sitting around talking about the black man all day. Oh, the black man did this. The black man did that. Nah, brother. Stop this homoerotic fetish you got with the black man. Stop this homoerotic obsession you got with the black man, bro. You sitting around every single day talking about the black man. It's really unbecoming of a man. Now, all the conservative grifters in the media, they got to go back to the headquarters and come up with a different narrative, right? Because you saw the language they were using. Guys like Matt Walsh said, listen, we done talking. We're not talking no more, right? But now when you realize it came from your own people, now you got to come with that same aggression towards your own people. So now they scrambling right now. They confused. They don't know what to do. They looking stupid. And like I said, I called it from day one. Bro. Immediately, I was like, listen, the first thing I said, he was killed by his own people. And we're not going to allow them to break themselves up into different factions and different groups and tribes. No, right? Because when it comes to us, we never get broken down into different groups and tribes and political affiliation. Oh, it was the black Democrats that did this against the black, libertarians. No, it's just the black community and that's it. The black community. It's not, oh, the black Christians and the black Muslims. Oh, man. No. Oh, the black upper class Negroes who went to, Ivy League colleges. No, it's just the black community. So stop breaking yourself up into bits and pieces. No, you got hit by your own people, right? You got done up by your own people, targeted and removed by your own people. And like I said, this is not out of the ordinary. When you're a student of history, the pages of history are littered with men who have been taken out by their own people. And if you're a leader, you have to understand that 9 times out of 10, you're going to be taken out by your own people, right? Even me, myself, let's say I'm a prominent figure in the future. In the back of my mind, I'm going to be thinking, I know for a fact, if I get done up, it's going to be by a black man. I know for a fact, if by the unfortunate circumstance that, I get targeted, but I know for a fact it's going to be at the hands of my own people. I know for a fact it's going to be my own brother pulling the trigger. I know for a fact. But see, when it comes to black men, we have these conversations amongst each other already. It's a reality that we've come to accept, right? But for some reason, even though when you look at European history, it's littered with betrayal and tribal conflict, they try to make it seem like, oh no, it would never be my own people. Stop it, brother. Stop it. You've been having these little internal tribal conflicts throughout history. It's all 9 times out of 10, when a man is in a status of leadership and he is taken out, it's probably going to be at the hands of his own people. That's not unusual. It's a reason why when you look at a lot of men in their inner circle, it's usually guys who they've been around since they were little kids, right? Since way, way back in the day, the day one homies, right? And even sometimes your day one homies will be the one to take you out. That's how I really get. But see, when it comes to black men, we have these conversations amongst each other, right? We don't try to push that off. No, that's a conversation. That's a reality we talk about all the time. And I think that, like I said, it shouldn't be a shocker to you unless you were simply trying to push an agenda and push some propaganda, because it seems like when you look at all the conservative grifters in the media, they were already waiting for the agenda or the propaganda for them to jump on. But when the suspect came out and then they realized that he was cut from the same cloth, now the narrative has been destroyed. They don't know where to go, man, right? Listen, the car done crashed and broke down on the side of the road. Now they just confused. They don't know what to do. But anyways, man, it's your boy Neferkar. That's Celine back in the Billy. Yes, indeed. Second single off the next project.
But he was devastating to the Democratic Party. His voice altered and changed a lot of people's minds. And they didn't like that. So you can call me crazy. You can call me a tin hat conspiracy theorist. I don't give a shit what you call me. But you won't change my mind. They're going to make it seem like it was.
Okay, so now she has here. Let's just watch here.
You.
Okay, now let me see here.
Tyler Robinson, the white guy from Utah that executed Charlie Kirk.
Y'all come see this crazy man. Y'all come over here. What is wrong with this? Look at this one. Look at this man.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. It's worse. Like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live what I believe.
No.
What do? I get dirty every single year. Hold on. Come on, Cenk. Let's go.
Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt,
Yes.
this is a dolphin fetus.
Does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry. Is this
It means little human being.
Ooh, this smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy.
No, your smile specifically.
You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder, and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference.
I think you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely,
This dude was psychotic.
You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
So let me.
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This.
Child, this dude was crazy. This dude is crazy.
Usually right.
Yeah, so I made that video earlier. Now you just seen this clip. There was also another clip that's because a lot of these clips.
I can't stand the word empathy, actually.
This one is crazy.
You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. See a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King, period. End of story. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a call.
This is evil. This is really crazy. Yeah.
I find it so ironic that Charlie Kirk was shot at an all-white event. Because if it was a lot of black people in the crowd, it would have never happened. Because their security measures would have been top tier.
Mm-hmm.
They would have never allowed nobody in there with a weapon. See, but when it comes to all white events, they're so lenient on those security measurements because they act like white people are not violent.
Mm-hmm.
This is the result you get when you go on tours rage baiting. You just run around the world rage baiting people in real time. When you're supposed to be some kind of political figure, some kind of public figure, and you run around rage baiting, you say racist things, you act like you're untouchable, and then this happens to you. This is what people are going to mostly remember about you. You be creating these looks and these ideas about who people are, and you want to speak about gangs and mass shootings and all that, and one of your own people did it to you. Because you have something to say about anybody because you're doing it for the views. This is what happens when you rage bait in real time.
Yeah.
He will talk bad about anybody. He'll put anybody down. He wanted to be so in the club. He wanted to fit in so bad. He wanted that white power so bad. He really wanted to be promoted to that white power. Yeah. And that's who took him out. That's so crazy. You think you Trump. He think he's Trump. See, Trump liked to rage bait. Trump liked to say whatever he want. Trump likes to talk bad about anybody. But he got Secret Service. He got people who will take a bullet for him. You don't. You do not. And it happened at an all-white event where you guys felt, this is the MAGAs. This is my people. They got my back. I find it so ironic that Charlie Kirk was shot at an all-white event. Because if...
And now you're dead. He's very racist.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
People are feeling a sense of euphoria, and people are feeling a sense of relief that it happened. But I think it's really important that...
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe. What do? I get charity every single year.
Crime, like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Because of DEI, it begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily... No one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
This dude. He is really crazy. He is seriously crazy.
Watch the Charlie Kirk video. Earlier, I was telling people not to watch the video because it was too gruesome. But you know what? Watch it. Maybe we need to watch that video. Hell, I'll even send it to you. Because you know what? We're too fucking sensitive. And all too often, we don't watch the video. And then what happens? It all falls to the background and we don't talk about it anymore. Watch the video. My whole thought process tonight has changed on this. I've been sitting.
What is he even talking about? That's all he did. Is she crying? Wow.
They're replaying the videos if it's something to be replayed. I don't know. He's 31 years old. And so
Oh my gosh.
over words. Over words. And it's not just words. It's the truth.
Oh,
You hear me? It's the truth.
oh,
People hate the truth. And they hate the truth because they hate God.
oh wow.
I'm over here packing with my girls. And we just got the news.
Oh wow.
A lot of feel because I know there's a scripture that says when the righteous are taken from the earth, that the wicked consider it. They don't consider that the righteous was just removed from the wrath to come. And Charlie Kirk was a man, a man's man. He was a man, and he loved his family.
Oh, like rest in hell.
The
Oh,
video is awful. The video is awful. I thought it was AI. I was watching it with my sister.
oh, so she means like rest in hell.
I thought it was fake, but it's not. Demons walk among us with flesh, human flesh. They cannot be helped and they cannot be saved because God has given them up and over. Pray for the family.
Oh, maybe. Child. He's such a hateful man.
Didn't say 28.
I love you.
Do you agree that there's toxic femininity?
I love you.
Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why?
Well,
how can femininity not be toxic if masculinity can?
I'm not saying they can't be. I think
Do we teach kids about toxic femininity in our schools? No, tell me yes or no.
I mean, I think that they come from two very different places. I think toxic masculinity comes from a level of misogyny, where I think toxic femininity often comes from a reaction to a misogynistic system which fundamentally oppresses and systematically oppresses women. And I'm not saying that toxic femininity is a good thing, but I'm saying it's a much more understood and valid reaction to a system of oppression versus toxic masculinity, which oppresses.
Okay. So even if I grant you that, do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why?
I'm like this dude. Let me see. What am I?
Out of the womb. And you're a genocidal murderer every time you masturbate, Charlie.
You could be with your.
Why should I vote
for Trump?
Do you agree that it's a good thing that more?
Why should I vote for? You could be.
But so just
out of the womb. And you're a.
But so just to clarify, you believe that this is in the Bible. This is laid out in the Bible that man shall not sleep with man, and so therefore
Well, it's also repeated throughout the New Testament as well. Matthew, in the book of Matthew, Jesus reaffirms the biblical standard for marriage.
Okay, so I'm going to make two very, very quick points. So the first, so if we look at the Old Testament in isolation, just to start off with as an example. So let's look at Exodus 35:2, which suggests that if you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. If you look at Leviticus 11:7, it suggests that if you have pork, you should be put to death. Let me finish, I'll be done. If you plant two crops side by side, you should be stoned by your entire village. If you wear a suit, which you are wearing now, that contains two different fibers intertwined into the same jacket, you should be burned at the stake by your own mother. Now, following that rationale, in Leviticus 18:22, and it states that man shall not sleep with man, why aren't we burning ourselves at the stake as well? Why aren't we stoning ourselves to death?
Do you care to address my main contention that Christ affirmed biblical marriage in the book of Matthew? And can you tell me the difference between the ceremonial, the moral, and the ritual law? And then finally, also tell me about Christianity, the difference between the new and the old covenant. Or are you just going to cherry pick certain verses of ancient Israel that do not apply to new Christianity?
Oh, fair. So we'll look at 2 points then. So firstly, if we look at the Old Testament, we can see the kind of inconsistencies there. We've already touched upon that, right? That makes sense. Secondly, you mentioned the point of Jesus and Christ. He never mentioned anything to do with homosexuality at all.
Well, hold on a second. No, he affirmed biblical marriage as one man and one woman. He said a man shall leave his
Romans,
father's
right?
house.
In the New Testament.
No, in Matthew, that is not correct. I believe
in the New Testament.
In the New Testament, well, Romans is also in the New Testament. Secondly, in Romans 1, the Apostle Paul talks negatively about homosexuality explicitly. Also, homosexuality is repeated in the book of Titus and in the book of Jude as not being favorable as the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Not even talking about the Old Testament verses. There are 3 types of the 613 Levitical laws, and you know, of course, in your own way, cherry pick some of them. We do not live under the ceremonial. We do not live under the ritual, but we do live under the moral. There's only 10 of the moral that we as Christians believe we're bound to. Some believe 9, which of course is the Decalogue. And so none of those that you mentioned, we as Christians believe that we live under. However, we do look at what Christ articulated as the biblical standard of marriage. And we can also look to church tradition for this as well. And the church has had a tradition for well over 2,000 years. Even myself as a Protestant acknowledges that tradition is marriage between one man and one woman.
And fair point. But okay, say we put aside the Old Testament for now. We'll put that aside and the inconsistencies there, and we'll look purely at the New Testament following your rationale. Okay? Now, when you say that Christ lays specifically, and the New Testament states specifically that man shall not sleep with man, I'd like to point out a linguistic error on that point.
I did not say that. I said the biblical marriage was affirmed, and then Romans 1 did talk negatively about the action of homosexuality.
Ultimately, that affirmation comes from 8 lines in there that suggest that man shall not sleep with man.
Yes, of course, yes. The Old Testament and New Testament harmonize one another, but Christ brought it to a different level, a different covenant, and a different moral teaching. It wasn't just enough to say that you shall, man shall strike eye for eye, so that you shall turn the other cheek, that you shall love your enemy. Christ's moral standard was much more even elevated than that of the Israelites and the Hebrews.
I'm going to ask you whose Bible, okay? Now, your Bible that you use currently is written in the English language, right? Correct?
Yeah, the King James Version, yes, thanks to Tyndale.
Well, exactly, it's written in the English language, which in itself is only, say, 500.
Child, all that because you want to sleep with a man? Sir, go sleep with your man, boo-boo. Child. I'm like, all that because you want to have sex with a man? Go have sex with a man. Child, you're going to do it anyways.
Now the liberals they're coming out wild. What do you feel about a white guy? I mean, if you saw my comment section, there's not enough time in the day. But I'm sure that they're not hearing on their news sources that Tyler Robinson, although a conservative family, had been radicalized in recent years with a woke liberal ideology.
Okay, so now he's radicalized a woke liberal ideology. Okay, sis.
To his immediate family and close friends in testimony to law enforcement. In fact, just mere days before the incident, he was having dinner with family and discussing how much he disliked and hated Charlie Kirk. I think he wrote a few things on bullets too that were indicative of a liberal woke ideology. So my initial instincts when I watched the execution of Charlie Kirk in real time was dead on. Tyler Robinson.
This lady's batshit crazy.
Yeah, she really is.
Let's watch the last video.
Tyler Robinson, the man in custody for executing Charlie Kirk. Yes, he was a white guy. And the liberals are coming out in full force as if race ever had anything to do with my outrage when I witnessed the execution of an innocent man before my eyes. Because race never even entered the equation. But yes, he came from a conservative family. But according to close family and friends in statements to law enforcement, he had been radicalized with a woke, liberal, progressive ideology in recent years and was very angry and very, very hateful. And
Objection, you are so full of shit. That is not the same energy she had yesterday.
Just days before the execution, he had dinner with his family and talked about his hatred for Charlie Kirk. So my initial instincts when I saw that video.
This lady's insane. Get her ass off my screen. Okay, so that is the crazy lady. So like I said, you see how now they're all switching their stance now that this person didn't fit the narrative. I'm telling you, if this was a damn black trans shooter, oh my God, they would have had him. They probably would have strung him up at the Capitol. Okay. But because this person does not fit the narrative, now there's MK Ultra. Now it's Antifa.
Yeah, they're a bunch of losers.
Who was Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old Southwest Utah resident suspected of killing Charlie Kirk? Officials said bullets found with the alleged rifle used had messages written on them.
Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point."
How did he fit all
Up
that?
arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow."
How did he write all of
the third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
Those messages appear to be part anti-fascist, part internet meme culture.
Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University.
A video from Facebook shows Robinson receiving a scholarship to Utah State University. The Daily Mail reports he was a student at that school for 1 semester in 2021. He had no political party affiliation according to voter registration records and didn't vote in the last 2 elections. Officials said a family member said he became more political in recent years.
In the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Photos from his mother's now deleted Facebook show a family apparently enjoying time together. There's also an apparent Halloween photo from 2017 with Robinson in a Donald Trump costume. No motive has been identified. Robinson was in his 3rd year of an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College in Southwest Utah, according to the state's school officials. Utah's governor said charging documents, which could have more information on the suspect, should come early next week. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
Thank you for watching.
Oh, that's crazy.
Area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to like clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for like 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know. I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, like 2018, and then like, you know, those kinds of kids, but that's exactly what he was. All I'm going to say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online and all of a sudden your beliefs are all the way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends. This internet shit is seriously no joke.
All right, guys. So before we get in this video, I just have to take a moment to let you guys know that I am sick to my stomach. I am sick to my stomach right now.
No one cares.
Casey, so much happening so quickly here this morning. We're learning as well from our own reporting that there's no indication of a prior criminal record. This is according to searches of state national public records associated with the person, Tyler Robinson, and his date of birth. One of the most striking details that we learned from this press conference were, again, about those bullet casings and the inscriptions, "Hey, fascist," the words "Bella Ciao," the words, "If you read this, you are gay." What do you see as the significance or what the message is that he's trying to communicate here?
Really, I would need to actually see these words in the way that they are on the bullet casings in the gun to make a proper interpretation. But just knowing what those words are, I'm kind of overwhelmed with how immature it all sounds, and that there is no really chronic theme. I think Brandy really nailed it. You have to make of it what you want, because, you know, it's like sees bulges. If you're reading this, you're gay. You know, catch this fascist, or hey, fascist, catch. It's like the rantings of a really immature child. And
some major news. A new uncovered photo of the alleged Charlie Kirk shooter shows him wearing a Trump costume in 2017. This image is going incredibly viral on social media right now, and it's a post from 2017. It reads, "Happy Halloween. So weird not trick-or-treating with the boys this year. Off they go. Hashtag Trump costume." And right there is the alleged suspect, Tyler Robinson. If you zoom in, you can see that his Halloween costume that year is a Trump costume. And this comes after days of people on the right speculating that the shooter must be this crazy liberal with all of these insane ideologies, but the alleged shooter is wearing a Trump costume reportedly back in 2017. So again, I'm not here to establish a motive. We have no idea why this guy allegedly did what he did. We'll learn in the next days, weeks.
Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, he's not black. He's not trans. He's not Muslim. He's not an immigrant. He is not a Democrat. Meet Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson. He is a white, Christian, conservative, Republican male with a gun again. And statistically, when all of this was going on, when Fox News started declaring war, when Jesse Waters and Laura Ingraham, which recklessly tried to rile up their base that somehow the left was in charge of this, statistically, I knew that this was probably a white male, as all shooters are. And this seems to be MAGA grown terrorism. MAGA is a culture that embraces unrestricted access to guns.
Wow. I'm speechless. I can only imagine. Oh, I can't imagine. I actually can't imagine. This doesn't exist. A far left extremist that hates Charlie Kirk. Something that was said openly on CNN, and CNN just nodded along to this. They platformed this, okay? CNN platformed this. A white male from a conservative family in the Midwest, it is impossible for them to hate Charlie Kirk and to be a far left extremist, except it's so not rare.
Shut up, Greg.
And something led him astray. And again, that's the real conversation we should be having. How is it that a kid that comes from a good family?
You see, did you have the same energy for Carmelo? You see this? A fucking slave. He's a fucking coon. Oh, because he's white. You see, that's how you, George, the fuck, whatever the fuck his name is, right? That's how you realize he's in it for the money. And he knows he makes money by pandering to white racists, right? Because Carmelo, once you realize like both his parents are like his parents are married. He had a 3.7 GPA. He's captain of his track team, his football team. Why didn't you say, oh, what really happened? Because this is all brand. No. Oh, why in this? Why in that? You see, when a white boy does something heinous, they're going to go above and beyond to understand why. Why? Because the only time white kids do bad things is when they've been corrupted. White children are angels, okay? They have no specks. They're born perfect. All right? Bunch of bullshit. You see how he's talking now? A fucking slave. A fucking coon. This is how they make their money. It's disgusting. Did you have the same energy for Carmelo? No, he did not.
How do they become so radicalized in the opposite direction to then assassinate?
Look at him, bitch ass. He's dead. And most likely you, if something ever happens to you, let me tell you.
Good evening, everybody.
Where's this fool?
Good evening, everybody. You are watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. I am joining you tonight under some very dark circumstances. Normally, I like to say we got a great show for you tonight, and I think it's going to be an excellent show, but of course, the news is unbelievably tragic. Tonight, as you know, you're all gathered here. We're going to talk tonight about the death of Charlie Kirk. And even saying that out loud, the words are still very surreal and disturbing. I said this last night, and I meant it as I watched the chaos and the tragedy unfold yesterday afternoon. And I know everybody else feels exactly the same way. It didn't feel real. That's the characterization I keep seeing from everybody on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter. People have been profoundly affected by this, and we're not sure why. And hopefully we can talk a little bit about maybe why that is. But as I said yesterday, like many of you, I got the alert from a friend of mine who I believe was either at the event or had friends at the event at UVU in Utah.
He doesn't like him.
A friend of mine texted me and said, Charlie has been shot. I said, Charlie Kirk? They said, yes. And we watched it unfold live. We're still getting updates. We don't know exactly what transpired. And again, we'll get into some of that as well. Some of the uncertainties and unanswered questions. But I am devastated and legitimately affected and struck viscerally. Such a sensational video, images, such an unspeakable, horrible tragedy. And I literally had to take a day to collect myself. Normally, this is a current events show. I'm live every night and I discuss the news of the day. And I've been there through many of the big developments over the years. Same day, January 6th, Trump assassination attempt, the elections, the pandemic. But this one was different. And I think everybody feels that way about it. It felt like a nightmare. That's the only way that I can accurately describe it, actually. Throughout the entire day yesterday, I just could not process it. It did not sink in. It still hasn't fully sunk in. Like I said earlier, you say those words, the death of Charlie Kirk, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the murder of Charlie Kirk. I watched his Wikipedia page go from Charlie Kirk is to Charlie Kirk was. It doesn't feel real. It feels like a nightmare that we'll never wake up from. And I say that as somebody who was not even a fan, not a friend, and actually an adversary, a foe. I can only imagine what his friends, his colleagues, and especially his wife, his young children, you can only imagine what they're going through. And so what happened yesterday is still so raw and so sensitive. The country is profoundly affected, at least some of it is.
Exactly.
We'll talk about that too. And so tonight I'm going to try to the best of my ability, carry out my responsibility. I believe, and I think you know, that I'm somebody that many of the young people, young conservatives are looking up to. I have a lot of credibility with the far right, the radical right. And throughout his career, Charlie Kirk always characterized me as a troll. I don't say that with any malice at this point in time, but that's what he said. And many in Turning Point USA said that I and my followers are nihilistic. We only want destruction. And I think that I have an obligation to the country. I think I have an obligation to God. I think I have an obligation to all of you. I think I have responsibility to prove that that is not true. It's not about me, but now that it is the morning after, the day has dawned where Charlie Kirk is now dead at the hands of some unknown attacker. It is our responsibility, mine and all of ours, to step up and to get serious. To the extent that politics was fun or we took it lightly, I think we now realize it just got very real. It's been real. People talk about a civil war. They say a war is coming. Some say we're already in one. We have an obligation now. The leaders, the spokesmen, the men, the young men, the elderly men, we have an obligation to lead. And I want to start, before we get into any of it, by saying this, just as a general note. I've been around now for 7 or 8 years. That's not a very long time, but it's long enough. I've lived through a lot of these events, Charlottesville, January 6th, the Groyper War, many things. And I know that in my career, I've made a lot of mistakes. I've done things I regret, said things I regret.
If it was a black person that had shot this man, you're like, these animals, with these animals, we have to admit black people have a problem. That's even why that white lady said animals, because you probably thought it was a black person. You see how but he knows it's a white person, right? But if he really had any kind of inkling that it was a black person, he would not have this kind of energy. These animals, I can say what I want. I'm a real nigga. That's what he would have done. You see how fake they are? They're fake. They're fake. It's a double standard all the time.
I've made a lot of the same mistakes twice. And I've been lucky because I've lived and I have this platform and I'm able to speak to all of you in spite of that. And I think maybe one of the reasons why is because I have been afforded the opportunity to learn a lot. Having been in the center of dissident right-wing politics, far-right politics, in the center of this cultural moment, whatever you want to call that. As an archetypal, disaffected young white man, angry young white man, Trump supporter, however you want to characterize that, I have been in the thick of it for a very long time. And seeing many crises and tragedies and things that we cannot explain, things that are difficult to cope with. I will say first, as I said, as a general note, before we move on, it cannot be overstated how important it is in a time like this to put our intentions in alignment with the will of God. Everybody's very emotional. Everybody is whipped up, and rightfully so, justifiably so. People are furious. I don't know that the left fully understands that. I don't know that normies fully understand that. People are absolutely beside themselves. I've never seen the right wing more angry, more furious, and this has been building. Here we are today, the day after Charlie Kirk has been killed, but we're starting here in the middle of the story. It's been going on for over a decade, and these things compound over time and they accumulate.
White people, these racist white people are so funny to me. Oh, the country. No, white people, racist white Americans. Y'all don't make up the entire country. Stop acting like other people don't live here and y'all the only ones to be the real Americans. We're all Americans out here, child. I'm part of the country. I am mad. Okay? The country's upset. No, racist white people are upset because Charlie Kirk was like the second coming of the Klan, the Grand Dragon that was going to give white people, a leeway, like an avenue to just say whatever. And they're like, oh my gosh, everything we work so hard for, are we going to have to go back to be polite? You might have to. Number one, they're angry. They're really angry. Okay, it's white on white crime. Why do we care? No one is scared. He talks as if like we're in the 1800s and tonight we should all lock our doors and be scared because they're angry. You busters ain't gonna do shit but stay in your fucking basements. Okay? No one gives a fuck. This is white on white crime. You guys have made social media so toxic. You, Nick, you've made this place so toxic. The way you talk, the way you carry on, same as Charlie Kirk. And the fact that you're even coming on YouTube, social media to profess that, yeah, I'm more radical than Charlie, they're coming for your ass. And the way they're going to tie that little boy to you and blame you for what that child did, oh, you ain't ready for this shit. You don't have enough money, okay? January 6th, they didn't lock you up. This time, they're going to lock your ass up. We're not scared of y'all. This has nothing to do with anybody but y'all. They always want to evoke like a sense of fear, and people are, oh, we're angry. We're really, really angry. And what the fuck you going to do? You're still not going to have sex. You're still going to be a fucking virgin. So shut up, Nick. No one is scared of you. You stay in the basement. Yeah, y'all lead 1,000 troops, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you do, from the basement. Nick, tomorrow gonna come. Then the day after tomorrow. Then next month. Okay, December 2025. Until next year, you still gonna be a goofy ass little virgin. They say you gay, by the way, if you see this. Okay, like, is that true? I don't know. Not my business, but whatever. Okay, no one cares. Stop thinking that you're scaring people. Oh, we're really mad. We're really upset. Okay, when are you? Your people are always mad. You're always mad. You're always mad, right? Because ultimately, you want to have an all-white America where white people have all the power. Those days are gone. So stay fucking mad. No one gives a fuck. Like, they're so, like, I'm serious. It's like, he's still gonna be a virgin. Like, Nick, the only way you can scare me a little bit is if you find a way to get some pussy. Okay? But that shit ain't gonna happen. Okay? So, child, imagine a little virgin trying to scare me. Boy, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? All I got, child. I was gonna say something, I'm not gonna say it. He does not come outside. He's stuck in the basement. He's stuck in the basement. 26-year-old little virgin boy talk about we really mad. We mad. We big mad. And what? You still gonna be a virgin by tomorrow. And next week and next month, the end of the year, you are still gonna be a goofy ass little virgin boy in the basement living with mommy and daddy. Anybody scared of you? Like, go sit down somewhere. He's such a freaking clown. He is such a clown. What a freaking clown. Like, we don't care. We don't care. He died. He died.
And I, like everybody else, recognize that this could potentially be a watershed moment. This is a ripple effect. We may look back in time and see a chain reaction, an inexorable chain reaction that leads to nothing other than destruction, devastation, bloodshed, misery. I don't think it's crazy to say millions of dead bodies. And we must have the prudence. We must have the confidence in our convictions, in our faith in God. This is the test. It's easy to believe in prayer when things are easy. It's easy to believe in God, mercy, forgiveness, temperance when things are easy. It's when things are hard, when they're confusing, when we feel justifiably angry, wrathful, prideful. That's the test. That's when it counts. And that is when mature people, and I recognize the folly in me saying that. I don't consider myself an extremely mature person. I think I'm a frivolous person in many ways. But it's an obligation for all of us to grow up now and recognize the gravity of the situation we're in, the peril that we're all in. And we have to ask ourselves, what are our intentions? We have to set them intentionally. We have to set them in alignment with God, with the gospel. We have to think not just about the present moment and what we're feeling, but about the long term, the good of our country, the good of our fellow countrymen, both the people we agree with and disagree with, our children, our progeny. And we have to think about that moment before God. We have to think about our moment before God in judgment. And we're asked about that golden rule. We don't save ourselves. We approach God with humility. We approach the judgment as weak, as mortal, fallen. Before we take up arms, before we relish in our anger and sit with it, sit with our rage and resentment and fuel it and get into these loops, feedback loops, I think it is so important. And this is why I said last night I wasn't going to do a show, and I really meant it. And I think everybody needed one night at least to sleep on this, to pray, and to pray not just for the repose of Charlie Kirk's soul and for his wife and for his 2 young children and for the people affected in his organization and for the people that were closest to him, but also to pray for the wisdom, the strength, the prudence, the humility, the fortitude to approach this in the right way. Because how we respond to this tragedy, like all of these events, like all of the persecution, all of the suffering, the anguish, it will define us. It will define our country. It is life or death here. And what I am urging at the very outset of this, at the minimum, is caution. Let us not be hasty. If you're thinking of picking up arms, put them down. And if you can't be convinced altogether, put them down today. Put them down tomorrow. Let us be cautious. Let us be prudent. Let's think. Let's get right. Let's get right with God before we act hastily. And the reason I say that I have come to this reaction over many years, seeing many crises, is because not only is there a spiritual dimension to all of this, and the devil uses our emotions against us, uses our best intentions, our best inclinations against us to doubt our faith in God, that God is both just and merciful, our faith in God, that he will deliver the vengeance that we are told is not in our hands, trust in his plan and not create our own. It's not just for the spiritual reasons, but also for the political reasons. Ask yourself, we all recognize this is a watershed moment. We're never going back from this. This is the shot heard around the world, literally. One shot, one kill, an international incident, and a...
I am trying to oversell the importance of Charlie Kirk. The world does not know who Charlie Kirk is. People and friends don't know who he is. Nobody knows who the fuck he is. Shut up. You sound stupid. Put the weapons down. Oh, so you're admitting that white people are violent. White people is a mob. When their feelings are hurt, they pick up weapons. So they don't know how to converse. They're not capable of forgiving. They're such Christians until they get hurt. And once their feelings are hurt, they grab guns to go kill people. Well. Seriously, they will be I'm telling you, within a month or so, they'll stop talking about this kid. That child, they don't give a fuck. Even he's being fake. He's happy the man is dead. He's full of shit. He doesn't want to be blamed for that. So he's just doing this. He's a criminal. Yeah, he's such a lie. He's just exactly the Lord. Shut up. You goofy asshole nigga. Okay, just say shut up, but he's so annoying. Exactly, kind of nigga live. Yeah, he was out here screaming, "I'm a real nigga." All that dumb shit he was saying, right? And I'm like, if it was a black person that had done that, he would have a different kind of energy. Oh, these animals, there's something wrong. Okay, he's a fucking liar. He is sick. So now what you gonna tell the people in Utah, Nick? Should they move to a different neighborhood? Should white people move out the neighborhood and stay away from other white people with boys that have guns? He's so stupid.
Outpouring of both love and affection in the vigils that you see for Charlie Kirk across the country, but also in anger and resentment, hatred, people ridiculing his death. All of these different things. It's important also to understand that politically, it is in crises like these when we become instrumentalized by forces outside of our control. When we take our eye off the ball, and I don't want to be too explicit at this moment now, but when we take our eye off the ball because of something so sensational, because of something so emotionally charged, that's why they do these things. That's why supernatural as well as societal forces do these things or capitalize them and take advantage of them. And people, guided perhaps by good intentions or righteous indignation, become unwitting instruments of forces beyond their control, beyond their understanding. They become pawns in a larger game. And so, in order for us not to be agents of evil, a supernatural evil, a worldly evil, in order for us not to be instrumentalized by sophisticated and powerful forces that would use this tragedy to manipulate society for its own ends, in order to save our souls from the kind of wrath, anger, vengefulness that will surely land us a seat in hell, I would first say, before I say anything else, especially to the young people, the adolescents, that I understand how you feel, lay down your arms. Those that live by the sword will perish by the sword. Remember what Christ said. This is our cup to drink from.
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the
you
wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
Because of DEI, it begs the question: when you see a black pilot, you wonder. You say, "I hope they are qualified." I wouldn't think that if the CEO of United or these airlines would reject DEI and say excellence is the ultimate standard. Is if I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily wholesome. It creates resentment, doesn't it, Heather? No one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
Charlie Kirk has no problem putting his true beliefs about anyone who isn't a white, rabid conservative like him on full display.
So that just, it hurts my heart, because doing what I love has been kind of taken away from me to please other people. Yeah, that's the point, Simone Biles. You're representing your nation, you're selfish sociopath. You kidding me? We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. Again, if you want to be, if she got all these mental health problems, don't show up. She's an incredible athlete. Of course she's an incredible athlete. I'm not saying, I just said she's probably the greatest gymnast of all time. She's also very selfish. She's immature, and she is a shame to the country. She's totally a sociopath. Of course she's a sociopath. Andrew said she's not a sociopath. What kind of person skips the gold medal match? Who does that? It's a shame to the nation.
LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic, and we know he's not very smart. He does these press conferences where he thinks he's making sense spiritually and freedom of speech. But he's a product of his time. What would you expect from LeBron James? It's cool to insult America. It's cool to sell yourself out to China. Not very bright, not wise, not somebody of good character, but as a blowhard. He'll never have to apologize. He'll never have to admit failure. And of course, everyone knows that LeBron James chronically cheats on his wife. Obviously, he's an NBA player. Savannah James should be asked by that. Hey, how do you feel about your husband cheating on you all the time? But that's just how the NBA works. The whole thing is an open marriage. He's immoral in almost everything he does. He shouldn't be lifted up, but I don't think most Americans do. He would obviously stand for the China national anthem, and he can't even show a modicum of respect for the country that has given him everything.
Including generational black athletes like Simone Biles and the right wing's favorite target, LeBron James, spreading baseless lies and playing into the bigot stereotypes that his base responds to.
Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King, period. End of story.
While also having the gall to tell the black community which role models they should look up to while smearing the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Holy day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And we said some things today, and we challenged some of the primary doctrine that is running modernity. If you disagree with our take on MLK, just listen to this episode. Give it a fair hearing. Just
say, hey, maybe I don't agree with Charlie. Maybe I think he's the best person to live in the 20th century and that he's worthy of worship, which is effectively what this society demands, then fine, just listen to the episode and maybe you'll learn something. We talk about the positives. And then we also get into some of the other implications of this. We're a truth-seeking show. But I can say declaratively, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He is not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful.
The gross take even got some pushback and criticism from black conservatives like Pastor Darnell Scott, Armstrong Williams, and the Blaze's Delano Squires. And reading tweets like this about newly hired New England Patriots coach Gerard Mayo, where Kirk twists Mayo's words about race to claim that Mayo will discriminate against white players. It's no surprise that he chopped it up with the one and only Jason Whitlock to defend and double down on his bigotry, as usual for Jason Whitlock's terrible show.
The response was disappointing because some people, instead of dealing with the substance and or my very public track record of hating bigotry and racism and also associating with people of all sorts of different backgrounds, they started to call me racist. And I'm not saying it's because of this, but Black America was getting richer. They were getting stronger, and families were largely still put together before the Great Society, Voting Rights Act, and Civil Rights Act. 60 years later, Black America is in a worse position. I'm not saying it's because of the Civil Rights Act. I'm not saying it's because of the Voting Rights Act, but somewhere something went awry. Kind of going off your speech, I could have done the old conservative thing. I could have hid in the corner, said, you know what, I'm so sorry, how dare I? Because I saw the chatter increasing. I saw the right-wing intelligentsia saying, no, Charlie, it's a career ender. You don't do this. You just say MLK was awesome, and you don't ask questions, and you just kind of walk away. I said, I'm not going to do that anymore. I think that kind of attitude is destructive and wrong. And we felt the pressure that day. We were getting text messages of people saying, Charlie, this is going to end your career. Charlie, you'll never be back in decent circles. And I said, you know what, honestly, I don't subscribe to that. I'm going to trust the Lord. I know what we're saying is true. I was disappointed because I said, listen, guys, you could hate what I'm doing. You could criticize it. But if you're just going to throw the R word around like a Frisbee because I dare to question somebody who I consider to be a false idol of the modern cult of anti-racism.
Whitlock nodding along with approval is all the proof you need to know that Kirk is hitting all of the right-wing talking points. Characterizing his racist opinions of MLK as valid criticism allows Kirk to use free speech as a crutch to shield him from criticism of what he and Whitlock are.
It's kind of like Jason Whitlock. He's so disgusting. Because these white people give you money, the Blaze, he's with the Blaze. How much they pay you? 200,000, 300, even if they paid you $1 million. Be so for real. You're a former NFL player. You go sit there. Jason Whitlock could be his daddy. I'm like, this. You are old enough to be this man's father. You gonna let this little white boy say all kinds of crazy shit in front of you because you want money from white people? Do you have a gambling problem? Do you gamble, sir? Are you an alcoholic? Because where the freak is your money? Where is your money? You gonna let this man he's really, really uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable, and you can tell he's bothered and he's hurt. But no, I need money. So you're not good at managing your money. Jason Whitlock played in the NFL. He worked for ESPN. Where is your money? You don't have to put up with this crap. You gonna let this little kid disrespect you, say all kinds of crazy shit because you want money. That is so disgusting. It is the way, oh my gosh, the way you people take your pants down to be sodomized by these white people is sad. It is so I swear. Oh my gosh. Seriously? No. A white person can't talk to me this way. They can't even try that shit. It ain't gonna work. Who you talking to? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? You put white people on a pedestal. You allow white people to degrade you because they give you money. It's so disgusting. You gotta stand for something. Why can't you have your own YouTube channel? Why do you have to be attached to the Blaze? Why do you need their money? Why can't you start your own stuff? Why don't you believe in yourself and start your own channel and be responsible for your own content? It's so disgusting. It's disgusting. It's like, oh, and I'm like, Charlie Kirk, you see? And be like, oh, he never hurt anybody. His words didn't hurt anybody. Oh, did you go and ask Savannah James? Look how you talk about them people. You don't like LeBron's. Talk about LeBron's. Oh, yeah, he cheats on his wife. LeBron should have sued your ass. You know I cheat. LeBron should have sued this fucker for defamation. You saw me cheat? Right? Sue people, man. Like, sue his ass. Oh, no matter what he said. Yeah, because he didn't say it about you and your family. Because you're fucking evil. They're fucking insensitive. They're a bunch of racists. If he had the same kind of language towards white people, they wouldn't say, oh, it's okay. Say whatever you want. It's not a big deal. This is gross. When he's talking about, oh, LeBron cheats on his wife, he's always cheating. It's an open marriage. Did he worry about the kids? Oh, Charlie's a father. LeBron's also is a father. He got 3 kids. And kids that are old enough to be on social media. So did he care about his children? He has confirmation that LeBron cheats. He saw this man cheat. He was right there when he was cheating. Because if you saw him cheat, then you also messed up and cheat on your wife. Because why were you there? I'll say all kinds of bullshit. So I'm like, anybody, when I see any white person, including these white-skinned Mexicans, talk about, oh, it doesn't matter what he said. You don't have to agree with everything he said. Yeah, because he didn't say about you and your people. If he had talked about you, your brand, your business, your reputation, your character, your sexual endeavors, you wouldn't find this shit funny. And I think it'll be really hard for you to move past it just because he's dead. Like, get the fuck out of here. No problem, boo. Okay? Like, you are crazy as hell. You are really crazy. Like, he's so disgusting. He is so, he's cruel. Like, and I feel like that was his thing. Black rage. Everything that kind of means something to black people, I'm intentionally going to go after that. Yeah, I told y'all he's a troll. This dude never cared about a healthy debate, healthy conversation. No. People who want to have healthy conversations are not disrespectful. They're mindful. They're thoughtful. Because the point is to have a healthy conversation. This man leads with disrespect. Heretic ass behavior. Okay? Anything that's sacred to you, he will violate that shit. He gonna bastardize anything and everything that means something to you. He wants to trigger you. This dude's a fucking troll. And he took that shit too far. And now he gone. Like, please. Disgusting.
Trying to do here, whitewashing both the continuing and historical racially motivated crimes that our country was founded on, while demonizing anyone who wanted to correct the historical wrongs.
Thought, of course, is there's only one person in the 20th century that gets a federal holiday, and it's Martin Luther King. I can name at least a dozen people more deserving in the 20th century of a federal holiday than MLK. There are much better figures, such as Billy Graham in the 1960s, who had a lot more to do with the passage of the Civil Rights Act, who gets no credit than Martin Luther King. People forget Billy Graham had White House Oval Office meetings. Billy Graham led the Crusades for a moral awakening. What I'm trying to counter is the reason we talk about race so much is because we have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding.
Kirk rehashing this old played out argument is just another sad attempt to tell people to shut up about conversations about racism and race in America. Because to Kirk and other conservatives, racism can't exist if you don't talk about it.
The multi-decade incubator of DEI was housed in the Department of Justice post the Civil Rights Act. The attitude, the enforcement, the precision that the DEI bureaucrats operate with was all workshopped in the Department of Justice in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And just now are we seeing it in corporate America, and we've seen...
Yesterday, we watched on Walter Lee yesterday. Walter said he was a closeted gay. And I'm like, I can see him being gay. This dude has a lot of pent-up frustration. He hated himself. He's a loser. That's why he attracted so many white people, so many white men. They're losers. I'm telling you, like, if you're winning in life for real, like, if you look good, you feel good, you got a big peen, you got big muscles, you can get any woman you want, you got a bunch of money, you live the life you want, you're naturally that alpha male. You're not gonna do this shit. This man was always on college campuses trying to dunk on little kids. Like bunch of little freshmen and shit. That is weird. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. The only way he can feel smart is by going dunking on an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old, is giving pedo. Like, who the fuck does that shit? Like, do you think Jeff Bezos about to do that shit? Or even Elon, and he's weird as fuck with his Asperger, right? Like, serious people that really have serious things going on they don't stoop this low. Okay? I'm like, what's the difference between Charlie Kirk and the National Enquirer? Like, this dude has a low value brain. His brain is low class. And that's why he attracts all these white people, because they're a bunch of rednecks. These are low class people. They're low class. They're low vibrational. They live paycheck to paycheck. They use a whole bunch of coupons. When they run out of money, they go and do a little return real quick to get some cash. Okay? He does not attract classy white people. These are frustrated white people. They're bitter white people. You think a white person that's out here successful is worried about black people all day? No, they live in life. Okay? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, he's probably gay. He's a weirdo. He's weird.
This cancer metastasize. What started as a good intention to try to eradicate the injustices of saying that, only whites can eat at the restaurant has tragically metamorphosized into a beast that has even more hatred than some of the elements of the antebellum South.
You heard that right. Charlie Kirk thinks that the Civil Rights Act and its legacy have brought about more hate than the antebellum South. This is what real-world white supremacy looks and sounds like. And as much as we'd like to ignore the Jason Whitlocks and the Charlie Kirks of the world, this rhetoric simply can't.
And you have some black people who cry for this man. Bunch of weirdos. Bunch of freaking weirdos.
What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of Last 5 to 6 years. It's just gone off such a to the wide end. I ain't got no choice, okay? And so the problem that Brandon Tatum is lost. Brandon Tatum will do anything to appease white people at their behest in order to make blacks look inferior. That's the problem that I have.
Money.
At first, when I was interviewing black conservatives, they were just disgruntled with the black community and where the community was going or how they had been treated in the past. I can deal with that. What I cannot deal with is outright what I consider to be bootlicking. And this is the path that he's went, Candace Owens has went. The only person that doesn't do it, at least at all, or it's this level, and don't get me wrong, Anthony Brown Logan's my boy, but Anthony Brown Logan, he has the only person that I see that if something ain't right, he'll call it out. The rest of them don't do that.
They don't do it, yeah.
Now, let me talk about this interview that he had with Stephen A. Smith. And Stephen A. Smith asked him an interesting question. The question revolved around the whole idea of Donald Trump trying to remove or limit Black history. Here was Brandon Tatum's response.
Is it acting in good faith if you throwing out 4 or 5 different executive orders, scaling back our connection to Black history, like with the Smithsonian Museum and other things where those executive orders were being put out there? You've got Black folks that feel like this man is trying to detach us from Black history, from let the world knowing just as much as we've always known about Black history, or the more that we should know. When you hear about things like that, is that really looking out for our best interest, or is it looking out for his?
Right. Stephen A., if it was correct that Donald Trump was trying to eliminate Black history from the Smithsonian or history in general, trying to degrade Black existence, I would never support that dude a day in my life. I'll get on your show right now and say, screw that guy. And I don't support him, or I'll never vote for him. The problem is that it's a conflation, and some people have a vested interest in saying things that may not necessarily be true. Okay. There is no evidence that Donald Trump is trying to eliminate Black history. It's impossible to eliminate Black history. It is impossible. Our stamp is on everything that exists. You can't change that just because, even if you tried to do it through the Smithsonian, that's not the only place where history is espoused. I mean, or exposed. Right. That's not the only place that history can be learned. We still teach Black history in college. Mm-hmm. We still got HBCUs. You can still go online right now and learn anything you want to learn about history. But the truth is, he's not doing that at the Smithsonian. What happened is they're not telling the full story. They're telling a story that seems to be biased against white people and making it seem like white people they created slavery. White people have was the only people that owned slaves in America. White people, you know, it's this whole anti-white sentiment that's not the full projection of what history was. There were a lot of black people that owned slaves. The first legal slave owner in the United States history was a black man, Anthony Johnson. So, and we can go down the list. People don't know much about Harriet Tubman. They didn't know that she was married to a black man who was a free black man at the time when she started the Underground Railroad. Actually, her husband told her that not to do it, which now he looked like a coward for doing.
On the surface level, that doesn't seem too bad. But then let's talk about this.
But you know, think of how does that work? You know, all the black people that own black slaves, the Juneteenth. And this is the things that I'm like, why is this not in the Smithsonian? And Juneteenth, people think that Juneteenth, being that in Galveston, Texas, was the last remnant of black slaves that were released and freed. That wasn't true. It wasn't until a year later that the Choctaw Indian finally released their slaves. Indians own slaves. So,
and you see how he says stuff like that, and he never shows receipts. He just makes claims. Indians, Native American people own slaves. Show receipts. Show us receipts. Oh, black people own slaves. Okay, how many black people? All he does is give you one name. So you only know one black person that owned slaves, and you know for a fact that it was chattel slavery. You know that for a fact. So you know that man. Say all kinds of foolishness. All kinds of foolishness. But I'm like, this dude, for the love of money, is a sad soul. He really is a sad soul. He's a sad soul. Trying to make it seem, oh yeah, there was, but first it's Africans sold African people into slavery, right? So that's how slavery happened, because African people sold their own people into slavery. Okay, cool. Now it's once they got to America, right? Black people now own black people as slaves. Like, it never ends. Next is going to be, it was black people who built their own prisons and willingly walked in there and decided to stay in there for the rest of their natural life, right? Anything that happens to black people is always black people's fault, right? How many black people own slaves compared to the number of whites that actually own slaves? And are you sure that that structure was chattel slavery? Fucking idiot. I keep saying this, man, because he was a police officer. They need to go through all his cases, every arrest he ever made, everything he ever done at that police station, because I'm really sure that he violated all kinds of human rights, civil rights, because he's corrupt. He is corrupt. It's like, part of me is kind of glad that he's not a police officer, because Tatum is the kind of man to plant shit on you, lie on you, do all kinds of stuff. This man has no integrity. He is obsessed with money. He will do and say anything for money. And also for white people to embrace him. He is sick. He's like a sick dog. He is sick. He's so damn sick. Like this is like, he's so damn crazy.
We talk about slavery, when we talk about all this, we have to talk about it in the context of reality, or we develop hatred and misinformation. Slavery wasn't about race. Anybody that learned or studied slavery, I studied Africana studies when I was in college. Slavery was not about race. Slavery was about availability of cheap labor.
Then what? But so if it wasn't about race, why was it only black people that were enslaved? Why did they enslave other white people? Like, it make no sense. Oh, slavery was not about race, but it was mostly black people. It was predominantly black people that were enslaved, right? Were whites enslaved? Right? Native American, they tried, but they ran because they knew the terrain. Like, so they didn't really, it was really hard. But I'm like, the majority of people who made up the slave trade were African people. So how can you then say, oh, it had nothing to do with their damn race? Like, shut up. Shut up. Like, really be quiet. But all of this, and for even Stephen A. to let this man keep talking like this, it's disgusting. Like, shut that up. Shut up. Be quiet.
Most of the slaves went to South America. Not most of them didn't even come to America. The North didn't have slaves. Only the South had slaves. We fought a war, the Civil War. The portion of the United States that never have slaves, that black people were free in the colonies, they won the war. So, you know, it's a lot of nuance there, Stephen A.
Understood.
Who helped Harriet Tubman free the black people from slavery? It was white folks. You know, so there's a lot of history there that I think that Donald Trump is trying to correct to make sure that we're not overemphasizing hatred towards one group when it's not necessary. But if Donald Trump